Indeed, you have not misheard. A Slytherin has emerged from the Weasley family. Seraphina, as the eldest daughter of the Weasley clan and the twin sister of Ron, has exhibited astonishing talent since her childhood. Her ambition is grand, encompassing the entirety of the wizarding world. She seeks to implement reforms and to become a Dark Lord unlike the previous two. Do you wish to see Arthur and Lucius, two bitter rivals, seated at the same table? If so, do click in swiftly. Chapter 1. Seraphina Weasley. Oh, our dear sister is immersed in her book once more. She is lost in the ocean of knowledge. I dare say we may be raising a Ravenclaw. Two red-haired boys stood at a distance, whispering quietly, while the girl seated beneath the tree did not lift her gaze, merely turning the pages of her book with a gentle motion. Seraphina, the first daughter of the Weasley family and the twin sister of Ron. From the moment of her birth, she has felt out of place within this family. Quiet, aloof, and reticent. Were it not for her striking Weasley red hair, one might mistake her for a child switched at birth. The only one in the household with whom she could truly converse was Percy, her third brother. Unfortunately, Percy is now 11 years old, reaching the age for schooling, and they can no longer share their literary insights as they once did. Observing Percy clad in Charlie's hand-me-down robes and utilizing Bill's old textbooks, Seraphina is once again reminded of her family's impoverishment. Wealth can alleviate 90% of one's troubles. The annual celebration of Christmas has arrived, and Percy has returned. No sooner had he arrived than Seraphina entered Percy's room, clutching her book. Upon entering and taking a seat, she directly posed a question. Percy, what do you think is the quickest way to earn money? What did you say? Fina. Percy clearly did not grasp her meaning. He rose and approached his sister, where he beheld an eagle soaring within her blue eyes. Percy, I want to make money. I aspire to be wealthy. Would you consider becoming my partner? Seraphina wore a smile imbued with determination as she gazed into those eyes that mirrored her own. She was certain that Percy would acquiesce. Indeed, after a moment's contemplation, Percy nodded in agreement. Very well, I agree. After a semester of study, he had already felt the sting of poverty. The hushed whispers of classmates and the faded robes deeply wounded the pride of the young boy. A delightful collaboration, my brother, said Seraphina, extending her hand. A delightful collaboration, my sister, Percy replied, clasping the small hand before him. Without hesitation, Seraphina opened her notebook, filled with a hasty scrawl of numerous thoughts. This is my plan, Seraphina declared as she handed the notebook to Percy, then leaped down from the stool and began to articulate her ideas with fervor. To earn money, one must invest capital, but we possess none. Therefore, to swiftly acquire wealth, we must cast aside our shame. Muggles have a penchant for gossip, and wizards are no different. Our first fortune shall arise from family secrets. Percy glanced at the names listed in the notebook. All of the sacred 28 families were included, along with several others. But how can you be certain these secrets are true? Percy inquired. Seraphina let out a light laugh. Who says they must be true? We write, they read. They have the freedom to choose not to look. Percy quickly accepted this reasoning and asked, how will you disseminate it? The more populated the area, the easier it is, Seraphina hinted, casting a meaningful glance at the robe Percy had draped over the bed. Conversations between intelligent individuals need not be overtly explicit. Percy grasped the implications immediately. Although the Weasley family was impoverished, they still possessed some ancestral books, and the two skillfully extracted some long-forgotten tales from Arthur and Molly. Seraphina took charge of the writing while Percy focused on the editing. After Christmas, on the day school resumed, Percy boarded the train with a stack of pamphlets. Fina, don't you find it tiresome to be cooped up with Percy in a room for an entire holiday? Ron and Ginny followed closely behind Seraphina, their innocent eyes fixed on her. Seraphina reached out to gently pat their heads. Good children, once I earn some money, I shall buy you treats. Wow, Fina is the best, Ginny exclaimed, throwing her arms around her sister. Ron, being a boy, did not embrace her in the same manner, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Ginny and Ron inexplicably trusted Seraphina, the youngest sister. Percy placed the notes detailing the secrets in the Ollery, the sole conduit for students to communicate with the outside world, where numerous individuals came daily to collect and deliver items. Soon, the first pamphlet was sold, followed by the second, third, and eventually the last. They earned their first fortune, 100 golden galleons. At home, Seraphina received a letter and money delivered by an owl. Holding the coins, she purchased additional paper, instructing Percy to continue following her plan. Following the family's secrets, they produced What Muggle Students Should Do, The Origins of Pure Bloods, and other captivating titles, further amassing wealth. After dividing the earnings, they each set aside a sum for necessary purchases. Dumbledore, we must conduct a thorough investigation. Snape slammed the pamphlet onto Dumbledore's desk. After glancing at it, Dumbledore chuckled, Severus, this is of little concern. Of little concern? Snape roared. Is it beneficial for students to read such frivolous pamphlets in class? I believe the grass inside is wasted. Dumbledore continued, Do not be angry, Severus. These materials can help Muggle children better understand the magical world. Oomph. Do as you please, Snape retorted, turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. Once Snape had left, Dumbledore opened his drawer and placed the pamphlet inside. Upon closer inspection, he had nearly purchased the entire series of pamphlets. The Weasley family has produced a remarkable child. Percy's endeavors were under Dumbledore's scrutiny. While he sought to profit, his actions, though ethically questionable, caused no substantial harm. Thus Dumbledore found no reason to intervene. On the contrary, he welcomed the notion of children engaging in activities outside of their studies. At the dinner table, Seraphina observed the joy on Arthur's face as he discussed Muggle items and asked, Father, what do you think about opening a Muggle goods experience shop in Diagon Alley? Wow, what a splendid idea! Arthur exclaimed, suddenly intrigued. Fred reached out to ruffle Seraphina's hair. Sister has a clever little mind. George chimed in, That mind is brimming with money-making ideas. Although Molly found the notion a bit fanciful, she respected her daughter's vision. She asked, What do you think we should do, Fina? Father works in the department of magical misuse of Muggle artifacts, which gives us a natural advantage. A significant number of Muggle students who graduate from Hogwarts remain in the magical community, and they, along with other wizards interested in Muggle items, are our target customers. Each year at the start of term, this shop can also serve as a resting point for Muggle students. In an unfamiliar environment, encountering familiar items will surely cause them to pause. Once Seraphina finished speaking, she noticed everyone at the table had halted their cutlery to look at her. My daughter is a business prodigy, Arthur proclaimed exuberantly. Molly enveloped Seraphina in a warm embrace and kissed her forehead. My child, you are marvelous. After the excitement, Arthur sighed. Alas, I do not possess such a substantial sum of money. The rent in Diagon Alley was exorbitant, and their family was already financially strained, making it impossible to invest such a sum. It will come, Father, Seraphina thought to herself. A semester passed, and Percy returned home from school. He sat upon a stool that seemed rather diminutive for his stature, gazing at his younger sister before him. Our little newspaper enjoys popularity, yet it cannot endure for long. Indeed, which is why I have conceived a new idea, Seraphina replied with a smile. She scrutinized her somewhat naive yet faintly serious brother from head to toe. You aren't contemplating any mischief against me, are you? Percy silently hugged himself in trepidation. Yes, Seraphina exclaimed with a mischievous grin. A genius has emerged from the impoverished Weasley family. Do you think it will cause a stir in the wizarding world? In an instant, Percy comprehended Seraphina's intention. What must I do? All you need to do is thoroughly read and memorize this article along with all its annotations. Seraphina produced a document and placed it in Percy's hands. Percy, filled with skepticism, picked up the paper and began to read it with great care. 10 minutes later, he erupted into an astonishing scream, hurriedly shoving the paper back into his grasp. This is your work. I cannot take it. Percy, I prefer to remain in the shadows. Seraphina retrieved the article that had fallen to the ground and returned it to Percy's hands. This article will serve as the first stepping stone in your career. Having grown up together, Seraphina knew Percy exceedingly well. Within his small frame resided grand ambitions. When she learned that he had been sorted into Gryffindor, she experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. However, his identity as a Gryffindor could only benefit him.
In July, the Daily Prophet published an article titled The Curiosities of Muggle Artifacts in the Wizarding World, authored by Percy Ignatius Weasley. Upon its release, The captivating headline combined with the author's esteemed surname created a sensation throughout the magical community. The reporters of the Daily Prophet swiftly sought an interview with this prodigy. Percy, appearing composed and unruffled before the camera, eloquently articulated his thoughts, thereby solidifying his reputation as a genius. Having received a meticulous makeover from Seraphina prior to the interview, he now embodied the aspirations of many who fantasized about a brilliant young mind. Calm, poised, and handsome, his popularity soared to unprecedented heights. Even Arthur, the financially challenged Weasley, found himself gracing the pages of the Daily Prophet. At Malfoy Manor, the platinum-haired young master pointed disdainfully at the newspaper on the table. Lucius chuckled as he unfolded the publication, gesturing towards Percy's photograph. Draco, you should be wary of such individuals. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Narcissa approached with exquisite pastries in hand, her brow slightly furrowing upon spotting the newspaper. Lucius, do you genuinely believe this article was penned by a Weasley? It matters not. Sissy, Lucius replied, indicating a particular line from the Daily Prophet's interview with Percy. This is the crux of the matter. Percy, in the upcoming year, Diagon Alley will open a Muggle artifact experience shop, inviting all interested wizards to come and explore. Lucius intoned softly, a free advertisement. It won't be long before this shop is inundated with customers, generating a fortune daily. Narcissa remained silent, having underestimated the Weasley family's potential. Ron, Ginny, come here. Seraphina beckoned her younger siblings. The two, who had been playing in the yard, dashed over, clutching Ron's broomstick, Ginny's latest dress, and a plethora of snacks. After handing these items to her siblings, Seraphina turned to leave. With Percy's burgeoning fame, within a mere month, the revenue from the Muggle Curiosities shop liberated the Weasley family from their financial struggles. Aside from items they wished to keep, everything in their home was newly acquired. As September 1st arrived, Hogwarts welcomed its new term. Bill and Charlie, the eldest of the Weasley children, remained unaffected by the family's newfound financial stability, continuing with their own pursuits. Meanwhile, Percy had ascended to celebrity status. To the first-year students, he had become an idol, while those who had once ridiculed him now donned flattering visages, eager to ingratiate themselves. Arthur was busy with work, and Molly tended to Ron and Ginny, while Fred and George appeared to be managing the shop, though it was Seraphina who orchestrated the operations behind the scenes. My dear sister, my clever sister, we have a challenging customer in the shop who requires your expertise, Fred and George chimed in unison. Seraphina set her book aside, descended the stairs, and instructed them. Take the camera, find an appropriate vantage point to record, and should any incident occur, submit it immediately to the Daily Prophet. Not a problem. Leave it to us. They replied, each grabbing a camera and a pair of binoculars as they scampered to the attic. Seraphina made her way to the hall, where she encountered a man with platinum hair, leaning on a cane and inspecting a beautiful porcelain vase. His demeanor exuded an air of authority rather than that of a mere customer. In an instant, Seraphina recognized the gentleman. Donning an appropriate smile, she greeted him, Mr. Malfoy. Good day. How may I assist you? Lucius set down the item he was holding and turned gracefully, scrutinizing the young girl before him. The Weasley family had many children, 6 boys and 2 girls. This child must be their eldest daughter, Seraphina. Although Lucius had a well-known discord with Arthur, he maintained his noble composure when addressing a girl of similar age to his own Draco. Good day, little one. As it happens, my wife's birthday is approaching, and the magical offerings seem rather uninspired. Thus, I seek to select a unique birthday gift for her. Do you have any recommendations? Seraphina smiled, Mr. Malfoy. You are indeed a devoted husband. With that, she approached the display case and retrieved a box from the innermost compartment. Opening it revealed a daffodil diamond brooch, roughly the size of a fist, featuring a deeper yellow diamond at its center surrounded by smaller yellow diamonds that sparkled brilliantly under the shop's lights. Lucius picked up the diamond brooch, admiring its clarity with quiet astonishment. Wrap it up, he instructed, placing the brooch back into the box. Certainly, Seraphina replied. Taking a length of silk to elegantly wrap the box containing the brooch, she presented it to him. 3,588 galleons, Mr. Malfoy. Very well, Lucius responded, retrieving a checkbook from his person, filling in the amount, and handing it to Seraphina before turning to depart. Upon returning home, Lucius presented the gift to Narcissa. What a stunning brooch, she exclaimed, her praise bringing Lucius great joy. I procured it from the Weasley family shop, he disclosed candidly. Narcissa paused, astonished. Their shop? You visited the Muggle Curiosity shop? Indeed, Lucius nodded. I encountered their eldest daughter. The one who is of similar age to Draco? Yes. Lucius took a sip from his teacup, exhibiting poise and propriety. She did not regard me with disdain despite my discord with her father. That is rather peculiar. Narcissa remarked in surprise. Do you wish to mend relations with the Weasley family? Her husband had ventured to his rival's home to spend a substantial sum on a brooch. suggesting motives beyond mere curiosity. You understand me well, sissy, Lucius smiled. The Malfoys must protect their family. Our Draco and this child are of the same year. They may even become classmates, and their camaraderie could serve as a safeguard in the future. How can you be certain this child will become a Slytherin? Narcissa countered. The Weasley family has always been Gryffindor. Lucius chuckled mysteriously. Trust my intuition. Seraphina is destined to be a Slytherin. Chapter 2. The first encounter with the Platinum Boy. Time flew by. After Bill graduated, he went to Gringotts in Egypt, while Charlie traveled to Romania to study dragons, his passion. Percy ascended to the position of prefect, and Fred and George continued to spread joy within the school. On the day they received their acceptance letters from Hogwarts, the family happened to be in the shop. Seraphina glanced at Molly. Mom, I'll take Ron with me. You can rest in the shop. Despite the considerable improvement in their financial situation, Molly remained diligent in managing the household. Of course, dear, she replied, planting a kiss on her daughter's forehead. Ron, stay close to your sister. I will, Mom. Ron nodded enthusiastically. He relished the opportunity to accompany Seraphina as she indulged all his desires. Let us go, Ron. Seraphina took her brother's hand as they stepped outside. As the second pair of twins in the family, they did not resemble their brothers as closely, but when standing together, their familial bond was unmistakable. During the annual back-to-school season, Diagon Alley was particularly congested. Ron anxiously inquired of his sister, Seraphina, may I have a new wand? Seraphina chuckled, of course, new wand. New robes, new books, new pets, whatever your heart desires, I shall procure for you. She was utterly accommodating to Ron and Ginny. Molly had often remarked that she would spoil them. However, Seraphina believed they were family, and earning money was solely for the betterment of one's kin. Oh yes, you're the best, sister. After several years, Ron had learned to appreciate Ginny's exuberant expressions. He felt no embarrassment, but rather that such declarations conveyed his feelings more effectively. Upon acquiring Hermes, Percy had given Ron the elderly mouse, Scabbers, who could no longer entertain the energetic child, leaving him eager for a new companion. Let us first procure a wand, Seraphina declared, having already gathered sufficient funds before leaving. The siblings arrived at Ollivander's wand shop, where the elderly proprietor had just finished attending to a previous customer, leaving the shop in disarray. Upon noticing the pair, he maneuvered carefully around the clutter towards them. With such similar hair and age, you must be the second pair of twins born to Arthur and Molly, am I right? Indeed, Mr. Ollivander, Seraphina replied. The two selected their respective wands from amidst the myriad of choices. Ron's wand was a 13-inch willow, infused with unicorn hair. Seraphina's wand matched Ron's length. Perhaps a unique synchronicity between twins, yet her core was dragon heartstring and crafted from ebony. After exiting the wand shop, they ventured to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where most of the attire for young witches and wizards could be found. Good morning, dear little customers. How may I assist you? Madame Malkin greeted them with a smile, and upon recognizing Seraphina, she exclaimed, Miss Weasley. What a delightful surprise. Good morning, Madame Malkin, Seraphina replied with a gentle nod. We are here to have school robes tailored. You know my measurements, please proceed accordingly. Afterward, she introduced her brother. This is my brother Ron, who needs his measurements taken. Mr. Weasley, if you would come this way, Madame Malkin said, personally guiding Ron away. Seraphina settled into a chair within the shop and idly picked up a magazine, casually flipping through its pages. She later found a pen and circled the accessories she fancied, intending to present them to Madame Malkin when she returned. That red-haired lad looks like he belongs to the Weasley family, doesn't he? One customer remarked. Yes, judging by his age, he must be the youngest Weasley, another replied. Oh, goodness gracious. Wasn't their family quite impoverished? What brings them to Madame Malkin's shop? That was in the past. They are quite wealthy now. Time flew by. It had been 5 years since Seraphina had departed from the magical realm. Their conversation drifted from the Weasley family to the observations he had made during his time in America. Seraphina's position was obscured by a clothing rack, rendering her invisible to the conversing patrons. The Weasley family's rise from poverty had evidently become a popular topic among wizards, their astonishment tinged with an unmistakable undercurrent of jealousy. As Seraphina continued to sketch in her magazine, a sharp voice pierced her concentration. Well, look who we have here. The red-haired Weasley. Upon hearing the voice, Seraphina promptly discarded her book and rushed to Ron's side. She discerned the identity of the insolent boy before her. With his platinum hair, there was no doubt he was Arthur's nemesis, Malfoy. However, the boy before them was merely a brash young Malfoy. Seraphina gently patted the fuming Ron and then cast a cold gaze at the boy. Mr. Malfoy, your hair looks splendid. So smooth that even flies would be perplexed about where to land. Young Malfoy, evidently lacking his father's cunning, took some time to process her sarcasm. I shall tell my father. You shall see. Young Malfoy retorted angrily. Seraphina smiled and glanced toward the entrance, Mr. Malfoy, your timing is impeccable. Ron looked at Seraphina in horror. Her tone was unmistakably sardonic. Fina, Ron tugged at Seraphina's sleeve. Lucius, upon overhearing, paused and approached Draco, stating sternly, Draco, apologize to Miss Weasley and Mr. Weasley. He could discern that the young girl was not jesting. She would undoubtedly follow through on her words. Father? Draco gazed incredulously at his father. Lucius patted his son's shoulder, silently urging him to comply. Reluctantly, Draco muttered, I'm sorry. His voice was barely audible, but Seraphina did not hold it against him. She turned to Madame Malkin. Please send our school robes to the Muggle Curiosity Shop. Thank you. She then pointed to a magazine on the coffee table in the corner. I would like all the clothing and accessories circled in this magazine. Here is the deposit, she said, producing a check and placing it on the counter. Very well, Miss Weasley. Madame Malkin beamed as she accepted the check. Goodbye, Mr. Malfoy. With that, Seraphina took Ron's hand, and they exited Madame Malkin's shop. After Lucius reunited with Draco and Narcissa, the mother immediately discerned her son's discontent. The first inquiry upon returning home was about what had transpired. Mother, father made me apologize to that red-haired Weasley, Draco lamented, clinging to his mother's arm. Lucius, what happened? Narcissa turned to her husband. Lucius sighed. While mocking the Weasley siblings in Madame Malkin's shop, had I not arrived in time, Draco would have faced a severe reprimand. Was it that girl? Narcissa recalled the girl her and Lucius had previously discussed. Indeed, Lucius nodded, leaning down to speak to Draco. If all goes as expected, she will be your classmate. Cultivating a good relationship with her will only benefit the Malfoy family. I understand. Father, Draco responded obediently, yet within, he bristled at the notion. Determined to reclaim his pride. Chapter 3. I shall join Slytherin. During dinner, the Weasley family's table overflowed with a sumptuous array of dishes. The steaming entrees exuding tantalizing aromas. The family gathered around the table, Arthur enthusiastically discussing Gryffindor while shoveling potatoes into his mouth. Children, Gryffindor is the most illustrious house at Hogwarts. It is filled with bravery, justice, and fearlessness. The Weasley family has always been Gryffindors. With this, he proudly puffed out his chest. His eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice rising in fervor. Arthur glanced at Seraphina and Ron, his expression brimming with anticipation. Fina, Ron, you must both join Gryffindor. There, you will meet like-minded friends. Gryffindors possess the courage of lions, daring to face any challenge. This spirit will accompany you throughout your lives. As Arthur spoke, it was evident that the Weasley family had a long-standing legacy in Gryffindor, with several of his older children already being members. Surely the rest would follow suit. Ron's eyes gleamed with excitement as he asked, Really, Dad? With all his brothers being Gryffindors. Ron had aspired to join their ranks since childhood. Arthur smiled warmly, ruffling Ron's hair. Absolutely, my boy. In Gryffindor, you will forge the most precious friendships and memories. After Bill and Charlie graduated, one becoming a curse breaker at Gringotts and the other studying dragons in Romania, Percy had now taken on the role of Gryffindor prefect, while the twins, though mischievous, still managed commendable grades. Possessing a remarkable business acumen, they have embarked on the pursuit of investors for their enterprise. Of course, this investor happens to be their sister, Seraphina. This year, Seraphina and Ron are set to enroll, followed by Ginny next year. In Arthur's eyes, the children have always been a source of pride. Seraphina gently set down her cutlery, preparing to disappoint Arthur. Father, I wish to attend Slytherin. Her tone was flat, as if she were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Fred and George, who had been chatting animatedly, stared at Seraphina in astonishment. Ron and Ginny widened their eyes, fixated on their sister. Upon hearing her words, Arthur's fork clattered onto the plate, his gaze fixed on Seraphina in disbelief. The air hung heavy in silence for a moment, until Molly tenderly intervened. It's all right, dear. Slytherin is acceptable too. Her words were a struggle, almost forced from between clenched teeth. Percy observed the exchange silently, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Since Seraphina earned her first earnings, he had recognized that his sister was no ordinary girl. Though the smile faded from Arthur's face, he did not express anger. Instead, he spoke gently. Fina, that place is filled with individuals who place great value on bloodlines and harbor complex motives. Attending there will be quite arduous for you. After speaking, he exchanged a glance with Molly, both perceiving a familiar name in each other's eyes, Sirius Black. It was indeed a remarkable feat for a member of the Black family to emerge from Slytherin as a Gryffindor. And such a phenomenon was about to unfold within the Weasley family. Arthur wished to say more, but Molly softly placed a hand on his, urging him to maintain his composure. The atmosphere at the dining table grew heavy, enveloped in an uncomfortable silence, occasionally interrupted by the distant hoots of owls outside, breaking the awkward stillness. After dinner, Percy found Seraphina in her room. He gently closed the door and approached the window, allowing the moonlight to cascade over them, dispelling some of the oppressive silence. Percy inquired, "Fina, do you truly wish to attend Slytherin?" "Percy, I aim to stand at the pinnacle of the wizarding world, to breathe in that air. I desire my name to be etched upon the annals of history, to become a true legend." Seraphina tilted her head slightly, her eyes brimming with a singular word, ambition. Percy felt a jolt. Seraphina's ambition was formidable, rivaling that of a certain individual. Seraphina discerned the confusion and shock reflected in Percy's gaze. She chuckled lightly. "Percy, would you continue our collaboration? I will support you in becoming Minister of Magic, while I shall assume the role of head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Percy was taken aback. "That department does not exist. Once you become minister, it will." Seraphina replied with a mysterious smile. Percy was once again astonished by Seraphina. Merlin's beard. He had thought his own ambitions were grand. Yet he had not anticipated that his sister's aspirations would surpass his own. Perhaps sensing Percy's hesitation, Seraphina began to delineate two figures. One was the hero of the wizarding world, Albus Dumbledore, who had triumphed over the Dark Lord on 2 occasions. The other was the second Dark Lord, Voldemort, instilling terror within the wizarding realm. "Percy, Dumbledore is a great white wizard, a stalwart guardian of Hogwarts, a formidable bulwark against the encroaching darkness, offering hope to countless students during the protracted struggle against Voldemort. This is his legacy." Percy nodded, yet his brow remained furrowed, as if he awaited Seraphina's further elucidation. Seraphina paused briefly before continuing. "However, he too has his limitations. Dumbledore is overly idealistic, perpetually believing he can redeem all with love and justice, while neglecting the harsh realities that exist. For instance, regarding those pureblood families covertly supporting Voldemort, he merely turns a blind eye, failing to take decisive action, which allowed Voldemort to rise once more. He consistently responds to crises reactively, only taking action after calamity strikes. He remains blind to the decay of those ancient families and turns a deaf ear to the undercurrents of blood purity. What the wizarding world requires is not a mere firefighter, but a leader capable of proactive measures to fundamentally transform the status quo." Percy opened his mouth, intending to counter her argument, yet found himself at a loss for words. As he was to commence his 5th year, he had witnessed the profound discord between Gryffindor and Slytherin during his 4 years at Hogwarts. Their enmity had reached an irreconcilable depth. Indeed, if the students of the two houses could not reconcile, what of the adults within the wizarding community? Their conflicts would undoubtedly be far more severe than those experienced at Hogwarts. After discussing Dumbledore, Seraphina shifted her focus to Voldemort. As for Voldemort, he is utterly absurd. He knows only to rule through violence and fear, ensnaring countless innocent lives in his war, plunging the entire wizarding world into chaos. His so-called purification of the wizarding community is merely a facade to satiate his twisted thirst for power. He possesses no concern for what this world truly needs. Seraphina scoffed. His only virtues lie in his formidable magical prowess and unparalleled ambition. In that regard, I am confident I surpass him. The name that sent shivers down many spines rolled off Seraphina's tongue with an air of nonchalance, and her resolute demeanor as she uttered her final statement filled Percy with a sense of foreboding. "Do you wish to become the new Dark Lord?" Percy could not help but inquire, urgency lacing his voice. He dreaded hearing her affirmation. Alas, his hopes were dashed. "Indeed, I aspire to be the new Dark Lord. I shall shatter the archaic norms and reshape the order of the wizarding world." The girl's voice rang out with conviction, striking Percy's heart with a resounding impact. Who would ever suspect that such words could emerge from the lips of an 11-year-old? "Oh, no, wait. Seraphina is no ordinary child." Percy spoke with concern. "Fina, this path is fraught with difficulties. Do you comprehend the multitude of adversaries you will encounter?" Yet Seraphina shrugged off his concerns nonchalantly. "Opposition? What of it? Throughout history, what great reformer has not faced resistance? Those who fear change are the very stones obstructing the advancement of the wizarding world." "Percy, do you know what the Muggle world has evolved into? Failing to keep pace with the times means awaiting the fate of being discarded." Since the opening of the Muggle Curiosity Shop, Seraphina has frequently traversed the Muggle and wizarding realms, witnessing the disparities firsthand. The time it takes for you to cast a spell is ample for them to fire off multiple rounds. The cost of stagnation is the gradual demise of the wizarding world, until wizards become mere relics of literature. Percy still harbored ambition, yet remained ensnared within the confines of traditional rules. He had never considered achieving his dreams through unscrupulous means. In other words, he had never contemplated innovation or creating something anew. "Percy, as long as we execute our plans flawlessly, no one will hinder us." Seraphina's eyes sparkled with mischief. Her innocent expression belied the gravity of her words. Percy remained silent for a long while, internally weighing the pros and cons. Although Seraphina's plan was audacious, It was equally enticing. If they could indeed realize her vision, perhaps they could alter the very fabric of the wizarding world. I need to contemplate this, Percy finally said. His voice measured. Seraphina smiled, sensing his wavering resolve. Very well, I shall grant you time. But Percy, you must understand, this is our opportunity to alter our fate. Miss this chance, and it may never come again. Beneath the moonlight, the silhouettes of two figures were elongated. Chapter 4, The Newcomers of Slytherin. On the 1st of September, the day Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry commenced its new term, Molly escorted her children to platform 9 3/4. Fred and George were once again engaged in their game of identity swapping, prompting a resigned sigh from Molly. Fina, go on, she urged. Ron, listen to Percy and Fina while at school. Understood, Mum. Goodbye. The two traversed the wall and boarded the train. Just as they settled into a compartment, Percy soon appeared. Fina, come out for a moment. Ron, I'll be right back, Fina reassured him. She turned to Ron. If you wish to purchase anything. The money is in my bag. I know, Ron nodded in acknowledgement. Percy and Seraphina made their way to the train's connecting area, a small space that served as a temporary locale for their conversation. I've come to an agreement, Percy finally stated after much contemplation during the journey to Hogwarts. Pleasant collaboration, Seraphina extended her hand. Pleasant collaboration, Percy reciprocated the handshake. This marked their second formal handshake, cementing their bond as siblings by blood and partners by circumstance. Fina, Slytherin values bloodlines. Even though the Weasley family is pure blood, I fear you may still face exclusion once you enter. Releasing his grip, Percy remained the caring brother, protective of his siblings, a role he naturally embodied. Percy, do not worry. Within a month, I will establish my footing in Slytherin, Seraphina declared with confidence. Percy instinctively trusted Seraphina, though he could not foresee how her assertion would manifest a month hence. Return now. I must patrol the compartments, Percy instructed. All right. I shall see you at Hogwarts. Seraphina waved as she headed back to the compartment. Upon entering, she was surprised to find a small boy seated opposite Ron, both already donned in their robes. Fina, Ron exclaimed excitedly, Harry Potter, the chosen one. Harry appeared somewhat bewildered, having assumed he was alone in the compartment with Ron. Glancing at the girl at the door, he surmised her connection to Ron. Hello, Mr. Potter. I am Ron's sister, Seraphina Weasley. She took a seat and extended her hand. I am Harry Potter. Harry shook her hand, nodding gently. Seraphina gazed out the window, announcing to the two, Weasley arrived. It is time to disembark. Ron and Harry followed Seraphina off the train. First years, follow me. Hagrid, carrying a lantern, led all the first-year students onto boats. Once everyone was seated, the boats began to glide through the dark waters. Ron instinctively clutched Seraphina's sleeve, while Harry gazed enviously at the duo. I wish I had siblings too. Soon, they beheld the magnificent magical castle of Hogwarts. After disembarking, the giant Hagrid entrusted the children to another figure, a witch radiating an air of meticulousness, undoubtedly the Gryffindor headmistress, Minerva McGonagall, whom Percy had mentioned. The children followed her into the great hall, where 4 long tables were laden with food, occupied by numerous students clad in uniforms. Seraphina glanced towards the Gryffindor table, where Fred and George were waving at her and Ron, while Percy nodded subtly, acknowledging their presence. Fina, if I end up in Gryffindor, Fred and George will surely torment me, Ron lamented. Seek out Percy. He will assist you, Seraphina advised. Fine. Although Percy often wore a stern expression and was rigid in his adherence to rules and order, he had taken on the role of the eldest brother since Bill and Charlie left home, helping their parents manage the younger siblings. Standing behind them, Draco observed Harry, who had rejected him, conversing with the red-haired Weasley, and his dissatisfaction intensified. Recalling his father's admonitions before their departure, he began to devise his plans. Once all the young witches and wizards had entered the great hall, they halted before a tattered hat. Dumbledore, seated above, slowly rose, adorned in splendid robes, his silver beard shimmering softly in the light, his eyes radiating warmth and authority. Professor McGonagall approached the old hat with a list in hand. When I call your name, please come forward. One by one, the young wizards were summoned, apprehensively stepping forward as the hat rested upon their heads and promptly declared their houses, eliciting applause from the students at the corresponding table. Ron Weasley. Oh, yet another Weasley. I believe I know precisely where you belong, Gryffindor. Fred and George at the Gryffindor table clapped vigorously, introducing Ron as their younger brother to their neighboring classmates. Only Percy regarded Seraphina with a thoughtful expression. Seraphina Weasley. As soon as the sorting hat touched Seraphina's head, it was jolted by a powerful and unfamiliar force. It had encountered students driven by a thirst for knowledge, courage, or friendship, but now, it was overwhelmed by Seraphina's ambition, surging like a tidal wave. Had everyone been able to hear its voice, Seraphina would undoubtedly have become the talk of the school, a future candidate for Azkaban. Unfortunately, Only Seraphina could comprehend its words. Child, you are the most extraordinary individual I have ever encountered. The path you choose is fraught with thorns, and you shall face numerous challenges and adversaries. The Sorting Hat spoke gently, akin to a kindly elder. I fear neither challenge nor adversary. I possess ample wisdom and courage to confront all, Seraphina replied, unperturbed and brimming with self-assurance. Her ambition forbade her from being a mere bystander. She was resolute in her desire to achieve her goals. The Sorting Hat fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing its options. Finally, it announced loudly, Slytherin. The proclamation reverberated throughout the hall, inciting a small uproar. Following the commotion, an eerie silence enveloped the space, all eyes fixated on this peculiar offspring of the family. The headmaster and the other house heads regarded Seraphina with fervent gazes laden with complex emotions. Among them, the most intense and intricate were Dumbledore and Snape, who exchanged glances, each seeing a name reflected in the other's eyes. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore rose from his seat. The hall fell into immediate silence, all eyes drawn to him. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore spoke in a loud, clear voice, "Students, welcome to Hogwarts. I have a few important rules to announce." He paused slightly, surveying each youthful face to ensure they were attentively listening. Firstly, first-year students, please be advised that it is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. And likewise, the corridor on the 4th floor is off-limits. His gaze turned particularly stern as he emphasized this point. Dumbledore's voice reverberated throughout the hall, impressing upon each newcomer the significance of the established regulations. Upon concluding the announcement of the school rules, a benevolent smile graced Dumbledore's face as he inclined his head slightly, saying, "Well then, students, I hope you will all remember these regulations. Now let us commence our meal." With his words, the hall erupted into thunderous applause, which continued for an extended duration. After taking his seat, Dumbledore cast a sweeping glance across the Gryffindor table, noting that among the Weasleys, only Percy appeared unperturbed, seemingly unfazed by his sister's sorting into Slytherin. The prodigy of the Weasley clan, the anomaly of the Weasley family. These two individuals seemed to be the most unpredictable variables within the Weasley lineage. Chapter 5. The first blow delivered to Pansy. As the next student was sorted, the pupils at the Slytherin table seemed to finally react, offering sparse applause that echoed hesitantly across the long table. The expressions on their faces resembled those who had inadvertently bitten into a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean that was undoubtedly of the atrocious dung flavor. Am I not welcomed here, my esteemed upperclassmen and dear classmates? Seraphina smiled faintly, surveying each face along the table, much like a queen surveying her dominion. Slytherin was her initial battlefield. Some of these students would soon become her defeated adversaries, while others would emerge as her most loyal subordinates. Their families would soon weigh the pros and cons and align themselves with her faction. Seraphina took great pleasure in observing their current expressions. They glanced left and right, seemingly unprepared for the Weasley inquiry. Draco mocked, "No one in Slytherin welcomes you. Perhaps you should seek out Dumbledore and request a transfer. Given the Weasley family's loyalty to Dumbledore, he would surely accommodate your request." His words elicited laughter from several at the table, though their upbringing restrained them from vocalizing their amusement. Seraphina scoffed dismissively, turning to the assembly and inquiring, "Do you concur with Malfoy's sentiments?" Her gaze transformed into a series of glistening daggers, sharply sweeping over those present. Among them were several who stood in solidarity with Draco, nodding ever so slightly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Seraphina unabashedly pointed out those who had nodded. "I hope you do not come to regret your decision today." With that, she shifted her attention back to the sorting ceremony. The individuals she had singled out exchanged glances, uncertain of what this Weasley was truly scheming. As the Sorting Hat proclaimed the last student's fate, the opening feast commenced, and the banquet table was laden with sumptuous delicacies, enticing the appetites of all present. While upperclassmen from other houses regaled the newcomers with tales of the school's intriguing customs and traditions, Slytherin remained an exception. The only sounds at their table were the clattering of cutlery and dishes. They prided themselves on being the aristocracy of the wizarding world, adhering rigidly to a set of unwritten standards. After the dinner concluded, Seraphina followed the Slytherin prefect to the dormitory, just as she set her luggage down. Before she could properly assess her new surroundings, a sharp voice pierced the air from the doorway. "Oh, isn't that the red-haired Weasley? Daring to come to Slytherin? Thinking this is a place for you?" Pansy strutted in, arms crossed defiantly, flanked by several Slytherin girls. Here it was. They were delivering Seraphina her inaugural gift as she entered Slytherin. Seraphina regarded the provocative girl before her with a calm demeanor, refraining from an immediate response. She simply stood there, her eyes betraying a hint of indifference. Pansy continued her tirade, her tone laced with venom. "In Slytherin, you must abide by our rules." Seraphina remained silent, slowly drawing her wand from within her robes. Upon witnessing this, Pansy did not flinch in fear, but instead laughed derisively. What? Do you think you can intimidate me with your wand? You think I would fear you? For an 11-year-old witch, without systematic education, a wand was merely a decorative piece. However, before Pansy could finish her taunt, Seraphina swiftly brandished her wand and incanted, Petrificus Totalis. A flash of light enveloped Pansy, freezing her in place. Her eyes wide and maintaining her previous haughty expression, yet her body was rendered immobile. Seraphina had practiced this spell countless times at home. The Ministry of Magic forbade underage wizards from using magic outside school, but prior to today, Seraphina had not been a student at Hogwarts. Moreover, with Arthur and Molly, 2 adult wizards residing at the Burrow, Seraphina had seized the opportunity to practice various spells. You dare to cast a spell on me. Though unable to move, Pansy could still voice her outrage, glaring fiercely at Seraphina. The girls behind Pansy stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Clearly, they had underestimated this red-haired Weasley. Seraphina approached Pansy, locking eyes with her and stating, I do not appreciate your method of greeting. She then turned her icy gaze towards the girls accompanying Pansy. They're chill enough to send shivers down their spines. If Pansy held any value, these girls were expendable pawns. I have a short temper. Do not provoke me. The girls, intimidated by Seraphina's formidable presence, nodded hurriedly, assisting Pansy as they quickly exited the dormitory. Seraphina watched their retreating figures, returning her wand to her robes and humming a tune as she organized her belongings. This year, Slytherin had an odd number of female students, and no one wished to share a room with a Weasley, thus leaving Seraphina alone. However, she was overjoyed at the prospect of having the spacious dormitory all to herself. On the first day of term, sunlight streamed through the tall windows of the classroom, illuminating the neatly arranged cauldrons and various potion ingredients. Seraphina arrived early at the potions classroom, her gaze quickly scanning the room as she made her way to the last row. This position provided an excellent vantage point, allowing her to observe every student's movements, facilitating her search for suitable companions. Before long, classmates began to trickle into the classroom, gradually filling the space with chatter. It was unclear who had conceived the idea of having Gryffindor and Slytherin, 2 sworn adversaries, attend class together. It seemed they relished in the chaos. Shortly thereafter, Draco Malfoy strode in with an air of superiority, followed by a few companions. Clad in a crisp Slytherin robe, his signature platinum hair shone brilliantly under the classroom lights. Upon entering, Draco quickly spotted Seraphina, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. He then vigorously flicked the hem of his robe and strode to the front row, adjusting his cuffs with a haughty demeanor. However, as the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, he possessed the right to such arrogance. The childish expression on his face struck Seraphina as peculiar. It was astonishing that such a cunning Malfoy could produce such an innocent offspring. Almost simultaneously, Ron burst into the classroom, his disheveled red hair suggesting he had just emerged from a minor ruckus. Upon spotting Seraphina, Ron's face lit up with a radiant smile, and he dashed over to her side without hesitation. With a dramatic flourish, he pulled out a chair, causing a gust of wind in his wake. Harry followed closely behind, offering Seraphina a nod before taking a seat next to Ron. Fina, I finally found you. This place is quite the challenge to locate, Ron grumbled, scratching his head. Seraphina produced a comb and mirror from her belongings and handed them to Ron, encouraging him to tidy his hair. All right. Ron skillfully accepted the items and began to groom his appearance. Under Seraphina's influence, Ginny and Ron also took great care in their looks. With the improvement in their family circumstances, Seraphina's greatest joy became purchasing clothes for her younger siblings and adorning them. Young children who are well-dressed and clean attract more companions for play. The hierarchy among children is more transparent than that among adults, and their words can be sharper as well. Fina, how do I look now? Ron turned around, awaiting Seraphina's inspection. She appraised him from head to toe. Very good. Just remember to leave earlier next time. Ron nodded slightly, yet only he knew that rising early was a promise he would struggle to keep. Harry observed the interaction between the siblings, momentarily lost in thought. After the sorting hat ceremony yesterday, he had met Ron's brothers at the long table. Percy, the prefect, appeared quite serious, but Harry noticed a hint of anxiety on his face during Ron and Seraphina's sorting. Fred and George were amusing, often draping their arms around Ron's shoulders to introduce him to their classmates. The woman and girl he had seen on platform 9 3/4 were their mother and sister, and the sight of their happy family filled him with envy. Chapter 6. Hermione, a friend from Gryffindor. Draco had been quietly conversing with a classmate when he caught sight of Harry and Ron seated beside Seraphina. A mocking smile immediately crept onto his lips. Oh, look who it is. The infamous Harry Potter, associating with a couple of Weasleys, he drawled in a thin, haughty voice. What's the matter, Potter? Can't find any friends and are left to mingle with these paupers? His voice echoed in the classroom, drawing the attention of several students. Blaise glanced at the silent pansy, puzzled by her lack of support for Draco today. Ron's face turned a deep shade of crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Clenching his fists, he stood up to retort. Malfoy, has your mouth been stuffed with dung? It reeks. All eyes turned to Ron, except for the Muggle-born students, who were still trying to comprehend the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Wizarding children had been cautioned by their families not to provoke the Malfoys before the school year began. Ron's words ignited Draco's fury. Weasley, Popper. Draco leapt from his seat, pointing at Ron, his face contorted with rage, his once pale skin now flushed. Popper? Pray tell, Mr. Malfoy. From where do you perceive our plight? Seraphina interjected, her expression inscrutable as she regarded Draco. Her retort left him momentarily speechless. The robes worn by Seraphina and Ron were custom-made by Madame Malkin, and their books were the latest additions from Flourish and Blots. Indeed, the term pauper had no bearing on the Weasley family now. They were likely wealthier than most present. The pureblood ideology was a minority, and a Muggle curiosity shop had attracted a significant portion of the wizarding community, excluding the industries that the Weasleys had invested in. Malfoy, you are merely adept at verbal sparring, Seraphina scoffed, eliciting Draco's irritation. Just then, Professor Snape entered the classroom with measured steps, and an immediate silence fell. Draco huffed dismissively and turned away, no longer regarding them. This altercation was merely the beginning. The tension between Seraphina and Draco would smolder like a hidden flame, ready to ignite at any moment. The thought of conquering such an individual as her subordinate filled Seraphina with a profound sense of accomplishment. Ron's chest heaved with residual anger. Ron, you were very brave. Seraphina never hesitated to praise her brother. Ron smiled. Fina, I will do even better in the future. I believe in you, Seraphina replied. Harry gently patted Ron's shoulder and murmured, Ron, it's not worth getting upset over such trivialities. Professor Snape, clad in a flowing black robe, moved with a grace that exuded an invisible sense of oppression. His greasy black hair obscured his stern features. He surveyed the classroom with his piercing gaze, commencing the potions lesson. Throughout the session, Professor Snape outlined the steps and precautions for brewing a particular potion. His tone cold yet professional. His words reverberated with reverence for potions, accompanied by disdain for the seemingly foolish first-year students before him. Upon noticing Harry Potter, a flicker of something unidentifiable crossed his expression, and he began to torment Harry. Approaching Harry's desk, Snape narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired, Potter, what would happen if I added powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? The question hung in the air, and the classroom fell silent as all eyes turned to Harry. Nervously, Harry licked his lips. His mind was a blank slate. Acutely aware of the curious gazes from his peers, some filled with intrigue, others with anticipation of amusement. Harry subtly shook his head, honestly replying, I don't know, sir. A mocking smile curled at Snape's lips as he ignored Hermione's raised hand, continuing to press Harry. Shall we try again, Potter? If I were to ask you to fetch a piece of Dunkstone, where would you go to find it? I don't know, sir. Harry's face flushed as he shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his expression rife with embarrassment. Draco Malfoy and his henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, laughed uproariously nearby. Draco taunted in a sing-song voice. Look, the great hero Harry Potter can't even answer such a simple question. Snape disregarded Draco's jeering, his hawk-like eyes fixated on Harry. I suspect you haven't even cracked open a book before the term started, have you, Potter? Under the immense pressure, Harry nervously stared into Snape's eyes, sensing an inexplicable hostility directed at him. In a hushed tone, he suggested, I don't know, but I think Hermione knows the answer. Why don't you call on her? Sit down, Miss Granger. Snape snapped, abruptly turning to glare at Hermione. He then set his textbook aside, placing his hands behind his back as he slowly approached Harry's desk, leaning in to meet his gaze. Let me enlighten you, Potter. Powdered daffodil root and wormwood together create a potent sleeping draught, known as the Draught of Living Death. Dunkstone is a stone extracted from a goat's stomach, possessing strong detoxifying properties. Why don't you all make a note of this? As the hurried rustle of quills and parchment filled the air, Snape straightened up and coldly added, Potter, for your impertinence towards a teacher, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. A faint chorus of dismay arose from the Gryffindor students. While the Slytherins reveled in the spectacle, Harry felt his cheeks burn with shame for the loss of points for his house. Seraphina, seated below, keenly observed the subtle shifts in Professor Snape's expression. The animosity towards the Savior is so profound. Could there be an undisclosed history between the two parties? After harassing Harry, Snape returned to the podium. Today, we shall concoct a potion frequently encountered in the ordinary wizarding level examinations, the calming draught, which serves to pacify and soothe feelings of agitation and anxiety. The ingredients must be added to the cauldron in a precise order and quantity, and the mixture must be stirred a specified number of times, neither more nor less. First clockwise, then counterclockwise. As the cauldron boils, the flame's temperature must be lowered to a particular standard, not too high nor too low, and maintained for a designated duration before the final ingredient can be introduced. As Snape spoke, he demonstrated at the podium with fluidity. What appeared daunting to the students seemed as effortless as conversation in his capable hands. A silvery mist billowed from the cauldron as Snape set down his tools and instructed the students. Now pair up and commence your practicals. With his command, students began seeking their partners, the classroom erupting into a cacophony of noise. Seraphina noticed Hermione standing alone, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes as she hurried towards her. Miss Granger, may I partner with you? Hermione was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Seraphina's invitation. Of course, Miss Weasley, Hermione replied with enthusiasm. The rift between Slytherin and Gryffindor was something Hermione had learned from books, but the reality remained elusive to her. Just call me Fina, Seraphina said. Hermione. The two girls clasped hands, their gesture both formal and warm. Ron and Harry naturally fell into a pair, both evidently lacking in potion-making prowess. Seraphina and Hermione's collaboration could only be described as harmonious. Their brewed potion was one of the two that escaped Snape's criticism. Once they finished, Seraphina glanced at Ron and Harry, noting their precarious situation. She leaned towards Hermione and whispered, Hermione, I shall be right back. Seraphina approached Ron and reminded him, now add the powdered moonstone. Oh, right, Ron replied, adding the moonstone powder. Watching the cauldron emit a faint shimmering silver mist, Ron and Harry sighed in relief. Snape stood at the podium, his expression inscrutable as he observed Seraphina. As class ended, students surged forth, vacating the potions classroom. Hermione and Seraphina walked side by side for a while. Hermione, it was a pleasure partnering with you. The astute and eager Hermione would be Seraphina's ideal conduit into Gryffindor. Although Gryffindor housed her brothers, it was essential to navigate past them, for only then would the Gryffindors regard her, a Slytherin, with a fresh perspective. Fina, likewise, Hermione replied, delighted to have met Seraphina, her new friend. The first-year curriculum was not extensive, and soon they parted ways to return to their respective dormitories. Chapter 7, Draco's Provocation. Upon arriving at the Slytherin common room, she was obstructed by Goyle and Crabbe. Oh, look who has returned. Draco's familiar mocking voice resonated within the chamber, as he lounged against a dark green sofa, idly toying with his wand. Mixed in with the mudbloods of Gryffindor, the Weasley truly is a disgrace to purebloods, Draco said, casting a taunting glance at Seraphina. What a blight upon Slytherin. Indeed, Crabbe and Goyle echoed in agreement. Zabini and Nott remained silent, yet they undoubtedly acquiesced to Draco's sentiments. Mudblood. Draco, what era are you living in to still employ such antiquated terminology? Seraphina calmly seated herself opposite Draco, leaning slightly forward, her ocean-deep gaze fixed intently on him. Hermione's magical aptitude is remarkable, rivaling yours, a child raised within the wizarding world. What else can you do besides leverage your family's prestige to hurl venomous words at others? Draco's countenance darkened instantaneously. He clenched his wand tightly, knuckles whitening with exertion. A mudblood is a mudblood, regardless of her capabilities. Her lineage condemns her to inferiority. And you? Get out of Slytherin this instant. Petrificus totalis. The incantation sealed Draco's incessant chatter as well as that of the others present. In his plea for assistance, Draco realized that his companions were rooted to the spot. After surveying the room, Seraphina let out a soft sigh. I, for one, prefer not to be interrupted while speaking, so I must regretfully impose a temporary silence upon you. Should I hear any further derogatory remarks against the Weasley family, laced with discrimination, it won't merely be silence that you face. Malfoy, I await the day you demand I leave Slytherin. Her tone remained calm, devoid of discernible emotion, and with that, she rose and exited the common room. Were it not for Malfoy's utility, Seraphina would have relished the opportunity to demonstrate the full extent of her magical prowess upon him. Before long, the enchantment on Draco and his companions was lifted. I shall inform my father, Draco exclaimed, fury etched upon his face as he watched Seraphina depart. Blaise turned to Pansy. Did you experience this last night? Indeed, Pansy nodded. She had refrained from mentioning it earlier, both due to time constraints and the notion that she should not be the sole one to experience the Weasley's formidable nature. This Weasley is different from the others. The group looked on in astonishment at Nott, who rarely spoke, now regarding Seraphina with such significance. Blaise, curious, inquired, how so? He was eager to hear Nott's perspective. Nott shook his head. In due time, you will understand. In the dead of night, the Slytherin dormitory lay in silence, save for the warm glow emanating from Draco's room. Draco sat at his desk, his expression dark and foreboding, the flickering candlelight casting shadows upon his contorted features. He retrieved a sheet of fine parchment, took up a quill, dipped it in ink, and began to write fervently. Father, he inscribed, his handwriting slightly erratic due to his inner fury. I must vent to you about the various indignities I encountered at school today. That Seraphina Weasley is a disgrace to Slytherin. He paused. The image of Seraphina laughing with Hermione invading his thoughts, and his grip on the quill tightened instinctively as he continued. She brazenly associates with the mud-blood Granger, flaunting her collusion before all. Several sheets of parchment proved insufficient to contain Draco's pent-up ire, ultimately summarizing his sentiments in one phrase. Let Seraphina be expelled from Slytherin. Finally, Draco meticulously signed his name, folded the parchment with care, placed it in an envelope, and sealed it with wax. He summoned his owl, attaching the letter to its leg, watching as it flapped its wings and vanished into the night. At Malfoy Manor, Draco's owl alighted at the window of Lucius's study, carrying a thick envelope. Lucius removed the envelope, glanced at it briefly, and proceeded to the bedroom in search of Narcissa. Lucius, that child has indeed entered Slytherin. Narcissa exclaimed incredulously after reading the letter. Lucius sat upon the sofa, his cane clasped in his hand. I was not mistaken. She is a genuine Slytherin. The ability of Lucius to discern character played a crucial role in their family's escape from the purge of Death Eaters. Cecilia, what do you suppose Weasley's ambition is? Lucius inquired, as he wished for his wife to speculate on Seraphina's intentions. Wealth, status, and power, the trifecta. She has already acquired wealth. What remains are status and power. Objectively speaking, does she aspire to become an official in the Ministry of Magic, thereby altering the Weasley family's circumstances? Somewhat, yet I sense it is not so straightforward. Lucius concurred with his wife's assessment, yet he believed Seraphina harbored complexities beyond the surface. Despite being looked down upon, the Weasley family is among the few remaining pureblood families, and is indeed part of the Sacred 28. What about the little dragon? Narcissa exclaimed, her concern mounting as her child shared classes with Seraphina at school. Lucius took Narcissa's hand, softly reassuring her. Cecilia, the Weasleys are not foolish enough to harm members of the Malfoy family. If Seraphina seeks to achieve great things, she would never jeopardize the leader of a pureblood family. I shall write to Draco, advising him to avoid conflict with Seraphina. Cooperation may be necessary. As he spoke, Lucius approached the table, dipped a quill into ink, and began composing a letter to Draco. Before long, he finished the letter, sealed it meticulously, and entrusted it to the owl waiting nearby. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore sat behind his expansive desk, an expression of mild concern on his face. He had just concluded a conversation with Snape regarding the peculiarities of the Weasley family, particularly Seraphina. Dumbledore approached the window, gazing out at the nightscape, lost in contemplation. The following day was flying class, and each student had a broom before them. Madame Hooch was demonstrating how to properly lift a broom. Up, up. With the incantations, many succeeded in grasping their brooms. Ah, Neville's broom is uncontrollably soaring, Seraphina observed, gently calming the anxious Neville. Do not fret. Just depress the front of the broom slightly, slowly, and take a deep breath. Her voice seemed to possess a certain magic. And to Neville's surprise, he indeed began to calm down, following Seraphina's guidance as the broom gradually descended. As his feet touched the ground, Neville exhaled a sigh of relief. However, as he left the broom, his rotund form caused him to topple. Yet he was saved from a harsh meeting with the earth by Seraphina's timely intervention. Be careful, Seraphina called to Madame Hooch. Madam, it seems that Longbottom has twisted his ankle. Madame Hooch approached, crouching down to inspect. Oh, poor child, I shall take you to the hospital wing. She helped Neville to his feet, and as they departed, she praised Seraphina. Well done, Weasley. Slytherin earns 5 points. Thank you, Madame Hooch. Seraphina smiled, watching her leave. Look what I've found. Draco's voice once again captured the children's attention as he tossed a memory ball in the air. Return the memory ball to Neville Malfoy. Harry emerged from the crowd, attempting to retrieve the memory ball. Draco shot Harry a glance, mounted his broom, and soared into the sky, taunting, come chase me. If you catch me, I will give you the memory ball. Ignoring Hermione's protests, Harry leapt onto his broom and gave chase. Harry, Ron called out in concern, seizing a nearby broom to assist his friend. Ron, Seraphina grasped Ron's robes. Calm down, or I shall confiscate your broom. Few could resist the allure of Quidditch, and Ron was no exception. From the moment Seraphina gifted him his first broom to the present, the Quidditch shop would always reserve the latest models for the Weasley family. Very well, Ron mumbled, lowering his gaze. Harry flew gracefully through the air, ultimately catching the memory ball just before it collided with the glass window. Coincidentally, Professor McGonagall was present in the office. After class, she called Harry to join Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, informing him that she had found a seeker. Draco, incensed, realized that his antics had inadvertently benefited Harry. Chapter 8. Investment in Twins. Why are you helping Longbottom? Draco cornered Seraphina in the common room, this time alone. I am merely helpful. Were you placed in Slytherin as a spy by Dumbledore? I am not, Seraphina shrugged. But if you think so, I cannot help it. You. Draco stepped forward. You do not deserve to be a Slytherin. Yesterday you told me to get out of Slytherin, and today you say I am unworthy of it. Seraphina did not back down, but took a small step closer. They both felt the tension in the air. Malfoy, such fickleness is unwise, she remarked, her warm breath brushing against Draco's face, carrying a subtle scent of roses that was intoxicating. Humph. Draco huffed, tossing his robes as he sank onto the couch, the blush on his ears betraying his composure. Seraphina chose not to expose his flustered state and turned to leave. Watching her retreat, Draco vaguely perceived a blooming red rose. Draco, why are your ears so red? Blaise, passing through the common room, noticed Draco on the couch and his flushed ears while greeting him. Draco quickly raised a hand to cover his ears, feeling somewhat heated. It's a bit warm, he replied, standing to depart. Blaise, puzzled, remarked, but it's an overcast day. Gryffindor and Slytherin seemed to be natural adversaries. However, during their early years, the two rivals had always been inseparable. Seraphina expressed her bewilderment at the scheduling patterns at Hogwarts. Together for one class, then two, and eventually most classes were shared. She had reason to suspect it was Dumbledore's design. In Transfiguration class, Ron and Harry were once again tardy. Upon rushing into the classroom, they prioritized chatting over finding their seats, much to Seraphina's dismay. Ron, she scolded, good morning. Ron smiled awkwardly in greeting. Seraphina maintained a stern demeanor, motioning for Ron to sit beside her. Slowly, Ron made his way to her right and took a seat, with Harry following closely behind. Ron, you must not be late to class. It won't happen again. To Seraphina's left sat Hermione, her gaze darting between Ron and Seraphina. Seraphina, are you Ron's sister? Yes, we are twins, Seraphina replied with a smile. That makes sense, Hermione nodded. As class commenced, the cat on the podium leaped down, transforming into Professor McGonagall. Their task for the lesson was to transfigure a matchstick into a needle. After demonstrating, Professor McGonagall allowed the students to practice. Seraphina was the first to complete the task, closely followed by Draco, who, upon finishing, cast a challenging glance at Seraphina. How childish, Seraphina shook her head in exasperation. After inspecting their work, Professor McGonagall awarded points to Seraphina, Hermione, and Draco for their successful transfigurations. After class, Neville, seated in front, rose to his feet, appearing somewhat intimidated by Seraphina, specifically by the Slytherin robe she wore. However, a kind heart urged him to express his gratitude. Weasley, thank you for yesterday. His voice dwindled to a whisper. You're welcome, Seraphina replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her benevolence endeared her to many. In a corner of the library sat all the Weasleys. Fred and George were dressed formally today, placing a small chalkboard on the table beside a hefty stack of parchment. Ron found himself seated between Percy and Seraphina, puzzled as to why he was present for such an occasion. Fred, George, let us begin, Seraphina commanded, prompting George to position the pile of parchment before the three of them. Fred adjusted his attire and began to write on the chalkboard. This is our newly developed line of magical joke products. He proceeded to introduce the items, while George retrieved samples from his bag, distributing them to Percy and Seraphina, with Ron receiving one as well. This wand cap changes color automatically. Utter a specific incantation, and it transforms into an array of comical hues, guaranteed to provoke laughter. He explained, and this enchanted candy box emits bizarre sounds, such as the belching of a giant, upon being opened, a true delight. Seraphina peered down at the business plan inscribed on the parchment. After Fred concluded his presentation, George added, these products are the result of countless trials and refinements, having undergone small-scale testing among Hogwarts students with overwhelmingly positive feedback. We firmly believe that with sufficient backing, we can mass-produce and market them, ensuring they will be a resounding success and yield substantial profits. They gazed at Seraphina expectantly, hoping for a favorable response and support. The income from the Muggle Mischief shop, aside from the monthly household expenses, was entirely in Seraphina's hands. The concept is commendable, yet your target audience seems rather limited, Seraphina remarked as she set down the parchment. If you merely sell amusing toys, they will be cast aside once the novelty wears off. Moreover, you cannot guarantee that others won't imitate your products upon their release. You must reframe these items, shedding the label of mere joke toys, and transform them into practical necessities for every household. You might even consider slight modifications for the Muggle market. The example of Muggle Mischiefs loomed large after its establishment. A small segment of shops in Diagon Alley began offering Muggle goods. Had it not been for Seraphina's strategic interventions, their Muggle Mischiefs would not enjoy its current success. Fred and George, upon hearing Seraphina's words, momentarily faltered in their hopeful expressions, but soon exchanged a determined glance that rekindled their fighting spirit. This was their dream, and they were resolute in securing investment today. George spoke first, leaning slightly forward with sincerity. Seraphina, we understand your concerns. Our protective hats, cloaks, and gloves can withstand various dangers and malicious spells, providing safety for wizards. Fred quickly added, furthermore, we are continuously developing new products, ensuring that our offerings will not stagnate. Regarding imitation, we will apply for magical patent protection. Should anyone attempt to replicate our products, we will resort to legal measures to defend our rights. Miss Weasley, please invest in us. Fred and George chorused in unison, blinking their identical eyes. I agree to invest, Seraphina replied, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. When we return during the holidays, the shop next to Muggle Mischiefs will become yours. This establishment is a gift from me, no cost incurred. I will cover the initial stock. However, once profits are made, you must repay this amount, and for the first 2 years, I require 20% of the profits. After 2 years, only 10%. What do you say? Absolutely, Fred and George exclaimed, gleefully clapping their hands, even breaking into song. Dear sister, so generous. They then turned their attention to Percy, the second wealthiest individual present. 1,000 galleons is my investment, Percy declared, producing a check. He served as the spokesperson for Muggle Mischiefs, receiving a handsome endorsement fee from Seraphina annually, and he also held shares in the shop, rendering him financially secure. Seeing Percy's generosity, Fred and George chimed, Dear brother, so generous. Ron stared blankly at his siblings, their conversation a mixture of understanding and confusion. Are you starting a business? Fred extended his hand. Brother, would you like to invest? I have no money. Ron clutched himself tightly. Seraphina was exceedingly generous to him and Ginny, providing them with 40 galleons a month as pocket money, but Molly, worried about Ron's spending habits, had slashed it in half. Thus, he received only 20 galleons monthly, with the remaining 20 being managed by Molly. All right, poor brother, Fred retracted his hand, jesting that if Molly discovered he was asking Ron for money, they would surely be scolded. Seraphina, this semester, focus on promoting the shop and attracting customers. Absolutely. The two who had secured investment were practically beaming with joy. Percy had to attend class, while Fred and George hurried to refine their business plan, leaving only Ron and Seraphina in the library. Seraphina turned to Ron. Do you know why I wanted you here? I don't know, Ron admitted, realizing he hadn't contributed anything to the discussion. Seraphina smiled gently, ruffling his hair. Ron, take your time to think about what you want to do in the future. Let me know once you have an idea. Ron and Seraphina had grown up together, surrounded by older siblings and younger sisters. Even though Molly and Arthur endeavored to be fair, they inevitably overlooked him in certain aspects. People inevitably grow up. And Seraphina hoped Ron would contemplate his future sooner rather than later. With a goal in mind, he would find the motivation to strive for it. Seraphina, I don't know. Ron shook his head. He felt utterly lost, unable to envision what his future might hold or what profession he might pursue. That's all right. Take your time. You will figure it out, Seraphina assured him, granting Ron ample time for reflection. She believed that in the near future, he would undoubtedly discover a pursuit worthy of his efforts. Chapter 9. The Hero's Rescue. The beginning of transformation. Help! Help! After dinner, Seraphina maintained her customary post-meal stroll, merely shifting her walking locale from the vicinity of the burrow to the castle's outer grounds. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice calling for aid. The voice emanated from the Forbidden Forest. She hurried towards it, stopping short at a distance to quietly observe the platinum-haired boy ensnared in an oak tree, beneath which lay a broken broomstick. Draco's robes were caught in the branches, and despite his struggles, he found himself utterly helpless. Is anyone there? Help me, he cried out, yet no one responded. Seraphina stood at a distance, her gaze fixed intently on the frail branch threatening to snap under Draco's weight. Help me, someone. Draco remained oblivious to the impending danger, his struggles only hastening the branch's fracture. Crash! The branch snapped under his struggle, and he plummeted rapidly. Seraphina rushed forward, deftly catching Draco, but the immense impact sent a sharp pain through her wrist, and with a crack, it was violently fractured. Ah! Ugh! The anticipated pain did not assail him. Draco cautiously opened his eyes. Your pitiful savior is about to be crushed by you. Seraphina's voice came from beneath him. Huh! Draco quickly glanced down, realizing that Seraphina had cushioned his fall, preventing any injury to him. Have you lost your mind? Why did you catch me? Draco exclaimed, swiftly rising to his feet. Seraphina, enduring the agony, sat up, her crimson hair adorned with withered leaves, her robe similarly stained. I couldn't just watch you fall to your demise, Malfoy. Sacrificing her wrist to evoke guilt in him marked the beginning of her efforts to alter Draco's perception of her. Are you not going to take me to the hospital wing? Seraphina pointed to her twisted right wrist with her left hand. Draco turned his head away. not wishing Seraphina to see the rare look of panic on his face. Gritting his teeth, he bent down to assist Seraphina to her feet and strode purposefully toward the hospital wing. Could you perhaps slow down? Seraphina requested. You injured your hand, not your legs. Draco retorted with irritation. Who says so? Seraphina halted. Their gazes converged on her right leg, where a 10-centimeter-long wound was oozing blood. Why didn't you say anything? Draco exclaimed. You didn't give me a chance to speak, Seraphina replied innocently. Humph. Draco scoffed, squatting slightly before her. Climb on. Seraphina, hidden from Draco's view, smiled triumphantly as she clambered onto his back. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them. It was only upon entering the hospital wing that Draco gently laid Seraphina upon a bed. Madame Pomfrey hurried over, examining her wrist and right leg, her brow furrowing. What happened here? This is quite serious. It was my fault. I accidentally caused her injury. Draco murmured, his head bowed, unable to meet Madame Pomfrey's gaze. She regarded him silently before beginning to prepare the necessary potions and bandages. Observing Draco's awkward demeanor, Seraphina couldn't help but find it amusing. Malfoy, how do you plan to repay me? The boy's pale skin flushed slightly. He remained handsome even in silence. Draco lifted his gaze to meet Seraphina's, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Madame Pomfrey approached with a bubbling green potion. Here, drink this. It will alleviate the pain, and then I will secure your wrist. Seraphina took the potion and swallowed it in one gulp. Moments later, the pain in her wrist indeed diminished significantly. Madame Pomfrey skillfully secured her wrist and applied herbal remedies to her injured calf. You must rest here for a while. You cannot leave until your bones have healed. Understood. Madame Pomfrey, Seraphina nodded obediently. Once she departed, Draco lingered nearby, seemingly pondering Seraphina's earlier question. Have you thought it over? How do you intend to repay me? Seraphina pressed again. Draco stumbled over his words, genuinely unsure of how to repay her. Seraphina gazed at him, smiling. I trust that Mr. Malfoy will certainly remember my kindness and repay me in an unforeseen manner in the future. Her words served to elevate Draco's spirits. I will definitely do so. Draco asserted firmly. I'll be waiting, Seraphina remarked, glancing at her wrist with a pained expression. What a pity. I suppose I won't be able to attend classes for a while. I'll have to request extensions for my notes and assignments. Draco paused, then said, I will help you request them. The arrogant young master proactively offering assistance meant Seraphina's earlier words had not fallen on deaf ears. Thank you, Malfoy, she said sincerely, her eyes sparkling. It's nothing. You should head back now and rest early. Goodbye. Draco turned back several times as he departed. Once he was gone, Seraphina lay back on the bed and drifted into a comfortable slumber. The following morning, Draco approached Snape with Seraphina's note of absence. Professor, here is Weasley's note. I kindly ask for your approval. Snape, who was a friend of Draco's father and often seen at Malfoy Manor, examined the note. Wrist fracture, leg injury, he read, shaking his head. Poor Professor, you must keep a multitude of eyes on you lot. Snape lifted his gaze from the note to Draco's face. Draco, when did your friendship with Weasley deepen to the point of delivering her absence note personally? Draco lowered his head, speaking in a barely audible voice. It was my fault that she got hurt. Snape scoffed. Your father would be proud of you. Professor, Draco exclaimed, suddenly lifting his head. Can you please not tell my father? I cannot, Snape replied, signing the absence note with a quill before handing it to Draco and leaving the office, offering no opportunity for further pleading. Today, an unprecedented camaraderie formed between Slytherin and Gryffindor over a shared circumstance. Professor Flitwick, here is Weasley's absence note. Draco stated amidst a chorus of surprised looks as he presented the note to Professor Flitwick. Very well, Mr. Malfoy. Flitwick accepted the note and commenced the lesson. As soon as class ended, Ron raced to the hospital wing at breakneck speed. Fina. Seraphina placed the potion she had been holding down. Ron, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. Minor injury? Ron's eyes widened, pointing at her bandaged wrist. Is this a minor injury? Really, I'm okay, Seraphina reassured. Not long after Ron's arrival, Percy appeared, followed by Fred and George. The four surrounded her bed, leaving Seraphina feeling somewhat exasperated, her gaze catching a glimpse of a green robe. They chattered incessantly until, after Seraphina's repeated assurances, they finally departed the hospital wing. Once they left, Draco entered. Why didn't you come in earlier? Seraphina inquired, feigning ignorance. What do you mean earlier? I've just arrived, Draco replied. Seraphina chuckled softly. Has no one ever told you? You are not suited for lying. Draco remained silent, placing that day's class notes on the bedside table. These are the notes from this morning's classes. I must go to my next class. I will visit you again this evening. With that, he hurriedly left. Seraphina picked up the notes and opened them, noting the neat handwriting, which seemed at odds with his usual arrogant demeanor. Young man, I look forward to your joining. Chapter 10. The Book Society, establishing one's own influence. As night enveloped Malfoy Manor, in the opulent bedroom, Narcissa sat in an intricately carved armchair, clutching Draco's letter, her brow furrowed with a hint of concern. Lucius, having just concluded family affairs, entered the bedroom and, seeing his wife in such a state, inquired, "What troubles you, dear sissy? What did Draco's letter say to cause such distress?" Narcissa lifted her head and handed the letter to Lucius, softly stating, "Draco mentioned in his letter that he encountered an accident while practicing Quidditch, and it was Seraphina Weasley who rescued him. The girl was injured as a result. He is now contemplating how to express his gratitude but is at a loss for how to proceed, so he sought our advice." Lucius took the letter, quickly perusing its contents, and his expression darkened instantaneously. Weasleys? He had ample reason to suspect that Seraphina might have acted with ulterior motives, deliberately placing Draco in her debt and lowering his guard. What an astute girl, indeed. What is it that you wish to gain from the Malfoy heir? Lucius began to pace the study, contemplating his response before declaring, "Let us gift her the green diamond ring from the vault." This exquisite piece was one of the Malfoy family's treasures, a powerful artifact capable of warding off dark magic. The magnificent green diamond at its center was sourced from a mysterious magical vein, said to harbor the protective essence of ancient forests. Narcissa nodded slightly. "Very well." Blaise leaned against a stone pillar in the corridor, catching sight of Draco hurrying towards the hospital wing, a smirk dancing on his lips as he called out, "Hey, Draco." In such a rush to the hospital wing? Draco paused, furrowing his brow as he turned to face Blaise, a hint of impatience crossing his features. "What is it? Do you need something?" Blaise sauntered over, a teasing smile playing on his face. "You've been frequenting the hospital wing more than the library lately. What spell has that Weasley cast upon you?" Draco scoffed, turning his head away. "Enough of your nonsense. She was injured while saving me. I merely wish to see how she is." "Saving you?" Blaise raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched across his face. "I've never seen you so concerned for anyone connected to the Mudbloods. You don't, perchance." He elongated the last word, his grin widening. "Shut up," Draco snapped, his expression darkening further. "It's simply that I don't want to owe anyone anything." Blaise shrugged nonchalantly. "Fine, believe what you will. But do exercise caution. The Weasley family are staunch supporters of Dumbledore." "I know," Draco replied curtly, turning back towards the hospital wing. He should have distanced himself from the Weasleys. Yet he found it hard to speak ill of his benefactor, as his upbringing forbade such disloyalty. Blaise remained in place, watching Draco's retreating figure, a complex expression crossing his features as he shook his head gently. In the afternoon at Hogwarts, sunlight filtered through the stained glass, casting dappled shadows upon the corridor floor. Draco pushed open the door to the hospital wing, where Seraphina lay on her bed, idly flipping through a textbook on magical herbology. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and smiled upon recognizing Draco. "You arrived quite early today." Draco approached her bedside, retrieving a velvet box from his pocket. "This is..." Seraphina's eyes widened in surprise as she accepted the box and gently opened it. In an instant, a soft emerald light spilled forth, revealing a stunning ring adorned with a large green diamond nestled within. The band, engraved with intricate and mysterious silver runes, emanated an aura of ancient and formidable magic. "This..." Seraphina stammered, taken aback. She had not anticipated such a lavish gift as a token of gratitude. Indeed, the Malfoy family was known for their wealth. Draco regarded her. "This ring is a protective artifact from the Malfoy collection, capable of defending against numerous dark curses." He sighed with relief, reassured that seeking his mother's counsel had been prudent. Seraphina lifted the ring, holding it to the sunlight. "Malfoy, you have truly surprised me." "Surprise is hardly the word. Though you are a Weasley, I suppose I am simply a benevolent person," Draco replied, crossing his arms and sitting on a stool, resembling a proud peacock. "You are indeed quite benevolent," Seraphina chuckled mischievously. Draco only realized moments later that she was mocking him, springing up from his chair and snatching a notebook from the bedside table. "Humph, perhaps I have repaid you adequately. Now enjoy your potions." With that, he turned on his heel and exited the hospital wing briskly. Seraphina watched his vanishing figure with a smile, then returned her gaze to the ring adorning her hand. Madame Pomfrey removed the bandages from Seraphina's wrist, signifying her readiness to return to class. "Ron, is there something you're hiding from me?" Seraphina glanced at Ron, who was seated beside her. Ron quickly waved his hands. "No? You are lying." Seraphina fixed her gaze on Ron's eyes. "I've noted that you tend to blink when you fib." "Oh," Ron sighed, lowering his head, realizing that Seraphina could see through each of his lies. Her penetrating gaze made it impossible for Ron to evade her scrutiny, and he finally relented. "All right, Harry, Hermione, and I discovered a secret." "Good. But there's no need to divulge the secret. I trust your judgment," Seraphina interjected, raising her hand. "I just hope you won't put yourself in danger." "Fina, you are the best." Ron exclaimed, suddenly embracing Seraphina's arm. This was a secret that belonged solely to the three of them, yet as the elder sister. Seraphina's withdrawal from the situation alleviated Ron's dilemma. As nightfall quietly descended upon Hogwarts, the dining hall buzzed with activity. However, Percy and Seraphina were notably absent. At that moment, they were in a small attic behind the library. This room is quite suitable for us to discuss our plans. Seraphina surveyed the abandoned classroom. A competent organization must have a stronghold. And this place was chosen after much deliberation, Percy replied, dusting off a bench with a handkerchief before taking a seat. In the near future, our comrades will gather here to discuss the future of the magical world. Seraphina approached the podium, already envisioning the names of several individuals assigned to their respective roles in her mind. What do you think of the name the Book Pages Society? Seraphina asked Percy, seeking his opinion. Absolutely, Percy smiled. I wager Dumbledore will approve. What reason could he have to refuse a society dedicated to reading? Books are the stepping stones of human progress, and the opening of minds is the beginning of reform. The following day, Seraphina approached Dumbledore with the society application. Sunlight streamed through the large window of the headmaster's office, casting a gentle golden hue upon the floor. Standing before Dumbledore's desk, Seraphina stated, Professor Dumbledore, I would like to propose the establishment of a society named the Book Pages Society. Dumbledore peered at her over the rim of his crescent-shaped glasses, his gaze warm and profound, as if he could discern every nuance of her thoughts. He gently set down the quill he had been holding, interlacing his fingers with a smile. The Book Pages Society? That sounds quite intriguing, Seraphina. Could you elaborate on it for me? Certainly, Professor. Seraphina produced a prepared manuscript and began her presentation. In the Book Pages Society, members can share their recent reading experiences and insights. These readings will not be limited to magical texts, as Muggle literature is also welcome. I firmly believe that by sharing an array of literary works, we can broaden our horizons and deepen our understanding of the magical realm as well as the vast expanse of knowledge. Particularly for those pureblood advocates who harbor disdain for Muggles and half-blood wizards, I aspire to alter their perspectives during our time at school. Dumbledore nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. This notion is quite innovative, Seraphina. However, establishing a club is no trivial matter. Do you possess a comprehensive plan? Seraphina, well prepared, swiftly retrieved a neatly folded parchment from her pocket and presented it to Dumbledore. Chapter 11. An invitation for their inclusion. Professor, this is the preliminary outline for the Book Pages Society. We intend to hold activities at a fixed weekly time in the small attic behind the library, which is both serene and spacious. As for attracting members, Percy and I have already discussed strategies. We will initially promote it within each house, confident that the allure of literature will entice our peers to join. Moreover, we plan to establish engaging discussion topics to encourage active sharing, and perhaps even host a small reading competition. Dumbledore accepted the parchment, meticulously perusing it, and the smile upon his face grew increasingly pronounced. Seraphina, it is evident that you and Percy have invested considerable thought into this plan. After a moment, Dumbledore laid down the parchment, rose from his desk, and approached Seraphina, gently placing a hand upon her shoulder. Seraphina, I hereby grant my approval for the establishment of the Book Pages Society. I eagerly anticipate witnessing this club breathe new life into Hogwarts, enabling more students to discover joy and wisdom within the pages of books. May your journey with this society be smooth sailing. Thank you, Professor. I promise not to disappoint you, Seraphina replied with a beaming smile. After Dumbledore inscribed his name on the application, she exited the headmaster's office with a buoyant stride. Seraphina enthusiastically commenced the preliminary preparations for the Book Pages Society. She arranged the newly acquired books upon the meticulously cleaned shelves, discarded the broken stools, and replaced them with more comfortable sofas and a round table for discussions. Once everything was in place, she and Percy began to promote their society throughout the campus. The Ravenclaw students, ever eager for knowledge, were thrilled to learn of a society dedicated to sharing literary insights, and they excitedly spread the word. Percy, being the head boy of Gryffindor, was responsible for recruitment from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, while the challenging task of approaching Slytherin was entrusted to Seraphina. What do you want? Draco inquired irritably. Seated on a sofa alongside Blaise, Theodore, and Pansy, all of whom Seraphina had requested Draco to summon. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, Seraphina began, turning to address the others with an audacious invitation. I hope you will forgive my presumption. This is my gesture of goodwill. Seraphina produced a carefully prepared gift, a fashionable dress for Pansy, a tailored suit for Blaise, and an ancient tome for Theodore. As for Goyle and Crabbe, they were not included in Seraphina's invitation. Through her observations, she did not believe they could become her allies. What about mine? Draco grumbled, eyeing the gifts distributed to the others. He disregarded decorum and reached out for his own. Apologies, Mr. Malfoy, but yours is still in the making. It requires a longer production time, Seraphina replied, her expression apologetic. Upon hearing this, Draco's demeanor softened. A prolonged production time suggested that his gift would be of greater value. With the others accepting their gifts without further comment, Seraphina continued, "What I am about to say, I ask that you keep confidential." She regarded the group with a serious expression. Noticing their agreement, she retrieved a small box. This is the latest invention from Fred and George, the silencing box. Within a 5-meter radius, those outside cannot hear conversations within it. After numerous experiments, they had gifted Seraphina their most successful prototype. Upon opening the box, a clown performing a silly face sprang out. Draco could distinctly sense the external sounds diminishing until they were entirely muffled. Seraphina settled into an adjacent single sofa and commenced her inaugural recruitment speech. "Are your families still loyal to Voldemort?" Her question plunged the room into an oppressive silence. All eyes turned to Seraphina, their gazes heavy with scrutiny. Is the capricious and ruthless Voldemort truly worthy of your allegiance? Do the sacred 28 families willingly submit to becoming mere tools for his selfish ambitions? The silence was palpable, broken only by the sound of their collective breaths. They hailed from pure-blood families, their forebears having been followers of Voldemort, members of the Death Eaters. The mere mention of his name was seldom uttered within their households. "Do you genuinely believe Voldemort is dead?" No one spoke, but Draco's eyes betrayed him. Upon his return, his first objective would likely not be to seek vengeance against Harry and Dumbledore, but rather to rally the remaining Death Eaters, and your families would be among them. Whether coerced or willing, you would inevitably become the new Death Eaters. Do you want that? To live in terror, fearing for your family's legacy, becoming fodder for Voldemort's ambitions? Or would you prefer to pledge allegiance to a man, or rather a monster, whom you have never even seen, yet whose deeds are notorious? Do you truly wish for that? After delivering her speech, the room remained silent. After a long interval, Theodore broke the quiet. "But we have no choice." "No." Seraphina refuted his claim. "You do have a choice." "Choose you?" Blaise gazed at the girl across from him, already suspecting her intentions. "Of course," Seraphina affirmed. "They have grown old. The magical world requires fresh blood. Collaborate with me, and we can forge a different path, distinct from Dumbledore and Voldemort. As we will be equals in this partnership. Arthur and Molly are members of the Order of the Phoenix. They believe they are concealing their involvement well. Yet Seraphina has discerned the signs." Draco scoffed. "Weasley, your words are easy to say. Why should we trust you?" Seraphina remained unfazed, reclining against the sofa. "Only by trusting me can your families break free from the shackles of the Death Eater identity. Once I seize power, I will offer you political asylum and financial support. My family, the Weasleys, are allies of Muggles and half-blood wizards, as well as staunch supporters of Dumbledore. This connection will afford me greater advantages. After gaining authority, I intend to emulate the parliamentary system of the Muggle world," Seraphina declared solemnly. "In this new framework, you will stand alongside me at the pinnacle of the magical realm. Remember, I am not collaborating with a particular family, but rather with each one of you present here." Her gaze swept across the others on the sofa. "I seek to partner with you, not your families. As for collaboration between families, that will occur once you truly become the decision-makers of your households. This is no small matter. It pertains to your futures. I grant you time, but opportunities are fleeting, so I hope each of you can make a decision swiftly." Seraphina concluded gently, rising to retrieve the silencing box, leaving Draco and the others exchanging glances. However, much to Seraphina's surprise, it was Pansy Parkinson who approached her first. In the dead of night, a knock echoed at Seraphina's dormitory door. Upon opening it, she found Pansy standing resolutely outside. Seraphina raised an eyebrow and gestured, "Please, come in." Pansy stepped into Seraphina's dormitory, her second visit, but unlike the last time, she was invited. As soon as they settled onto the sofa, Pansy spoke up, "Weasley, I've made up my mind. I wish to join your book page society." Her voice trembled slightly, yet it resonated with an undeniable resolve. A flicker of curiosity passed through Seraphina's eyes. "Of course. Welcome aboard, Miss Parkinson. Aren't you curious as to why?" Pansy inquired, glancing at Seraphina. "Everyone harbors their own secrets." Seraphina retrieved a badge and placed it on the table. The emblem depicted an open book, encircled by the word innovator. "Why am I number 3? Pansy asked as she picked up the badge and noticed the numeral on the back. "It signifies the order of joining the society," Seraphina explained. "Percy is number 2, and I am number 1. Pansy was perplexed, given the many who had joined. The book page society boasted a membership of a dozen or 20. Seraphina smiled. "They are society members, while you and your peers are core members. Society members also possess badges, but there's lacked the word innovator in numbers on the back. I understand now." Pansy affixed the badge to her robe. "Thank you, Weasley." With that, she rose to leave. As she reached the door, Seraphina waved, "Goodbye, Pansy." Pansy paused, Goodbye, Seraphina. As she walked back to her dormitory, she glanced down at the badge on her chest, a smile of relief spreading across her face. Father, I am doing this for the family's benefit. Becoming strong is far more advantageous than an alliance through marriage. From now on, the destiny of Pansy Parkinson lies in my hands, and others have no right to interfere. Chapter 12. The Stubborn Peacocks Joining. On the eve of Halloween, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were en route to the Great Hall for the feast, when Harry thought he spotted the oddly behaving Professor Quirrell, but before he could ponder further, Ron pulled him away. Shortly after their arrival in the hall, Professor Quirrell stumbled in, shouting "Troll!" in the dungeons. Before collapsing, Dumbledore promptly instructed the prefects to escort the students back to their dormitories. Chaos erupted in the corridors, filled with the sound of frantic footsteps and hushed discussions. Amidst the crowd, Seraphina keenly noticed Harry and Ron moving against the tide of students. Instinctively, she felt compelled to follow, slipping away from the throng without hesitation as everyone's attention diverted elsewhere. It was as if she shared a psychic connection with the twins, her instincts whispering that Ron was undoubtedly heading toward the dungeon where the troll had appeared. Simultaneously, Draco observed this unusual scene with a furrowed brow and a complex expression. After a brief hesitation, he clenched his jaw and discreetly trailed after Seraphina. Seraphina moved gracefully through the labyrinthine corridors, her gaze fixed on Harry and Ron ahead. Just then, she heard the faint sound of footsteps behind her and turned abruptly to find Draco standing there, looking somewhat uncomfortable. "What are you following me for?" Seraphina whispered sharply. Draco shrugged, attempting to appear indifferent. "Humph. I'm merely curious where those two fools are off to. Perhaps they seek out the troll to meet their doom. I want to see the spectacle." Seraphina shot him a disapproving glance and chose not to engage further, redirecting her focus to pursuing Harry and Ron. Soon, they heard a tremendous commotion up ahead. The deep roar of the troll echoed ominously. Seraphina's heart raced as she quickened her pace. Upon arrival, they found Harry and Ron anxiously standing before the entrance of a girl's bathroom. Before Seraphina could inquire, a deafening roar erupted from within, followed by the emergence of a massive, grotesque troll wielding a club. Harry and Ron instinctively recoiled, while Seraphina and Draco immediately tensed, their eyes fixed on the terrifying creature before them. "Levitation charm," Hermione shouted at Ron. He quickly drew his wand and aimed it at the troll's club, Wingardium Leviosa. The club hung suspended for a moment before crashing down onto the troll's head, causing the enormous creature to topple over. Seraphina grasped Ron with one hand and Draco with the other, retreating. The sound of the troll's fall echoed, and this scene was witnessed by several arriving professors. Snape surveyed the area before his gaze landed on Seraphina and Draco. "When did you two become reckless lions?" He was displeased to see his students in such a predicament. "Severus, the children defeated the troll. They deserve commendation," Professor McGonagall interjected. "I must deduct points for your recklessness, 5 points each from Gryffindor and Slytherin. However, due to your bravery in saving a classmate, I shall award you 5 points as well." Dumbledore arrived shortly after and levitated the troll away. After casting a stern glare at Seraphina and Draco, Snape departed. Seeing that the danger had passed, Seraphina intended to offer Ron a few words of caution before leaving. But Ron instead apologized to Hermione. "I'm sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have said that." "What happened, Hermione?" Seraphina halted her steps. Her voice startled Ron, causing him to flinch. "It's nothing, Fina," Hermione waved dismissively. Seraphina turned her gaze to Ron. "You speak." "I said some hurtful things in class that upset Hermione," Ron confessed, closing his eyes in anticipation of the impending storm. "Ronald Bilious Weasley." Upon hearing his full name, Ron knew he was in trouble. Hermione and Harry stood frozen, while Draco watched with an amused expression from behind Seraphina. "Fina, Ron's head dipped even lower. "I shall revoke your broomstick privileges for a year, along with 6 months' worth of pocket money, and you will write a 50,000-word reflection." Seraphina delivered her verdict coldly. "You must handwrite a 50,000-word apology letter to Hermione. I expect to see it tomorrow." "All right," Ron acquiesced, knowing there was no room for dissent. He understood this leniency was granted by Seraphina due to the presence of others. At home, he would face far harsher consequences, with no hope of rescue from his parents. "Ron, there shall be no next time." Seraphina glared at him before turning to Hermione. "Hermione, I truly apologize." Hermione, still startled by Seraphina's earlier tone, quickly waved her hands. "It's fine, Fina. You are truly a kind-hearted girl." "Hermione," Seraphina remarked, her demeanor shifting as swiftly as a page turn. "I recently acquired an ancient tome. I believe you will adore it. I shall bring it to you tomorrow." "No need, Fina," Hermione hurriedly declined. "You must accept it, Hermione. It is my gesture on behalf of Ron." Unable to withstand Seraphina's insistence, Hermione reluctantly agreed. The 5 of them departed, splitting into 2 groups to return to their dormitories. The following day, Hermione received the ancient tome, accompanied by some snacks. Seraphina, seated at the Slytherin table, winked at her. Fred glanced at Ron, who was eating with trembling hands, and chuckled. Poor little brother. His pocket money has been docked by his sister. Fear not. Dear Ron, you may work for your brothers, and we shall duly compensate you for your efforts. George, ever the instigator, watched with keen interest. After breakfast, Percy departed, leaving a box of ointment before Ron, instructing him to apply it to his wrist. Percy. Ron lifted his gaze to meet his brother's eyes. The medicine was purchased by me, though the funds were provided by Fina. With that, Percy took his leave. For an entire week, Seraphina had chosen to ignore Ron, hoping to impart a valuable lesson. She sought Draco as company instead. Mr. Malfoy, I trust we are alone? Indeed, he replied, tossing Blaze's book to the back row and gentlemanly pulling out a chair. Why not sit with your dear little brother? This is but a trivial lesson. Should he fail to amend his ways promptly, a myriad of thorns shall obstruct his path in the future. Seraphina withdrew a book and listened attentively to Professor Flitwick's lecture. This weekend heralded the Quidditch match at Hogwarts, and after class, Ron ambled over to Seraphina. Fina, may I invite you to watch the Quidditch match this weekend? Certainly, she acquiesced. Have you come to understand your mistake? I have, Ron replied, his gaze downcast. There shall be no next time. That is well. However, the punishment will persist. Ron nodded fervently, reassured by his savings and relieved that Seraphina's ire had subsided. It was undeniable that rivals would always be rivals. The Quidditch match pitted Slytherin against Gryffindor, the stands brimming with students from every house. Seraphina held little interest in Quidditch, yet she attended solely due to Ron's invitation. To her surprise, he and Hermione had crafted a banner proclaiming Potter for the win, prompting Seraphina to discreetly distance herself. Wow, Ron exclaimed, eliciting a few reluctant glances at the match from Seraphina. As she surveyed the surroundings out of sheer boredom, she noticed Draco observing her from the Slytherin side. Their eyes met, and he gestured subtly towards her. Ron, I must take my leave. Enjoy the match, she announced before departing in Draco's direction. They strolled to the edge of the Black Lake, where Draco, arms crossed beneath a tree, scoffed. One might mistake you for a Gryffindor. Have you come to your senses? Seraphina smirked as she approached him. Humph. Draco extended his hand over the badge. Amused by the proud peacock's demeanor, Seraphina chuckled softly, retrieving the badge from her pocket and placing it in his palm. Rather than donning it immediately, Draco flipped it over to inspect the engraved number. Why am I number 6? He thrust the badge towards Seraphina. Because you are the 6th member, she replied, taking a step back. Where are 4 and 5? Draco inquired. Theo and Blaze joined the Page Society before you, Seraphina explained. No way. I want to exchange. Draco thrust the badge back into her hands, his petulance adorably evident. You may trade with them. If they consent, you may swap, Seraphina patiently elaborated. However, this suggestion clearly did not appeal to Draco. Pointing at the badge adorning Seraphina's chest, he insisted, I want to trade with you. Pansy mentioned your badge bears the number 1. Very well, Seraphina relented, unpinning the badge and placing it into Draco's grasp. It was merely a badge of little significance to her. If it pleased him to exchange, so be it. All that mattered was that the young Malfoy could join her. Draco checked the back, confirming the number 1 before affixing it to his robes. I cannot be inferior to them. The proud peacock lifted his platinum head as he walked away. Seraphina shook her head in exasperation, trailing behind him. Chapter 13, The Hufflepuff Prefect. Since Draco's induction into the Page Society, Seraphina found herself regretting her decision. This young lord was exceedingly demanding, seemingly claiming her as part of his domain and insisting on her company wherever he went. To secure a spot on the Quidditch team in their second year, Draco dragged Seraphina to the pitch for practice. Malfoy, you can have Goyle and the others accompany you. I have matters to attend to, Seraphina stated, clutching her book as she stood helplessly on the pitch. Draco, mounted on his broom, frowned. Call me Draco. Very well, Draco, she replied, inadvertently forgetting to adjust her address once more. I am a major shareholder in the Page Society. Indeed, the affluent young Malfoy had invested in the Page Society, becoming its second largest stakeholder. Initially, Seraphina had resisted, believing her own funds sufficient to support the society's expenses. Yet Draco's insistence compelled her to accept his investment. After all, who would refuse an abundance of wealth? Seraphina utilized this money to acquire additional books, replenishing the shelves. Basking in the warm sunlight that bathed Hogwarts grounds, Seraphina sought a quiet corner, settling comfortably as she opened her potions textbook to preview the upcoming chapter. A gentle breeze rustled the pages, and occasionally, a butterfly flitted by, showcasing its vibrant wings. Just as she immersed herself in her studies, a sudden thud startled her, and a figure landed abruptly before her. Startled, Seraphina looked up to find Cedric, a Hufflepuff, standing before her with a broomstick in hand. Percy had mentioned him to her. He was known for his integrity, kindness, and academic prowess, earning him the admiration of both teachers and younger students alike. His brow furrowed, revealing a bloodied scratch on the back of his hand, though not deep. It still oozed. He seemed reluctant to disturb those practicing, so he set down his broom to tend to his wound. "Do you need assistance?" Seraphina inquired, putting her book aside and approaching him. Hearing her voice, Cedric looked up, recognizing her by her distinctive red hair. He managed a strained smile. "I would appreciate that. Thank you, Miss Weasley." Seraphina produced a clean white handkerchief, offering it to Cedric. "Press this against the wound. It should temporarily stem the bleeding." Gratitude flickered in Cedric's eyes as he accepted the cloth, applying it gently to his injury. "I truly appreciate your help, Miss Weasley." Seraphina smiled. "No need for thanks, Diggory. Allow me to bandage it properly." She removed her hair tie, using it to secure the handkerchief. Once tied, she stepped back. "There you go, Prefect. However, I still advise a visit to Madame Pomfrey for a thorough examination." "I will do so, thank you, Miss Weasley," Cedric replied, smiling. "I'll go after my training session. Farewell, Prefect." With that, he mounted his broom and returned to the field. As she watched his retreating figure, an idea began to take shape in Seraphina's mind. Enlisting Cedric as Hufflepuff's representative seemed to be a splendid notion. The afterglow of the setting sun draped the grounds of Hogwarts in a golden veil. As dinner time approached, Draco gracefully descended from the sky on his broomstick. He turned his head casually and noticed a young girl sitting quietly beneath an ancient tree at the edge of the playground. The gentle breeze tousled her fiery red hair, flowing like a vibrant silk. Immersed in the pages of a book, her delicate fingers turned the leaves, occasionally furrowing her brow, as if the narrative within stirred her emotions. The scene was enchanting, akin to a spellbinding vision, causing Draco to momentarily lose his composure. Sensing she was being observed, Seraphina lifted her gaze and spotted Draco not far away. "Finished with practice?" she inquired. Draco nodded, walking towards her, as it was time for dinner. "Let's go," Seraphina said, rising to leave the playground together. When Cedric returned looking for Seraphina, he found no trace of the girl beneath the tree. He sighed, tucking away the handkerchief and hairband before departing. The following morning, an owl landed on the Slytherin long table, and Seraphina retrieved a parcel from its talons. Using scissors to open it, and offered the owl a piece of beef. "Well done, Hermes." The owl, having had no direct interaction with her, flew over to Percy, landing steadily on his shoulder after receiving the treat. Seraphina, not fond of animals, had not brought a pet to Hogwarts. She relied on the owls of the Weasley family for her correspondence and parcels. Her family was well aware of Seraphina's little quirks and willingly lent her their owls. This particular parcel was a custom gift for Draco, having traversed from the Muggle world. After herbology class, as Seraphina strolled down the corridor, a familiar voice called out, "Weasley Jr., wait up." She turned to see Cedric approaching, swiftly handing her the handkerchief and hairband from the previous day, neatly packed in a gift bag. "Thank you for the handkerchief and hairband yesterday. I've cleaned the bloodstains off the handkerchief and washed the hairband. You didn't have to go out of your way, older student." Seraphina replied with a smile as she accepted the items. They exchanged only a few words before Cedric hurried off to his next class. "I wondered why your hair was down yesterday. You lent him the hairband." Draco's voice drifted from behind her. Seraphina inexplicably felt as though she had been caught in a compromising position. "My gift for you has arrived. Would you like to see it?" She quickly changed the subject. "Humph." Draco turned his head, walking ahead of her. Once back in the common room, Seraphina presented him with a deep blue velvet box, cradled in her palms. "This is for you," she said, "a brooch named Peacock, which suits you perfectly." Draco took the box, opening it to reveal a peacock brooch. The bird's head was adorned with a clear, azure sapphire, delineating its beak and lively eyes. Its wings were crafted from diamonds of varying sizes, arranged in a manner reminiscent of peacock feathers. The centerpiece was a striking white diamond, resembling the emblem of the Malfoy family, akin to his platinum hair. "Do you like it?" Seraphina asked softly. "It's acceptable," Draco replied, closing the box and holding it close. Seraphina smiled knowingly. His response indicated his satisfaction with the gift. Not long after the Quidditch match concluded, the students eagerly anticipated the arrival of Christmas. This holiday held significant importance for the Weasley family, often marked by an abundance of delightful feasts. However, this year's Christmas was somewhat unique, as Molly and Arthur were traveling to Romania to visit their brother Charlie, while Percy and Ron chose to remain at Hogwarts. Seraphina joined Fred and George as they ventured to Diagon Alley to inspect the progress of their shop's renovations. On Christmas Day, owls arrived at the school, delivering parcels and letters to the students. Molly had knitted each child a sweater, thoughtfully embroidering the initial of their name on the chest. Seraphina received a green one and joyfully unwrapped the package sent by her mother. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, The rest of the Weasley family also received their sweaters, including Harry, who was gifted a thick, bright green sweater adorned with a golden H. Chapter 14. The only human-like hobby taking advantage of the 2-week Christmas holiday. Seraphina brought Fred and George to Diagon Alley to oversee their new shop. Sunlight filtered through wispy clouds, casting a warm glow on the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. Seraphina walked lightly ahead, with the Weasley twins bouncing eagerly behind her. The shop she had prepared for them was situated right next to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, merely separated by a single wall. In the wizarding world, Seraphina only needed to spend a sufficient amount of money to acquire a beautifully decorated shop in a short period. Upon entering the store, a rich and unique magical ambience enveloped her. Crystal chandeliers, enchanted to float, were arranged in a delightful manner on the ceiling, each crafted from pure silver and engraved with intricate magical runes. The floor was laid with rare magical marble, each slab shimmering softly, producing a crisp and melodious sound as footsteps passed over them. In the center of the shop stood a massive circular display table, fashioned from a wood that radiated a gentle golden light, said to be sourced from ancient trees protected by magic in distant forests. Along the walls were exquisite glass display cases, where the magical lighting, adjusted through special enchantments, showcased the items within perfectly. "Are you satisfied?" Seraphina asked, sinking into a plush sofa within the shop. Fred and George stared wide-eyed, as if petrified, standing in place for a long moment, speechless. After a while, Fred suddenly snapped back to reality, leaping towards the circular display table like an agile monkey, his hands gently caressing the wood that glimmered with a soft golden hue. His eyes filled with awe. "Seraphina, this is simply a dreamland." George hurried to the glass cases, nearly pressing his face against the glass, scrutinizing the magical lights inside. Murmuring to himself, "I've never seen such a marvelous shop. This lighting, this display table, and this flooring, it's unbelievable." They could hardly fathom how mesmerizing their products would appear on such shelves. Observing the twins' reactions, Seraphina's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "I'm glad you like it." "Like it? This cannot merely be described as liking," Fred exclaimed, excitedly waving his arms. "This is the upgraded version of our dream shop. It fulfills all my fantasies." After thoroughly exploring the shop, the twins sat across from Seraphina. "I'm utterly astonished. This is incredible. I think you both could use a glass of butterbeer," Seraphina said as she produced the drinks she had prepared in advance, placing them on the table. "Thank you," Fred and George chorused in unison. They drank eagerly, letting out sighs of contentment. "The shop is ready. We just need to wait for the holidays to restock. I believe that will be when Diagon Alley sees the most foot traffic." The onset of holidays and the return to school always brought a surge of visitors to Diagon Alley, making it the perfect time for their new shop to open. "Great idea," Fred responded. "Seraphina, however, it would be prudent for you to hire a few honest and numerically adept staff members, considering you are still in school." "George, we have already found someone, a 7th-year Hufflepuff student named Adams. He is well suited for the job. By the way, there is a door behind the display case that leads to the trick shop." Seraphina gestured towards the display case. "Wow, that is incredibly cool." After their exclamation, the two rose to experiment, chanting spells as the display case slowly shifted aside, revealing a door that opened to the counter of the trick shop. Fred and George excitedly traversed through the door connecting the two shops, arriving at the trick shop's counter. They dashed back and forth, their faces illuminated with smiles as if they had uncovered the most enchanting secret passage in the world. "Seraphina, your idea is simply brilliant," Fred shouted as he ran. "Now we can easily traverse between both shops. It's absolutely marvelous." George nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I adore such secret passages." Seraphina smiled at them, and once the two had satisfied their curiosity and returned to their new shop, she finally spoke. "Let us head back. We should decide on a name for the shop before opening." The trio departed from Diagon Alley and returned to Hogwarts. Holidays always seemed to pass at an inexplicable speed, and the young wizards soon immersed themselves back into their studies. In the wintertime, Hogwarts Castle endured the howling winds that battered against the window panes, while the white snow blanketed the ground like a delicate icing. Fortunately, the wizarding robes were enchanted with warmth charms. Otherwise, they would have frozen into ice sculptures in the biting cold. Even amidst the chill, Ron and Harry, two playful boys, discarded their scarves to hurl snow at each other. Hermione walked behind them, shaking her head in exasperation. "Oh, the scarf got caught on a withered branch." Ron rushed over to retrieve the scarf from the ground, frowning at the fist-sized hole. "Oh no, my scarf." This scarf was one he had previously envied on Fred and George, and Seraphina had knitted it for him to cheer him up. "Let me see." Harry approached, glancing at the scarf with a pained expression. Although the wizarding world possessed mending spells, they were still too difficult for first-year students like them. "Hermione," Ron looked to her for help. She was the most proficient in spells among all his acquaintances. Hermione took the scarf from Ron and examined it. I suggest you study the mending spell thoroughly. All right. Ron quietly tucked the scarf away. In the following days, Seraphina noticed a curious phenomenon. Ron, who was usually absent from the library, began to appear frequently, even consulting Percy about spells. Since the first snowfall at Hogwarts, the red scarf that had adorned his neck was no longer present. Days later, after Transfiguration class, Ron slowly approached Seraphina. "Phi, please forgive me. What's wrong?" Seraphina raised an eyebrow. "I damaged the scarf you gave me." Ron carefully extracted the scarf from beneath his oversized robe. Seraphina glanced at the damaged scarf and suddenly smiled. "It's no big deal. Do you still like it?" "Absolutely," Ron declared emphatically. "Well then, I shall mend this one and knit you a new one. You can alternate wearing both." Seraphina took the torn scarf and placed it in her bag. "All right, go have fun." "Phi, I truly adore you," Ron exclaimed joyfully as he bounded away, bidding farewell to Seraphina before rushing towards Harry and Hermione, who were waiting by the door. Seraphina's only consistently normal hobby was knitting, though she only engaged in it when inspired. She believed this inclination was inherited from Molly. Coincidentally, feeling somewhat idle these days, she decided to take up the craft. Outside, the wind howled, while Seraphina sat on her dormitory bed, skillfully knitting a scarf. Beside her lay several already knitted green little snakes and a small lion. Gifts for her friends. These were the fruits of her diligent labor over the past few days. At dinner, Seraphina presented the repaired scarf and the toys to Ron, asking him to pass them to Harry and Hermione, before distributing the little snake toys to Pansy and those sitting nearby. "Wow, what an adorable little snake," Pansy exclaimed, unable to part with the small toy. Seraphina laughed. "I made these during my free time. They are for you." "Quite nice," Blaise remarked, flicking the toy's snake tongue. Casting a glance at Draco, whose expression had soured considerably, Draco scrutinized the toy, flipping it over and over before snatching Blaise and Theodore's toys for further examination, seemingly trying to find differences among them. Oblivious to Draco's peculiar behavior, Pansy and Seraphina continued their conversation. Theodore quietly inquired of Blaise, "What is wrong with him?" Blaise chuckled. "He's upset to realize he's not unique." Theodore instantly comprehended, glancing between Seraphina, who was engaging animatedly with Pansy, and Draco, who was nearly beside himself with frustration, silently returning to his meal. Draco's possessiveness had always been strong. Anything he possessed must remain exclusively his. Their group, having grown up together, was well aware of his little quirks. However, it seemed that a newcomer had yet to discover them. Chapter 15. A Conversation with Dumbledore. After potions class, Hermione rushed over, waving the lion toy. "Thank you, Seraphina. I truly adore your gift." "Thank you, Seraphina." Harry followed closely behind. "You're welcome. I'm just glad you both like it." Seraphina was delighted that her small gift had been so well received by her friends. Today was a rare, beautiful day. The sky had cleared, perfect for practicing Quidditch. Seraphina had promised Draco, so the two waited for the others to leave before departing the classroom. "Why does everyone have one?" Draco leaned back in his chair, visibly displeased. Seraphina asked, perplexed, "What? Why do Pansy and the others have one? Even Potter and Granger have one." Draco fumed with indignation, expressing his discontent. Seraphina was taken aback, not expecting this young lord to be so difficult. She had meant well in gifting him something, yet it seemed she had erred. "If you don't like it, you can return it to me." Seraphina extended her hand towards Draco. Draco recoiled in surprise, clutching the toy in his pocket. One doesn't simply take back a gift. No, he genuinely hadn't anticipated Seraphina would understand his sentiments so well. "I have homework to complete, so I can't accompany you to practice Quidditch. Goodbye." Seraphina picked up her books and walked away without looking back. As she made her way back, her irritation grew. If it weren't for Malfoy's status, who would willingly accommodate a temperamental, peculiar child? Lost in thought, she failed to notice the shifting stairs and wandered into a dilapidated room. In the empty chamber stood a mirror. Driven by curiosity, Seraphina approached it slowly. As her reflection appeared in the mirror, she saw an older version of herself, her red hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a well-tailored wizarding robe, standing atop a tall tower, surrounded by countless subjects in reverence. As if sensing Seraphina's gaze, the reflection of her in the mirror met her eyes. "Child, what do you see in the mirror?" Dumbledore's voice resonated from behind her. Seraphina turned to face him, smiling as she replied, "Professor, I see a successful version of myself." Dumbledore had intended to await Harry in this chamber, but unexpectedly, Seraphina appeared midway. Before them stood the mirror of Ariste, which reflected the innermost desires of the heart. Dumbledore began to speak slowly. "Is that so?" Seraphina turned to glance at the mirror, where her reflection smiled back at her. She smiled in return, then turned her gaze towards Dumbledore. "Professor, that is my future self, rather than an unattainable dream." She was utterly convinced that Dumbledore was fully aware of her plans. The reason he had not intervened might be that he wished to observe her performance. "My dear child, you are remarkable, reminiscent of a student I had many years ago." Before Seraphina, her visage gradually morphed into that of a striking young man. He too was a Slytherin student, exceptionally intelligent, effortlessly excelling in all his coursework with high marks. Dumbledore shifted his tone. "Child, do you believe in immortality?" His eyes were fixed intently on Seraphina, unwilling to overlook the slightest possibility of deception. "I do not." Seraphina remained remarkably composed, countering, "What can immortality achieve?" Dumbledore fell silent, clearly having never contemplated the purpose of immortality himself. "Professor, immortality accomplishes nothing. The fear of death ultimately transforms one into a puppet of mortality." Seraphina lifted her chin confidently. "I fear not death. Rather, I dread leaving this world with unfulfilled desires, laden with regrets. Professor, I yearn for success and recognition. Not for the hollow accolades of endless years, but to genuinely effect change within my lifetime." Seraphina narrowed her eyes slightly, her thoughts drifting far beyond. The decaying magical realm necessitates a thorough revolution, a refined legal system, equitable resource distribution, and the eradication of biases and barriers between purebloods and half-bloods. What constitutes pureblood? What defines half-blood? Perhaps even those families who espouse pureblood ideology do not truly comprehend. She shook her head at this juncture. Is a wizard of pureblood lineage inherently more noble? Is a half-blood wizard inherently inferior? This is merely a fallacy created by a select few to fortify their own interests. Dumbledore listened quietly, his gaze soft and profound, as if peering through Seraphina to reflect upon the distant past and the unknown future. "You harbor grand ambitions, my child. Yet, the path ahead is fraught with thorns. That student of Slytherin, who bore a striking resemblance to you, once cherished dreams of changing the world, only to misstep in his direction. He sought to dominate everything with absolute power, chasing immortality to solidify his influence, ultimately losing himself in the shadows." Seraphina recognized whom Dumbledore referred to, the one whose name was not to be spoken, Voldemort. "I am not like him, Professor." Seraphina gently shook her head, her hair flowing with emotion. "What I seek is both similar and dissimilar to his desires. Power is the most nourishing supplement for the soul, yet, when consumed excessively, it becomes a poison. I cherish life and will not hasten its departure. The entrenched beliefs of adults are difficult to alter. The magical community requires an infusion of fresh blood, empowering the younger generation to establish proper values and dismantle antiquated notions." A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. He stepped to the window, gazing towards the distant Quidditch pitch, and contemplatively remarked, "Many years ago, I too, like you, aspired fervently to change the world. Yet, along this journey, I have borne witness to countless sacrifices and betrayals. Seraphina, the path of transformation is laden with thorns. You must possess unwavering conviction, as well as the courage and wisdom to confront all challenges." Seraphina approached Dumbledore, her gaze resolute as she looked into the distance. "I am ready, Professor." Dumbledore turned to regard the young, determined face before him, a surge of complex emotions swelling within him. He felt both comforted by Seraphina's bravery and concern for her potential suffering in the face of harsh realities. Nonetheless, he understood that Seraphina had embarked upon an extraordinary path, and all he could do was provide guidance and support when the moment called for it. "Child, may you find success in all your endeavors. Remember, Hogwarts will always be your sanctuary. Should you need me, I shall be here." "Thank you, Professor." Seraphina sincerely expressed her gratitude to the elder. She understood that while Dumbledore harbored a sense of justice and compassion, he was burdened by the weight of history and the shackles of tradition, destined not to be the vanguard of a complete transformation of the magical world. He resembled the guardian of the ancient castle of Hogwarts, maintaining order and heritage, yet also being subtly constrained by the vast system around him. In contrast, Seraphina was youthful and impassioned, yet to be fully assimilated by antiquated ideologies, her heart ablaze with fervent aspirations for an ideal magical world. Dumbledore lifted his hand, gently patting Seraphina's shoulder. "Well done, child. I hope you will always hold steadfast to this initial intent. Perhaps one day in the future, you will indeed realize your ideals and usher in unprecedented change for the magical realm." With that, Dumbledore turned, his robes billowing in the wind as he slowly made his way towards the door. Before leaving, Seraphina glanced back at her reflection in the mirror. "Wait for me." With that, she strode away without looking back, her lifted robes resembling a hero's cloak, her fiery red hair illuminating the dark path ahead. Chapter 16. A new advocate. Draco lingered in the classroom for a considerable time, then rushed out, yet he did not catch sight of Seraphina. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he found Theodore seated in a corner, engrossed in a book. Draco hurriedly inquired, "Theodore, have you seen Seraphina?" Theodore lifted his gaze from the book, looking up at Draco's flushed face. "No, I haven't seen her return. Where could she have gone?" Draco placed his hands on his hips and paced in circles before departing once more. On his search, he encountered a dazed Harry. Draco even seized Harry's arm. "Potter, have you seen Seraphina?" "No." Harry shook his head and continued onward, lost in thought. Dumbledore had not ventured far. After Seraphina left the room, he returned shortly thereafter. Not long after he re-entered, Harry arrived, and the two exchanged a few words before Dumbledore took the mirror of Ariste, which revealed one's parents. Just as Draco exited, Seraphina returned to the common room. Theodore remained seated, reading. Upon noticing Seraphina's entrance, he called out, "Draco is looking for you." Seraphina halted, acknowledging him with a brief "oh," then seemed to recall something as she approached Theodore. "Theodore, you enjoy reading so much. Have you ever considered writing a book? Or perhaps becoming a columnist?" Having successfully crafted a persona of genius, Seraphina now sought a new advocate. Silent, intelligent, and ambitious, Theodore was an excellent choice. "You want me to become your instrument for shaping public opinion?" Theodore was well aware of Seraphina's intentions. Seraphina snapped her fingers. "Correct." Theodore narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of contemplation passing through them. He did not respond immediately, but instead tilted his head, gazing into Seraphina's striking blue eyes. "What would I gain in return?" His voice was low yet clear, exuding an undeniable calmness and rationality. To him, a transaction without benefits was not a wise course of action. Even when faced with the charming and astute Seraphina, a confident smile graced Seraphina's lips, as though she had anticipated Theodore's inquiry. "First, fame. Once your writings are published, your talent will swiftly earn you renown in the wizarding community. People will come to know of a young wizard named Theodore Nod, whose insights are profound and unique, capable of revealing the hidden truths and mysteries of the magical world to the masses." As she spoke, Seraphina stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with intensity. Theodore suddenly realized, "So, you were the one orchestrating Percy Weasley from behind the scenes." "Indeed," Seraphina replied with candor. "Percy is quite astute. He was my first chosen companion. I merely assisted in accelerating his path to fame." However, in promoting Percy, Seraphina had indeed utilized the influence of their family. The impoverished Weasley family produced a prodigy, a topic that continues to be discussed to this day. Percy has also been remarkably diligent, his articles improving significantly over the years, leaving no one to question the authenticity of the piece that catapulted him to recognition. "You two represent opposing factions. Serving as my selected spokespersons," Seraphina continued. "Are you willing?" A stir of intrigue coursed through Theodore. He could not deny that Seraphina's proposition was indeed alluring. His insatiable thirst for knowledge resembled a bottomless abyss, compelling him to explore further. And as for reputation, one must ask, which Slytherin does not value it? His father's repeated admonitions to carve out a successful path for himself resonated deeply. Achieving fame at a young age perfectly aligned with old Not's aspirations for his son. Yet he remained cautious. What of the risks? He had no desire to become a pawn sacrificed in the ensuing power struggles. Seraphina chuckled softly, settling onto a nearby sofa. "The risk is merely that you might be ambushed by unforeseen factors while traversing your path. Theodore's writings must exhibit a bias. He must lean towards pureblood families. By doing so, Theodore would be elevated to the pedestal by supporters of blood purity, while simultaneously subjected to vehement criticism from detractors. But rest assured, this will only be temporary. I am in the process of preparing a newspaper, and with you and Percy as my two prominent spokespersons, I will save on promotional expenses." Seraphina said with a carefree smile, as though the challenges ahead were trivial. Theodore weighed her words internally. The vision Seraphina painted was undeniably tempting. Yet the risks loomed like the sword of Damocles. He gradually straightened his posture, placing the book on his lap, resting his elbows on the armrests of the sofa, and intertwining his fingers beneath his chin. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "How do you intend to compete with the Daily Prophet?" One must acknowledge that it is deeply entrenched in the magical community, bolstered by the support of the Ministry of Magic. The influence of the Daily Prophet is unparalleled. Yet precisely because of this, it has grown complacent atop its lofty perch, lacking any real competitors, and thus has lost the capacity to contend with emerging forces. Seraphina leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with determination. While the Daily Prophet may appear formidable, it is riddled with flaws. It has devolved into a mere mouthpiece for the ministry. Its reporting often skewed and lacking credibility. Our newspaper will be founded on principles of truth and diversity. When do you plan to launch it? Theodore asked. When we reach our third year, Seraphina replied. By then, you should be involved in family decision-making, with the capability to challenge old Not. At that point, no one will hinder your advancement. The reason Theodore could collaborate with Seraphina was that her ambitions diverged from those of his father. Although he was the heir of the Knot family, he remained merely an heir, lacking genuine power, always susceptible to being stifled by his family's influence. Theodore nodded slightly, acknowledging Seraphina's analysis, yet lingering doubts persisted. But the ministry will not stand idly by as we grow. They will undoubtedly take measures to suppress us. This is precisely why I require you and Percy, Seraphina said, rising and pacing the room. The reputations you have cultivated within your respective factions will serve as a protective barrier for the newspaper. Should the ministry act rashly, it would surely incite discontent among your supporters. No one understands the power of public opinion better than the ministry itself. Theodore remained silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement while voicing his condition. I wish to use a pseudonym. He was eager to seize this opportunity to realize his ambitions and carve out a space for himself. Yet he must also safeguard his identity within the constraints imposed upon him. That is entirely acceptable, Seraphina acquiesced without hesitation, as long as she could control the narrative. Even if Theodore were to betray her in the future, she would ensure a replacement was ready before he could do so. A pleasant collaboration, Theodore. A pleasant collaboration, Seraphina. Seraphina extended her hand, and Theodore grasped it firmly. When Draco returned, crestfallen from his fruitless search, he stumbled upon this glaring scene. Had it been in the past, he would have rushed to separate their hands without a second thought. However, his previous impetuousness had already irked Seraphina, and a repeat of such boldness would only deepen her disdain for him. He placed a hand over his heart, pondering, "Mother, why does my heart ache?" Draco remained unaware of the answer, but he silently retreated from the doorway, standing outside for an extended period before finally entering. Chapter 17. The Rise to Fame of Mel's. In recent days, Seraphina had been preoccupied with maintaining the book page society and discussing drafts with Theodore, hardly noticing Ron. After finishing her revisions in the library, she found herself seated across from three individuals. Hermione whispered, "Fina, do you know about Nicholas?" The trio had discovered the Nicholas mentioned by Hagrid in a book. But to further verify his existence, Hermione and Harry decided to consult Seraphina, acting on Ron's suggestion that there was no one Seraphina did not know. As a child, Seraphina had fallen asleep listening to the genealogies of various families within the magical community. Nicholas Flamel was the first and only individual in magical history to have created the Philosopher's Stone. The stone possessed two remarkable properties. It could produce the elixir of life, granting immortality, and it could transform base metals into pure gold. With this achievement, Nicholas became one of the longest-lived individuals in the magical world, having lived for over 6 centuries. After Seraphina finished speaking, she regarded the three across from her. "Why are you inquiring about this?" The trio, as if rehearsed, shook their heads in unison, replying, "Nothing." Seraphina fixed her gaze on Ron, scrutinizing him for a moment. Very well. Internally, she felt a sense of pride. Ron had finally learned to lie. Every fledgling must one day soar independently. The vast azure sky is his true domain. "Have you upset Seraphina?" Blaise nudged Draco's shoulder. Wherever Draco was, Seraphina was not to be found. Given Blaise's understanding of Draco, it was clear he had angered her. "I just wanted her to give me a different kind of gift," Draco muttered, glancing down at the small snake toy on his backpack. Blaise instantly understood, chuckling as he patted Draco's shoulder. "Draco, you ought to temper your peculiar temperament." The more hurtful remarks went unspoken, as Blaise did not wish to provoke Draco further. Draco fell into contemplation. Is my temper truly that bad? The child, who had always been indulged by his family, was experiencing a sense of defeat for the first time. Yet, the only one wallowing in despair was Draco. During this time, Seraphina was preparing for the publication of her work, aspiring for Theodore to achieve fame akin to that of the former Percy. She handed Theodore the revised manuscript. "Based on my notes, please make the necessary modifications." Theodore accepted the parchment, reading the content carefully, marveling at Seraphina's literary prowess in his heart. Despite his firm belief that the manuscript was flawless, she managed to uncover numerous errors. The article was to delve into the advantages of magical heritage within pureblood families, elaborating on the profound influence of ancient bloodlines on magical aptitude. However, it was imperative to maintain a tone that was not overly aggressive, persuading through reason. Seraphina further admonished him to ensure that even the proponents of non-pure blood ideologies could not find fault, rendering his words impervious to any form of attack. Understanding her concerns, Theodore nodded, recognizing that Seraphina was laying the groundwork for her future transformation of status. "By the way, I have gathered some relevant materials for you," Seraphina remarked, gesturing towards the mountain of books and scrolls nearby. "I have secured long-term access to this desk from Mrs. Pants, so you may create with peace of mind." Theodore's eyes gleamed at the sight of the books. "Thank you," he replied. The library at Hogwarts housed an extensive collection, But the process of searching for individual tomes was exceedingly time-consuming. Seraphina had already organized the materials, arranging them neatly on the desk. The desk was positioned conveniently by the window, allowing sunlight to bathe it during pleasant weather. When fatigue from writing set in, he could gaze outside to unwind. In the ensuing days, Theodore immersed himself in the sea of materials. Aside from attending classes, he spent every moment either in a quiet corner of the library or in his dormitory, diligently researching and composing his article. Every paragraph and sentence was meticulously crafted. As he strived for perfection, at long last, Theodore completed his inaugural article. He confidently handed the revised manuscript to Seraphina, hopeful for her approval. As she received the parchment, her expression transitioned from sternness to satisfaction as she read intently. "Theodore, you possess an innate sensitivity to language," Seraphina remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I am certain that upon publication, this article will create a sensation." A rare smile graced Theodore's face. "Thank you for your affirmation, Seraphina. I hope this marks a promising beginning for our plans." Under Seraphina's financial maneuvering, the article titled "The Rise and Fall of Pureblood Families Through the Lens of Ancient Magical Texts" graced the front page of the Daily Prophet. Its publication sent ripples across the wizarding community, inciting curiosity about the identity of this mysterious Mels. Naturally, with support came opposition, and amidst the intertwining voices, only the force behind the article prevailed. Their advocacy elevated the name Mels to prominence, and anticipation grew for the next piece. Numerous journalists sought an interview with Mels, yet he declined all invitations, firmly asserting his desire to remain an unassuming writer. At the corner desk of the library, Seraphina slid a check across to Theodore. "Theodore, this is your payment for the manuscript." The article's influence was immense, and the Daily Prophet rewarded him with 400 galleons. "How can you be so certain the Ministry of Magic won't investigate us?" Beneath the veneer of newfound fame lay Theodore's underlying fear. He vividly remembered the officials who stormed the Knot estate, their avaricious and loathsome gazes forever etched in his memory after that individual was defeated by Harry Potter. The power of money is formidable. No one can resist its allure, especially not the ministry's inept officials, Seraphina replied with a hint of a smile. "Moreover, no one ever complains about earning too much. Your emergence has brought substantial profits to the Daily Prophet. They will not relinquish their golden goose." Reassured by Seraphina's words, Theodore gradually eased his tension. "You should continue writing. I shall not disturb you," Seraphina stated as she rose to take her leave. Having arranged for Theodore, her attention now turned to Blaise. Among the Slytherins, he was one of the few who maintained good relations with students from other houses, his handsome visage having captivated many hearts. Seraphina was confident that this suave young man would prove to be an exceptional diplomat and a source of intelligence. Chapter 18. The Exceptional Diplomat Blaise. For several consecutive days, Seraphina ignored Draco, much to his chagrin. One evening, unable to sleep as he tossed and turned, he decided to take a stroll. Unbeknownst to him, this led him straight into Filch's embrace, accompanied by the Gryffindor trio, all of whom were penalized by Professor McGonagall to assist Hagrid in guarding the Forbidden Forest. As the end of term approached, all students were intensively reviewing their materials. Days prior, Seraphina had advised Ron to meet her in the library for assistance, but instead of him, she received news of his misfortune. Together with Harry and Hermione, he had ventured into the fourth-floor corridor and encountered the three-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone, even facing Voldemort disguised as Professor Quirrell. When Seraphina heard this news, her anxiety was immeasurable. Rushing to the hospital wing, she found Ron lying in bed, with Percy seated on a bench nearby. "Seraphina, you've come?" Percy said cautiously, rising. "Fred and George just left. I came to check on my brave little brother," Seraphina said softly, approaching Ron's bedside. His face bore scratches from the rubble, and he lay there peacefully asleep, a sight she hadn't witnessed in a long time. "Percy, Voldemort is truly stirring chaos within the wizarding world," Seraphina murmured. Percy nodded. "He escaped again. Harry defeated him once more." "No, Harry didn't defeat him. He merely allowed him to escape again," Seraphina countered. "True defeat would mean Voldemort's complete disappearance from this world, not his repeated returns." "Percy, let Ron rest well. I will return to see him later," she concluded. Leaving the hospital wing, standing at the corridor's end, she gazed at the distant scenery, her heart a tumult of emotions. Time was precious. She could not afford to delay. She needed to inform Blaise of the plan before the holiday and implement it during the break. The afternoon sun lazily bathed the corridors of Hogwarts in warmth as Seraphina entered the library, locating Blaise, who was engrossed in his studies. "Blaise," she called softly, striving not to disrupt the library's serene atmosphere. Blaise looked up, a hint of curiosity crossing his face. "Seraphina, do you need something?" he asked, assuming she sought him due to Ron's injury. "May I have a moment of your time?" Seraphina inquired. Blaise paused, nodding in agreement. Of course. They retreated to the attic of the Page Society, which was empty at this time of year. Sitting face to face, Seraphina opened with purpose. Blaise, your exceptional diplomatic skills have greatly impressed me. Would you be willing to take on the role of intelligence gatherer for the Page Society? Blaise raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what would I gain from this position? His question was anticipated by Seraphina, who leaned slightly forward. It would grant you fame and wealth. Henceforth, no one would dare mock your identity, and your assets would bear your name. Blaise's mother was a widow who had been married 7 times. Their family wealth was not inherited through generations, but rather comprised of the legacies of Mrs. Zabini's late husbands. His ability to forge friendships with Draco and Theodore can solely be attributed to the esteemed positions held by his previous stepfathers within the Ministry of Magic, coupled with his mother's adeptness in social circles among the affluent. The concept of exclusivity is particularly alluring, especially to someone of Blaise's disposition. In an instant, Blaise's gaze sharpened. As if Seraphina's words had ignited a concealed yearning deep within him, he rhythmically tapped his fingers against the table. A habitual gesture he resorted to when weighing the pros and cons of fame and fortune. Such notions seemed trivial. A sardonic smile played at the corners of Blaise's lips. Despite the skepticism in his words, his eyes betrayed an undeniable flicker of anticipation. Seraphina had anticipated that Blaise would not be easily swayed. She remained unperturbed as she stated, "You are core members of the Page Society, and the future of the magical world lies within our grasp. I offer you the position of Director of the International Magical Cooperation Department. How does this proposition strike you? But why should I trust that you can fulfill your promise? The Page Society you speak of sounds merely like a fledgling organization that could vanish without a trace at any moment," Blaise replied, regarding Seraphina with a wary eye. The future remained distant. How could one trust the words of an 11-year-old girl to hold any truth? Upon hearing this, a glint of confidence flashed in Seraphina's eyes. She straightened her posture and fixed her unwavering gaze upon Blaise. "Blaise, I understand your skepticism. After all, it does sound audacious. However, you must realize that although the Page Society is new, we possess the determination and capability to transform the magical realm." She leaned slightly forward, twirling a quill that lay on the table. Each generation has its own struggles, and the magical world has long suffered under a decaying political system. Our emergence is the key to breaking this cycle. As for the position I have proposed, it is not mere empty rhetoric. You were among the first to follow me, and I naturally owe grand promises to my trusted allies. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. And you, with your talent for intelligence gathering and exceptional diplomatic skills, are the ideal candidate for this role. Blaise reclined against the chair, his brow furrowed, unconsciously tapping his fingers against the armrest. He recalled his mother's days navigating social circles, where despite their family wealth, they were often subtly looked down upon by established pure-blood families due to their lack of genuine core power. Securing the position of Director of the International Magical Cooperation Department would not only elevate his family's status, but also liberate him from the shadows of others. "Very well. I accept your offer, and I hope you will honor your commitment," Blaise ultimately conceded. Seraphina possessed an astute understanding of human nature. Pansy, Theodore, and Blaise were her most formidable allies. Their capabilities and familial influence would propel future developments. A knowing smile graced Seraphina's lips as she responded, "A fruitful collaboration, Blaise." "Indeed. A fruitful collaboration, Seraphina." The clasped hands signified the successful advancement of Seraphina's scheme as her plans quietly began to take shape. She envisioned a future where the Ministry of Magic would be swept by tumultuous waves due to their emergence, and those who had weathered the storms of adversity would emerge as the true saviors of the magical world. Chapter 19, The Chosen Boy. The tension of the final exams had subsided, and the children embarked on their journey home. Draco sat in the compartment, a sullen expression on his face as he gazed out at the retreating scenery. It had been quite some time since Seraphina last spoke to him. It seemed she had forgotten about their friendship. Though she was close to Harry and Hermione, Seraphina also engaged in discussions with Theodore and Pansy. Yet she never cast a glance in his direction. Why was that? No, I must seek clarity. Draco abruptly sat upright, determined to find Seraphina. After searching through half the train compartments, he finally discovered her. The girl sat with her eyes closed, resting, as dappled light danced across her face. Draco was momentarily mesmerized, and after a pause, he stepped into the compartment and seated himself opposite her. Hearing the movement, Seraphina slowly opened her eyes and regarded the platinum-haired boy. "Is something the matter?" Her calm tone startled Draco. Such a manner of speaking felt unfamiliar between friends. "I apologize. I truly appreciate the doll you gave me. But I just wanted to. Draco stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Seraphina remained silent, studying him intently. Pansy and the others captivated Seraphina's attention because of their abilities, whereas Draco was different. She was drawn to the formidable power of the Malfoy family and his harmonious family background. Seraphina was a quintessential Slytherin, always looking out for her own interests. A family free from inbreeding and well-connected to multiple prominent families was what Seraphina needed to ensure her children would inherit that lineage, providing a safety net for her path to success. To be candid, Seraphina had contemplated achieving these goals independently, but reality was unforgiving. Wherever humanity existed, so did conflict. And where there was conflict, casualties followed. Thus, she needed to find a partner with shared interests to shoulder the immense risks alongside her. Compared to the insanity, illness, and incestuous unions of other families, the Malfoys undoubtedly became Seraphina's top choice. Marriage was not a necessity, yet Seraphina required it to solidify her throne. Moreover, she had devised a method to avoid the pains of childbirth, a win-win solution that she could not overlook. Draco sensed the coolness in Seraphina's gaze, which bordered on indifference, leaving him increasingly uncertain. He racked his brain, seeking the right words to break the stalemate, but his thoughts were a jumbled mess, and the words he managed to muster felt utterly inadequate. Seraphina, I know I've been behaving poorly lately, but I assure you it wasn't intentional. Draco bit his lip, striving to maintain composure. I just want to be different, to be special, he murmured, his voice dwindling to a whisper, nearly drowned out by the faint sounds within the compartment. Seraphina raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that her neglect had proven effective. Draco, we share no special bond. In my eyes, you are just like the rest. What entitles you to possess my uniqueness? Her tone was steady, yet each word struck Draco's heart like a hammer. Lowering his gaze, he fidgeted with the hem of his clothing. I realize I was wrong, Seraphina, he admitted, his voice trembling with remorse and guilt. Can you forgive me? Seraphina did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the window, where the train sped past vast fields, shadows dancing across her face. After a long moment, she turned back to Draco, her expression softened. Draco, I do not wish for you to lose your temper with me over such trivial matters in the future. This was Seraphina's tailored strategy, to offer a slap followed by a sweet reward. How Draco presented himself to the world beyond her concern, but in her presence, he must lower his guard and behave like an obedient child. I understand, Seraphina, Draco replied, nodding slightly, a faint blush creeping onto his face, a sign of his embarrassment over his previous impulsiveness. He dared to steal a glance at Seraphina's expression and, noticing the absence of distance and coldness in her eyes, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Seraphina, I assure you it shall not happen again. His voice carried a note of sincerity, tinged with a hint of unacknowledged flattery. Seraphina regarded Draco's demeanor with a sense of private satisfaction, recognizing that her meticulously devised strategy was beginning to bear fruit. She gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she replied, I believe in you, Draco. That smile, reminiscent of the gentle warmth of spring sunlight, swiftly dispelled the lingering shadows within Draco's heart. The train continued its forward journey, the scenery outside shifting rapidly. Within the compartment, Seraphina and Draco engaged in lively conversation, their occasional laughter resonating within the confined space. As Percy passed through the carriage on his patrol, he cast a glance at Draco seated opposite Seraphina, shaking his head lightly. To an outsider, it appeared to be nothing more than a heartwarming scene of two friends sharing the mundane moments of life, unaware that behind this facade, Seraphina was gradually ensnaring Draco within her carefully woven plans, while Draco, immersed in the rediscovered warmth of friendship, remained oblivious to the impending developments. As the door to their humble abode swung open, Ginny rushed forward, enveloping Seraphina in a tight embrace. Fina, I missed you so much. I missed you too, my dear. Seraphina replied, planting a gentle kiss on Ginny's forehead. Did you not miss us? George interjected, brandishing a toy before Ginny. I missed you all, Ginny exclaimed, accepting the toy and bestowing a heartfelt hug upon George. My lovely sister. Fred, standing nearby, playfully ruffled Ginny's hair in a mischievous manner. Ginny made sure to hug Fred, Ron, and Percy, leaving no one out. As the holiday commenced, the Weasley family became busily engaged. Seraphina, Ron, and Ginny managed the affairs of the quirky shop, while Fred and George focused on finalizing preparations for their new store, and Percy busied himself with writing at home. Not a single child within the Weasley family was deemed useless. The youngest, Ginny, possessed remarkable financial acumen, while Seraphina, during her school years, had entrusted the management of the quirky shop to her. Seraphina was confident that her little sister would undoubtedly grow into an exceptional witch. As the holiday drew to a close, Ginny remained home to prepare for the arrival of Hogwarts' letter. The previous night, Seraphina had been inventorying until late, opting to spend the night at the shop, and returned home only that morning, whereupon she found Harry seated at the dining table. Good morning, Mom, Dad. Seraphina greeted her parents before incredulously inquiring, Harry, what are you doing here? Good morning, Dear Fina, Molly replied, embracing Seraphina. After listening to Molly recount how Harry had arrived, Seraphina cast a disapproving glance at Ron, Fred, and George. Father's car was not reported to the Ministry of Magic. Your reckless venture could attract their scrutiny, she cautioned. Turning to Arthur, who was enjoying his meal, she added, you ought to apply for a license with the Transportation Department to ensure this vehicle is roadworthy. Your recent searches have already caused discontent. If they catch wind of any irregularities, your job may be at stake. Arthur nodded. I understand, Fina. Harry observed Seraphina, noting her apparent authority even within the confines of her home. The Weasley family was remarkably united. They understood how to act and whose words to heed. Thus they never opposed sound reasoning. Even their parents, Arthur and Molly, listened attentively to their children's opinions. Chapter 20. A reunion with the basilisk. Bang! An owl bearing a letter collided with the window. Percy rose to retrieve the missive, glanced at it, and turned to the others, declaring, it's Ginny's acceptance letter. Oh! Ginny exclaimed, bouncing to Percy's side and snatching the letter from his hand. After breakfast, Molly and Arthur planned to take the children to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary books for the upcoming term. Molly produced some flue powder from their home, and Ron stepped into the fireplace first, demonstrating for Harry. Diagon Alley. As soon as he spoke, the flames transformed into a vibrant green, roaring to life as Ron vanished into the fireplace. Harry followed suit, and soon everyone entered one after the other, making their way to Diagon Alley. Where's Harry? Ginny looked around, noticing all her siblings were present except for him. The family waited for a moment outside the quirky shop until Harry and Hagrid emerged from a narrow alleyway. The back-to-school season was the liveliest time in Diagon Alley. As Ginny was about to start school, Seraphina had hired a young woman named Poppy Benson, a diligent Ravenclaw, to assist during the summer. Seraphina felt confident in trusting the shop's operations to her. Mom, Dad, I already bought my books yesterday. You can take them to Flourish and Blots, Seraphina informed Molly. I will wait for you at the quirky shop. Watching Molly and the others depart, Seraphina turned and entered the shop, taking a seat in the upstairs parlor to await her guests. Knock, knock, knock. Boss, Mr. Malfoy has arrived, Poppy announced as she opened the door. Seraphina set her book aside and invited Mr. Malfoy in. This marked the second meeting between Lucius and Seraphina, akin to a full-grown serpent facing a juvenile one across a table adorned with a box exuding an air of danger. Miss Weasley, Draco holds you in high regard. Lucius spoke in his distinctive aristocratic tone. During the summer, Seraphina frequently corresponded with Draco, though predominantly it was Draco who wrote to share amusing anecdotes with her. As the master of Malfoy Manor, Lucius was keenly aware of his son's actions and, naturally, knew who the recipient of those letters was. His naive son remained blissfully unaware that he was firmly ensnared within Seraphina's grasp. However, he was taken aback by Seraphina's latest correspondence, which explicitly warned that the Ministry of Magic would be conducting a raid on Malfoy Manor that evening in search of dark artifacts. Lucius, adopting a skeptical stance, hastily concealed the items to thwart the Ministry's efforts. Subsequently, Seraphina sent another letter, offering to safeguard these perilous items, but she insisted on discussing matters with Mr. Malfoy on the first day of school. Does Arthur know his daughter is providing me with warnings? Lucius mused, observing the girl across from him with a leisurely interest. He admitted to feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Arthur. Such a remarkable child would have made a fine daughter in his own family. I am myself, and my father is my father. We each have our own paths to tread, Seraphina replied with a gentle smile. Mr. Malfoy, I shall not keep you in suspense. What do you say to collaborating with me? Her proposition momentarily stunned Lucius. He had not anticipated hearing the word collaboration from the lips of a mere 12-year-old. Seraphina caught the surprise in Lucius's eyes. Voldemort is poised for revival. He is tirelessly seeking ways to prolong his existence. A partnership with me would be mutually beneficial. On their way, Draco had already divulged everything to Lucius to ensure he was prepared. Lucius reclined on the sofa, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, producing a steady beat as he scrutinized Seraphina, a flicker of complex emotions reflecting in his gray-blue eyes. The notion of collaborating with a 12-year-old girl seemed absurd to him. He raised his chin slightly, his tone laced with the usual arrogance. Seraphina straightened her back and met Lucius's gaze, her eyes betraying a maturity beyond her years. Mr. Malfoy, I am aware that you possess your own assessment of the situation. However, you must understand that the recent peculiar occurrences within the magical realm are far from mere coincidence. Lucius squinted slightly. What assistance can you provide in this collaboration? His tone softened, indicating he was beginning to seriously contemplate Seraphina's proposal. Firstly, I can continue to keep you informed of the Ministry's developments, Seraphina asserted, raising a finger, ensuring you maintain the upper hand when addressing their inquiries. Leaning forward slightly, her hands delicately folded upon her lap, she continued, most importantly, I shall ensure that my child becomes the next heir of the Malfoy lineage, preserving the family's illustrious legacy. Beyond his family, Lucius cherished his lineage above all else. Seraphina had no intention of shrouding her ambitions in mystery before Lucius. Rather, she laid her aspirations bare. Only the most pressing interests could sway this serpent, who had survived the Second Wizarding War. Lucius regarded Seraphina with keen interest. What if I were to forbid Draco from associating with you? That is your perspective, not Draco's, she countered. The years spent at Hogwarts have indelibly shaped him. 7 years is ample time for me to entwine his heart and soul with mine. Seraphina added, unless, of course, you wish for Draco to join the Weasley family. Do not even entertain that thought. Lucius replied, his demeanor darkening. That is utterly out of the question. After this exchange, a silence enveloped them for a moment. Before Lucius's lips curled into a faint smile, you harbor quite the ambition, young lady. I have an appreciation for those with aspirations. During the silence, Lucius pondered deeply. The future of the family rested upon the youth. The fate of the Weasley family was inconsequential. What mattered was that his son would possess a clever wife and progeny. I agree to this collaboration, but I trust you will not disappoint me, Miss Weasley. Rising, Lucius strode towards the exit. May our partnership be fruitful, Mr. Malfoy. Seraphina replied with a smile as she watched him depart. Shortly after Lucius left, Ron and the others returned, but Arthur seemed quite displeased. Seraphina inquired, Father, what troubles you? Encountered the Malfoys, both old and young, and they're just as insufferable, Arthur grumbled, having long harbored animosity towards Lucius. Sparks ignited the moment they met. Harry gazed around the quirky shop's splendid decor. It's magnificent. Having heard Ron speak of the establishment in Diagon Alley, he was thoroughly impressed. Thank you for your compliment, Harry. Why don't you head upstairs for a moment? Seraphina suggested, as Ron had already taken Harry away. Molly and Arthur departed home first. Ginny pulled Seraphina aside, clutching a black notebook, and whispered, Fina, old Malfoy asked me to give you this, saying it's a gift for you. When Lucius reached the Flourish and Blots bookstore, he realized he had forgotten something significant. Coincidentally, he spotted Ginny at the entrance and handed her the notebook for delivery to Seraphina. This interaction reignited the ongoing feud between Arthur and Lucius. Seraphina accepted the notebook, gently ruffling Ginny's hair. Thank you, dear. Anything deemed a gift by Lucius would surely be of dubious merit. Seraphina placed the notebook within her own books to take to Hogwarts. In Chapter 21, The Deceptive Smile of Travers. The group boarded the train to Hogwarts, ushering in a new term. Ginny, a first-year student, did not accompany them. This time, the Weasley family had no outliers. Ginny seamlessly joined Gryffindor. Seraphina applauded for her beloved sister from the Slytherin table. This year, Slytherin's enrollment remained modest, with notable attention drawn to Daphne's sister, Astoria, and the Travers family's own, Ariel Travers. Daphne had not joined the Pages Society, having succumbed to the corrupting influence of her ideology, prioritizing the preservation of pure-blood status over her own ambitions. Her sister, however, appeared somewhat different, an endearingly shy girl. Meanwhile, Ariel seemed enamored with Draco, her gaze fixated on the platinum-haired boy since taking her seat beside Seraphina. Seraphina paid her no mind, continuing to observe the sorting ceremony. As the new term commenced, the professor who irked Seraphina most made his appearance. How on earth did Lockhart become a professor? Is there no one else in the magical community? Seraphina expressed her irritation as she watched the man at the lectern ramble on, his words having no relevance to the defense against the dark arts curriculum. Plugging her ears with earplugs, she opened her textbook, prepared for self-study. Suddenly, a Cornish pixie swooped onto her book, jolting her gaze upward to find the classroom in disarray. Lockhart had already vanished, leaving Neville dangling in midair, his robes nearly snagged. Immobulus, Wingardium Leviosa. Two voices rang out, swiftly restoring order. The former was Hermione, who had immobilized the pixies, while the latter was Seraphina, who gently lowered Neville back to the ground. The first defense against the dark arts lesson concluded with Lockhart's hasty retreat. Days later, Draco appeared clad in the Slytherin Quidditch team's robes, eager to drag Seraphina to the pitch to watch his practice. I don't recall Slytherin selecting a new seeker, Seraphina remarked, appraising the boy before her. He had grown significantly since last term. My father sponsored the entire team with Firebolt 2001s, Draco boasted, shaking his broom. With a sigh, Seraphina conceded, very well. Your affluent father has indeed become the principal benefactor of the Quidditch team. Arriving at the pitch, Seraphina settled in a corner to read, when suddenly a shadow loomed overhead. She looked up to find Ariel. What book are you reading, senior? Ariel inquired, her smile revealing adorable dimples, though the insincerity of her mirth was evident. Seraphina closed her book to reveal the cover, Potions. Ariel's smile faltered. You truly are studious. Professor Snape is quite strict. Seraphina had no desire to continue the conversation. lowering her gaze back to her book. You're a Weasley, aren't you? Indeed. Does your family have many siblings? Ariel gasped, quickly covering her mouth. I apologize, senior. Seraphina, now disinterested in her reading, regarded the girl with intrigue. If you have feelings for Draco, pursue them yourself instead of projecting veiled hostility towards me here. She understood that while she sought assistance from the Malfoy family, others did too. The Travers family likely shared the same intentions. If Ariel could capture Draco's attention, it would be her accomplishment, and Seraphina would admire her for it. Yet, it seemed Ariel had misjudged the situation. Furthermore, something easily swayed was likely unsuitable. Knowing when to cut losses was the wisest course. You've misunderstood me, Ariel said, forcing a smile. You seem rather disingenuous, Seraphina remarked, rising to leave the pitch without even bidding Draco farewell. By the time Draco landed after a few laps, Seraphina had vanished from the grounds. Where did she go? He wondered. Draco, after searching high and low, fell into deep contemplation, pondering what he might have done wrong. Perched upon his broom, he ruminated for an extended period. Yet no answers emerged. Eventually, after practicing for a while, he returned to the Slytherin common room. Meanwhile, Seraphina, having spent the afternoon in the library, returned to her dormitory, prepared to delve into the notebook Lucius had bestowed upon her. To her dismay, she discovered her room in utter disarray. Books were shredded, clothes lay in tatters, and even the bed curtains had been torn down. Wait, the diary. Seraphina hurried to the bookshelf, searching for her diary, but despite her frantic efforts, it eluded her grasp. Even among the shredded remnants of paper. This is terrible. Seraphina immediately sought out Dumbledore. The door to his office was firmly shut, and in her anxiety, she knocked urgently. Come in. Dumbledore's calm and steady voice resonated from within. Seraphina pushed the door open, the room suffused with a faint, mysterious fragrance. Dumbledore sat behind his antiquated desk, peering at her through his crescent-shaped glasses with concern. What troubles you, Seraphina? Professor, old Malfoy entrusted me with a diary, but while I was away, someone not only ransacked my room, but also stole that diary. Seraphina breathlessly recounted, her chest heaving with distress. Dumbledore rose and slowly paced to the window, gazing out at the Hogwarts castle, his thoughts seemingly drifting far beyond. We must ascertain who has stolen the diary and their intentions with it. The item Lucius gave to you is no ordinary possession. It is likely a remnant of Voldemort's legacy left behind at Malfoy Manor. Very well, I shall investigate at once. Our immediate objective is to identify who accessed Seraphina's dormitory. This individual must be a Slytherin, and undoubtedly a female. At dinner, Seraphina made her presence known as she stood before the long Slytherin table, tapping her wand against its surface, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. This afternoon, someone infiltrated my dormitory using magical tools to steal a valuable item. I grant you until tomorrow evening to reflect on this matter. I expect to see my belongings returned. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Her proclamation left the Slytherins bewildered and drew the attention of students from other houses. What? Someone broke into the dormitory. Pansy shrieked. Seraphina, you weren't harmed, were you? She grasped Seraphina's hand, inspecting her for injuries. I'm fine, Pansy. Seraphina reassured her with a soothing smile. After dinner, discussions about the incident swirled among the students. The audacity of breaking into a dormitory to steal valuable items was utterly shocking. Today, it was Seraphina. What could they be next? Yet, as 2 days passed, the thief had yet to return the diary. To make matters worse, Hogwarts experienced a petrification incident. Ah, my cat. You are the reason my cat is harmed. Filch's cries drew the attention of others. They rushed to the scene to find the petrified Mrs. Norris and the blood-red letters on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware the heir's enemy. Dumbledore instructed the students to leave, and Filch carried away his cat. Seraphina followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. Professor, is it possible someone has taken that notebook? Seraphina speculated. Dumbledore sighed. Indeed. It is a wicked thing. Harry and his friends, having been the first to discover Mrs. Norris, began to quietly investigate the truth behind the incident. Chapter 22. A Heart-to-Heart with Pansy. In the Slytherin common room, several girls crowded around Pansy. Wow, is this truly the latest creation of the moon goddess? One girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Of course, Pansy replied elegantly, delicately retrieving several exquisitely packaged bottles of perfume from a nearby box and handing them to the surrounding girls with a perfectly measured smile. I hope you all will enjoy them. During the holiday, Pansy had returned home and, with persistent persuasion, convinced her father to allow her to manage the family's perfume business. Within the vast Parkinson family, the perfume venture was but a trifling aspect. Her father assumed it was merely a passing fancy of his daughter and, without much thought, entrusted the enterprise to Pansy. Possessing a keen business acumen, Pansy advertised in the Witch Weekly. Once the limited edition perfumes were launched, they were snatched up in an instant. Did you hear? The Travers family is in dire straits. Old Travers is seeking help everywhere and is now considering a marriage alliance. The girls' chatter echoed softly in the common room. The astute could always glean deeper messages from seemingly ordinary conversations. Which family is the Travers considering? Someone inquired with curiosity. I heard it's the Malfoy family. What? One girl exclaimed, incredulous. How dare they entertain such thoughts? Although the Travers family was one of the Sacred 28, they had fallen into decline. Even the current Weasley family had surpassed them in many respects. Pansy remained silent, mentally cataloging every word. Once the girls' tea party concluded, she wasted no time and promptly headed to Seraphina's dormitory. Seraphina. Pansy burst into the room without knocking. What is it, Pansy? Seraphina, busy tidying up her room, smiled and gestured for her to sit and speak at her leisure. Pansy took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart before saying, the Travers family wishes to form a marriage alliance with the Malfoy family. I had a feeling, Seraphina replied calmly, recalling her previous encounter with Travers, which had hinted at such intentions. Pansy, full of indignation, blurted out, Draco is yours. How dare Travers? In the past, the Parkinson family had also contemplated a union with the Malfoy family. Pansy resisted this idea, feigning infatuation to deter her father from pressuring her. Growing up together, Pansy genuinely valued Draco as a friend. Despite his occasional temper, it did not hinder their bond. Pansy had long recognized that Seraphina held a special place in Draco's heart, even if he remained oblivious to it. No, Pansy, no one is inherently destined to belong to another. If Travers indeed possesses the ability to capture Draco's heart, then that is her own merit. Seraphina gently shook her head, her gaze soft. You are my first ally, aside from Percy, and a true friend. Thus, I must speak candidly with you. Men are merely the seasoning of our lives. When necessary, we can even leverage them to ascend to greater heights. But if a mere girl can effortlessly steal his heart, then such a man is unworthy of any of our affections. When seeking a partner, one should pursue a devoted soul, whose heart and eyes are solely for you. Should he betray the vows between you, remember, extract every last ounce of value from him, and then without hesitation, leave him behind. Pansy, her mouth agape in astonishment, stared at Seraphina, finally managing to utter, you make an excellent point. In the world of pureblood families, most girls could hardly escape their fates as pawns in family alliances. Though their lives may bear multiple surnames, none truly belong to them. Seraphina observed Pansy's expression and knew she had absorbed the words. Pansy, you can become whomever you wish, but above all, do not allow yourself to be mere currency on a gambling table. After such discourse, she inquired, do you believe Travers can capture Draco's heart? Pansy's curiosity surged, and she leaned closer to Seraphina, whispering her question. I think not, Seraphina replied, a confident smile gracing her lips. After a brief pause, she continued, Pansy, when you marry, I shall reveal a secret to you. A secret? Pansy asked, confusion etched across her face. Why not share it now? Seraphina feigned mystery, shaking her head. The time is not yet ripe. However, I can present you with another gift. With that, she rose and approached her suitcase, retrieving an exquisite large box. She gently placed it upon the table and slowly opened it, revealing a dazzling set of pink diamond jewelry. The diamonds adorned in the jewelry hailed from distant Australia. I acquired these during the holiday at the curiosity shop, and I thought they would suit you perfectly, Seraphina said, nudging the box toward Pansy. Do you like them? Pansy delicately cradled the jewelry, her fingers brushing over the softly glowing diamonds, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In a world rife with familial entanglements among pure bloods, this gift from Seraphina felt pure and warm. Seraphina, this is too extravagant. Pansy's voice faltered, overwhelmed with emotion. Seraphina gently patted Pansy's shoulder, smiling warmly. Do not say such things, you deserve the very best. These jewels, when adorned upon you, will shine far brighter than they ever could in my possession. Pansy inhaled deeply, striving to quell her excitement. She carefully returned the jewelry to its box and embraced Seraphina tightly. You are so kind to me, Seraphina. I truly do not know how to thank you. No need for thanks. We are friends, Seraphina replied, reciprocating the embrace with a light-hearted sincerity. With a blend of utility and genuine affection, Seraphina found herself uncertain of her own motivations. Perhaps this was simply human nature. Pansy released Seraphina and gazed once more at the jewelry, silently vowing to cherish their friendship and uphold Seraphina's expectations, resolute not to become a pawn in her family's marital arrangements. I shall put it away for now, to wear on a significant occasion, Pansy said, closing the box. She then composed herself, her eyes slightly reddened, yet smiling, as she bid farewell to Seraphina. I must return now. I have matters to attend to. All right. Reach out to me whenever you need. Seraphina nodded in response. As Pansy exited the room, her steps were light, as if she might take flight. Throughout her journey, she reveled in her joy, replaying Seraphina's words in her mind. She felt as if she had been reborn, no longer the girl shrouded in uncertainty about her future. Upon returning to her dormitory, Pansy concealed the box and sat by her bed, lost in contemplation. She began to ponder her future, contemplating how to take control of her destiny, as Seraphina had advised. Chapter 23. The Thief of the Diary. Lockhart, the buffoon, has finally received his comeuppance. Delivered not by anyone else, but by Snape himself. Following the heart-stopping duel in the dueling club, the entire Hogwarts buzzed with chatter. Fixated on Harry Potter's revelation of his Parseltongue ability. Knowing Lockhart's true nature, Seraphina had opted to take a leave of absence to search for the diary in the Slytherin dormitory. After the incident, Draco rushed into the common room, exclaiming, "Seraphina, did you witness how astonishing Potter was today?" He animatedly waved his arms. He can speak Parseltongue. This is no ordinary magical ability. It is the hallmark of Slytherin. Seraphina furrowed her brow, a flicker of doubt crossing her features. Parseltongue? Draco, anticipating her inquiry, proudly lifted his chin and began to elaborate. Parseltongue is an exceedingly rare and mysterious ability, possessed by only a select few wizards. It is almost exclusively the domain of Slytherin's heirs. Legend has it that Salazar Slytherin himself was a formidable Parselmouth. He constructed the Chamber of Secrets and concealed within it a fearsome serpent, only to be unleashed by his rightful heir. As Draco finished, Seraphina's expression turned grave. For the direct lineage of Slytherin's heirs, the Gaunts, had long been severed. Harry's mother was a Muggle-born witch. Could the Potter family have historical ties to Slytherin? To Draco, this was merely a jest, a fleeting thought he soon cast aside. Yet, what unfolded next plunged Hogwarts into unprecedented panic. Following Mrs. Norris, Colin Creevey of Gryffindor was also petrified, discovered clutching his camera, seemingly poised to take a photograph. Soon after, Justin Finch-Fletchley met the same fate, all of whom were Muggle-born wizards. That day, Harry sought out Seraphina in the attic. "Seraphina, I need your help with something." Harry took a seat opposite her. "What is it?" Seraphina inquired. Harry hesitated momentarily before stating, "I would like you to help me invite Malfoy." Harry and Draco rarely interacted, but the Malfoy family, being Slytherins, might provide valuable information regarding the Chamber of Secrets. About the heir of Slytherin? Seraphina cut to the chase. Harry nodded, yes. Seraphina remained silent for a moment, ultimately sighing. "Very well, I shall give it a try. However, I cannot guarantee he will agree to meet." "Thank you, Seraphina. If you can persuade him. We can meet in the third-floor classroom," Harry said, his anticipation evident. Seraphina stood, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire. "All right, I shall seek him out." When she found Draco, he was engaged in casual conversation with several fellow Slytherins in the corridor. Upon seeing Seraphina approach, he smiled. "Seraphina, have you found the thief?" "Not yet," she replied, shaking her head as she stepped directly in front of him. "Come with me for a moment." Draco, puzzled, followed her. "Harry wishes to speak with you about the heir of Slytherin in the third-floor classroom. Will you go?" Seraphina stated plainly. Draco hesitated but finally replied, "If you accompany me." "I shall go." Agreed. Seraphina nodded in affirmation. When the appointed time arrived, Harry was already waiting in the third-floor classroom. As the door creaked open, Draco stepped inside, while Seraphina remained outside. She had no desire to listen to their exchange, nor was it necessary. She had already identified the individual who had taken the diary. Capturing her would quell the turmoil within Hogwarts. Moments later, Harry and Draco emerged together. The three utilized Harry's invisibility cloak to evade Filch and return to their respective dormitories. The following day, Seraphina cornered Ariel at the classroom door. It was precisely the end of class, and students flowed in and out of the corridor. Many had begun to take notice of the situation. Seraphina had intentionally chosen this time and place. She was no saint. Those who dare to meddle with her belongings must be prepared to face the consequences of ruin and disgrace, such as the fate that awaits. "Junior, hand over my possessions," Seraphina commanded, extending her hand. Ariel feigned a smile, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic. "Senior, do not slander me. I have never taken your things." "Travis, return what you have stolen." Seraphina's voice thundered, drawing the attention of passers-by in the corridor. They were all aware that Seraphina's dormitory had been burglarized recently. Could it be that the thief was indeed Travis? The gazes of the onlookers burned into Ariel's cheeks as she lowered her head, stubbornly retorting, "I told you. I didn't take your things." Seraphina chose silence, crossing her arms and barring the doorway, her stature towering over Ariel, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Ariel soon found herself faltering, trembling as tears cascaded to the ground. "Spare your crocodile tears," Seraphina said, casting her gaze down upon her. "You were the one in the wrong. I am merely reclaiming what belongs to me." "Don't push me," Ariel murmured, her head bowed, sobbing softly. Seraphina, uninterested in her futile excuses, drew her wand from her pocket, casting the levitation spell. In an instant, a beam of light shot from the tip of her wand, akin to a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Ariel. Before she could react, an overwhelming force seized her ankle, lifting her off the ground, her legs flailing helplessly in the air. Ariel screamed in terror as her wand clattered to the floor. Seraphina stepped forward, bending down to retrieve Ariel's wand. "Come along, dear Junior. Professor Dumbledore is awaiting us in his office." With a flick of her wand, Ariel was levitated, trailing upside down behind Seraphina as they floated towards Dumbledore's office. Along the way, students gawked at the astonishing spectacle, but Seraphina paid them no heed, intent on presenting Ariel before Dumbledore without delay. Finally, they arrived at the door of Dumbledore's office. Seraphina raised her hand and knocked. "Enter." She pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Professor, I have apprehended the thief." Seraphina released the levitation spell, causing Ariel to crash to the floor. Dumbledore clearly disapproved of her actions, yet Seraphina remained unfazed. "Professor, I trust you will render a fair judgment regarding Travis's theft of a fellow student's belongings." "Of course," Dumbledore replied, nodding gently before turning his gaze to Ariel on the floor. "Travis has blatantly violated school rules by attacking a fellow student. 20 days of detention." Satisfied with the definitive answer, Seraphina departed Dumbledore's office. Chapter 24. The Missing Ginny. The following morning, news of Hermione's petrification spread throughout Hogwarts. When Seraphina arrived at the infirmary, she found Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall already present. Madame Pomfrey sighed in exasperation. She was brought in early this morning, in a condition akin to those students who were petrified before. Poor child. Seraphina instinctively glanced at Dumbledore, noting the grave expression on his face. Clearly, even after capturing the thief, the dire situation remained unchanged. There had already been 3 attacks on Muggle-born wizards, prompting Hogwarts to enact new regulations to ensure the safety of its students. Exiting the infirmary, Seraphina encountered Ginny, who held a bouquet of roses. "These are for you, Fina." Roses were Seraphina's favorite flowers, cultivated abundantly around her home. Ginny had brought a packet of rose seeds with her this time. "Thank you, dear," Seraphina said, accepting the roses and cradling them lovingly. "Fina, isn't Hogwarts very dangerous right now?" Ginny whispered, her voice tinged with concern. Seraphina hesitated, then nodded slightly. "Yes, Ginny. I love life at Hogwarts," Ginny admitted, a flicker of worry in her eyes as she nervously tugged at the hem of her clothing. The magical world lacked the nursery schools of the Muggle world, and young witches and wizards often spent their childhood at home. At home, Ginny was the youngest, with only Seraphina and Ron as her peers. Later, she flitted between the burrow and the quibbler, embodying all the qualities of Gryffindor. She did not wish for her cherished life to be shattered. Seraphina gently grasped Ginny's hand, attempting to offer her some comfort. "Perhaps it isn't as dire as it seems." Ginny managed a faint smile, whispering, "I don't want to lose everything here." Ginny could not stay with Seraphina for long, as she had to rush to class. As they parted, Ginny glanced back at Seraphina. "Fina, I will ensure she pays for what she has done." Seraphina never resorted to violence, nor would she display vengeance openly. Her confrontation with Ariel in public had led Ginny to surmise that Ariel was indeed the one who had infiltrated Seraphina's dormitory. What Ariel had stolen was likely not merely anything, but the diary entrusted to Seraphina by old Malfoy. Those who harm her family are not good people. Seraphina could never have imagined that her usually obedient sister would venture out at such a perilous time. She arrived at the detention room, where the teachers had been focusing on student protection and no one was stationed there. Ariel was confined within. Ginny stealthily approached the door of the detention room, her heart racing with a mix of anxiety and fury over her sister's injury. To her astonishment, the door was ajar. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open, the door creaking softly. "Ariel, you despicable wretch," Ginny hissed, her tone brimming with animosity as she stepped closer. Ariel, seated in the corner, shot her head up at the sound, panic flashing in her eyes, but she quickly masked it with disdain. "Weasley, here to avenge your sister?" The entire Hogwarts community recognized the Weasley children by their similar hair color and appearance, and Ariel instantly identified Ginny. "Indeed, you harmed Fina. You must pay the price." Ginny clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palm. Ariel scoffed, "And what will you do about it? Don't overestimate yourself." The ingrained notions of the Travis family made Ariel dismissive of the Weasleys. Just as Ginny prepared to cast a spell, Ariel suddenly went rigid, her eyes darkening as her body began to convulse uncontrollably. A sinister smile curled upon her lips, entirely unlike her usual demeanor. Ginny gasped, halting her actions and warily observing Ariel. "Welcome, little girl. You have unwittingly walked into my trap." Ariel spoke, but her voice was no longer her own. It had turned deep and frigid, echoing within the detention room. Ginny stared in terror. You? Who are you? Ariel. No, rather the Ariel controlled by Tom, brandished her wand, unleashing a plume of black smoke that lunged toward Ginny. Ginny swiftly dodged, the smoke grazing her clothing and instantly corroding a large hole in it. She attempted to retaliate, but each time she began to cast a spell, Ariel suppressed her with even more formidable magic. As the black smoke thickened, Ginny felt her breath constricting and her vision blurring. Suddenly, Ariel stepped forward and seized Ginny's arm, a powerful force dragging her away. The surroundings spun rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a dark, damp corridor illuminated by an eerie green light. Welcome to the Chamber of Secrets, Ginny Weasley. Tom spoke through Ariel's body. Subsequently, a chilling laughter reverberated throughout the dimly lit chamber. Ginny struggled desperately, yet she was unable to escape the binding force that held her captive, fear washing over her like a relentless tide. Seraphina had just finished her class when Percy intercepted her in the corridor. "Fina," he exclaimed. Seraphina halted, gazing at Percy, whose expression was fraught with urgency. "What is it? Percy? You seem quite anxious." Percy inhaled deeply, attempting to steady himself. "Ginny has been taken by the air." "What?" Seraphina gasped in disbelief. She entrusted her books to Pansy, saying, "Pansy, please take these back to the dormitory for me. Thank you." Without further ado, she hurried after Percy. The disappearance of Ginny weighed heavily on the hearts of the Weasley family. Fred and George, Seraphina, and Percy, 4 of them split into 2 groups, scouring every nook and cranny of the castle, yet Ginny's whereabouts remained elusive. "Wait, what about Ron?" Seraphina clutched her chest. "Perhaps they are up there." George pointed towards a cluster of figures in the sky. The other 3 looked up to discover Fawkes carrying Lockhart, Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Ariel. The group descended upon the courtyard, and the 4 dashed over almost in unison. Ginny, pale and disheveled, cowered in Ron's embrace. "Ginny, Ron," Seraphina exclaimed, enveloping them both in her arms, her voice trembling. "Thank goodness you are safe." Fred and George grasped Ron's arms, checking for injuries, while Ginny was entrusted to Seraphina for inspection. Percy, for once devoid of his usual stern demeanor, radiated concern for his sister. "I'm glad you're all right." After ensuring Ron and Ginny were unharmed, Percy turned to Harry. "Harry, are you okay?" "I'm fine." "Percy, thank you for your concern," Harry replied, shaking his head. Ginny clasped Seraphina's hand. "Fina, it was Harry who saved us." Seraphina spoke softly. "All right, I will remember that." Just then, Dumbledore appeared, leading Harry away to his office. "Percy, could you assist me in escorting Lockhart to the hospital wing?" "Of course, Professor," Percy nodded in response. The others accompanied Lockhart, Ron, Ginny, and Ariel to the hospital wing. On their way to the hospital wing, Seraphina carried Ginny, Percy guided Lockhart, Fred supported Ron, and George bore the unconscious Ariel. "I can understand why Ginny, Ron, and Harry are together, but what about you?" Seraphina inquired. Ginny felt several pairs of eyes upon her, and she dared not lie. "I intended to take revenge on Ariel, but I didn't realize she was being controlled by the diary and led me to the chamber." Stifling sobs, Ginny recounted, I thought I would never see you all again." At this, she could no longer hold back her tears. Seraphina sighed, gently comforting her. "It's all right. It's all behind us now. The younger siblings are brave Gryffindors, and their family is safe." Chapter 25. Hermione, a new member of the Page Society. Although the Travers family is one of the Sacred 28, their lineage had long since fallen into disarray and lost its former glory. Ariel, having been ensnared by the diary, withdrew from school to recuperate at St. Mungo's. Seizing the opportunity, Seraphina enlisted a few junior reporters to expose and report on the Travers family's nefarious dealings, rendering them pariahs in the eyes of society. In turn, she absorbed the Travers family's assets and lands, leasing them to other wizards in need of business space. Hermione's petrification was lifted, but she still required a few days of rest. During this time, Seraphina brought roses she had received from Ginny to visit Hermione. "Hermione, these are for you. I hope you like them." "Oh, such beautiful flowers," Hermione exclaimed, joyfully accepting them. "Thank you, Seraphina." Seraphina took a seat beside Hermione's bed, her gaze earnest as she softly asked, "Hermione, would you like to join the Page Society?" Taken aback, Hermione replied, "Haven't I already joined?" Seraphina shook her head. "That was merely a student club. The Page Society I am now inviting you to join is an organization capable of transforming the state of the magical world." She paused briefly to gather her thoughts before continuing. "The Page Society, as its name suggests, seeks to inscribe new chapters. These chapters pertain to the future of our magical realm." Hermione raised an eyebrow in curiosity, gently placing the roses on a nearby table, leaning slightly forward to signal Seraphina to continue. Noticing this, Seraphina elaborated, "As you have observed, the magical world is vastly different from the Muggle world, still clinging to the outdated customs of ancient society. Beneath the facade of tranquility lies a multitude of hidden dangers. Voldemort's remnants lurk in the shadows, and the malignant ideology of blood supremacy continues to spread. Instances of discrimination against house elf rights and Muggle-born wizards are all too common, while the Ministry of Magic remains stagnant, ineffectively addressing these issues. She gently shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. In such an environment, few possess the discernment and capability to incite change, but you, Hermione, are undoubtedly among the elite. Seraphina's gaze brimmed with affirmation and admiration. The magical community requires more individuals like you, endowed with both wisdom and a sense of justice, to step forward. The Page Society exists to unite such forces, where your talents can flourish to the fullest. Together, we can devise strategies to combat injustice. Advocate for those who suffer under unfair circumstances. Hermione, will you join us? Seraphina extended her hand toward Hermione, revealing a Page Society badge nestled within her palm, a symbol reserved for core members. Hermione listened intently, momentarily lost in thought as she processed Seraphina's words. After a long pause, she lifted her head, her eyes resolute. Seraphina, I will join. She reached for the badge in Seraphina's hand, gripping it tightly. It had been 2 years since Hermione became a student at Hogwarts, and she had not overlooked the discrimination faced by Muggle-born wizards. It was not only Slytherin. Other houses exhibited similar prejudices, albeit less overtly. Children from wizarding families always seemed to possess a greater understanding, inadvertently instilling a sense of superiority within them. Meanwhile, Muggle-born wizards had to exert significantly more effort to integrate into this new world, feeling like outsiders who needed to strive hard for acceptance. Welcome to the team, Hermione. Seraphina stood and embraced her. From her first year, Seraphina had noticed Hermione, but at that time, Hermione was still acclimating to the magical world, prompting Seraphina to defer her invitation until the second year. With the school year drawing to a close, Seraphina convened the inaugural meeting of the Page Society's core members. Present were 4 Gryffindors and 5 Slytherins, with the Weasley family comprising half the attendees. Welcome, everyone, to the first core members meeting of the Page Society. After bowing to the group, Seraphina continued, You all know each other, so I shall forego introductions. Before the term concludes, I need to inform you all about our plans for this summer. She produced a prepared parchment and distributed it to those present. Each individual had a distinct assignment, with the parchment detailing their responsibilities for the upcoming holiday. Seraphina observed the diverse expressions on everyone's faces, cleared her throat, and commenced her elaborate exposition. Our newspaper is aptly named Window to Dawn, which will feature numerous sections, with the most sensational being the confrontation between Percy and Theodore. As she spoke, Seraphina glanced at Percy and Theodore, stating, Your primary task during the holiday is to engage in verbal sparring. I have already made arrangements with the Daily Prophet, so your articles will not require extensive scrutiny before publication. Pansy and Blaise, you are to navigate between various families in search of new partnerships. George and Fred, the Magical Tricks Workshop is the stronghold of our newspaper. You are responsible for selling the paper. Hermione, the 2 of us shall scour for magical tomes and literature to unearth in-depth content for our publication. Having allocated tasks, Seraphina surveyed the group, inquiring, Does anyone have any questions? I do. Draco raised his hand high. You have yet to assign me a task. He had been sitting there for quite some time, waiting patiently, only to find that Seraphina had overlooked him. Seraphina paused, seemingly realizing her oversight, and to placate the young master, she quickly devised a task for him. During this holiday, you may bring the Malfoy family's collection to the Curiosity Shop. Additionally, assist Pansy and Blaise. Using your status as the heir of the Malfoy family, help us garner more support for our publication. A flicker of excitement danced in Draco's eyes as he straightened his posture, declaring, No problem. I am well acquainted with those families, and will certainly aid them in finding more like-minded allies. Blaise chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly. The poor boy remained oblivious to the fact that in Seraphina's eyes, he was merely a decorative vase. The meeting did not last long, once all matters were addressed. Everyone rose to leave the attic. Seraphina and Percy departed, while the others moved ahead. Blaise and Draco lingered behind. Blaise approached Draco, saying, You are truly fortunate. Draco was, in Blaise's experience, the epitome of good fortune. Born into the Malfoy family, with parents who were among the rare few in arranged marriages to possess genuine affection, and now selected by a clever witch as a potential husband, his life seemed to glide effortlessly, provided he did not act foolishly. Is that so? Draco replied with a smile, I believe so as well. Fortune, it seemed, was a birthright for Draco. Chapter 26, The Establishment of Window to Dawn. Arthur had recently experienced a stroke of luck, winning 700 galleons in a daily profit lottery. Arthur and Molly decided to use this windfall to visit Bill, who was working as a curse breaker at Gringotts in Egypt. The Weasley family all went, although Percy and Seraphina returned after a week, while the others remained in Egypt for a month. This event garnered special coverage from the Daily Prophet. Upon returning from Egypt, Seraphina purchased the Curiosity Shop and the land behind the Magical Tricks Workshop, acquiring the necessary equipment for printing the newspaper. For convenience, she spent most of the holiday residing at the Curiosity Shop. After spending some time with her parents, Hermione also arrived. The Curiosity Shop had 3 floors. The first was a store, the second a reception area, and the third, transformed by Seraphina, served as living quarters. Seraphina led Hermione to the 3rd floor, where she had prepared a room for her. "Wow!" Hermione exclaimed as she rushed to the window, gazing at the splendid scenery outside. The view from the 3rd floor was remarkable, with sunlight streaming through the windows onto the desk and bed. "I hope you will like it." Seraphina indicated the adjacent room, which is a study where we will spend most of our time. "I absolutely adore it." Hermione enveloped Seraphina in a warm embrace. Most of the time, Hermione and Seraphina occupied the 3rd floor. One day, Draco brought the organized books to the Curiosity Shop and encountered Ron, who had just returned from Egypt. He had been summoned by Seraphina to oversee the shop while Poppy attended to her ailing mother. "Malfoy, what are you doing here?" Ron exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Draco emerging from the stairs. Leaning against the railing with a smug smile, Draco replied, "Your sister invited me." "Pansy, why would she invite you?" Ron, who had spent most of his time adventuring with Harry, had noticed that Draco no longer harbored animosity towards Seraphina, but was unaware of how their relationship had evolved to the point of an invitation. Draco raised an eyebrow, replying, "Of course, it's because I am her friend." He elongated his words, clearly for Ron's benefit. The red-haired lad before him was Seraphina's most cherished younger brother, and Draco found it amusing to flaunt his connection with Seraphina. "How can that be?" Ron stammered, unable to fathom why Seraphina would choose to befriend Draco. Unbeknownst to Ron, Seraphina was unaware of the unfolding scene downstairs, as she was meeting with an important individual on the 2nd floor. Approximately 3 days prior, while walking from the Leaky Cauldron to the Curiosity Shop, Seraphina had noticed a beetle trailing her. Suspecting it to be one of the many illegal animagi in the magical world, she used magic to capture the beetle and confined it in a bottle. After 3 days, the beetle revealed its true form, a familiar journalist, Rita Skeeter. Seraphina quickly devised a plan to employ this well-known reporter. Window to Dawn is currently in need of someone with your talents. Although you may not be of the highest moral standing, as long as you are useful, that suffices. I offer you the position of editor-in-chief, and in exchange, I will shield you from the repercussions of your illegal animagus status. Your salary will surpass what you earned at the Daily Prophet and Witch Weekly combined, and you may continue your career as a journalist. All I require is your obedience and assistance in completing tasks. This deal is quite advantageous. Setting down her teacup, Seraphina regarded the woman across from her, Miss Skeeter. "What do you think of my proposal?" For those who could be of service, their moral character was of little consequence, provided they complied with her directives. Rita remained silent for a moment, contemplating the enticing offer laid before her. How she yearned for the position of editor-in-chief. "I agree, Miss Weasley." Ultimately, Rita succumbed to the allure of the proposition. "Excellent." Seraphina produced a magical contract. "Please sign here." To safeguard against Rita's potential breach of contract, Seraphina presented a binding magical agreement with exceedingly strict terms. Any violation would strip Rita of her magical powers, rendering her voiceless. Overwhelmed by the prospect of profit, Rita seized the quill and inscribed her name upon the contract. Seraphina secured the signed contract, stating, "Rita, I need you to continue your covert operations within the Daily Prophet. Seek opportunities to undermine it, allowing our Window to Dawn to ascend as the most authoritative newspaper in the magical realm. Can you accomplish this?" With all preparations for Window to Dawn complete, the existence of the Daily Prophet had become unnecessary. "I can do it," Rita replied without a moment's hesitation. As the sole authoritative media outlet, she would attain fame, fortune, and status. "Very well." Seraphina retrieved a check, inscribed with figures, and slid it across the table to Rita. "This is a token of your initiation into the Dawn's window. There will be more upon the completion of your tasks." Rita gazed at the lengthy series of numbers with excitement, eagerly lifting the check to examine it for an extended period before delicately tucking it into her crocodile skin bag. "Rest assured, boss, I will undoubtedly fulfill my duties," Rita asserted resolutely, unconsciously altering her form of address for Seraphina. "I have high hopes for you." Seraphina replied with a smile. Merely a day later, Seraphina received a grand gift from Rita. She had brought news of Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban ahead of time. That evening, Seraphina worked tirelessly, enlisting nearly everyone except Arthur and Molly to aid her in folding newspapers. By the following dawn, the entrance to the magic trickery workshop was graced with freshly printed copies of the Dawn's Window, showcasing the headline, "Murderer Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban." The Dawn's Window reported this news a full half-day ahead of the Daily Prophet, achieving astonishing sales figures on its first day without any promotional expenses, thus establishing its reputation. Before the school year commenced, Seraphina returned home, where Arthur held a copy of the Dawn's Window at the dinner table. "It seems the Daily Prophet has found itself a rival. Thank you for the compliment, Dad," for voices chimed in unison. Ron and Ginny stared in astonishment at their 4 older siblings, while Arthur's toast fell onto his plate, and Molly approached with a spatula in hand. "This newspaper was founded by us," Seraphina stated calmly. Arthur paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Oh, I am genuinely overjoyed. My children are truly remarkable. Darling, you all are incredible," Molly exclaimed, waving her spatula in delight. On the eve of the school year, the Weasley family set out collectively to procure the books needed for the new term. Arthur pulled Harry aside for a brief conversation, after which Harry appeared increasingly anxious. When they boarded the train, the group separated. Chapter 27. The quiver of youth. The Hogwarts Express began its slow departure, the wheels clattering against the tracks. Once aboard, Seraphina was whisked away by Draco, and together they navigated through the crowded aisles until they discovered an empty compartment. "Seraphina, you've grown taller," Draco remarked, raising his hand to measure their heights. The teenage boys were indeed in a phase of rapid growth. Draco had shot up considerably, now exceeding 1.7 meters. Seraphina, too, was not far behind, standing at an impressive 1.68 meters among the girls. In the coming years, their heights would continue to increase. "Isn't growing taller a good thing?" Seraphina replied lightly. "Only enemies wish for weakness." Draco nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. I think I'll take a nap. Wake me when we're close." Throughout this period leading up to the school year, Seraphina remained in a state of high tension, with little time to rest, and sleep being elusive. Not long after boarding the train, her eyelids began to droop. Draco stood from his seat across from her and moved to sit beside Seraphina, patting his shoulder. "You can lean on me to sleep. It will be more comfortable." Seraphina said nothing and rested her head against him. Time passed, and the compartment that had once been filled with laughter suddenly fell under a shadow of gloom. The temperature plummeted, and the light outside dimmed. Draco furrowed his brow, uneasily glancing out the window, muttering, "What is happening?" As the chill enveloped them, Seraphina awakened, sitting up straight and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a chilling presence filled the air as the compartment door creaked open, propelled by an invisible force. A dark figure appeared at the threshold, the terrifying Dementor. It towered ominously, shrouded in a tattered black cloak, its hollow face seemingly capable of consuming all light. Draco's complexion drained of color, his voice trembling. "This is a Dementor. How did it get on the train?" Despite his fear, he positioned himself protectively in front of Seraphina. The Dementor glided into the compartment, suffusing the air with a stifling sense of despair. Seraphina rose, raising her wand and incanting, "Expecto Patronum." A brilliant silver light erupted from the tip of her wand, coalescing into a lifelike silver fox, its form agile and its eyes sparkling with vitality. The silver fox emitted a sharp cry and lunged at the Dementor. The creature seemed to be struck by a powerful force, its insubstantial body quivering violently, releasing a piercing shriek that felt as though it could pierce the soul. Under the onslaught of the silver fox, the Dementor gradually succumbed, retreating slowly from the compartment and vanishing into the darkness. "Are you all right?" Seraphina inquired gently. "I'm fine," Draco replied, shaking his head firmly. Seraphina placed her hand atop his, murmuring softly, "Your hand is so cold." Yes, it is a bit chilly," Draco admitted, his cheeks flushing slightly as he averted his gaze from her. "Let me warm it for you." Seraphina breathed into her palm before enveloping Draco's icy hand in hers. Unbeknownst to Draco, a proud smile graced Seraphina's lips. In the tranquil aftermath of their harrowing encounter, Draco's heart raced like a drum, unsure if it was the lingering fear from the Dementor or the warmth of Seraphina's hand clasping his. The warmth radiating from Seraphina's palm flowed like a gentle stream, gradually dispelling the chill from his fingertips and quietly stirring a hidden chord deep within his heart. "Seraphina, your Patronus is incredible," Draco remarked, striving to keep his voice steady, though he dared not meet her gaze, fixating instead on their intertwined hands. "This is the result of my diligent training. It allows me to protect myself and those who are important to me," Seraphina replied softly. In this perilous world of magic, strength was fundamental for survival. As the train continued its journey, Draco slowly regained his composure from the earlier fright, yet Seraphina's hand remained firmly clasped in his, eliciting a blend of anxiety and inexplicable joy within him. Stealing a glance at Seraphina, he found her gazing out the window, her expression focused, as if lost in thought. "What are you thinking about?" Draco couldn't help but ask. I'm pondering whether the appearance of the Dementor is linked to that escaped prisoner, Seraphina replied. Her brow furrowed and her tone laced with concern. Draco nodded silently, aware that the escaped prisoner was intricately connected to his own life. Lucius and Narcissa spoke freely at home, yet whenever the topic of the Black family arose, Narcissa's eyes would glisten with unshed tears. Once a family at the pinnacle of the wizarding world, the only truly happy and recognized member by the Black ancestral home was Narcissa. After a moment of hesitation, Draco finally spoke. The escaped Black is my mother's cousin. He is said to have a rebellious nature, defying the family's adherence to pureblood supremacy. He not only joined the ranks opposing Voldemort, but was also accused of betraying his friends, leading to the deaths of Potter's parents, and thus was imprisoned in Azkaban. However, my mother seems to harbor doubts about these accusations. Each time the matter is mentioned, she is filled with anguish. What kind of person is Sirius? As an elder sister, Narcissa naturally understood that even if he betrayed the family, she could not believe that Sirius would commit such an act. Draco, having occasionally heard his mother mention matters concerning the Black family during his childhood, could piece together fragments of past events. Seraphina, lost in thought, lightly tapped her fingers against the armrest of her seat. The situation was likely more complex than it appeared. How could a prisoner confined within Azkaban possibly escape so easily? Moreover, what could have prompted him to contemplate flight? Having been imprisoned for over a decade, Sirius's successful escape from Azkaban indicated he possessed the capability to do so. Why then had he chosen to wait until now? The train thundered along the tracks, emitting a rhythmic roar. After what felt like an eternity, the train gradually slowed, and the familiar scenery outside began to materialize. The silhouette of Hogwarts emerged in the distance, and as the train came to a steady halt, the two rose, gathered their luggage, and stepped out of the carriage side by side. Upon disembarking, they encountered Ron and his companions. Fina, thank you for agreeing to bring Scabbers to school with your allowance, Ron said, shaking the old rat he held in his hand. Hogwarts allowed each student to bring only one pet, a rule strictly enforced. Scabbers, Percy's pet, had remained at home since Percy acquired an owl, becoming a companion to Ron and Ginny. With the children gradually arriving at Hogwarts, Scabbers had stayed behind. However, this year, for reasons unknown, Scabbers had clung to Ron and stubbornly refused to part from him even as the train was about to depart. Glancing at the rat, and then at her exasperated family, Seraphina suggested, I still have an available pet allowance. Let Scabbers be registered under my name. She then looked at Ron, adding, but I will only be responsible for bringing him to Hogwarts. What happens next is up to you. Absolutely, Fina. Ron nodded in agreement, stuffing Scabbers into his robe pocket. Seraphina had always been curious about how Scabbers had managed to live for so long. She had considered taking the rat to a magical creature expert for examination, but had never found the opportunity. Coincidentally, this semester she had brought him along, intending to consult Professor Kettleburn for a thorough investigation. Chapter 28. Coming to terms with one's heart. With the arrival of a new semester, changes swept through Hogwarts. Professor Lupin had taken on the role of the new defense against the dark arts instructor, while Hagrid had been promoted from Keeper of Keys to the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures. Most crucially, the school was surrounded by Dementors, who would only depart once Sirius Black was captured. As the third year commenced, Hogwarts offered 5 elective courses for students to choose from. The corridors bustled with activity as students gathered around the course selection notice board, their discussions rising and falling like the tide. Seraphina stood to the side, her fingers gliding over the selection list, and without hesitation, she marked ancient runes. At that moment, Draco approached with a sprightly step. He cast a glance at Seraphina's course selection, his brow slightly furrowing. Seraphina, I've heard that the Care of Magical Creatures class is quite fascinating. Wouldn't you consider enrolling? Draco earnestly promoted the course to her. However, for Seraphina, who harbored a disdain for animals, this was the first subject she ruled out. I detest animals. All animals, Seraphina replied, lifting her head with a gaze as tranquil as still waters. Seraphina seemed inherently averse to non-human creatures. Every child in her family had pets, yet those pets were strictly forbidden entry into Seraphina's bedroom. Draco leaned in closer, adopting a tone of playful persuasion. Oh, Seraphina, in the Care of Magical Creatures class, you would encounter many intriguing beings, like the Hippogriff and Nifflers. If you don't join, it will be rather dull for me. He exaggeratedly feigned a pitiful expression. You can always ask Blaise and Theodore to accompany you. Seraphina reiterated her refusal. Draco slowly lowered his head. Fina, can you truly not accompany me? I cannot, Seraphina stated firmly, turning to leave the corridor. Draco, disheartened, followed closely behind. A few days later, shortly after class, Seraphina was hurriedly pulled to the hospital wing by a breathless Blaise. Seraphina, come quickly to the hospital wing. A sudden tightness gripped Seraphina's heart. Without the time to inquire further, She involuntarily quickened her pace alongside Blaze as they ran through the winding corridors. Along the way, curious glances from classmates were cast upon them, but at that moment, Seraphina was oblivious to all. Upon arriving at the hospital wing, a strong scent of herbs assailed her senses. Upon entering, she spotted a bed surrounded by several people, including Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Theodore. What happened? The group instinctively parted to allow Seraphina a clearer view of the person on the bed. Draco lay there, his complexion as pale as parchment, damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead, and his normally strong arms now heavily bandaged, swollen with the faintest hint of blood seeping through. Blaze, panting beside her, gestured for Theodore to explain the incident to Seraphina. Theodore recounted, "Today, in care of magical creatures, Professor Hagrid introduced us to hippogriffs." Draco lost focus during the practical and approached one too recklessly, provoking it. The hippogriff struck Draco's arm with its claws, causing blood to gush forth. Professor Hagrid rushed him here. Madame Pomfrey said the injury is severe. The bone was nearly shattered, and his arm was almost lost. Seraphina nodded, indicating her understanding, and then turned to Ron and the others. "Why are you here as well?" Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, clearly brought along by Ron. After hesitating, Ron finally explained. "After Malfoy was taken by Hagrid, not sent Zabini to find you, so I followed." Since that encounter at the Quibbler during the holidays, Ron had been perplexed. And upon hearing Theodore instruct Blaze to find Seraphina, he instinctively brought Harry and Hermione along. He vividly recalled Draco's demeanor when speaking to him then, as though he were the master of the place. "It's all right, Ron," Seraphina reassured him, patting his shoulder. "I am friends with them, just as you are with Harry and Hermione." "Okay, I understand," Ron replied, and he, along with Harry and Hermione, exited the hospital wing. Once they departed, Blaze and Theodore followed suit, leaving Seraphina alone by Draco's bedside. She slowly approached, gently sitting down, and brushed the damp hair from Draco's forehead. Her voice was soft yet laced with a hint of confusion as she murmured, "Sometimes I wonder, do I truly need such a foolish partner? A fool who places himself in danger simply due to my rejection. Is he truly meant to be my future companion?" After a lengthy pause, Seraphina leaned down and kissed Draco's forehead, finding his foolishness endearing yet charming. "Sweet little dragon, where self-interest collides with genuine affection, I hope you find eternal happiness." At that moment, Draco remained oblivious to the world around him, his eyes firmly shut, lost in a deep slumber. Upon learning of Draco's injury, Lucius was enraged. Utilizing his influence within the Ministry of Magic, he demanded the execution of Buckbeak. Hagrid, as Buckbeak's owner, valiantly defended him. Yet the Ministry officials ultimately deemed Buckbeak guilty and sentenced him to death. Harry and Ron were frantically pacing, offering comfort to Hagrid, while simultaneously devising a strategy. Hermione was nearly dizzy from their incessant circling. "Stop." With that command, Harry and Ron halted in their tracks, turning in unison to face Hermione. "Why don't you go find Malfoy or Seraphina?" Hermione was exasperated with the two of them. It was as if their brains had ceased to function during critical moments. "Do I know why we should find Malfoy?" Ron stammered for a moment. "But why Seraphina?" Ron's befuddled expression prompted Hermione to shake her head in disbelief. How could she explain to this fool that Draco evidently had a fondness for Seraphina? Perhaps due to an unspoken understanding born from living in the Muggle world. Harry instantly grasped Hermione's reasoning. He interjected, "Let us go find them. Seraphina should be in the hospital wing." Within the hospital wing, Draco was indulging in his injured status, growing increasingly haughty. "Seraphina, I want some fruit." Seraphina set down her book, retrieved a fruit platter from the bedside table, and offered it to Draco. "Here, eat. Could you feed me? My left hand is a bit clumsy." Draco pouted. Seraphina picked up a piece of fruit with a fork and brought it to Draco's lips. Unbeknownst to them, Draco subtly altered his address for Seraphina, transitioning from Weasley to Seraphina, and now to Fina. This mere shift in nomenclature bridged the gap between them. Before long, a knock at the door captured their attention. "Fina, we need to speak with you and Malfoy." Hermione entered, flanked by Harry and Ron. "What is it?" Seraphina inquired. Harry stepped forward, his expression solemn, and stated directly, "It concerns Buckbeak. He has been sentenced to death, and we wish for Malfoy to persuade his father to revoke the execution." Upon hearing this, Draco cast a furtive glance at Seraphina. "Why should I help that dangerous beast? It injured me, and it deserves punishment." Although it was his own mistake that had provoked Buckbeak during class, the severity of his injury made it difficult for him to let the matter go easily. Hermione stepped forward anxiously. "Malfoy, this is of great significance to Hagrid. Moreover, from a fair perspective, Buckbeak should not lose his life over a singular accident." The notion that Buckbeak might perish due to Draco's blunder was something Hermione simply could not accept. Draco remained unmoved, turning his head away. "I don't care about Hagrid. I only know it harmed me, and my father will not easily forgive any creature that injures me." The three turned their expectant gazes towards Seraphina, who evaded their looks and declared, "It was Malfoy who was injured. Don't look at me." With that, she exited the hospital wing. Seraphina had little interest in the outcome of this matter, as it was theirs to handle, and she did not wish to interfere. Chapter 29, As Long As You Like. Draco watched Seraphina's retreating figure, a sly smile flickering in his eyes before he turned to the trio. "I can agree to help you, but in exchange, you must persuade Seraphina to attend class with me." Ron was the first to counter this proposal. "No way. Fina wouldn't go to class with you." "Weasley, my request is quite simple. If you convince Fina, I will immediately write to my father to rescind the execution for Buckbeak." With Draco's declaration, the trio found themselves in a dilemma. On one side was Hagrid and Buckbeak, on the other, Seraphina. They were reluctant to harm one party for the sake of the other. "You need not distress yourselves." Seraphina re-entered the room, holding a course selection sheet. She had gone out to retrieve the course list Percy had sent her. Upon reaching the doorway, she overheard their conversation. Ron looked at Seraphina. Fina. Draco leaned forward, snatching the course selection sheet from her hands. Upon seeing the names of the elective courses, Draco's lips curved into a smile as he waved the sheet at Harry and the others. "I will write to my father and have him revoke the execution." After leaving the hospital wing and walking for a short distance, Ron suddenly had an epiphany. Grabbing Harry with one hand and Hermione with the other, he exclaimed, "I've got it." "Got what?" Hermione asked. "Malfoy is trying to bully Fina again." "Oh, Merlin's stinky socks." "Oh, my God." Harry and Hermione simultaneously facepalmed, their thoughts echoing the same sentiment. Ron was hopeless. After a few days in the hospital wing, Draco returned to class, albeit with his arm still bandaged, temporarily bidding farewell to his beloved Quidditch. Without practices, he remained closely attached to Seraphina, hardly leaving her side. Those familiar with them quickly realized that to find either Draco or Seraphina, one merely needed to seek out one of them. "Crabbe, hurry up," Draco urged impatiently. In a corner of the common room, Crabbe brandished a wand while Goyle tugged at Draco's robe, seemingly preparing to set it on fire. Bang! Draco's robe instantly bore a gaping hole. He patted both of their shoulders and handed them candy from the table. "Thank you." Goyle and Crabbe left, beaming with delight. Blaise observed the entire debacle, wondering if Draco was truly this childish. Theodore, engrossed in his book, remarked without looking up, "Just a peacock displaying its feathers." TSK. Blaise shook his head. "Seraphina has Draco wrapped around her finger." "I doubt that's the case," Theodore replied. Seraphina's attitude towards Draco had undergone a subtle transformation. Ever since his injury, her concern was no longer feigned. She no longer merely flirted with him, but genuinely held him in her thoughts. She even attended the Care of Magical Creatures class, which she despised, for his sake. These seemingly inconsequential actions often bore the greatest significance. "He is truly fortunate," Blaise mused, gazing at Draco from a distance. Theodore also lifted his head, sighing, "Indeed. A girl full of ulterior motives has developed genuine feelings for him. And this sincerity will only grow with time, until he becomes an irreplaceable presence in her heart." Draco sat on the common room sofa, clad in a robe with a hole burned in it, waiting for Seraphina to return. He waited and waited, glancing towards the door countless times, longing for the figure he anticipated, yet she still did not appear. Eventually, fatigue overtook him, and he lay back on the sofa, drifting into an unknowing slumber. When Seraphina returned, she found Draco asleep against the chair, and without a doubt, she knew he had been waiting for her. She quietly approached him, her gaze meticulously tracing his features. "Not bad looking," she remarked before turning to her dormitory to fetch one of her own robes and a sewing kit. Returning to the common room, carefully, she draped the robe over Draco's form, settled beside him, and began to mend the hole in his robe. She found a piece of fabric that matched in color to place beneath the hole and embroidered the initial of his name upon it. Draco gradually stirred from his slumber, his consciousness still shrouded in a haze, enveloped by a gentle warmth that seemed to cradle him. As he slowly opened his eyes, the first sight that met his gaze was the focused profile of Seraphina. The warm golden light cascaded from above, casting a soft halo around her, magnifying the tenderness and concentration in her eyes. He shifted slightly, only then realizing that it was Seraphina's robe draped over him, while she sat beside him, deftly manipulating needle and thread, diligently mending the holes in the garment. Draco found himself irresistibly captivated by her every movement. Seraphina seemed to sense his stirring, turning her head to meet his gaze. For a brief moment, she froze. Then a gentle smile blossomed on her lips. "You're awake," she simply stated, offering no explanation for her actions or the robe he wore. Draco stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Under the soft light, Seraphina's smile radiated like the warm sun of spring, penetrating deep into his heart. At that instant, She was so breathtakingly beautiful that he found it difficult to look away, his heart racing uncontrollably. Seraphina, your eyes are truly beautiful. He finally managed to reclaim his voice, but the words felt feeble, inadequate to convey the tumult of emotions within him. Seraphina chuckled lightly. Is it just my eyes that are beautiful? She teased him playfully. No, you are beautiful in every way, Draco confessed, utterly entranced. She chuckled again before returning her focus to her sewing. Draco watched her, but his thoughts drifted far away. Unbidden visions of their future together materializing in his mind. They would be in a sun-drenched room at Malfoy Manor, Seraphina still engrossed in her tasks. Perhaps mending his clothes or organizing books. He would quietly observe her from the side, occasionally stepping closer to embrace her from behind, savoring her warmth and breath. They would greet the first rays of morning together and admire the sunset's glow in the evening. Never had Draco envisioned himself so vividly picturing a life shared with someone. And that someone was sitting beside him now, so tangible, so exquisite. All done, Seraphina's voice pulled him back from his reverie. She held up the mended robe for him to see, the delicate embroidery of the initial of his name gracing the spot where the hole had been. Your personal mark, she said with a smile. Draco accepted the robe, his fingers gently tracing the embroidered letter. Seraphina, I love it. She looked at him, her eyes sparkling with delight. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. As long as I like it, Draco savored those 5 words. In the subsequent magical creatures classes, Draco's demeanor brightened considerably with Seraphina by his side. Draco, do it as the professor instructed, she gently reminded him when he faltered. I know, Seraphina. He replied with a smile, obediently following Hagrid's directions. Although Seraphina held no particular fondness for magical creatures, her assignments were executed splendidly, leaving Draco perplexed yet hesitant to inquire further, as he cherished every moment spent with her. Seraphina, Seraphina. Draco burst into the attic, finding her assisting younger students with their homework. Draco, keep it down, she admonished him gently before stepping away. What is it? He exclaimed, breathless, pulling her into a corner. The fat lady is missing. It was Black who slashed her portrait. Is that so? Seraphina pondered. Was Black truly targeting Harry? As the annual Quidditch match commenced, the weather turned inclement with pouring rain, yet the students in the stands remained undeterred in their enthusiasm, braving the elements to witness the thrilling contest. Draco's arm was still healing, and with Goyle and Crabbe shielding him from the rain with a large umbrella, Seraphina showed no interest in Quidditch, especially on such a dreary day. Recently, Scabbers had appeared somewhat lethargic. Ron had sought Madame Pomfrey's assistance and procured some potions. Today, he entrusted Seraphina with the task of administering the medicine to Scabbers while he attended the match. I'm not going. I detest that wretched rat, she protested. Seraphina, can you bear to let poor Scabbers perish? Bear it. He has lived long enough. Oh, Seraphina. Ultimately, unable to resist Ron's plea, Seraphina relented. To facilitate her task, Ron placed Scabbers in the common room. Reluctantly, she took the potion bottle and ambled toward the Gryffindor common room, pondering why she had agreed to this troublesome chore. It was merely an ancient, ailing rat. What difference did it make if it lived or died? Upon entering the common room, she immediately spotted Scabbers curled up in a corner, unusually quiet when approached. Furrowing her brow, she knelt down, poured the medicine into a cup, and placed it before the cage. Drink your medicine, she instructed, but Scabbers showed no affection for her. After completing her task, she turned to leave, only to return halfway, placing her umbrella beside the cage. Just as she reached the door, she caught sight of the previously feeble rat springing to life, transforming into a man, wand in hand. Casting spells. Animagus. Without a second thought, Seraphina drew her wand, intent on capturing him. Incarcerus. A brilliant blue light shot forth from her wand, aimed at the man who had just transformed. Sensing the oncoming attack, he reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, the spell narrowly missing him and striking the nearby bookshelf, causing books to tumble to the ground. Trying to escape, Seraphina exclaimed, her eyes wide with determination as she quickly cast a series of spells. Obstacles. Petrificus totalis. Countless invisible barriers materialized around him, the air thickening as it sought to ensnare him. Following this, a pale beam shot forth, aiming to immobilize him. The man, caught in a flurry of spells, appeared somewhat disheveled, evading while conjuring a temporary shield to deflect Seraphina's enchantments. Seizing the moment, he glanced toward the window, transforming back into a rat and vanishing from sight. Tracking spell. Point me. Seraphina rushed to the window, looking out as the rain washed away the rat's trail. Fortunately, just as he attempted to flee, she had cast a tracking spell on him, which would reveal his location the moment he returned to human form. After tidying the common room, Seraphina turned to seek out Dumbledore. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Harry had fallen from his broom and sustained serious injuries, now lying in the infirmary. As Seraphina hurried to Dumbledore's office, she encountered him returning from another direction. Seraphina, do you seek me for something? Dumbledore inquired, gazing at the young girl. Professor, Ron's rat. Scabbers is an illegal animagus, Seraphina declared. Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly, his previously relaxed demeanor instantly transforming into one of solemnity. Are you certain that what you witnessed was a transformation and not an illusion, my child? His voice remained steady, yet imbued with a touch of caution and concern. Impossible. Professor, I trust my own eyes, Seraphina affirmed, nodding resolutely. It is my lack of skill that prevented me from capturing him, but I have placed a tracking charm on him, so once he resumes his human form, I will know his whereabouts. This rat had lingered at the Weasley household for quite some time, and even two adult wizards, Molly and Arthur, had failed to discern his true nature, highlighting the exceptional skill of his disguise. You have done remarkably well, Seraphina. Dumbledore gently stroked his long white beard, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. He rose from his seat and strolled slowly to the window, gazing out at the campus with a pensive expression. I shall immediately intensify the patrols around the school and arrange for the professors to take turns on watch. We must not allow this enigmatic individual to roam freely within our halls. Very well, Professor. Seraphina exited the office. She first sought out Ron to share this unfortunate news. What? Scabbers is a person? Ron exclaimed loudly. Yes, until we find him, you all should exercise caution. Seraphina glanced at Hermione and Harry, who lay on the bed. The three of them often embarked on adventures at school, increasing the likelihood of encountering Scabbers. We understand. Thank you, Seraphina. Hermione nodded in agreement, observing Ron's despondent demeanor. Seraphina patted his shoulder. Ron, do not be disheartened. Ron murmured, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. In times of financial struggle, Scabbers had been his cherished companion, and the revelation that his playmate had transformed into a menace was difficult for him to accept. With the presence of Black, and now an illegal animagus, alongside the Dementors lurking around the campus, it was evident that Hogwarts was no longer safe. The children must arm themselves for protection. The Book Page Society had been established for a year, and Seraphina, a core member, had nearly recruited all the necessary participants. For the next 4 years, their task was to await the gradual growth of their organization, until Percy, the eldest among them, graduated and entered the Ministry of Magic. This semester's defense against the Dark Arts class had begun promisingly under Professor Lupin, but to their surprise, he soon took a leave of absence. The responsibility of filling in fell to Professor Snape, who eagerly yearned for the position. Upon commencing his first class, Professor Snape bypassed numerous chapters and delved directly into the topic of werewolves. Although the students were bewildered, they dared not protest, for it was Professor Snape. Chapter 31, Details of Hogsmeade. In their third year, students were permitted to venture to Hogsmeade, the only all-wizarding village in Britain. It lay nestled among mountains and forests, concealed within a valley, protected by powerful enchantments that rendered it invisible to muggles, allowing only wizards to access it. However, one stipulation remained. Students required a guardian's signature to go. On the eve of her departure, Ginny approached Seraphina. Fina, could you bring me some honeydew sweets? Of course, Seraphina replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Ginny's hair. I'll see what delightful treasures I can find and bring some back for you. I'm so glad to have you, Ginny exclaimed, throwing her arms around Seraphina's waist. Once released, she quietly added, by the way, Fina, could you bring Harry a scarf? I noticed his ISNT very warm. Seraphina raised an eyebrow in confusion. Harry? Yes, he doesn't have a guardian's signature, so he can't go to Hogsmeade, Ginny explained. He envies Ron and Hermione for being able to go. Seraphina chuckled softly at her younger sister's bashfulness. Do you fancy him? Ginny shyly lowered her head, attempting to conceal her flushed cheeks. Fear not, Ginny. I encourage you to seek love. It is best to find your future partner during your studies. School is the perfect place to identify potential spouses, especially in a long-term institution like Hogwarts. The nature of the students is typically evident, and Harry is quite a commendable choice. Fina, can you keep this to yourself? Ginny whispered. She was only in her second year, and although Seraphina supported her, their parents would surely be upset if they found out. Of course, my dear little sister, Seraphina grinned. I shall keep Ginny's secret. Finally, Seraphina returned to the Slytherin dormitory with a lengthy list penned by Ginny. The next day, they formally set off for Hogsmeade. The winter wind carried a chill, brushing against their faces as the shop signs along the street swayed gently, producing a melodic sound. Students donned hats and gloves, dressed in thick garments fortified with warming charms. Draco, could you help me navigate? I need to check Ginny's list, Seraphina said, glancing down at the parchment, which included clothing, stationery, and sweets. Of course. Draco grasped Seraphina's wrist, guiding her onward. Goyle and Crabbe, oblivious to the nuances of the situation, attempted to follow, but Pansy swiftly intercepted the two mood dampeners. Once Seraphina finished reviewing the list, she looked up, realizing only Draco remained by her side. Where are Pansy and the others? They've gone off to explore on their own. Draco replied smoothly, concealing the truth. Very well, Seraphina nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Draco. Is there anything you wish to purchase? I'll follow your lead, and buy whatever catches my eye, Draco said, having finally escaped the larger group, eager to stay close to Seraphina. Then let us first visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. I need to procure some clothing there. Let us be off. The two walked side by side towards the robe shop. As they stepped into the store, a dazzling array of garments greeted them. Various robes, scarves, and hats hung neatly on racks, gently swaying under the influence of magic. Seraphina's attention was instantly captivated by a black robe adorned with silver embroidery, and she instinctively approached it, running her fingers over the soft fabric. What do you think of this one? Seraphina turned to Draco. Draco was taken aback, pointing to himself. You wish to buy me clothing? To him, purchasing clothes was an intimate affair, reserved for family or a beloved partner. Indeed, it resembles the school uniform that Buckbeak ruined. We can simply attach a Slytherin emblem when I buy it for you. Do you like it? If you do, I shall purchase it. Why yes, I like it, Draco stuttered. Nodding awkwardly, Seraphina noticed his bashful demeanor. He truly was a shy boy. Is this the only robe you desire? Do you need any casual wear? Trousers? Vests? Shirts? Seraphina seemed enamored with the idea of buying clothes for Draco, wishing to adorn him entirely in her selections. Buy them all. I'll take everything you suggest, Draco replied. Somewhat flustered. Splendid. Seraphina's eyes sparkled with delight. Seraphina flitted about the dazzling array of garments like a jubilant little bird. Occasionally, she would pick up a piece of clothing and gesture it against Draco, murmuring, "This shirt's hue compliments you splendidly, Draco. The style of these trousers will surely accentuate your long legs. This waistcoat is delightful. It harmonizes beautifully with your hair color." Draco stood by, a tender smile gracing his features as he obediently indulged her selections. It was only when Draco's arms were laden with an almost unwieldy collection of clothes that they finally sought out a fitting room. Before long, Draco emerged clad in his new attire, gracefully twirling before Seraphina and inquiring, "What do you think, Fina?" Seraphina scrutinized him with earnestness before nodding in satisfaction. "Very fine indeed. Let us purchase it." Just as Draco was trying on a fitted waistcoat, the door to the boutique swung open, and Xiao Zhang stepped inside. Dressed in a soft blue robe, her raven hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, resembling a blooming blue lotus, exuding a gentle aura. Seraphina. Xiao Zhang's keen eyes immediately spotted Seraphina, perched on a low stool. Seraphina turned at the sound. Xiao Zhang, a member of the Page Society. Xiao Zhang frequently engaged in discussions alongside Hermione. Seraphina greeted her warmly. "What a coincidence. Are you here to shop as well?" Xiao Zhang smiled in return, her gaze drifting to Draco, who was busy organizing clothes, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in her eyes. At that moment, Draco appeared somewhat disheveled. A loosely draped tie around his neck, yet he bore a distinct charm. Noticing Xiao Zhang's gaze, he offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Seraphina approached Xiao Zhang, and the two engaged in lively conversation while Draco patiently stood a few paces away, occasionally glancing at Seraphina, his eyes brimming with affection and reliance. During their exchange, Xiao Zhang casually inquired, "Seraphina, I assume Draco is your boyfriend? You seem remarkably well suited together." Seraphina was momentarily taken aback, but a radiant smile soon graced her face as she replied without hesitation, "Indeed, he is my boyfriend." Their voices were soft, drowned out by the bustling noise of the store. Thus Draco remained oblivious to Seraphina's declaration. "Congratulations, Seraphina." Xiao Zhang expressed her happiness for her friend. Seraphina smiled gently. "Thank you, dear." After Xiao Zhang departed, Seraphina turned to Draco, approaching him with purpose. She reached for the untied tie around his neck. Her gaze focused as she began to knot it. Draco lowered his head, transfixed by the girl before him, his breath involuntarily quickening. They stood exceedingly close, the scent of roses enveloping Draco, and he could even feel Seraphina's warm breath brushing against his cheek. Her fingers danced deftly around the tie, her movements delicate and practiced. "Have you tied ties for your brothers at home?" she asked. "They are all grown up and don't require my assistance," he replied. Adjusting the tie's position, Seraphina suddenly leaned closer to Draco's shoulder, whispering, "I learned specifically for you." Draco felt a surge of fireworks erupt in his mind. Vibrant and resplendent. "Yes, it suits you perfectly. Let us buy it," Seraphina said, stepping back to assess Draco's appearance. At that moment, regardless of what Seraphina said, Draco's gaze could not stray from her face, her long lashes enchanting him utterly. Draco emerged from the menswear section, a large bag of clothing in hand, trailing behind Seraphina like a devoted guardian. The two then ventured to the dress section, where Seraphina selected a pleated skirt for Ginny, the fabric soft and comfortable, perfectly suited for her. Next, they acquired 3 new red scarves. Didn't you forget to buy one more? Draco reminded her. I did not forget, Seraphina replied, counting the 3 scarves draped over her arm, one each for Ginny, Ron, and Harry. Upon hearing the first 2 names, Draco wore a smile. But his expression faltered upon hearing Harry's name, the earlier joy dissipating in an instant. Why buy for him? Draco queried. Harry doesn't have a Guardian's signature and can't come to Hogsmeade. He saved Ginny last semester, and she wanted to buy a scarf as a thank you gift. Seraphina explained, framing the gift as a matter of gratitude, which Draco accepted. Standing before the wall of scarves, Draco pointed to a green scarf above Seraphina's head. I want that one too. I need a scarf. Seraphina turned to retrieve it from the rack. All right, I'll get it for you. Although Narcissa had recently sent Draco several scarves and gloves, he had no need for more. Yet, if he desired it, Seraphina would fulfill his wish. Upon exiting the clothing store, Seraphina glanced at her list. Next, let us head to the quill and feather shop. Draco nodded, deftly grasping her wrist as they proceeded. Just then, Fred and George emerged, chuckling as they teased the departing pair. Our Fina is about to be whisked away by the Platinum Boy. As they continued on their way, snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky, delicate white crystals swirling down, adding a dreamlike quality to the village of Hogsmeade. Seraphina reached out to catch the falling snowflakes, while Draco slightly turned, shielding her from the biting wind. Snowflakes settled on their shoulders and hair, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still, the world around them fading into nothingness but each other. Draco, I've just noticed your nose, Seraphina said, tilting her head slightly to tap the tip of his nose. It's quite striking. Draco felt warmth flood his cheeks at her unexpected action and words, turning his head slightly to mask his embarrassment, though the flush of his ears betrayed his inner turmoil. He cleared his throat, striving to keep his voice steady. Why bring that up all of a sudden? Yet as the words left his lips, he regretted them. His tone had unintentionally sounded flustered. Seraphina observed Draco's awkward demeanor, a mischievous smile curling at her lips. Rather than letting him off the hook, she leaned in closer, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath. I just think it's attractive, she replied, her eyes twinkling playfully. Draco's heart raced, and in the snowy streets of Hogsmeade, his usual pride and composure vanished without a trace. He swallowed hard, his throat dry, opening his mouth to respond but finding himself at a loss for words. Seeing his flustered state, Seraphina couldn't help but let out a light, melodic laugh, the sound enchanting in the serene atmosphere. She stepped back, taking a few strides ahead before turning to wave. If you don't hurry, I shall leave you behind. Without hesitation, Draco followed the girl who was laughing joyfully, exclaiming, I'm coming. The echo of Lucius's warning lingered in his ears. Draco, do not easily give your heart, especially to someone who is adept at playing with emotions. You are no match for her. What had Draco said in response? Father, as long as I am of value, she will not abandon me. The red-haired girl had already taken root in his heart, gradually growing into a towering tree. Father, I will always hold value. Thus Seraphina has no reason to abandon me. Upon returning from Hogsmeade, Seraphina entrusted the carefully selected items to Ginny. Among them was a scarf meant for Harry, which Seraphina insisted be exquisitely wrapped by the shopkeeper. Thank you, Fina, Ginny exclaimed, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on Seraphina's cheek. You're welcome, Ginny, Seraphina replied with a smile. Observing Ginny's gleeful expression, Seraphina resolved to impart some fishing techniques to her sister. Ginny, follow me, Seraphina beckoned as she led Ginny to a secluded corner. Darling, capturing a man's heart cannot solely rely on a scarf. A mysterious smile danced at the corners of Seraphina's lips, her eyes glimmering with the wisdom of worldly insight. What should I do? Ginny gazed at Seraphina with unwavering trust, for she had witnessed Draco's unwavering devotion to her sister. In her eyes, Seraphina navigated matters of the heart with ease, deftly resolving the most complex dilemmas. When it came to emotions, it seemed that boys were often more obtuse than girls. Growing up with tales of the savior and interacting with a variety of people through the family shop, Ginny had long since developed her own set of evaluation criteria. It was serendipitous that Harry perfectly matched all of her conditions. Seraphina gently took Ginny's hand, tracing slow circles in her palm with her finger. Her voice soft yet imbued with undeniable confidence. First, you must learn to create opportunities for solitude, but do so subtly. Second, appear when he is feeling down. Like a gentle, beautiful flower that understands him, offering encouragement, support, and comfort. Third, do not always acquiesce to his requests. Occasionally find plausible excuses to decline his invitations, cultivating within him a sense of curiosity and concern for you. Fourth, maintain your own opinions and temperament, causing him to unconsciously revolve around you. Enter his world. rather than allowing him to enter yours. Fifth, when he chooses to confide in you, listen intently, responding with your gaze, and occasionally affirming his words, making him feel valued. Ginny listened intently, instinctively tightening her grip on Seraphina's hand, asking, "What if he begins to seek me out?" Seraphina patted Ginny's hand, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. At that point, you must remain composed. If he invites you out, do not agree every time. Find seemingly reasonable excuses to politely decline once or twice, such as needing to assist a professor in organizing the library or attending an event. When he is feeling low, appear unexpectedly, telling him you've finally carved out time to see him. He will surely feel as though he has tasted honey, growing ever more enchanted by you. But what if he still doesn't like me? Ginny furrowed her brows, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Seraphina extended her finger and gently tapped Ginny's nose, smiling. Dear girl, do not place your heart solely in one jar of honey. During this time, you may also seek out other potential suitors. They will serve as your alternatives and catalysts in matters of the heart. Yet, always remember, in love, you must maintain dominion, becoming the architect of the relationship. Upon hearing this, Ginny's eyes sparkled with admiration and eagerness. Fina, you are incredible. I truly believe he will come to like me. The Weasley children were not unattractive, and Ginny had blossomed into an increasingly beautiful young woman. When opportunities present themselves, failing to seize them would be the epitome of foolishness. Just as Draco was Seraphina's choice, Harry was Ginny's. Seraphina, observing Ginny's spirited demeanor, smiled with satisfaction. Remember, love is akin to a spell. It requires the meticulous blending of each potion, mastering the timing and dosage to reap the sweetest fruits. I'll remember, Fina, Ginny exclaimed, bouncing away with her belongings. After the students returned from Hogsmeade, it took them quite some time to settle down. However, Seraphina was as busy as a whirlwind, wishing fervently for a few duplicates of herself to assist. She juggled the affairs of the Book Pages Society, searched for the whereabouts of Scabbers, managed her demanding studies, monitored the Dawn's window, calculated the revenue of the Corky shop, and sent Poppy to procure goods from the Muggle world, among other tasks. Draco had followed Seraphina more than once, attempting to suggest she take a breather. Yet Seraphina had not heeded his advice. Fina, Scabbers has appeared. Ron and Harry are with him. Hermione suddenly blocked Seraphina's path. After divination class, the trio had prepared to seek Hagrid, only to spot Scabbers' silhouette at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry and Ron immediately followed, as he was under the tracking spell Seraphina had cast, prompting Hermione to seek out Seraphina. I'll go with you, Seraphina declared as she and Hermione took off running. Draco emerged from the doorway, and upon not seeing Seraphina, looked up to see Hermione and Seraphina racing ahead, thus he followed suit. The three arrived at the scene only to find the Whomping Willow ensnaring Harry, shaking its branches relentlessly. Hermione, Fina, Ron has fallen in, Harry shouted. Moments earlier, as he and Ron chased Scabbers, a black dog had suddenly appeared, joining the pursuit. Scabbers climbed atop the Whomping Willow, and as Ron and the black dog attempted to catch him, they both tumbled into a hole in the tree's trunk. What? Upon hearing that Ron was with Scabbers, Seraphina's heart sank. That rat was no ordinary creature. Ron would surely be in danger. Hermione cast a levitation charm, freeing Harry from the willow's grasp. Seizing the opportunity while the Whomping Willow swayed its branches, the group dove into the hole together. Draco hurriedly arrived, witnessing this scene, and without a moment's thought, he followed. They slid down a pitch-black tunnel for what felt like an eternity before they landed in a room. At that moment, Ron was huddled in a corner, fearfully gazing towards the door. Seraphina quickly pulled Ron behind her the moment they touched down, drawing her wand and pointing it towards the door. Soon after, Draco arrived. Seraphina swiftly tugged him behind her as well. Ron and Draco exchanged silent glances, each shifting slightly to the sides. He-S and Animagus, Ron exclaimed, pointing at the figure. Sirius Black. As the proprietor of Dawn's window, Seraphina had often come across news of Black in the letters Rita sent. If you want to kill Harry, you must first get through me. Hermione positioned herself protectively in front of Harry, staring down the disheveled figure behind the door. Only one of us will die tonight, Sirius remarked, scanning the youthful faces gathered there, recognizing the shadows of many old friends. The son of a dear friend, the son of my cousin. Harry. Hermione's warning came too late, as Harry charged forward, seizing Sirius by the throat. Harry, Potter. The shouts did little to deter him. Before Harry could act, the suddenly intervening Lupin hurled him aside. Hermione and Ron caught him, gripping Harry's arms tightly, fearful he might act impulsively. Professor, you helped Black enter Hogwarts, didn't you? Seraphina observed the banter between the two, piecing together a guess. An Azkaban prisoner escaping through numerous obstacles must certainly have had assistance. Fina, stay calm. Draco grasped Seraphina's wrist firmly. He had witnessed Harry's impulsive actions, and although Seraphina belonged to Slytherin, her true nature was one of defiance. At that moment, Hermione, filled with fury, shouted at Lupin, exposing his true identity. You are a werewolf. That is why you've been absent from class so often. Lupin inquired. When did you discover this? Since Professor Snape assigned the homework, Hermione replied. You are truly the most astute which I have ever encountered. Lupin unabashedly praised her. Sirius's anguished roar interrupted their conversation. Quick! Kill him! Kill whom? Seraphina stepped forward, her gaze fixed intensely on Sirius and Lupin. Peter Pettigrew? That illegal animagus? Sirius's animagus form was a black dog, and Hermione remarked that the black dog was chasing the rat. This indicated that the one Sirius intended to kill was Pettigrew. Not them, the unwitting students who had intruded. Indeed, I have waited 12 long years to kill him. Sirius nearly shouted, his voice filled with rage. We will assist you in eliminating him, but you must not harm us, and you must allow us to leave. Seraphina insisted, eager to escape from the perilous situation. The rat was no ordinary creature. If he was being pursued by Black, there must be a compelling reason. Yet, none of this concerned Seraphina. Her sole desire was to leave safely with the others. No, I must kill him with my own hands. Sirius's eyes widened in fury, bloodshot and fixed on the quivering rat in the corner. James and Lily, they were my closest friends. To protect them, I would brave any danger. It was my folly to heed the advice of this traitor and allow him to become the secret keeper. Because of that, Lily and James. Sirius's body trembled with emotion as he staggered forward, fists clenched, knuckles whitening. Harry stood frozen, his mind slowly processing Sirius's words. Peter, Lily and James were your friends too. They treated you well. Sirius grew increasingly agitated, tears welling in his eyes, but you betrayed them, leading to their demise. The bloody truth lay bare before them, and the gazes of the others towards Harry were filled with sympathy and sorrow. This traitor, to escape his guilt, had orchestrated an explosion that killed numerous innocent muggles and even severed his own finger to fabricate the illusion of being murdered by me, hiding as a rat. How did you discover Pettigrew's identity? Harry asked, his voice trembling. I saw a photograph of the Weasley family vacationing in Egypt while in Azkaban, and the rat in the picture was Peter transformed. That was his animagus form. The conviction of avenging his beloved friends had sustained Sirius through the years. Yet, confronted with the child who embodied the virtues of his lost friends, his own godson, Sirius's tone softened, revealing a mixture of resignation and sorrow. Seraphina and the others listened to Sirius's account, stunned into silence, exchanging glances, unsure of how to react. After revealing the truth, Sirius raised his wand and stepped closer to the rat at Ron's feet. The rat, sensing its impending doom, suddenly darted from beneath Ron's feet in a bizarre manner, its small body scurrying through the dust with a shrill squeak. Sirius and Lupin sprang into action, like lightning, pursuing the rat. In Sirius's eyes burned the flames of vengeance. Fueled by 12 years of injustice and the agony of losing his friends, they engaged in a heart-pounding chase within the dimly lit shrieking shack. The rat nimbly navigated between various objects, attempting to exploit narrow gaps and the cluttered environment to evade capture. In the midst of the chaos, Snape suddenly appeared, wand drawn, pointing it at Sirius. His gaze was as frigid as ice, his voice laced with undeniable authority. Black, I have finally found you. You will not escape again. Sirius met Snape's eyes with unwavering defiance, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Snape, you remain as arrogant as ever. You rush in to apprehend without grasping the truth. The real traitor is right here. He pointed at the trembling rat cowering in the corner. Snape scoffed. Do not attempt to deceive me, Black. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you now seek a scapegoat? As the tension mounted, Harry felt an urgent desperation. He knew Sirius was innocent and could not allow Snape to take him away. In that critical moment, Harry swiftly seized Hermione's wand from her pocket, aimed it at Snape, and shouted, Expelliarmus. A beam of red light shot from the wand, striking Snape and sending his wand flying, causing him to stumble backward. Professor Snape. Both Seraphina and Draco exclaimed in unison. Draco hesitated for a moment before rushing to Snape's side. He knelt beside him, assisting him. Professor, are you all right? Snape's face was ashen, glaring at Harry with a mix of rage and disbelief. Potter, how dare you attack a professor? You are blatantly violating school rules, and I will not let this go unpunished. As he spoke, disregarding his pain, he attempted to retrieve his wand from the ground. It was far away, and Lupin picked it up. Snape, I apologize, but I will hold on to your wand for now. At that moment, Sirius finally managed to seize Pettigrew. In his grasp, Pettigrew writhed desperately, emitting frantic cries. In the next instant, Pettigrew's body began to swell and transform, his originally furry little form rapidly growing larger and sturdier. In the blink of an eye, Peter stood before them, panic etched across his features, yet amidst the chaos, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. He dropped to his knees, hands clasped together, attempting to play the emotional card. Remus, Sirius, please listen to me. His voice trembled with a whimper, eyes brimming with plea. I had no choice. Voldemort was too powerful. I could not resist. I never wanted to betray you, truly. As he spoke, he covertly gauged their expressions, seeking any sign of leniency. For all these years, I have lived in guilt, regretting my actions every single day. I transformed into a rat, staying close to Ron, to remind myself of the mistakes I made. Tears streamed down his face, falling onto the dusty floor. Fury and revulsion were etched on Sirius's face as he stepped forward, grasping Pettigrew by the collar, lifting him off the ground. You despicable traitor. What right do you have to say such things? You harmed James and Lily. Sirius's voice grew hoarse with anger, his grip tightening as if he might strangle Peter in the next moment. Peter trembled in fear, his legs flailing in the air, eyes wide with terror. Sirius, I beg you, for the sake of our past friendship, spare me. I am willing to do anything to atone for my sins. He turned to Harry. Harry, you are James's son. You could never bear to see me killed, could you? I watched you grow up. Even if it was as a rat, I have always been there, protecting you. Harry stood there, a whirlwind of conflicting emotions swirling within him. He gazed at the man before him, the one who once betrayed his parents, his heart a tumult of anger intertwined with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Peter's words filled him with revulsion, yet he could not deny that, at that moment, he felt utterly at a loss. Protect Harry? I highly doubt that. Seraphina swiftly cast a spell, bind in haste. Peter must not be allowed to escape again, for such an outcome would spell disaster. Like one ensnared in quicksand. Peter's movements grew sluggish, his gaze fixed malevolently on Seraphina. You again. Peter spat through gritted teeth, his voice muffled by the spell's influence. It was because Seraphina had discovered him that he had been forced to wander outside the castle. He struggled against the spell's binding force, writhing desperately. But it was in vain. His legs felt as though they were leaden, firmly anchored in place. Sirius observed the scene with a flicker of satisfaction, casting an appreciative glance at Seraphina. Well done, young lady, he thought. He then redirected his attention to Peter, his anger unabated. Do you think a few flowery words will absolve you? You coward, you traitor. With that, Sirius raised his wand, its tip glimmering ominously. Harry stood aside, his heart tumultuously churning. He watched Peter, bound and helpless, his thoughts swirling. Seraphina's decisive action jolted him from the nauseating emotional assault that Peter had unleashed. At that moment, Lupin stepped forward, his expression a complex blend of sorrow for his former friend's betrayal and resignation to the current predicament. Peter began to shout again, Remus, do you remember the days we shared? Spare me, please. His voice carried a note of desperation, but more so a madness born of a last-ditch effort. Just as Sirius and Lupin prepared to execute Peter, Harry interjected, wait. All eyes turned to him simultaneously. He slowly approached Peter, intending to take him back to the castle and hand him over to the Dementors. Lupin and Sirius acquiesced to Harry's request. Fina, my leg hurts so badly. Ron tugged at Seraphina's robe, his voice trembling with pain. Let me see. Seraphina turned and crouched down, carefully lifting Ron's pant leg. A gruesome wound was revealed, the edges curling, flesh torn open, blood seeping forth, rendering the dimly lit shrieking shack all the more horrific. Seraphina's brow furrowed deeply, her eyes brimming with compassion and fury. She whirled around to face Sirius, Lupin, and Peter, declaring, when we return, I expect an explanation from you all. Her chest heaved with intensity, anger flushing her cheeks. After speaking, she swiftly positioned herself before Ron and crouched slightly, saying firmly, I will carry you. Ron hesitated, weakly protesting, Fina, I've grown heavier. Stop talking nonsense. Just get on. Seraphina interrupted, casting a reassuring glance at Ron. At that moment, Harry stepped forward, his gaze lingering on Ron's injured leg before turning to Seraphina. Fina, let us both help Ron. They made their way back through the passage of the Whomping Willow, the air thick with darkness and a foul stench. Seraphina and Harry supported Ron on either side, their steps heavy as they endeavored to minimize the jostling. Hermione followed closely behind, while Draco aided Snape. Sirius and Lupin trailed behind, Peter magically bound and unable to move. The group traversed in silence, the only sound being the echo of their heavy footsteps. Finally, they glimpsed light at the end of the tunnel, the exit leading to the castle's exterior. As they stepped out, a breath of fresh air enveloped them, and relief washed over the group. Chapter 33, Seraphina's Severity. As the group emerged from the passage, Peter managed to break free from some of the magical restraints and, in a fit of madness, lunged towards Ron. With a thud, he fell to his knees, clinging desperately to Ron's legs, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, Ron, for the sake of our years together, spare me. I was forced into this. His already disheveled face was now a mask of terror and despair, his eyes bloodshot. his voice sharp and trembling. Seraphina, already aflame with fury over Ron's injury, was incensed by Peter's pitiful display. A cold glint flickered in her eyes as she raised her foot without hesitation, driving it with all her might into Peter's leg. With a dull grunt, Peter released Ron and collapsed to the ground. Before he could react, Seraphina waved her wand, incanting a spell. As a sturdy branch on the ground contorted and transformed into a gleaming blade. Pettigrew, how dare you beg for mercy from Ron? Seraphina grasped the hilt tightly, thrusting the blade straight into Peter's thigh. He let out a horrific scream, writhing in agony as he attempted to break free. Yet, Seraphina's grip remained firm, twisting her wrist as the blade carved a long gash into Peter's leg, flesh rolling back, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly soaking the ground around them. Seraphina! Hermione shrieked in terror, covering her mouth with her hands, disbelief etched in her eyes. Draco and Harry stood frozen, taken aback by the sudden brutality. Snape stood by, neither endorsing nor condemning her actions. Ron's face turned ashen. The pain from his wound combined with the gruesome scene before him nearly caused him to faint. He weakly murmured, "Fina, please." Sirius and Lupin rushed forward, Sirius gripping Seraphina's arm. "Enough. He deserves punishment, but not like this." His voice was deep and powerful, his gaze reflecting both hatred for Peter and concern for Seraphina's excessive actions. Lupin quickly cast a spell, attempting to staunch the bleeding, but Peter's wound was too deep, and blood continued to flow. Seraphina gasped for breath, her chest heaving, still clutching the bloodied blade, her eyes ablaze with fury. She glared at the writhing Peter, enunciating slowly, "Not enough. Far from enough. You seek vengeance for your friend, and I too shall avenge my brother. Blood for blood. This is a time-honored principle. Do not stop me. Just as I did not stop you." The group was momentarily stunned into silence by Seraphina's resolute and fierce demeanor. The only sound the echo of Peter's pained groans reverberating through the air. Draco opened his mouth to interject, but upon seeing the fire in Seraphina's tear-filled eyes, he swallowed his words. Harry's brow furrowed, memories of his parents' tragic demise flashing through his mind. He understood Seraphina's rage and thus remained silent, refraining from intervention. Noticing the lack of response, Seraphina inhaled deeply, as if drawing in all her pent-up sorrow and fury, preparing for the next outburst. She lifted the blood-stained knife once more, its blade glinting coldly in the dim light, reflecting her determined visage. Seraphina slowly crouched beside Peter, murmuring, "Only by paying a double price and suffering will you truly learn what it means to fear." With that, she thrust the knife directly toward Peter's other leg. A piercing scream escaped Peter's lips, shattering the stillness of the night and startling the birds perched in nearby trees into frantic flight. The blade struck with even greater force than before, piercing directly through his calf, pinning both the knife and his leg to the ground. At that moment, Peter was utterly incapacitated, collapsing into the mud, his body convulsing uncontrollably, his eyes bulging with excruciating pain, his complexion as pale as parchment, with a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Seraphina, controlling her strength with the knife, had merely rendered him crippled, sparing his life. Just then, the moon, previously obscured by clouds, broke free from its restraints, casting a chilling silver light upon the scene. The moonlight, fluid like water, descended upon Lupin as if it were a curse. Though Lupin had been striving to maintain his sanity and calm those around him, the moment the moonlight touched him, his body tensed instantly, contorting his face into a mask of agony. His bones crackled ominously, as if being twisted and reshaped by an unseen force. "Get away," Sirius shouted, his voice laced with urgency and despair. He was acutely aware of what was about to transpire. Lupin was on the verge of transforming into a werewolf. And in this uncontrollable state, he would unleash his fury upon everything in his vicinity. At this realization, Seraphina momentarily broke free from her vengeful wrath, acknowledging the impending danger. She hastily rose to her feet, joining the others as they stood together, warily observing the gradually transforming Lupin. Meanwhile, Peter lay on the ground, having narrowly escaped further harm from Seraphina, yet he now faced the imminent threat posed by the werewolf, his fate hanging in the balance. The werewolf Lupin completed his transformation, throwing back his head to unleash a deafening howl that seemed to rend the very air, leaving the onlookers with a ringing in their ears. His blood-red eyes surveyed the surroundings, radiating a terrifying menace, before he charged towards Seraphina and the others. "No," Sirius exclaimed, without hesitation incanting a spell that instantly transformed him into a formidable black dog. With grace and agility, he launched himself at the werewolf Lupin, carving a fierce arc through the air. The black dog Sirius and the werewolf Lupin collided in a tumultuous struggle, their forms entwined in a fierce dance of combat. Lupin's razor-sharp claws slashed through the air, leaving bloody marks upon Sirius, while Sirius, with his nimble reflexes, sought every opportunity to retaliate. Snape, his expression grave, swiftly positioned himself before the children, gripping his wand tightly, prepared to wield magic to protect them. "Stay behind me, and do not make a sound," he urged in a hushed tone, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding chaos. Hermione swallowed nervously, her mind racing. Suddenly, she recalled the knowledge she had gleaned from books regarding the habits of werewolves, realizing that they could be drawn to the howls of their kind. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself against her rising fear and cast a spell towards the distance. Almost immediately, a deep, resonant howl echoed back from afar. Upon hearing this, the werewolf Lupin hesitated, his ferocious movements stalling as he slowly turned his head towards the source of the sound. He then released Sirius from his grasp and sprinted away into the darkness. However, during the fierce struggle, Sirius had sustained severe injuries. One of his hind legs hung limply, bloodied and weak, leaving him in a state of vulnerability. Harry watched the retreating Lupin and the wounded Sirius, his heart torn in two. He was equally concerned about Sirius's injuries and aware that he could not allow the werewolf Lupin to roam freely nearby, potentially endangering more innocent lives. Just as he found himself at a loss, Draco approached, placing a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. "I'll take care of Black. You pursue Lupin. I can handle things here." Harry cast a grateful glance at Draco, nodding earnestly before gripping his wand tightly and pursuing the direction in which Lupin had vanished. Draco moved cautiously to Sirius's side, carefully helping him to his feet as he returned to his human form. Sirius let out a soft groan from the pain of his injuries, his body trembling slightly, each movement sending sharp pangs through his wounds. Noticing this, Draco instinctively slowed his actions. After a moment, Sirius, taking a deep breath, weakly inquired, "Platinum hair. You must be a Malfoy. How has Narcissa fared these past years?" With few family members left in the world, despite their differing stances over the years, the concern remained nestled in his heart. Draco's hand faltered slightly at Sirius's words. He looked up, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face as he retorted, "Don't you have legs?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Draco regretted them. He recognized that Sirius was in a fragile state and did not deserve such harshness. Sirius offered a wry smile, resigned to silence. Chapter 34. Sirius's Exoneration. Draco helped Sirius towards Hermione and Ron. Upon reaching the trees, they beheld Seraphina, her demeanor as cold as ice, firmly planting her foot upon Peter's back, whose face was pressed into the mud, hands twisted behind him, producing only incoherent whimpers. Thinking of escaping? Seraphina glared down at Peter, her eyes filled with disdain. Her red hair danced wildly in the night breeze, emanating an aura that dared anyone to approach. "Is this Arthur's eldest daughter?" Sirius inquired of Draco beside him, recalling that Arthur and Molly had a pair of twins about Harry's age. The two red-haired children among the group must surely be them. Indeed, Draco nodded slightly. "She is a Slytherin," Sirius remarked, glancing at Seraphina's Slytherin robes with a hint of nostalgia, "just like me." Yet he wished to add that Seraphina was unlike him. The Blacks would never permit a Gryffindor to tarnish their lineage, while the Weasleys could tolerate a Slytherin among their ranks. Noticing their presence, Seraphina turned her head, acknowledging them with a slight nod before her gaze swiftly returned to Peter. He was attempting to flee. At this, Sirius's eyes flickered with a complex mix of hatred towards Peter and a begrudging approval of Seraphina's actions. He struggled to speak. "Well done, young lady. We mustn't let him escape." After what felt like an eternity, Dumbledore appeared, carrying the unconscious Harry in his arms. "Children, let us depart." Although the group was curious about Lupin's whereabouts, none dared to voice their questions. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Peter, whose legs were utterly incapacitated, and a flicker of an unfamiliar emotion crossed his features as he turned to Seraphina. "Child, you should not have acted in this manner. What was I supposed to do?" Seraphina met the elder's gaze head-on. "I only know that my actions will prevent much trouble. Professor, showing leniency towards villains only places oneself in peril. My approach is entirely justified, and I stand by it." Seraphina's words rendered Dumbledore silent. He regarded her with a complex blend of contemplation. Finally, he sighed deeply, breaking the silence. "Child, your intentions may be noble, but we cannot combat evil with evil." Seraphina stood tall, her determination unwavering as she replied, "Professor, sometimes circumstances require a nuanced approach. With someone like Peter, traditional methods may not truly resolve the issue." Dumbledore refrained from countering, merely shaking his head gently. "Very well, let us return to Hogwarts." With a flick of his wand, Peter was lifted by an unseen force, suspended in midair. The weary group trailed behind Dumbledore, making their way toward the castle of Hogwarts. Along the way, an oppressive silence enveloped the group, with only the weighty sound of footsteps resonating in the stillness of the night. As the silhouette of the castle came into view, a medley of emotions stirred within each heart. Upon entering the castle, Professor McGonagall hurried towards them, her expression a blend of anxiety and concern. A flicker of relief crossed her eyes as she confirmed the safety of the group. "Professor Dumbledore, I have been waiting for you," she stated, her gaze sweeping over the assembly before settling on the levitating Peter, her brow furrowing slightly. "Let us refrain from questions for now, Minerva," Dumbledore murmured. "Please escort them to Madame Pomfrey for a thorough examination." Snape followed closely behind Dumbledore, guiding Peter and Sirius along. The group was led to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey was already prepared for their arrival. She efficiently directed them to lie down and began to skillfully perform various diagnostic spells. Although Harry remained unconscious, Madame Pomfrey reassured them that he was not in grave danger and merely needed rest. Hermione, standing nearby, fixed her worried gaze on Ron, who was undergoing examination. "Hermione, could you please keep an eye on Ron? I have an urgent matter to attend to," Seraphina implored as she grasped Hermione's hand. "All right, go ahead," Hermione responded. Having surmised Seraphina's intentions, Seraphina hurried back to the Slytherin common room, dragging Draco along with her. She swiftly retrieved paper and quill, and before long, she sealed a letter and entrusted it to Percy S. Owl. Watching the owl's diminutive form fade into the distance, Seraphina exhaled a breath of relief. The Dawn's window was poised for yet another revival. The following day, 2 news articles dominated the most prominent section of the Daily Prophet. One bore the title "The Pitiful Scapegoat, Sirius Black," while the other proclaimed the celebrated hero is a traitor to his friends. The release of these reports ignited a media frenzy, with discussions of the matter echoing through the streets. Seraphina had Rita deliver a considerable number of newspapers, which circulated among the students at Hogwarts. By the time Dumbledore had escorted Peter and Sirius to the Ministry of Magic, Sirius had already become the object of sympathy in the eyes of the public. The severity of the situation allowed Peter to bypass all protocols and be directly dispatched to Azkaban. Once cleared of his charges, Sirius would finally bask in the sunlight. The elusive Lupin reappeared, having voluntarily resigned from Hogwarts. Before his departure, Seraphina met with him for an extensive conversation. They sat on a tranquil patch of grass outside Hogwarts Castle, where a gentle breeze stirred the surrounding flowers and plants. Yet Lupin's mood remained as heavy as lead. His gaze drifted, seemingly still ensnared by the melancholy of leaving Hogwarts. Seraphina broke the silence, her body slightly turned towards him, her expression earnest and sincere. "Professor Lupin, I understand the turmoil you are experiencing. Departing from Hogwarts feels akin to severing ties with a stable past. However, I am here today to offer you a new opportunity." She paused to gauge Lupin's reaction, noting his slight lift of the eyes, encouraging her to continue. "Join me as my subordinate, becoming my eyes within the Ministry of Magic. I will provide you with more wolfsbane potion and offer compensation." Seraphina's voice resonated with conviction, each word akin to stones cast upon the surface of a lake, creating ripples in Lupin's heart. He furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with uncertainty. "Seraphina, you know I am a werewolf. The Ministry harbors deep-seated prejudices against individuals like me. How could I possibly gain entry?" His tone carried a hint of bitterness, revealing his acute awareness of his predicament. Life had been arduous for him due to his identity as a werewolf. Anticipating Lupin's concerns, Seraphina knew he was a formidable asset. If utilized correctly, he could serve as her sharpest tool. What did it matter that he was a werewolf? As long as he could prove useful when necessary, his identity could be leveraged. With Percy now in his 7th year, his final one at Hogwarts, Seraphina needed to secure an assistant within the Ministry before Percy's entry. Lupin was an excellent choice. Sensing Lupin's hesitation, Seraphina continued, "If you agree, I will arrange everything for you." She leaned slightly forward, her gaze firmly locking onto his, attempting to convey her sincerity. "What exactly would my responsibilities entail?" Lupin asked after a moment of contemplation. "I will place you in the Department of Magical Education as a regular records clerk. In addition to periodically updating me on developments within the department and the Ministry, you will assist Percy in establishing himself after his graduation. The decaying Ministry of Magic can be easily corrupted with just a handful of galleons, providing opportunities for those on the outside." Rita lurked within the Daily Prophet, often taking on the guise of an animagus to visit Ministry officials. A single photograph could tarnish their reputations, and Seraphina had seized upon this, acquiring a highly valuable letter of recommendation. Lupin fell into a prolonged silence, his mind awash with thoughts. He recognized that Seraphina's approach was morally questionable. Yet what alternatives did he possess? None. Poverty had bent his spine, and since leaving Hogwarts, no one had provided him with high-quality wolfsbane potion. He feared that one day he might transform and inadvertently harm another, or worse, perish in solitude. "I agree," Lupin finally nodded. "Welcome aboard, Professor," Seraphina responded with a smile. "Thank you." She called out to the trees behind her. "Percy, you may come out now." Percy emerged from behind a tree, despite his mere 18 years. He exuded a maturity far beyond his age, every gesture reflecting a composed demeanor. Seraphina stepped forward, her expression turning serious. Professor Lupin, this matter is of great significance. To ensure our plan remains foolproof, I wish for us to establish an unbreakable vow. Lupin paused, slightly taken aback, and took a deep breath before extending his hand. Upon witnessing this, Percy drew his wand and placed it against the hands clasped between Lupin and Seraphina. As Percy recited the incantation, a fiery tongue erupted from the wand's tip, swiftly entwining their hands. In that moment, as the flames dissipated, a complex array of emotions surged within Lupin. He understood that he was now irrevocably bound to this clandestine plan. All is in order. Seraphina released his hand, a smile gracing her face. Percy retracted his wand. Looking at Lupin, Professor, we welcome your involvement. Lupin offered a faint smile in return. Thank you. Subsequently, Seraphina handed Lupin a note bearing an address. Professor, this is a gift for you. By the way, Professor, I would like to hire you as the defense against the dark arts teacher for Percy and me during the summer. Would you be willing? Of course. I would be delighted to assist you both. Lupin made his way to the address, which led him to a quaint cabin in the countryside, surrounded by dense woods, offering a serene atmosphere. As Lupin's figure receded from view, Percy and Seraphina exchanged knowing glances, relaxing their previously tense bodies. Seraphina let out a gentle sigh, her gaze drifting towards the horizon as she softly murmured, Percy, the true war is upon us. From the moment Percy stepped into the Ministry of Magic, Seraphina and her companions had truly entered the battlefield. The foundations laid during their time at Hogwarts would now come into play. Fina, I have a persistent feeling that Voldemort has not perished. Percy's voice was a mere whisper, as fragile as the breeze that could disperse it. Yet, this statement weighed heavily upon Seraphina's ears. It would be preferable if he were dead. If he lives, we must extinguish him in the cradle of resurrection. Perhaps the topic was too somber, as Percy shifted the conversation. By the way, didn't you mention launching a new column? How is that progressing? Recently, during one of their gatherings, Seraphina had urged him and Theodore to prepare some articles, claiming they would attract readers to the window of dawn through their banter. Progress is going smoothly. Rita is already on it, Seraphina replied. I am quite curious, even though she is in your camp. She cannot possibly sway the editorial review of the Daily Prophet, can she? Percy questioned, perplexed. Rita is not the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet. She lacks the authority to arbitrarily publish articles in the newspaper. I have committed a rather wicked act, Seraphina said with a sly smile. I have unlawfully intercepted the funds allocated by the Ministry of Magic to the Daily Prophet, long before the start of this term. Seraphina had instructed Rita to closely monitor the communications between the Ministry and the Daily Prophet. As fate would have it, Rita stumbled upon the official responsible for the Ministry's funding to the Daily Prophet. Utilizing her cunning, Rita concealed the funds intact. Following several consecutive instances of the Daily Prophet not receiving financial support from the Ministry, they became incensed and were willing to publish articles detrimental to the Ministry. Fina, you are truly wicked, Percy chuckled, gazing into the girl's eyes. Not wicked enough to achieve my aims, Seraphina retorted. After spending some time outside the castle, the two departed. Days later, Seraphina received a letter from Rita. Articles criticizing the Ministry of Magic were on the rise, some exposing the Ministry's foolish decisions in handling Muggle and wizard relations, while others pointed directly at Fudge's nepotism and chaotic management. The magical community erupted in response to these reports, and Fudge was infuriated. This Daily Prophet is spouting nonsense. How dare they slander the Ministry, slander me? Fudge paced back and forth in his office, his face flushed, crumpling the newspaper in his hands. He exerted pressure on the higher-ups of the Daily Prophet, demanding they cease such malicious attacks, but Rita had long since prepared for this, and the newspaper dismissed Fudge's demands under the pretext of free speech. Meanwhile, Rita began to promote the column featuring Percy and the enigmatic Mells. She first released a mysterious teaser on the social page of the Window of Dawn. The magical world is about to witness a feast of ideas. Percy Weasley will engage in an exclusive column with the elusive Mells in the Window of Dawn, embarking on a heated debate. They will explore core issues such as the future direction of the Ministry and the principles of fairness and justice in the magical realm. Who will prevail in this debate? Stay tuned. Once this teaser was published, it was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. Wizards throughout the magical community speculated on the identity of Mells. Was he a seasoned magical scholar? Or perhaps a reclusive magical master? Various theories proliferated, and the anticipation for this column reached fever pitch. Rita was not content with merely this. She employed her interviewing skills to privately question several renowned wizards, guiding them to express their expectations for the upcoming debate. What topics do you think Percy and Mells will clash over? she inquired during the interviews. The content of these interviews was compiled into feature articles, further heating up the discourse. As public interest surged, sales of the Window of Dawn skyrocketed. Wizards lined up in droves, eager to purchase the newspaper and witness the riveting debates between Percy and Mel's in the column. Seraphina stood in the corridors of Hogwarts, holding the latest edition of the Window of Dawn. Listening to the chatter of her fellow students, a satisfied smile graced her face. Meanwhile, Fudge, within the confines of the ministry, watched the increasingly uncontrollable public sentiment, his fury growing, yet feeling utterly powerless. Upon entering the Ministry of Magic's Department of Education, Lupin swiftly immersed himself in what appeared to be mundane archival work. Each day, he navigated through towering piles of documents, ostensibly focused on sorting outdated educational policy files, while secretly keeping a vigilant eye on the activities around him. Chapter 36 brought another holiday. This summer was destined to be the happiest for Harry. As Dumbledore had assisted him in changing his guardian at the Ministry, he would no longer have to endure that tormenting summer with the Dursleys. Harry moved into the black ancestral home with Sirius, frequently using Floo powder to visit Ron at the Burrow and attending to the shop at the Leaky Cauldron. In essence, this summer was the most joyful and fulfilling he had experienced in years. "Boss, did you call for me?" A beetle landed on the seat opposite Seraphina. "Indeed." Seraphina set down her teacup. "The time has come for you to openly join the Window of Dawn." Rita's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. She sprang from her seat, her voice quivering with excitement. "Really? Boss, this is the best news I've heard in ages. I've had enough of my time at the Daily Prophet." As she spoke, she couldn't help but twirl around the room, her face radiating uncontainable joy. Observing Rita's exuberance, Seraphina felt a smile tugging at her lips, and she gently waved her hand, signaling her to sit down. Once Rita had managed to calm her excitement and returned to her seat, Seraphina's expression turned serious. "Rita, I have an important task for you. I intend to have you interview me and publicly reveal my identity. The Window of Dawn is currently thriving, yet the public knows little about the mastermind behind it. I believe it is time for the magical community to become acquainted with me." Rita instantly perked up, swiftly retrieving her ever-present shorthand quill and a roll of parchment from her pocket, the quill dancing across the paper as she recorded the key points with rapid precision. "Boss, you can count on me. I will make this interview shine," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and professionalism. "What aspects would you like to emphasize during the interview?" she inquired, glancing up at Seraphina. Seraphina reclined in her chair, contemplating before responding. "First, I want to elaborate on the motivations behind founding the Window of Dawn. Then, I wish to discuss my vision for the future of the newspaper. Of course, I trust that you will present me as the perfect figure." "Boss, you can trust me with this." Rita nodded vigorously, her quill scratching the parchment as she meticulously documented every word Seraphina uttered. "When do you think we should officially commence the interview?" she asked, her face alight with expectation. Seraphina offered a faint smile. "Tomorrow sounds perfect. Prepare well tonight and draft a detailed interview outline. Remember to delve into the intricacies, showcasing the truest version of myself and the unique charm of the Window of Dawn." Rita rose gracefully and offered a respectful bow. "Rest assured, my esteemed employer, I shall handle everything with utmost diligence." With that, she swiftly exited the room, preparing meticulously for the interview scheduled for the following day. Seraphina aimed to forge a new persona through the power of words, firmly grasping public opinion in her hands. Upon the conclusion of the interview the next day, Rita worked late into the night, delivering a flawless manuscript to the newspaper office. This interview catapulted Seraphina into the limelight. When it became known that the Window of Dawn was an enterprise belonging to the Weasley children, colleagues from the Ministry of Magic incessantly congratulated Arthur. Arthur, a touch bashful, responded to each congratulation with a humble smile. His heart swelled with pride, yet a hint of anxiety lingered. He felt proud that his children had carved out a niche in the magical world through their efforts, managing the Window of Dawn with such excellence. However, he worried about the myriad troubles and scrutiny that might accompany such success, especially given the turbulent state of the magical community. "Arthur, you truly have raised an extraordinary brood," remarked an elder colleague, patting Arthur on the shoulder. The fickleness of these individuals was astonishing. They had previously claimed that the Weasley children were too numerous to support. Arthur had often heard them lament his abject poverty. Now, with the Weasley family seemingly thriving, they flocked to him with congratulations. The influence of the Window of Dawn in the magical realm rivaled that of the once dominant Daily Prophet, perhaps even surpassing it. Arthur nodded in gratitude, yet his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the window, his thoughts wandering afar. Meanwhile, within the offices of the Window of Dawn, Seraphina was engaged in discussions with Rita regarding upcoming reporting plans. Rita had transformed from her previously acerbic persona at the Daily Prophet, now radiating excitement as her quill danced across the parchment, recording vital points. Throughout the summer, Draco had spent the majority of his time at the quirky shop, devotedly accompanying Seraphina. Even when Seraphina and Hermione would sequester themselves in the study for entire days, he was content to remain just a wall away. Each time Ron visited the quirky shop and beheld Draco's unwavering presence, it felt as though a cat were scratching at his insides, creating a most uncomfortable sensation. "I say, Malfoy, do you not have other places to be? You've been loitering here all summer," Ron remarked, his brow furrowed and lips pursed. Draco leisurely lifted his head, a smug smile gracing his lips as he replied nonchalantly, "Ronald, it was Seraphina who invited me." He then cast a challenging glance in Ron's direction. "Humph, you rely solely on Seraphina," Ron retorted, his face flushed with indignation, fists clenched as if on the verge of confrontation. Yet Draco remained unfazed, having already adopted the demeanor of a protective brother-in-law, despite his and Seraphina's relationship remaining unspoken. Their banter was unceasing, with countless exchanges of witty repartee. Occasionally, Ron would catch Draco off guard with a clever retort, leaving him momentarily speechless. At other times, Draco's silver tongue would infuriate Ron to the point of stomping his feet in frustration. Yet, after each quarrel, once Seraphina emerged, they would revert to their respective activities as if the previous altercation had been but a trivial episode. Elsewhere, Ginny bounded over to Seraphina like a lively fawn. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes sparkled with a blend of shyness and anticipation. "Seraphina, she mumbled. Her gaze lowered as she nervously twisted the hem of her garment. With a gentle smile, Seraphina took Ginny's hand and said softly, "Ginny, do not be shy. How is your romantic endeavor progressing?" Ginny raised her head, her eyes shimmering with excitement and trepidation as she exclaimed, "Seraphina, the method you taught me truly worked. I followed your advice and deliberately offered Harry a butterbeer infused with a special invigorating potion during Quidditch practice." His eyes lit up, and he sincerely thanked me, complimenting my thoughtfulness. At this, Ginny could not help but break into a smile. Seraphina gently squeezed Ginny's hand, encouraging her. "That is splendid, Ginny. What other interactions have you had since then?" Ginny's smile became more playful as she recounted, later, in the library. "I pretended to be searching for a reference book on magical history and asked for his help. You know, he was incredibly eager to assist. Not only did he help me find the book, but we also discussed some fascinating magical events from the text for quite some time." Completely oblivious to the library lights dimming, Seraphina nodded approvingly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "You have done exceptionally well, Ginny. Harry often comes to visit Ron, and I shall create opportunities for you." Seraphina winked playfully. Overjoyed, Ginny threw her arms around Seraphina, exclaiming, "Seraphina, you are the best." Once Ginny had skipped away, Seraphina turned her attention to another pressing matter. She penned a letter inviting Lupin to the basement of the quirky shop, intending to initiate a summer tutoring program for herself and Percy. Lupin arrived as promised, and upon seeing Seraphina and Percy standing solemnly amidst an array of magical artifacts and ancient tomes, he could not help but furrow his brow. "Seraphina, Percy, are you certain you wish to study the dark arts? This is no trifling matter. Once uncontrolled, the consequences of dark magic can be dire." Stepping forward, Seraphina replied, "Professor Lupin, we are entirely resolute. You need only to teach, the rest is ours to manage." While the magical world appeared tranquil, it was rife with undercurrents, and Death Eaters could resurface at any moment. They must be prepared for the unknown dangers ahead. Only by becoming stronger could they protect themselves and those they cherished in critical moments. Lupin sighed. However, some spells within the dark arts, such as the unforgivable curses, are strictly prohibited. They are too malevolent and can corrode one's psyche. Magic exists for a reason. It is far better to corrupt hearts than to perish at the hands of others. Seraphina's gaze burned with intensity as she locked eyes with Lupin, continuing, "Professor, we do not intend to misuse these forbidden powers. Rather, we seek to possess the capability to resist and even counter those who wield dark magic with malicious intent." Sometimes, Seraphina pondered how kind-hearted Arthur and Molly could have given birth to such a cunning child. Yet she also mused, why should one not be cunning? Cunning served as her shield, protecting her from countless overt and covert attacks. Percy nodded slightly in agreement, adding, "Professor Lupin, you are well aware of the current state of the magical world. Learning the dark arts is a means for us to secure our survival amidst adversity." Lupin realized that whenever Percy and Seraphina were together, their arguments were invariably faultless. He paced back and forth in the basement, internally conflicted. On one hand, he understood their words were not unfounded. The magical realm was indeed fraught with peril, and additional strength provided greater security. On the other hand, the malevolent essence of dark magic weighed heavily on his conscience, fearing these young souls might succumb to the abyss of darkness upon mere exposure. "Do you comprehend what studying the dark arts entails?" Lupin halted, his expression grave as he looked at them. This is not merely the acquisition of knowledge and power. It is also a test of your morality and will. Behind every dark arts incantation lies a tremendous temptation. Once you are governed by desire, you risk losing your very selves. Professor, I am only aware that dark magic can either save my life in a moment of crisis or eliminate my enemies at the brink of death. That is sufficient for me. Seraphina drew her wand, assuming a ready stance. I understand, Professor, Percy replied succinctly. Lupin remained silent for an extended period, the air in the basement seeming to solidify. He realized that no matter what he said, he could not alter the thoughts of the two children before him. Finally, he raised his head, a glimmer of helplessness and hope flickering in his eyes. Very well, I shall teach you. However, you must always remember your original intentions. With every practice and each spell you cast, you must reflect upon your inner selves to ensure you do not stray from the righteous path. Should I detect any signs of corruption from dark magic, I will not hesitate to cease your instruction and take necessary measures. Seraphina and Percy exchanged a glance and chorused, Thank you, Professor. From that day forth, the basement of the quirky house became their clandestine sanctuary for studying dark magic. Chapter 37, The Quidditch World Cup. Lupin commenced with the foundational knowledge of dark magic, those ancient and esoteric spells and runes gradually becoming clearer under his guidance. Seraphina and Percy listened intently, their quills dancing swiftly across parchment. They began practicing simple defensive techniques against dark magic, feeling the flow of magical energy at their fingertips, striving to maintain a balance of power. Due to work commitments, most of their lessons took place on weekends. Seraphina exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for dark magic. After just one lesson, she could nearly master the concepts Lupin taught. She meticulously recorded the essentials of dark magic in her notebook, preparing to bring them to school when term commenced. Not only did she wish to possess the means of self-defense, but she also sought to arm all core members of the Book Pages Society and her loved ones with this formidable weapon. A capable leader does not solely focus on her own strength, but rather strives to elevate her team to heights beyond reach for others. This way, the team's cohesion would further strengthen, enhancing their ability to confront external threats. Harry frequently visited the quirky house to play at the trick shop, where he experienced a vibrancy and novelty starkly contrasting with his humble abode. Seraphina observed intently, silently creating opportunities for Ginny. Whenever Harry was tinkering with a magical object, Seraphina would deftly draw Ginny to the side, encouraging her to join in. Ginny, aren't you quite interested in this? Come over and explore it with Harry. With Seraphina's subtle assistance, Ginny and Harry spent increasingly more time together. They delved into the wonders of magical artifacts, their bond quietly deepening. Ginny's gaze toward Harry grew softer and more bashful, while Harry, in Ginny's presence, became increasingly relaxed, his smile radiating brighter. Although Draco was often preoccupied with sparring verbally with Ron, he occasionally took note of the unfolding dynamics. He leaned closer to Seraphina, teasingly whispering, Are you considering Potter as your future brother-in-law? Of course, Harry is a wonderful person, Seraphina replied, playfully nudging him. But you are even better. Draco paused, realizing the implication just as Seraphina closed the study door. Percy, after graduating this year, successfully secured a position at the Ministry of Magic, serving as Fudge's assistant. Given his credentials, gaining entry into such a pivotal department was improbable. However, numerous individuals had recommended Percy as an exceptional student. Notably, among those endorsing him was not his father, Arthur Weasley, which was a reason for Fudge's trust in him. In the somewhat dim corridors of the ministry, Percy hurried along, clutching a stack of documents while pondering the tasks Fudge had just assigned. Suddenly, a familiar, melodious laughter reached his ears. He looked up to see Seraphina approaching, carrying an exquisite lunchbox, her movements graceful, her face adorned with a perfectly measured smile, yet her eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. Percy, Seraphina called out cheerily, as if pleasantly surprised by their encounter. Although Percy was puzzled by her presence, years of training enabled him to quickly regain his composure, politely nodding. Fina, what brings you here? At that moment, several passing ministry employees were drawn to the commotion. One young wizard's eyes lit up in recognition, exclaiming, Isn't that Miss Weasley? The owner of the dawning window. Upon hearing this, a murmuring of astonishment swept through the crowd. Just then, Fudge's office door swung open, and he, having overheard the conversation, paused momentarily, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. He stepped out, scrutinizing Seraphina from head to toe, a warm smile spreading across his face. Miss Weasley, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. What brings you to the ministry? Seraphina responded with poise. Minister, I am here to deliver dinner to my father and brother, who are working late. I had no idea it would cause such a stir, she said, shaking her lunchbox. Fudge laughed heartily. Ah, young people like you are truly remarkable. You have made the dawning window flourish. Our magical community needs more individuals with your vision. His mind raced, already plotting. If he could bring the dawning window under his influence, he could effectively silence dissenting voices and solidify his position. Seraphina appeared to discern Fudge's intentions, a subtle smirk of satisfaction crossing her face. You flatter me, Minister. Our newspaper merely reports on matters of public concern. In fact, I have often considered how beneficial it would be to foster closer collaboration with the ministry. Would I be fortunate enough to invite Miss Weasley for a cup of tea? Fudge inquired, his heart lifting at the prospect. Of course, Seraphina replied with a smile. The two settled onto the sofa in Fudge's office, where he presented her with tea leaves he had cherished for years. Might Miss Weasley be inclined to allow the dawning window to replace the Daily Prophet as the ministry's official media outlet? Fudge's eagerness was almost palpable. Seraphina, fully aware of his ulterior motives, replied with a smile, I would be honored. I am more than willing to allocate some funds to support the ministry's public relations efforts. And moving forward, the dawning window will prioritize your perspectives in our reporting concerning the ministry. Prior to this, Fudge had not considered the dawning window. However, 3 months ago, the Daily Prophet had ceased to heed his directives, publishing multiple articles both overtly and subtly accusing the ministry of corruption, leading Fudge to feel he had lost control over it. Thus, he urgently required a new weapon for public opinion. The prospect of incorporating the dawning window, along with a financial influx, was undeniably appealing. As Fudge weighed the proposal, he concluded that it held nothing but benefits for him. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, Miss Weasley, you are indeed forthright. Let us finalize this arrangement. Percy observed the exchange with admiration for Seraphina's ingenuity. On the surface, it seemed that Fudge was gaining control over the dawning window, yet in reality, this was a move Seraphina had orchestrated well in advance. With the ministry's official endorsement, the dawning window would enjoy enhanced protection and convenience, gaining further credibility among wizards. After some light conversation, Seraphina took her leave. As she passed by Percy, she subtly winked at him, a glimmer of triumph in her expression. Minister, I believe Percy will learn immensely from you. Percy is exceptionally talented, my most capable assistant. Fudge remarked, patting Percy's shoulder. Percy is the brother of Seraphina, and it is this familial bond that fortifies their collaboration. This year is destined to be extraordinary, with the Quidditch World Cup taking place in England. Arthur plans to take his family along, including Hermione and Harry. At the dining table, Seraphina hears Arthur mention this event and casually remarks, Father, the Daily Prophet is the only designated media for this competition, and Fudge has reserved a spectacular vantage point for us, with the Daily Prophet being the official newspaper of the Ministry of Magic. Both Percy and Arthur have experienced a notable elevation in their status within the ministry. They can distinctly sense a shift in the attitudes of those around them. Wow, that is absolutely marvelous, Ron exclaims, brimming with excitement. His passion for Quidditch has long fueled his desire to join a team. On the day of the match, everyone rises early. Arthur and Molly gather the children and meet his colleague, Diggory, who has brought along his son, Cedric. They all arrive at the vicinity of the World Cup venue via a portkey, greeted by a vibrant scene filled with colorful tents scattered about. Wizards from all corners of the globe fill the air with laughter and cheer. Along the way, many recognize Seraphina, casting admiring and respectful glances in her direction. Look, there's Seraphina Weasley, the owner of the Daily Prophet, whispers a voice from the crowd. They first head to their tent, which, despite its modest exterior, is larger than one might expect. After placing their belongings inside, the group sets off towards the stands. Father, the stands are right beside the VIP section. Seraphina points to a distant location. Fudge has invited me to attend the opening ceremony. I'm afraid I cannot stay with you. That's quite all right, my dear Fina. Arthur responds, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair. Molly embraces Seraphina warmly before she and the children head to their designated spots. The opening ceremony includes a segment for speeches, and Seraphina, as the owner of the event's designated media, is among those invited to speak. Standing atop the podium, she gazes at the audience below, her aspirations reaching new heights. This is merely the beginning. In the future, I shall stand even taller. I shall see further. The applause shall be even more fervent, even more genuine. As she approaches the podium, she encounters Draco, who is with Lucius and Fudge. Seraphina pauses momentarily. Then her face breaks into a poised and warm smile as she gracefully strides forward. Good afternoon, Minister Fudge. What a delightful surprise to see you here. Her voice rings clear and melodious, with just the right inflection. Fudge turns, his face adorned with his customary official smile. Ah, Miss Weasley, a pleasure indeed. Seraphina nods slightly before shifting her gaze to Lucius, her smile unwavering. Mr. Malfoy, it has been quite some time. Lucius raises an eyebrow, elegantly lifting a hand to lightly touch the brim of his hat in greeting. Miss Weasley, what a fortuitous encounter. he replies, his voice deep and resonant. Imbued with the characteristic arrogance and elegance of the Malfoy lineage, each word seemingly meticulously crafted. Draco attempts to step forward but is halted by Lucius's cane. Mind your manners. Draco. Reluctantly, Draco retreats, waving, Seraphina. She chuckles softly in response. We shall see each other shortly, Draco. Before long, Fudge ascends the podium, his face radiant with satisfaction. Clearing his throat, his voice, amplified by a magical speaker, reverberates throughout the arena. Dear wizards, welcome to this globally anticipated Quidditch World Cup. In this moment brimming with passion and glory, let us witness the prowess of the finest athletes in the magical realm. And may the spirit of fair competition illuminate the event. A resounding applause erupts from the audience, and Fudge descends the podium with a contented smile. Shortly thereafter, Lucius strides onto the stage with an air of composure, clad in a splendid black robe, its silver embellishments glinting coldly in the sunlight. The Malfoy family is the primary sponsor of this event, thus he naturally takes his place behind Fudge. After several esteemed guests have spoken, it is Seraphina's turn. She takes a deep breath and confidently approaches the podium. As the spotlight shines upon her, it casts her self-assured silhouette. Esteemed guests, Quidditch is not merely a game. It is a bond of emotion within our magical community, a gathering united by our shared passion for this sport. I hope today's match allows us to forget our troubles and collectively experience the joy and power that magic brings. Seraphina's heartfelt words elicit a rapturous cheer from the crowd. Ron excitedly fiddles with his auto-focusing telescope, while Harry curiously observes the surrounding audience, all eagerly discussing the impending match. Teams from various nations parade in, showcasing their unique magical skills. The Bulgarian team performs thrilling aerial maneuvers on their brooms, inciting waves of cheers from the spectators. The Irish team releases a flurry of colorful fairies that dance gracefully around the field. As the athletes' entrance ceremony concludes, the match officially commences. The Bulgarian and Irish players soar into the sky on their brooms. The appearance of the Golden Snitch ignites a surge of excitement among the crowd. Spectators leap to their feet, waving flags and cheering for their respective teams. Seraphina's gaze shifts to Draco beside her, who has shed his earlier reticence, joining the crowd in raucous cheers. Once the match concludes, everyone returns to their tents. Suddenly, strange noises erupt outside. After Arthur ventures out to investigate, he rushes back in, urging everyone to vacate the premises swiftly. As they exit the tent, they discover chaos reigning outside. Tents in the distance have been reduced to ashes, and figures in masks wielding torches and wands spread panic like a tidal wave. The distorted faces illuminated by the flames scream and flee. Those masked figures, with their eerie presence, unleash bursts of green and red light from their wands, causing tents to collapse instantly. Magical items crackle in the intense heat. Precious artifacts either consumed by flames or trampled by the panicked crowd. They cackle maniacally, their laughter drowning out the din, each sound tinged with cruelty and madness. As if demons from the depths of hell herald the arrival of darkness, plunging the entire camp into an abyss of despair and helplessness. Father, it's Voldemort's mark. Seraphina gasps, looking up to see a gigantic, sinister symbol emblazoned across the sky. She recognizes this emblem from an old newspaper. Yes, Fina. Arthur pulls the children close. Quickly. To the portkey. George, Fred, protect Ginny. Ron, Fina, Harry, Hermione, stay close to me. The panicked crowd is overwhelming, but Arthur forges a path ahead, with the children trailing closely behind. Harry is swept away by the throng, prompting Hermione and Ron to break away from the group to find him. Seraphina clutches Ginny's hand tightly, while Fred and George shield Molly as they all make their way to the portkey. In the immediate aftermath of these events, Fudge seeks out Seraphina. Sitting at his desk, he appears anxious, his usually meticulously styled hair now somewhat disheveled. Miss Weasley, I've come to request that the Daily Prophet publish an article stating that the Dark Mark was a malicious fabrication by someone. There is no truth to it whatsoever. Seraphina furrowed her brow slightly as she rose from her seat and approached the window, gazing out at the bustling and tumultuous streets below. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Minister, if I may be so bold, this approach is unfeasible. The emergence of the Dark Mark has been witnessed by numerous wizards present at the scene. Attempting to deny it will only lead the public to believe that the Ministry of Magic is concealing the truth, thereby inflicting even greater damage to your credibility. Upon hearing this, Fudge began to pace anxiously around the room. What do you suggest we do? Acknowledge the presence of Death Eaters? Wouldn't that imply that I, as minister, am incapable of ensuring the safety of the wizarding world? How can I maintain my position then? Seraphina turned to face Fudge directly. Minister, I believe you should take the contrary approach. You must publicly acknowledge the emergence of the Death Eaters and devote yourself to comforting those who have been harmed amidst the chaos. You need to frequently appear before the public, personally assuring them that the ministry is actively pursuing the Death Eaters. By doing so, they will see you taking decisive action in the face of crisis, which will ultimately strengthen your position. Fudge halted his pacing, his brow furrowed in contemplation. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the desk, revealing his hesitation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Do you think this idea is feasible? Minister, this is the best course of action available. Continuing to cover up will only exacerbate the situation. Consider this. If the public believes you are deceiving them, how can they possibly continue to support you? Seraphina implored earnestly. Fudge clenched his jaw, seemingly gathering a great deal of resolve. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, this matter is of utmost importance. I will entrust it entirely to you and Percy. It must be executed flawlessly. There can be no missteps. Seraphina nodded slightly. Rest assured. Minister, Percy and I will exert our utmost efforts. We will first draft a detailed action plan. This marked Seraphina's initial step in overshadowing Fudge and Percy's rise to power. Fudge exhaled deeply, realizing that the reputation of the Ministry of Magic, and indeed, his own position, hinged upon this matter. With that, he swiftly exited the office. To facilitate this endeavor, Fudge had arranged for Percy to have an office of his own, allowing Seraphina and Percy to engage in discussions more conveniently. Chapter 39. Successfully gaining trust in the spacious office, Percy and Seraphina exchanged knowing glances. Aware that an opportunity had presented itself, they settled into the soft, comfortable sofa of the office. Percy, are you prepared? Of course, he replied. Seraphina smiled. I have already drafted the plan, and Fudge has agreed to implement it according to our strategy. The plan, which Seraphina had worked tirelessly to complete overnight, was submitted to Fudge for review. Its comprehensive nature greatly pleased Fudge, leading him to elevate Percy's authority and consent to proceed with the plan. Seraphina, I often find myself pondering why you would want me to take on the role of Minister of Magic, Percy confessed, having long wished to ask this question. Most matters seemed to be orchestrated by Seraphina, and she appeared to be the more suitable candidate for the position. Percy, the wizarding world will not allow someone who wields public opinion to ascend to the ministerial position. Dumbledore tolerates our existence solely because our objectives align with his. If I were to become minister, Dumbledore would undoubtedly unite his allies against us. With his influence, we would find it exceedingly difficult to resist his call. You are the most fitting candidate. We share the same blood. Furthermore, as a Gryffindor, you naturally command Dumbledore's trust. As long as the minister is you, both parties can tacitly maintain the status quo and bide our time. After speaking, Seraphina took a sip from her teacup. Percy nodded thoughtfully. You are correct. However, aside from Dumbledore's concerns, there are other factors that render you unsuitable for direct ministerial appointment, are there not? His gaze was focused on Seraphina, filled with inquiry. Seraphina set down her teacup, her expression serious. Indeed, I do not wish to become an obvious target. The previous two Dark Lords fell victim to their own hubris, believing themselves invincible, yet they neglected to address the conflicts among their subordinates, leading to their downfall, not solely due to formidable adversaries, but largely owing to their inadequate leadership. Percy, I am a person who is easily satisfied. Power does not necessarily equate to an abundance of it. Seraphina continued, a glint of shrewdness in her eyes. Moreover, power should not be overly concentrated in one individual. Only through mutual checks among various factions can peace endure in the wizarding world. It is this mutual restraint that prevents the emergence of forces capable of threatening my position. Furthermore, I am not as madly obsessive as my predecessors. Your Gryffindor lineage and your role as Fudge's assistant bestow upon you significant advantages. To various factions, you represent a relatively acceptable reformer, thereby making it easier to garner support from others. Seraphina elaborated. It was indisputable that Percy was the optimal choice for the ministerial role. Currently, they had polished Fudge's reputation to such a degree as to bolster his trust in Percy and pave the way for his ascension to the ministerial position. After pondering for a moment, Percy nodded gently. I understand, Seraphina, but Fudge does not yet trust me completely. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Seraphina's eyes. Fudge has recently tasted the sweet fruits of public opinion. The Dawn's window has portrayed him as both approachable and sagacious, resulting in a surge in his approval ratings that has him elated. We can capitalize on this momentum to make him increasingly reliant on public sentiment, ultimately leading to his downfall. As she spoke, Seraphina produced a neatly folded piece of parchment from the inner pocket of her robe and handed it to Percy. Take a look at this. It is the proposal I worked late into the night to complete. Percy accepted the document and unfolded it, revealing dense text with the title Internal Reorganization of the Ministry of Magic, Action Plan to Enhance Credibility. Establishing an oversight department? Percy questioned, looking at Seraphina with uncertainty. Is that feasible? Fudge is the greatest pest within the ministry. I fear he may not agree to this proposal. Seraphina nodded confidently. Fudge will agree. Leaning forward, she pointed to the contents of the plan and began to explain in detail. We will initially propose the establishment of this department under the pretext of enhancing Fudge's credibility. You, being employed at the ministry, are well aware of which officials are true parasites and which ones obstruct our future endeavors. Once the department is established, we will leverage the Dawn's window to extensively publicize Fudge's commitment to reforming the ministry, showcasing his efforts for the integrity of the wizarding world and further boosting his approval ratings. Percy furrowed his brow, contemplating the pros and cons, before suddenly realizing. You intend to clear the obstacles through Fudge's hand. Precisely. Seraphina chuckled lightly. While eliminating corrupt officials, we will redirect all discontent towards Fudge. During the implementation of this plan, our influence will gradually infiltrate the ministry, and when the time is ripe, we shall elevate you to the position. That sounds promising. Percy leaned back against the couch. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the office door, and Fudge burst in energetically, waving the latest issue of the Dawn's window. Seraphina, Percy, the response to this issue has been phenomenal. The streets are abuzz with discussions, and my approval ratings have reached an all-time high, he exclaimed, beaming with excitement as he handed the newspaper to the two. Seraphina stood to accept the newspaper, quickly scanning its contents with a satisfied smile. As long as you are pleased, Minister. Fudge, glowing with enthusiasm, paced the office, his excitement palpable. This Dawn's window is truly a stroke of genius. Seraphina, Percy, you have been of immense assistance to me. Percy and Seraphina exchanged a knowing glance. Clearing his throat, Percy stepped forward and said, Minister, given the current advantageous circumstances, we believe it is prudent to seize the opportunity to implement measures that could further enhance the ministry's influence and address potential crises. Fudge paused, intrigued by Percy's words. Oh, pray tell, what are your thoughts? Minister, while the public currently holds you in high regard, they harbor various grievances towards the ministry, Percy earnestly proposed, resembling a diligent assistant genuinely concerned for Fudge's interests. Fudge frowned slightly, lost in contemplation. A monitoring department? That is indeed an interesting notion, albeit fraught with complications. The complications are secondary. The primary concern lies in the expenditure and the potential backlash. Fudge certainly did not wish to become a target of their ire. Percy quickly understood. Minister, we have meticulously planned this. The initial scale of the monitoring department need not be extensive. We can draw elite members from various departments. Furthermore, I am prepared to allocate a sum to support this department's operations, contributing my part to the magical community. Seraphina's declaration eased Fudge's apprehension somewhat. Consider this. Once we successfully thwart the Death Eater's plots, your stature among the public will soar, and the ministry will stand as a bulwark for peace within the magical realm. After Percy finished speaking, Fudge feigned deep contemplation for a moment. With some willing to invest and others to labor, he merely needed to reap the accolades from the public. Though risks were involved, the potential rewards outweighed them. Seraphina seized the moment, presenting a thick dossier. Minister, this is a detailed proposal we hastily prepared overnight for your perusal. Percy and Seraphina's seamless collaboration left Fudge, swayed by their persuasive discourse, unable to ponder further. Besides, he had little inclination to do so. As long as it served to bolster his reputation, he would embrace it. Fudge accepted the proposal, swiftly flipping through its pages, his expression gradually shifting from hesitation to approval. He looked up, his gaze brimming with appreciation. Seraphina, Percy, your considerations are remarkably thorough. I must admit, this plan is indeed compelling. Minister, currently, the Dawn's window is vigorously promoting your image, and the public's trust in you is exceptionally high. Introducing such measures at this juncture will not only showcase your foresight as a minister, but also tangibly ensure the safety of the magical community, undoubtedly garnering substantial public support. Each of Seraphina's words resonated perfectly with Fudge's preferences. After a moment of contemplation, Fudge finally slapped his thigh. Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggest. Percy, you shall take the lead on this matter. Ensure the monitoring department is established and achieves tangible results. Seraphina, the Dawn's window must continue to amplify its promotional efforts, informing the public of the ministry's unwavering commitment to their safety. Percy and Seraphina exchanged a fleeting glance, a subtle glimmer of joy passing between them. Both stepped forward respectfully, replying in unison, Yes, Minister. We shall not disappoint your expectations. Even as Fudge acquiesced to the establishment of the monitoring department, Seraphina had discreetly prepared a significant gift. A minister of the ministry who had perished in the fight against the Death Eaters would be enshrined in history, revered and memorialized by all. His most capable assistant would naturally inherit the legacy of this great minister, stepping into the limelight to continue striving for a brighter future for the magical realm. Chapter 40. Mad-Eye Moody. The chaos of the Quidditch World Cup did not impede the commencement of Hogwarts' academic year. Once again, students boarded the train destined for the school. During the opening ceremony, Dumbledore announced exhilarating news. Standing atop the dais in the Great Hall, his silver beard shimmering in the candlelight, he surveyed the gathering, and the once boisterous hall fell silent. Dear students, as we embark on this new academic year, Hogwarts will proudly host a most special and prestigious tradition, the Triwizard Tournament. His voice, calm yet powerful, resonated throughout the hall. Upon hearing this, the students erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The Triwizard Tournament? It hasn't been held in ages, murmured the crowd. I've heard the competition is extremely fierce, with the champion earning unparalleled glory. Dumbledore smiled at their reactions and continued, this year, we shall welcome distinguished students from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and Durmstrang Institute. They will join our brave champions from Hogwarts to showcase the allure and courage of magic during this grand event. As Dumbledore gestured, the Great Hall doors slowly opened. The first to enter were the students from Beauxbatons, clad in flowing blue robes, resembling a gentle stream. The girls, with their cascading hair, glided in gracefully, followed by several handsome young men, their steps light and confident. The Beauxbatons students emanated a soft aura, drawing curious and admiring glances from their Hogwarts counterparts. Next came the Durmstrang delegation, dressed in heavy black robes adorned with silver embroidery, exuding an air of mystery and authority. Leading the group were several tall, robust boys, wands firmly in hand, their followers standing tall and marching with a vigorous stride, akin to the biting winds of the north. Amidst the crowd, a keen-eyed student exclaimed, "Look, it's Victor Krum." This announcement sent ripples of excitement through the hall, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Fred and George gaped in disbelief. Fred suddenly clapping George on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, it really is him, the legendary Quidditch star." George, equally exhilarated, danced with joy at the chance to see him there. This is going to be something to behold. Though the Slytherin students typically maintained an aloof demeanor, even they could not conceal their astonishment and admiration. Pansy gazed at Krum with starry eyes, whispering to Seraphina beside her, "Krum is even more handsome in person than in photos." The arrival of the Durmstrang students ignited further fervor within the hall. Just as the crowd was immersed in anticipation for the Triwizard Tournament and awe for Krum, the Great Hall doors swung open once more. A tall figure entered, slightly stooped and limping, one eye in normal blue, while the other was a peculiar magical eye, whirling about as if it could see through anything. "Who is that?" a student murmured. A new wave of whispers rippled through the hall. "That is Alastor Moody, the renowned Auror," came a senior student's voice, as if providing an informative commentary for those around. "He specializes in capturing Death Eaters, and it is said that his methods are exceptionally ruthless. Dark wizards tremble at the mere mention of his name. This magical eye of his," the student continued in a hushed tone, attempting to sound mysterious, "can see through magical disguises, penetrate walls, and even discern what others are thinking." At the Slytherin table, Seraphina recalled the rumors about Moody she had heard previously in Diagon Alley. It was said that he was an exceptionally formidable wizard, having engaged in countless battles against dark forces, bearing numerous scars as a testament to his valor. Pansy's attention momentarily shifted away from Krum, her brow furrowed and a flicker of trepidation flashing in her eyes as she spoke to Seraphina. "I've heard he is somewhat unhinged, perpetually suspicious, as if he is always on guard against adversaries." Seraphina narrowed her eyes slightly, observing Moody with keen interest, and replied softly, "Perhaps this is a habit cultivated from his prolonged struggle against the Death Eaters. Surviving in such a brutal environment and emerging as a legendary Auror surely speaks to his remarkable abilities." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Dumbledore spoke once more. "Students, it brings me great pleasure to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor, Alastor Moody." At this announcement, the Great Hall erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Some students were alight with anticipation, for having a legendary Auror teach them the intricacies of dark magic defense was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Conversely, others displayed apprehension, fearing that this notoriously stern instructor would render the course exceedingly challenging. Days later, as the students stepped into the defense against the dark arts classroom for the first time, they were greeted by an array of bizarre objects, writhing magical snake specimens, crystals emanating an eerie glow, and enigmatic instruments of unknown purpose. Moody stood at the lectern, his magical eye scanning each student as if probing their very souls. "Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts." Moody's voice was deep and gravelly. "Here, you shall learn authentic defensive magic, how to identify and combat the myriad methods of dark forces. However, let me be perfectly clear, this is not a course for the faint of heart. Those who seek to be lazy or sly will find no refuge in my classroom." With a somewhat heavy gait, Moody ascended the platform, his magical eye spinning around the room before he suddenly posed a question. "How many unforgivable curses are there?" Seraphina answered crisply, 3, Professor. Moody nodded slightly, pressing further, what are they? Hermione, sitting upright, eagerly interjected, the killing curse. Moody's gaze turned sharply toward Ron, calling out, Weasley. I've heard my dad mention the torture curse, Ron replied, standing up slowly. Cruciatus. Moody's focus shifted to Neville. Nervously swallowing, Neville declared, the Cruciatus curse. Excellent. Moody's raspy voice echoed through the classroom, his magical eye swirling as it swept over Seraphina, Hermione, Ron, and Neville. It seems you are familiar with these infamous, unforgivable curses. But knowing their names is one thing. Truly comprehending their power and consequences is another. With that, Moody abruptly pointed his wand at an ordinary-looking old trunk. With a dull click, the trunk lid creaked open, and a spider, large enough to rival a dinner plate and covered in black fur, crawled out. Its 8 eyes glimmered with a sinister light, and its long legs scuttled across the floor, producing a chilling rustling sound. A cacophony of gasps erupted in the classroom, with some timid students leaping from their seats. The spider bounded about the classroom, inciting a wave of pandemonium. It suddenly jumped on a Seraphina's open book. Her gaze sharpened instantly, without hesitation. She reached out and seized the spider firmly in her right hand. A hush fell over the classroom as all eyes turned to her in astonishment, uncertain of her intentions. Seraphina furrowed her brow slightly, her fingers applying pressure until, with a faint crunch, she crushed the spider, discarding its lifeless body out the window. She then fixed her gaze upon Moody, her eyes devoid of fear. Professor, this tormented spider is now liberated. I cannot help but ponder. What of the lives tormented by the unforgivable curses you speak of? What they endure cannot possibly be compared to that of a mere spider. Her voice rang clear and resonant, like a hammer striking an anvil, echoing throughout the classroom. Seraphina was not fond of Moody's teaching methods, even as an Auror. His erratic behavior was hardly preferable to the self-absorbed Lockhart. She often wondered why Dumbledore consistently appointed such peculiar individuals to teach the defense against the dark arts. Moody's expression darkened instantaneously, his magical eye glowing with a threatening glint. Weasley, what do you mean by that? He bellowed, challenging my teaching methods. Everything I do is to ensure that you students comprehend the horrors of dark magic. Moody raised his voice, attempting to suppress Seraphina with an air of authority. Yet, Seraphina did not waver. She rose from her seat and continued, Professor, while your experiences may be extensive, your words and actions sometimes raise suspicions. Regarding this spider, are you truly seeking to impart the terror of dark magic upon us? Or do you find pleasure in inciting fear? Her words were sharp, hitting their mark. The other students held their breath, having never witnessed anyone so boldly confront a professor. Moody glared fiercely at Seraphina, his gaze seemingly capable of devouring her whole, before he abruptly turned and strode back to the lectern. That concludes today's demonstration. His voice was laced with barely concealed fury. Anyone who dares to question my teaching methods again will find themselves spending the entire day in my office. He slammed his wand down onto the lectern, producing a loud bang to mask his inner turmoil. Seraphina slowly returned to her seat, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Moody, having keenly detected a hint of his barely perceptible disquiet, which stirred further doubts within her. Once the class concluded, the students emerged as if from a tense nightmare, hastily packing their bags and whispering about the earlier confrontation as they trickled out of the classroom. Seraphina took her time stowing her books and wand, and once most of the classroom had emptied, she retrieved several paper cranes from her pocket. These cranes served as a unique means for members of the Book Page Society to convey urgent messages by softly uttering the recipient's name to the crane. It would unfailingly locate the intended individual and deliver the pre-written note. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, the attic meeting is imperative, she murmured gently to the cranes, uttering the names of the core members, Draco, Blaise, Hermione. The cranes flapped their wings, swirling around the classroom before soaring toward the window, vanishing into the dimming twilight. Time slipped by unnoticed until the castle's clock struck 3 o'clock. Once everyone had arrived, Seraphina produced a thick stack of parchment from her bag, densely filled with her handwritten notes. She distributed these sheets to everyone. These are my notes on defense against the dark arts that I compiled during the holiday. They contain numerous practical defensive and counteroffensive techniques. Prior to returning to school, Seraphina had transcribed several copies of her notes for easy circulation among her peers. Hermione, taking the notes, was the first to voice a question. Seraphina, where did you acquire these notes? Seraphina smiled. Hermione, I hired Professor Lupin as a tutor during the break. And these are the notes I organized during his lessons. Seraphina had been observing Moody's unusual behavior closely. Arthur had previously mentioned Aurors at home. Yet those described by Arthur were seldom akin to Moody. Indeed, the Moody at Hogwarts bore little resemblance to the one Arthur had spoken of. The Death Eaters have returned. and we must bolster our strength to safeguard our own safety. Therefore, I propose that we engage in private practice of spells. After strategizing for such an extended period, we cannot allow these madmen to wreak havoc. While personal empowerment is undoubtedly crucial, as her companions, we must also keep pace and not lag behind. Hermione internally concurred with Seraphina's sentiments, yet a wave of anxiety washed over her, furrowing her brow. Seraphina, practicing spells at school could lead to dire consequences if discovered by the professors. Seraphina gently waved her hand, retrieving a small, exquisitely crafted object from her pocket, which she waved in front of Hermione. The item shimmered with a faint blue light, its surface etched with intricate runes, clearly not an ordinary magical trinket. Hermione, fret not. This is the latest invention from Fred and George. They call it the Phantom Shield. In essence, it serves as a powerful cloaking device. Observing the confusion in Hermione's eyes, Seraphina elaborated. The magical fluctuations and sounds produced while we practice spells will be entirely masked. Neither the professor's keen perceptions nor the school's defensive enchantments will detect us. Fred and George's minds brim with whimsical ideas, and this device is their newest creation, having successfully passed the testing phase and now poised for launch. Hermione, albeit skeptical, accepted the Phantom Shield, scrutinizing it from every angle. The thought of the Death Eater's cruel methods sent a shiver down her spine. All right, Seraphina, I trust you. Seraphina turned to the others. Shall we agree to practice spells in the attic every Friday afternoon? Any objections? Draco stepped forward, standing beside Seraphina. None. Blaise, Pansy, and Theodore, whose parents were Death Eaters and had been exposed to dark magic from a young age, shared none of Hermione's trepidation, especially since it was merely defensive spells against dark magic. Then it is settled, Seraphina declared with a smile. After discussing the matters at hand, Hermione departed for class, leaving the others behind. Practicing defensive spells against dark magic has already caused Hermione such distress. Imagine her reaction if she knew we were practicing dark magic, Blaise remarked, crossing his arms and smirking as he watched Hermione walk away, his tone dripping with disdain. Hermione is our ally. We cannot force her to embrace our views. Seraphina frowned slightly, her gaze serious and disapproving as she regarded Blaise. Any spell has its utility. Although Hermione often spent time with Harry and Ron, she was also a member of the Page Society. Allow me to remind you once more, Seraphina said, her eyes sweeping over everyone present. Hermione is a member of the Page Society, and in the future, more individuals will join us, regardless of house or blood status. Once they join the Page Society, they become our comrades. She paused briefly. You must trust my judgment. Anyone who joins us will prove valuable, and their contributions will benefit us all. She fixed her gaze on each individual, seemingly seeking confirmation that her words were truly absorbed. I understand, Blaise replied, his voice noticeably subdued, his arrogance tempered. Pansy chimed in with a smile. Fina, rest assured I will certainly remember your words. Theodore nodded quietly, his demeanor calm and consistently composed. We must remain united. Only then will our alliance be unbreakable, and each person can obtain what they desire from it. Seraphina spoke again. If I discover any acts of discrimination within the Page Society, the consequences shall be yours to bear, given the precedents set by those before them. Seraphina had no desire to repeat their mistakes. Her prior statement was merely a warning. If such an occurrence were to transpire, she could only guarantee that she would refrain from employing the unforgivable curses. The rest would be self-inflicted. Chapter 42. Cedric's inclusion as the deadline for submitting names to the Goblet of Fire drew near. The atmosphere at Hogwarts grew increasingly fervent. The goblet was positioned in the center of the Great Hall, encircled by a shimmering magical age line that captivated the attention of the entire student body. On the evening before the deadline, a throng gathered around the goblet, each student preparing for one last attempt. The air filled with animated discussions and excited laughter. Fred and George, the dynamic duo, stood out amongst the crowd. With a conspiratorial glance, they retrieved a small vial from their pockets, containing a liquid that glimmered with an eerie luminescence, an aging potion. Hey George, today we shall become champions of the Triwizard Tournament, Fred whispered, his eyes alight with anticipation. Indeed. While those younger kids hesitate, we cannot miss this opportunity to shine, George replied with a chuckle. With that, the two raised their heads and downed the aging potion in unison. Their bodies instantly began to transform. Their previously youthful faces matured, and their stature increased significantly. With pride, they crossed the age line and hurled their parchment bearing their names into the goblet. Flames erupted, accompanied by a crackling sound, as if the goblet itself marveled at their audacity. The surrounding students erupted in laughter and cheers. Go Fred. Go George. Perhaps they really will become champions. However, their elation was short-lived. The enchantments set by Dumbledore sent them careening back, transforming the two young lads into elderly men. Amidst the playful chaos, Seraphina stood at the edge of the crowd, her keen gaze scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, she noticed a figure, Victor Krum from Durmstrang. Unlike the other students, Krum was not focused on the goblet. Instead, his attention frequently drifted toward Hermione, who was conversing with Harry and Ron. Her face alight with curiosity and excitement as they speculated on who might become champions. Krum's gaze conveyed a special interest, distinctly different from that directed at ordinary classmates. Seraphina raised an eyebrow. Spring had arrived. At last, the moment of tension and excitement arrived, the announcement of the champions. The great hall fell silent. Every breath held as eyes fixated on the goblet. Flames surged dramatically, and a burning parchment shot forth from the fire. Dumbledore stepped forward swiftly, catching it and unfurling the parchment to announce loudly, "The first champion is Victor Krum from Durmstrang Institute." The hall erupted in cheers as Durmstrang students rejoiced. Krum, maintaining his stoic demeanor, strode confidently to the designated spot beside the goblet. Next, the goblet flared once more, releasing another parchment. "The second champion is Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons Academy." As her name was called, the students from Beauxbatons erupted in shrieks of delight. Fleur rose gracefully, her light steps captivating the attention of many with her striking beauty and enchanting presence. Finally, the goblet stirred for a third time, and the third champion was announced, Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The Hogwarts students erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers as Cedric, beaming with confidence, approached the goblet to join the other two champions. However, just as the crowd believed the announcement was concluded and began to cheer for the three valiant champions, the goblet of fire suddenly ignited with fervent flames once more, ejecting another parchment. Dumbledore, with a visage of utter astonishment, caught the parchment and, upon unfolding it, his eyes brimmed with perplexity and disbelief as he slowly pronounced, "Harry Potter." The arena was instantly engulfed in a profound silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of astonished gasps. Harry stood frozen in place, a look of bewilderment etched across his face, while the surrounding crowd cast him curious glances. Under the scrutiny of many, Harry gradually rose, his steps heavy as he approached the goblet of fire, aligning himself with the other three champions. The ensuing moments plunged the school into chaos, as various factions engaged in urgent discussions. After all, Harry had not voluntarily entered his name, and his age did not meet the stipulated requirements. Yet, after a fervent debate, Barty Crouch ultimately resolved to adhere to the rules set forth by the goblet, allowing Harry to compete. Throughout this tumultuous process, Seraphina observed from a distance, her gaze flitting between Harry and Cedric. Harry, being the focus of Dumbledore's attention, posed a risk should she invite him without caution. Harry's refusal would be one matter, but Dumbledore would undoubtedly intervene. Cedric, however, was different. This bright, upright, and immensely talented youth drew less scrutiny from Dumbledore. A glimmer of calculation flickered in Seraphina's eyes. If she could win Cedric over, he would become a formidable ally in her ranks. Days later, seizing an opportune moment, Seraphina found Cedric poring over materials in a secluded corner of the library. Cedric looked up, a courteous smile gracing his features upon seeing Seraphina. "Hello, Seraphina. What brings you here?" Seraphina returned his smile and took a seat across from him. "Cedric, I wish to discuss something with you." Cedric nodded slightly, encouraging her to continue. "You are aware of the Page Society, I presume?" Seraphina regarded him with sincere intent. Cedric replied with a smile, "Indeed, I am a member of the Page Society." "No, Cedric, you are merely a member. Your exceptional abilities are evident to all." Seraphina shook her head. "Today, I would like to formally invite you to become a core member of the Page Society." The Goblet of Fire's selection further validated Seraphina's judgment. The Page Society needed a champion like Cedric. Cedric felt a faint blush creep onto his cheeks, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "Seraphina, you flatter me." "I do not flatter you." Seraphina gazed at him earnestly, admiration gleaming in her eyes. "Cedric, what do you aspire to do in the future?" "I am unsure. Perhaps to become an Auror, or maybe a professional Quidditch player, even work within the Ministry of Magic." "I have yet to consider the long term," Cedric admitted, a hint of sigh escaping him, revealing his uncertainty about the future. Seraphina narrowed her eyes slightly before speaking. "I wish to undertake a significant endeavor. Would you be interested in joining me?" "What endeavor?" Cedric raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining gentle as always. "A matter that could transform the current state of the magical world." Seraphina stepped closer, her gaze fixed intently on Cedric. "The order of the magical world is in disarray. The Death Eaters are resurfacing. Innocent lives are continuously harmed, while the Ministry remains oblivious, with some officials even embroiled in their own selfish conflicts. Those wizards of Muggle descent deserve to enjoy the magic equally, yet they face unwarranted discrimination and various injustices. If this persists, the magical community will inevitably descend into deeper crises." Seraphina spoke softly, Cedric was well aware of these issues. They were undeniable truths. Yet the power of one individual seemed minuscule. Noticing Cedric's hesitation, Seraphina continued, "Join the Page Society, unite all those with shared ideals, and strive together to alter this dire situation. Perhaps you might think I am merely grandstanding. I do not expect you to agree immediately. However, I implore you to consider our efforts over the past few years and our plans for the future." With that, Seraphina produced a carefully prepared document outlining the Page Society's initiatives and an analysis of the current state of the magical world. "Cedric, please take the time to reflect on this." As Cedric listened to Seraphina's words, a surge of warmth filled his heart. He reached out to accept the parchment from her hands. "May I have 3 days to consider?" Of course, Seraphina nodded. Upon returning to his dormitory, Cedric stared blankly at the ceiling after perusing the contents of the parchment. That night, he found himself unable to sleep. After much contemplation, 3 days later, he sought out Seraphina. Cedric looked at her with unwavering determination. "Thank you for your trust, Seraphina. I believe I should contribute something to the magical world. I am willing to join the Page Society." A spark of surprise flashed in Seraphina's eyes as she extended her hand, shaking Cedric's firmly. "Welcome aboard, Cedric." She presented him with a badge. "This is the member's emblem. Every Friday afternoon, we hold meetings for the core members of the Page Society. I hope to see you there." Cedric responded, "I will be there, Seraphina." A gentle breeze caressed Seraphina's hair, yet it could not disperse the conviction within her heart. Cedric possessed a fervent spirit. He was not only a champion of Hogwarts, but also a vanguard of the magical realm. Chapter 43. Let us soak in the sun together. The Triwizard Tournament captured attention comparable to that of a Quidditch match. The gaze of the magical world was fixated on Hogwarts, centered on the 4 champions. To enhance public understanding of this grand event and the participating champions, the Ministry of Magic dispatched Rita Skeeter, editor of the Daily Prophet, for an exclusive interview. With her keen journalistic instincts and distinctive interviewing style, Rita had already made a name for herself in the magical community. Upon her arrival at Hogwarts, the school was abuzz with excitement. The Daily Prophet quickly published the interview, which generated a significant response throughout the magical world. Through Rita's vivid prose, readers felt as though they had witnessed the valor of the 4 champions firsthand, deepening their understanding of them. In no time, discussions regarding the tournament and the champions filled the streets and alleyways. After the interview, Rita hurried to find Seraphina. They met in the attic, where Rita, brimming with excitement and brandishing her quick quill, exclaimed, "Boss, this interview was a tremendous success. Our newspaper sales have surged, and everyone is captivated by the Triwizard Tournament." Seraphina nodded with a smile. "Rita, you executed your task exceptionally well. I trust you with the Daily Prophet. Upon your return, focus all your efforts on assisting Percy." "I understand, boss," Rita replied with a serious nod. Having spent years in the news industry, Rita was well aware of Percy and Seraphina's objectives. Now that she was aligned with Seraphina, she greatly appreciated her generous nature. As long as she clung tightly to Seraphina, her future was boundless. Since Harry was chosen as a champion, Seraphina noticed a growing distance between Ron and Harry. After inquiring with Hermione, she discovered that her brother had long believed Harry had secretly entered his name. Seraphina resolved to find an opportunity to speak with Ron and help him resolve this misunderstanding. The afternoon sun bathed the Hogwarts campus, and Seraphina approached the edge of the Black Lake, spotting Ron sitting alone on a bench by the water, gazing vacantly at the surface, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. Seraphina gracefully approached and took a seat beside Ron. Turning his head, Ron caught sight of his sister and managed to force a faint smile. "Hi, Fina." "Ron, I am aware that you have been feeling rather disheartened lately due to the situation with Harry," Seraphina stated bluntly, as Hermione had informed her. Ron's expression darkened at once. He lowered his gaze and muttered, "I can hardly believe Harry would keep such a secret from me regarding his participation in the selection. We are supposed to be best friends." Since their acquaintance, Ron and Harry had been inseparable, embarking on countless adventures together. Even though many days had passed since the incident with the Goblet of Fire, Ron still harbored lingering resentment. Seraphina gazed at Ron with tenderness and said, "Ron, do you truly understand Harry? Do you believe he is the kind of person who would seek attention and secretly partake in such matters behind his friends' backs? Harry is a kind-hearted boy, and you two share immense joy in each other's company." Ron paused, lifting his head with confusion evident in his eyes. "Then how do we explain his name emerging from the goblet?" "Harry was just as bewildered as you," Seraphina patiently explained. "Consider this. The rules for the goblet state that only students aged 17 or older are eligible to participate. How could Harry have willingly submitted his name? Furthermore, becoming a champion entails facing tremendous peril. Every task in the Triwizard Tournament is fraught with danger, and the slightest misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Would Harry risk his life for mere glory while concealing it from you?" Many speculated that Harry had bribed older students to submit his name into the goblet. Yet, given Harry's precarious situation, how could he possibly place himself in an even more hazardous predicament? That would be sheer folly. Ron's gaze began to waver. After a brief silence, he said, "But everyone is saying he must have gone behind our backs. Otherwise, how can we explain it?" "The opinions of others do not necessarily reflect the truth," Seraphina reassured him, gently patting Ron's shoulder. "Ron, trust your friend." A flicker of guilt crossed Ron's face as he replied, "Ron, friendship is built on trust," Seraphina said earnestly. "Harry has always regarded you as his most important friend. When faced with danger, you are the first person who comes to his mind. There may be a deeper conspiracy at play in this situation. We should support him and face this challenge together, rather than impulsively distancing ourselves and risking the loss of our friendship. Friendship is a precious treasure. Many strive to attain it. Yet countless individuals live with regret over friendships lost." Ron lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes. "You are right, Seraphina. I have wronged Harry. I will go apologize to him." Seraphina smiled and nodded. "Go ahead, Ron. I believe your friendship will emerge even stronger." Ron stood and dashed towards the castle. Seraphina watched his retreating figure, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, Draco emerged leisurely from behind a nearby bush, hands tucked in his pockets. A somewhat awkward expression adorned his face as he remarked, "Fina, you truly are a wonderful person." Draco approached, tilting his head slightly to feign nonchalance. Yet the faint flush of his ears betrayed his true emotions. Seraphina smiled, a playful curve gracing her lips, and asked Draco, "Would you like to sit with me and bask in the sun for a while?" Draco's intentions were all too easy to decipher. "Of course, I enjoy sunbathing," he replied, plopping down beside Seraphina. Casually, Seraphina shifted closer to him. "Draco, I believe it's far more pleasant to share the sun while nestled together. What do you think?" Draco's face flushed crimson, his gaze darting nervously around, unable to meet Seraphina's intense stare. He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. His throat constricted as if choked. After a moment of struggle, he stammered, "I suppose that would be nice." Seraphina, noticing his flustered state, smiled even more brightly. She gently leaned her head against Draco's shoulder, her hair dancing in the breeze, brushing against his cheek with a teasing tickle. "Draco, your height is quite suitable for me to lean on," she remarked. Draco's body tensed instantaneously. He could acutely sense Seraphina's warmth, his heartbeat racing uncontrollably. He nervously swallowed, attempting to compose himself, yet his hands felt uncertain about where to rest. "Is that so? I think it's rather nice," he managed to utter, his voice trembling with anxiety. Seraphina remained nestled against Draco's shoulder, relishing the tranquility and warmth of the sun. After about half an hour, she lifted her head from Draco's shoulder. As they reached the fork leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories, Seraphina winked at Draco. "After dinner, wait for me in the common room. I have something for you." With that, she elegantly turned and walked away, leaving Draco standing there, dazed, staring at her retreating figure, struggling to regain his composure. Chapter 44. Your uniqueness after dinner. Draco arrived early at the common room, seated on the sofa, occasionally glancing toward the girls' dormitory door, eagerly anticipating Seraphina's arrival. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the armrest, his mind replaying every detail of the afternoon spent with Seraphina by the lake. A smile creeping onto his lips. Before long, Seraphina emerged, her steps light and graceful, holding a beautifully wrapped package in her hands. Upon seeing her, Draco immediately stood up. Seraphina approached him, a gentle smile gracing her features as she handed him the package. "This is for you. Open it and see." Draco carefully unwrapped the package, and his eyes lit up upon discovering a gray sweater within. The fabric was soft and delicate, adorned with an intricately embroidered dragon that appeared almost lifelike. Draco looked up, his eyes brimming with surprise. "Did you really knit this for me?" Seraphina nodded softly. "Yes, this one is truly unique." Having come to understand her own feelings, Seraphina wished to offer Draco something exceptional. Draco clutched the sweater tightly, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. "I absolutely love it, Seraphina. You must try it on to see if it fits," she urged. "If it doesn't, I can adjust it." The sweater's size was derived from the measurements of Draco's usual vest, and thus, it might not be entirely accurate. Draco eagerly removed his outer robe and slipped on the sweater. The fit was perfect, and he spun around a few times in front of Seraphina. "Fina, look. Does it fit well?" His face radiated happiness, reminiscent of a child who had just received their desired toy. Seraphina stepped forward to adjust his collar. "It fits perfectly. I will knit you a sweater every year from now on." Her eyes sparkled with affection and admiration. "Every year?" Draco was momentarily taken aback. By the time he collected his thoughts, Seraphina had already departed. On Friday afternoon, gentle sunlight streamed through the attic windows, casting warmth upon the members of the book club. Seraphina stood before them, exuding confidence, with a slightly shy Cedric by her side. Everyone, today I would like to introduce a new member, Cedric Diggory. Her voice rang clear and bright, echoing through the attic. Cedric nodded slightly, signaling to everyone with a hint of a shy smile. After a brief introduction, the group began to prepare for their spell practice. Cedric watched in astonishment as everyone adeptly brandished their wands. A look of concern etched on his face. Are we really going to practice? This is exceedingly perilous. His eyes betrayed his apprehension. Seraphina approached him with a smile, saying, Cedric, practicing spells here poses no fear of being discovered by the professors. They have been practicing for quite some time. Whenever issues arise, Seraphina compiles them to send to Hedwig for inquiries with Lupin. The group's proficiency with spells had improved markedly. Cedric furrowed his brow, choosing to trust Seraphina. All right, Seraphina, I believe you. Draco, observing this scene, felt a pang of discontent. He gripped his wand tightly, teeth clenched, a flicker of jealousy in his eyes. Humph. Why does Cedric garner such attention from her? He muttered under his breath, his wand involuntarily waving with increased intensity. Seraphina caught a glimpse of Draco's unusual demeanor and stifled a laugh. That evening, after everyone else had departed, Seraphina sought out Draco. He sat alone by the castle window, gazing absently into the night. Draco, Seraphina called softly. He turned to see her, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, quickly masked by an air of nonchalance. Have you finished your tasks? He felt the need to maintain a flawless image in Seraphina's eyes. Seraphina settled beside him gently, stating, In my heart, you are truly one of a kind. Her voice was as soothing as water, and with that single utterance, the creases of Draco's troubled heart began to smooth. He flushed slightly, stammering, I know. Despite his words, his eyes betrayed his disbelief, darting uncertainly. Seraphina perceived the doubt in his gaze. She reached out, gently clasping his hand and softly assuring, Draco, I never lie. Feeling the warmth of her palm, his unease gradually dissipated. He reciprocated her grip, and they exchanged knowing smiles, sitting quietly by the window for a while before parting ways to retire for the night. In the ensuing days, Harry found himself overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding the Triwizard Tournament. However, after confiding in Ron, their relationship returned to its previous state. Ron, with a conspiratorial grin, abruptly dragged Harry from his bed early one morning. Hurry, Harry, there's a grand surprise. Harry, still groggy, was pulled outside to the castle lawn. In the distance, he spotted a tall figure surrounded by Seraphina, Ginny, and the exuberant Weasley twins. With his distinctive red hair, Harry quickly deduced his identity, either Bill or Charlie. Charlie! Ron exclaimed excitedly. Charlie turned, revealing his signature hearty smile, striding towards them to clap Ron on the shoulder. Hey, little Ron. Charlie, this is my friend Harry. And this is Hermione. Ron introduced his companions. Hello, Harry. I hear you've become a champion. I'm so proud of you. Hermione, I've heard about you from Ron, the clever witch. They all gathered, laughter filling the air as Fred and George entertained with their clever quips, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. While Seraphina listened quietly, a gentle smile upon her lips. Unable to contain himself, Ron eagerly asked, Charlie, you've brought a dragon. Surely the competition involves them, right? Spill the beans. Charlie chuckled silently while Fred interjected, I bet a chocolate frog that the first task is definitely a battle of wits with dragons. Charlie laughed heartily. You clever bunch, you're absolutely correct. In the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, the champions must retrieve a golden egg from beneath the watchful gaze of a dragon. Harry's face drained of color at the mention of dragons. This is far too dangerous, Ginny exclaimed, concern etched on her face as she looked at Harry. Don't be afraid, Harry, Charlie reassured him. After a lively exchange, they parted ways. Upon returning, Seraphina sought out Cedric. Cedric, I have crucial news to share with you, she said seriously. In the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, the opponent is a dragon. You must prepare yourself. Cedric was momentarily taken aback. Thank you, Seraphina. I'm fortunate to have learned this in advance. Meanwhile, Harry, buoyed by the encouragement and support of his friends, gradually quelled his rising anxiety. Chapter 45, Revenge on Moody. Ever since becoming a contestant in the Triwizard Tournament, Harry felt the weight of countless scrutinizing eyes upon him, inducing immense pressure, while the demanding training left him breathless. One day, fatigued, he wandered the castle corridors, entirely oblivious to Draco lurking around the corner. Draco, meanwhile, was happily conversing with Seraphina, a smile frequently gracing his lips. Watch out, Seraphina called, but it was too late. The two collided unceremoniously, landing on the floor with a thud. Harry, are you all right? Seraphina first helped Draco to his feet before extending her hand to assist Harry. Dazed from the fall, Harry replied, I'm fine, Seraphina. Draco, fuming, shouted, Potter, can't you watch where you're going? Harry, feeling wronged and ready to retort, was interrupted as Moody suddenly emerged like a specter. His magical eye spun erratically, and before either could react, he drew his wand, muttering an incantation. A dark spell shot forth from the tip of his wand, aimed directly at Draco. In a split second, Seraphina seized Draco's arm, deftly pulling him aside just as the curse whizzed past them, scorching the wall. Draco, shaken, turned pale, his body trembling slightly. Seraphina quickly brandished her wand, positioning herself protectively behind Draco, her gaze fierce and vigilant as she confronted Moody. "Professor Moody, what do you think you are doing?" Moody's magical eye was fixed intently on Seraphina, his normal eye wide with rage. The scars on his face twisting in fury as he bellowed, "Arthur's daughter, you dare protect Malfoy? Look at you now, utterly bewitched by him." Seething with fury, Seraphina struggled to maintain her composure. "Professor Moody, if I don't protect Draco, should I allow you to harm him?" Yet Moody remained unyielding, raising his wand once more, the incantation on his lips. Just then, a stern voice rang out, "Alastair, what are you doing?" Everyone turned to see Professor McGonagall striding towards them, her expression severe. Her gaze swept across the scene, instantly grasping the situation. With a swift flick of her wand, an invisible force deflected Moody's wand, sending his spell soaring harmlessly into the ceiling, stirring up a cloud of dust. McGonagall regarded Moody with a look of disapproval and reproach. "Professor Moody, such reckless use of magic against students is intolerable at Hogwarts, regardless of the circumstances." Moody clenched his jaw, poised to respond, but was silenced by McGonagall's piercing gaze. Seraphina turned to Harry, her eyes filled with regret. "Harry, I'm sorry for what happened today. I hope you're all right." Harry was still engulfed in the thrill of the previous encounter, merely nodding in a daze. Seraphina chose not to elaborate further, grasping Draco's hand and swiftly turning to leave. Draco silently followed her, occasionally glancing back, his heart a mix of lingering fear from the recent ordeal and gratitude for Seraphina's defense of him. They hurried back to the Slytherin common room, which was tranquil and deserted, the dim light casting flickering shadows upon the stone walls. She urged Draco to sit on a plush sofa, while she immediately knelt beside him, meticulously inspecting his body. "Draco, are you truly feeling no discomfort? Allow me to look once more." Seraphina's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable concern as her hands gently brushed over his arms and shoulders, searching for any signs of curse-induced injuries. Draco observed her focused expression, and the fear he had felt began to dissipate under her caring gaze. "I'm fine, Fina, truly," he replied softly, his voice tinged with awkwardness, yet he secretly relished the attention. Seraphina continued her examination until she was assured there were no wounds on Draco, at which point she exhaled softly and sat beside him. Her eyes still harbored remnants of the anger from the earlier incident. "Moody, you truly have outdone yourself." Seraphina clenched her fists unconsciously. Seeing her anger stirred a warm sensation within Draco, yet he also felt a sense of helplessness. "Fina, please don't let this anger consume you. Moody has held a grudge against me for quite some time now." He reached out, gently covering her tightly clenched fists with his hand, attempting to soothe her emotions. "No, I absolutely cannot tolerate such behavior." Seraphina turned to meet Draco's gaze. "Draco, even if I cannot remove Moody from Hogwarts, I will ensure the world sees the commendable deeds of this so-called legendary Auror." She delicately caressed Draco's pale face. "Oh, innocent little dragon, I shall do my utmost to keep you in a safe environment, free from harm." Draco took her wrist in his hand, nuzzling his face against her palm. That evening, Seraphina penned a letter to Rita. Rita's response was remarkably swift. By the next day, the front page of the Daily Prophet bore the headline, "Hogwarts Professor Abuses Magic, Student Safety in Jeopardy." The article detailed Moody's attack on Draco and questioned his motives. Upon publication, it detonated within the wizarding world like a bombshell, flooding the Ministry of Magic's Owl Post with letters from furious parents demanding an investigation into Moody's teaching practices. The afternoon sun, which should have been warm and pleasant, was overshadowed by Moody's grim demeanor as he strode down the corridor, clutching a copy of the Daily Prophet, his magical eye gleaming with menace as he approached Seraphina. Students scattered at the sight, eager to avoid being caught in the brewing storm. "Seraphina Weasley," Moody bellowed, slamming the newspaper onto the table before her. "This is your doing, isn't it?" "Professor Moody, I merely stated the facts," Seraphina responded calmly, raising her head to meet his fierce gaze without flinching. Moody trembled with rage, the scars on his face contorting into a more grotesque visage. "You defend that little brat Malfoy and resort to such despicable tactics?" Seraphina retorted with a cold laugh. "Despicable? Professor Moody, it is you who indiscriminately attack students. I merely revealed the truth to the public. If you cannot control your temper, Hogwarts must seriously reconsider your suitability as a professor." As the standoff intensified, a gentle yet authoritative voice interjected, "Alastair, Seraphina, Please accompany me to my office." Turning, they saw Professor Dumbledore had appeared behind them, his expression calm, yet seemingly perceptive of all that transpired. Moody and Seraphina followed Dumbledore in silence, their thoughts unspoken. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Fawkes the Phoenix chirped softly from its perch. Dumbledore gestured for them to take a seat before slowly walking around his desk, his hands clasped together as his gaze traversed between them. "I wish to understand the situation at hand." Moody spoke first, vehemently accusing Seraphina of deliberately tarnishing his reputation and disrupting the order of the school. In contrast, Seraphina articulated Moody's aggressive actions towards Draco and her intentions behind revealing the incident. Dumbledore listened intently, and after a long pause, he sighed, saying, "Alastair, your past experiences have made you excessively vigilant regarding dark magic and everything associated with it, which may have led to your misjudgment in this instance. And Seraphina, your courage in defending your classmates is commendable. However, exposing internal matters to the media, igniting such a tempest, may not be the most prudent course of action." His gaze turned sternly towards Moody. "The Ministry has intervened, and you must cooperate. Until the investigation concludes, your teaching duties will be reassigned to another professor." Then he shifted his focus back to Seraphina. "Seraphina, you too must reflect upon your approach. Hogwarts is a family, and any issues should be resolved through appropriate channels." Seraphina met Dumbledore's gaze directly, questioning, "Appropriate channels? Professor, I would like to ask, what constitutes an appropriate channel?" Dumbledore's compromise infuriated Seraphina. In recent years, the defense against the dark arts position had been filled annually with either incompetent charlatans or individuals harboring dangerous intentions. This year, he had appointed a lunatic capable of physically assaulting students. Students come to Hogwarts to acquire knowledge, enhance their magical abilities, and above all, to seek a safe environment for growth. Yet now, even the most basic safety cannot be guaranteed. Whenever an incident occurs, everyone chooses to sweep it under the rug. What, then, is the purpose of Hogwarts? Is it merely a facade, a magnificent but hollow institution of magic? As the Death Eaters resurged and the wizarding world rotted from within, Hogwarts was not a utopia. At the very least, it must ensure the safety of its students. That is the most fundamental requirement. Dumbledore's expression remained serene, yet a flicker of unnoticeable melancholy crossed his eyes. He slowly rose, moving to the window and gazing out at the familiar campus, softly stating, "Seraphina, I am aware of all you've expressed. The issue of staffing in the defense against the dark arts has long plagued me. The curse Voldemort placed upon this position has made it exceedingly rare to find truly capable individuals willing to commit long-term. Each choice has been made amidst a multitude of unavoidable compromises." He turned back, fixing his gaze upon Seraphina. "I concede that I may have erred in this matter regarding Moody. However, that does not mean Hogwarts has lost its purpose. This remains a place where countless young wizards come to learn, a fortress against darkness." "A fortress? One that cannot even protect its students?" Seraphina scoffed. "Professor, I respect you and have always admired your wisdom and strength. Yet in this matter, I cannot agree with your handling of the situation. I exposed this issue in hopes of drawing sufficient attention to the seriousness of the problem, rather than continuing to conceal the truth beneath a veneer of tranquility." At this moment, Seraphina felt no different from Dumbledore and Fudge. They both employed similar tactics to achieve their ends. From their perspective, they were justified. And Seraphina, standing firm in her own beliefs, was equally justified. Upon hearing Seraphina's words, Moody slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide with fury as he shouted, "Weasley, you are utterly outrageous." Unfazed, Seraphina locked eyes with Moody and declared, "Professor Moody, if opposing Professor Dumbledore's actions is deemed outrageous, then I shall embrace that audacity wholeheartedly. Respect does not equate to blind obedience. It must be rooted in truth and justice. The professor's decisions impact the safety of every student. If errors are made yet no one is permitted to voice their concerns, how can we speak of respect?" Seraphina had long felt that the adoration for Dumbledore within the magical community mirrored the allegiance of Death Eaters to Voldemort. It was merely a matter of differing beliefs, forming two distinct factions. Dumbledore raised his hand, signaling Moody to temper his agitation, and turned to Seraphina, saying, "I understand your concerns and your anger. Professor Moody's actions this time were an oversight on my part, but please trust that I shall not allow such threats to student safety to occur again within these walls." Seraphina gazed at Dumbledore, letting out a faint sigh. "Professor, I hope you will keep your word." With that, she turned and exited Dumbledore's office. As the door slowly closed behind her, Dumbledore contemplated the shut portal, while Moody, still panting with indignation, remained visibly agitated. As Seraphina made her way to the tower, Harry hurried towards her, clutching the slightly crumpled window of Dawn, followed closely by Ron and Hermione. A look of confusion and accusation flickered in Harry's eyes as he approached Seraphina, saying, "Seraphina, are you doing this because Professor Moody attacked Malfoy? Are you seeking revenge?" Despite Moody's erratic behavior, Harry believed him to be a good teacher. Seraphina met Harry's gaze with unwavering resolve, affirming, "Indeed, I am avenging Draco." "Fina," Ron frowned. Harry, perplexed, asked, "But Seraphina, Professor Moody isn't." His sentence was abruptly interrupted by Seraphina. "You mean to say he didn't do it intentionally?" Stepping closer, she fixed her gaze on Harry. "Harry, Moody acted with intent. The rationale behind his actions can be attributed to his role as an Auror, harboring animosity towards the Malfoy family. Do you believe I should keep this matter concealed from the media? Do you think I would jeopardize Hogwarts?" "Harry, you are mistaken." Seraphina gently shook her head, a glimmer of disappointment and compassion in her eyes. She lamented that after years of education, Harry remained ensnared in the utopia Dumbledore had crafted for him, failing to see the true nature of the magical world. She felt pity for the so-called savior of the magical realm, a mere orphan, living under the shadows of others, burdened by the fame thrust upon him. "Harry, the moment your name emerged from the Goblet of Fire, you should have understood that you were in peril. Many wished for your demise. You place unwavering trust in others, oblivious to the myriad schemes lurking beneath their skin." Harry stood frozen, momentarily taken aback by Seraphina's words, stumbling backward until Ron caught him, concerned. "Harry." Harry shook his head. "I'm fine, Ron." Hermione, casting a sympathetic glance at Harry, refrained from speaking, instead positioning herself beside Seraphina. "Harry, what Fina did was right. And what she said is true. You really ought to cultivate a keener sense of discernment." Since their arrival at school, the trio had been inseparable, the closest of friends. Harry could be described as innocent at best, or foolish at worst, naively trusting those who would betray him. As Chapter 47 commenced, Seraphina turned to Harry and Ron. "Come with me to a certain place." With that, she led the three of them to the tower. Inside, Pansy and others were diligently practicing their spells. Harry and Ron gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape, momentarily rendered speechless. After their shock subsided, they glanced at Hermione, who appeared unfazed, as if she had been aware all along, leaving them filled with questions. Noticing their confusion, Seraphina explained, "Hermione is one of us. Everything has its intrinsic value, magic included." Then, turning her attention to Harry, she continued, "Harry, your understanding of the magical world, aside from your classmates, is largely shaped by Dumbledore's guidance. But is Dumbledore truly as flawless and omniscient as he appears?" Harry paused, seemingly processing Seraphina's words. She fixed her gaze firmly upon him. "Take this incident with Moody as an example. As headmaster, is it right for him to allow a dangerous individual to roam freely within the school? He often weighs decisions from the so-called broader perspective, and in his grand designs, certain sacrifices may be deemed necessary. But what about you, Harry? From the moment you were born, you were thrust into this brutal conflict between darkness and light. Are you truly aware of the role you play in this grand game? In Dumbledore's plans, are you merely a pivotal pawn?" The prophecy surrounding the Savior's identity had cost Harry his parents, who would willingly choose to lose their loved ones. Harry's complexion paled as Seraphina's words struck him like a sharp dagger, piercing the corners of his mind he had long evaded. For so long, he had harbored an almost reverent trust in Dumbledore, but now, all his past doubts exploded like fireworks within him. "No, it can't be," Harry murmured, his voice trembling with confusion. "Professor Dumbledore has always been there for me, guiding me. How could he see me as just a pawn?" He lifted his head, his eyes filled with conflict as he looked at Seraphina. "He taught me how to wield magic, how to confront danger. He provided me with care and protection. Yet, as the words left his lips, memories began to surface unbidden. Harry bit his lip, his voice dropping. "Perhaps, at times, he has indeed concealed certain truths from me." Pain and disappointment flickered in Harry's gaze. He had once regarded Dumbledore as his most trustworthy guide, but now that perception began to waver. "Harry, I know this is hard to accept." Seraphina's tone softened, "but the past is behind us, and the future remains unwritten. The fate lies in your hands. Do you wish to be a puppet, or do you wish to master your own destiny? Harry, will you join us?" Seraphina's three questions left Harry in silence as he lowered his gaze. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly lifted his head, determination flickering in his eyes. "Seraphina, I cannot place my trust in you lightly, at least not at this moment. But I will ponder what you have said." Taking a deep breath, he added, "However, you are correct about one thing. I no longer wish to be blindly led. I must discover my true path." Seraphina smiled. "Harry, I will await you at the Page Society." Her intentions were clear, to confront the Death Eaters. Only by eliminating this greatest threat could everything else proceed more smoothly. The boy who lived, who survived Voldemort's grasp, was destined for greatness. As Harry departed the tower, Ron and Hermione hurried to follow him. The three companions journeyed in silence, each absorbed in their own contemplations. Ron occasionally cast furtive glances at Harry, hesitating to speak, while Hermione furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying a deep concern. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, Harry made a beeline for his dormitory, flinging himself onto his bed, his gaze fixated on the ceiling. Seraphina's words echoed in his mind like an incantation, stirring up doubts about Dumbledore and prompting a re-evaluation of his own fate, leaving him in a state of turmoil. This night was destined to be long and sleepless. In the ensuing days, Harry appeared as though he had lost his soul, distracted during meals and frequently zoning out in class. Ron and Hermione observed his distress with worry, yet felt helpless in their attempts to console him. Hermione endeavored to divert Harry's attention through academic discussions, but he consistently responded with indifference. Ron contemplated using humor to lighten the mood, yet only elicited a forced smile from Harry. Time slipped by swiftly, and soon it was the eve of the Triwizard Tournament's first task. On the night before the competition, Harry sought out Seraphina. Standing before her, he bore a resolute expression, the confusion of earlier days no longer evident in his eyes. Seraphina, I have made my decision. I do not wish to join the Page Society, but I am open to collaboration. He took a deep breath and continued, I have contemplated greatly these past few days. Rather than allowing others to dictate my path, I would rather carve my own way. Even if the future is shrouded in darkness, it will be a journey of my own making, and that brings me a sense of peace and certainty. After much reflection, Harry had come to this understanding. He yearned to forge his own path, even if it was fraught with peril. Both Dumbledore and Seraphina sought to draw him into their respective circles, but he desired no allegiance. He simply wished to be himself. Seraphina sighed, That's all right, Harry. We remain friends. Should you need anything, you can always find me. Thank you. Seraphina, Harry replied softly. It was anticipated that Harry would decline the invitation, and if that were the case, perhaps Ginny could be encouraged to make a play for him. Aiming to have Harry become a member of the Weasley family, Seraphina gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring pat. Tomorrow is the Triwizard Tournament. Get a good night's rest. All right, goodbye. Seraphina. Goodbye, Harry. They parted ways, each heading in opposite directions, as Seraphina gently pushed open the door to the Slytherin common room. She was greeted by a dimly lit scene. The room was illuminated by a few green wall sconces casting a soft and mysterious glow. Her gaze drifted across the space, finally settling on a couch in the corner where Draco sat, his head bobbing as if he were fighting off sleep. His hair was slightly disheveled, strands falling carelessly across his forehead. Long eyelashes cast gentle shadows on his cheeks, fluttering softly with each breath. Seraphina tiptoed quietly to Draco's side and sat down beside him. Leaning her elbow on the back of the couch, she rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing the boy before her. How beautiful he looked. In that moment, Draco appeared innocent and youthful, causing Seraphina's heart to soften. Whether it was the subtle fragrance of roses that enveloped her, or an instinctive awareness on Draco's part, his eyelids fluttered, and he gradually opened his eyes, still clouded with remnants of slumber. Seraphina, you're back, he murmured, his voice husky from sleep. A smile graced Seraphina's lips. Yes, Draco. As she spoke, she reached out to gently smooth the unruly strands of hair off his forehead. Draco, feeling a bit bashful, turned his head away and cleared his throat. You should go rest now that you're back. Seraphina nodded softly in agreement, but then added, You go first. I will watch you return. The sight of him was utterly endearing, yet waiting for him felt like a time-consuming endeavor. She resolved to tell him next time not to wait for her. Draco's face reflected reluctance as he protested, No, you go first. I will leave after you. Not a chance, Draco. You have already waited for me too long. I can only feel at ease if I watch you go back. Her voice, gentle yet insistent, conveyed her determination. Seeing the stubbornness in Seraphina's demeanor, Draco realized he could not win this battle. With a resigned sigh, he stood up, adjusting his robes and smoothing out the wrinkles before casting one last glance at Seraphina. He then took slow, reluctant steps toward the dormitory, each stride seemingly laden with reluctance, turning back occasionally to look at her. As he reached the end of the corridor, he paused, slowly turning to wave goodbye. Good night, Seraphina. His voice echoed in the quiet hallway, imbued with affection. Good night, Draco. See you tomorrow. Good night, dear. Seraphina remained in place, raising her hand to wave back. It was only after Draco's figure vanished around the corner that she averted her gaze and turned toward her own dormitory. Chapter 48. The Christmas Ball. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the thick clouds, casting a golden glow upon the ancient and majestic castle of Hogwarts, adorning the Triwizard Tournament arena with a radiant sheen. Harry awoke early, and after a brief wash, he grasped his wand, inhaling deeply before stepping out of Gryffindor Tower. At that moment, the arena was already teeming with spectators, students from Hogwarts, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and Durmstrang Institute eagerly awaited the commencement of the thrilling event. Seraphina, clad in Slytherin's green robes, stood in the stands alongside Draco, Ron, and Hermione. As the competition was about to commence, the 4 champions were led to the center of the arena, each positioned before a colossal dragon's den. Harry's opponents, Victor Crumb from Durmstrang and Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons, appeared equally tense and focused. Harry's gaze was drawn to the Hungarian Horntail, a massive dragon that roared angrily, its flames illuminating the entire arena. With the referee's signal, the tournament officially began. Harry took a deep breath, rapidly recalling the spells he had practiced. In the stands, Draco tightly clasped Seraphina's wrist, his eyes fixed on the unfolding competition. "Don't be nervous. Harry and Cedric will succeed," Seraphina offered softly to reassure him. Draco, taken aback by her words, slowly turned to Seraphina. "Seraphina, if you ever find someone you like, you must tell me. I will nip that relationship in the bud." "Seraphina, you can only like me." Seraphina chuckled lightly. "All right, I promise to tell you." He truly was an endearing boy. Meanwhile, down below, Cedric and Harry completed their tasks in succession, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience, who cheered for the champions' remarkable performances. Following the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament, Harry emerged as the brightest star at Hogwarts, his valor during the competition earning him admiration. As he walked through the campus, girls often cast shy glances his way, some even slipping love letters into his bag. Ginny, observing this, felt an intensified sense of urgency within her. That day, Ginny approached Seraphina, her demeanor heavy with worry, her eyes filled with anxiety. Seraphina. At this moment, Draco was leisurely seated beside Seraphina. Upon noticing Ginny approaching, he rose and distanced himself. Seraphina observed Draco's retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing her lips, before refocusing her attention on Ginny. "What troubles you, my dear?" Seraphina inquired, reclaiming her gaze. Ginny settled beside Seraphina and whispered, "Harry is exceedingly popular, and I find myself at a loss." "Ginny, you must position yourself as a contender." Seraphina frowned slightly. Despite the relationship not yet commencing, Ginny had already relegated herself to a subordinate role. It was imperative to remind her sister that only by asserting herself could she wield influence. She gazed earnestly into Ginny's eyes and asked, "Ginny, ask yourself, is it Harry you truly desire?" Ginny paused, seemingly taken aback by Seraphina's question. She lowered her head, contemplating, as memories of her moments with Harry filled her mind. I believe so," Ginny replied, lifting her gaze, her eyes now imbued with newfound determination. The tale of the savior had been woven into her childhood. Upon learning that Ron and Harry were friends, she felt elated, eager to glean more stories about Harry from Ron's lips. Seraphina nodded. "If that is the case, then you must earnestly pursue him, but do not allow self-doubt to consume you. Relationships are a mutual affair. Should you discover he holds no interest, you must be prepared to let go, understand? As your family, I wish for you to avoid the depths of despair over a fleeting affection." Ginny nodded thoughtfully. "You are right, Seraphina. I cannot remain passive any longer." "Ginny, always believe in yourself." Seraphina gently patted Ginny's shoulder. "I understand, Fina," Ginny replied before hastily departing, her steps filled with vigor. Seraphina watched Ginny's retreating form, a faint smile lingering on her lips. Just then, Draco sauntered back, remarking, "You are perpetually gentle with everyone." Though a Slytherin, Seraphina maintained an admirable reputation. Since the establishment of the Book Society, she frequently tutored younger students, becoming a beloved, nurturing figure in their eyes. "Am I not gentle with you, Draco?" Seraphina asked, her interest piqued as she detected a hint of jealousy in his tone. Draco lowered his head, muttering softly, "Gentle." A few days later, the students gathered in the great hall for their usual meal, laughter and merriment echoing throughout the room. Suddenly, an owl swooped in, making a beeline for Seraphina, landing steadily on the table before her. All eyes turned toward the owl, which bore a parcel tied to its leg, accompanied by a note. Seraphina unwrapped the package and discovered it was sent by Percy. After setting aside her own items, she approached the Gryffindor table, distributing the contents of the parcel to Ron, Ginny, Fred, and George. When it came to Harry, she explained, "Harry, your package is somewhat special. It was entrusted to Percy by Sirius, who then sent it via Percy's owl to Hogwarts." A flicker of surprise crossed Harry's eyes as he carefully accepted the package, feeling the warmth of familial affection. Inside was a formal robe. Holding it up, he marveled at the soft fabric glimmering in the sunlight, adorned with intricate embroidery at the collar and cuffs, and he couldn't help but gently caress it. As everyone reveled in the joy of receiving their packages, Professor McGonagall ascended the podium in the Great Hall, clearing her throat to address the students. "Soon, Christmas will be upon us, and this year, Hogwarts will host a grand Christmas ball. This has become a tradition since the Triwizard Tournament, and as the organizers, we must showcase the splendor of Hogwarts." A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. students buzzing with curiosity. To ensure everyone shines at the ball, we will be offering specialized dance classes in the coming weeks, McGonagall continued. The Slytherin students remained largely unfazed, as social etiquette was highly valued in their families, and dance had been a skill they practiced from a young age. They were already well-versed in various dance steps, thus anticipating the upcoming lessons with ease. In contrast, students from other houses, especially those who had never danced before, wore expressions of worry and anxiety. The dance classes commenced as expected, primarily catering to those lacking any dance foundation. Throughout the lessons, McGonagall tirelessly demonstrated basic steps, transitioning from simple footwork to graceful turns, striving for precision in every movement. The students diligently mimicked her, attempting to replicate the steps. However, the challenge of the dance class extended beyond the steps themselves. The task of inviting a dance partner posed a significant dilemma for many. Traditionally, it was the boys who extended the invitations. After completing the dance moves, Ron and Harry began to fret over the matter of partners. Ron scratched his head, exuding a sense of helplessness. Harry, who do you think we should invite? This is quite the predicament. Harry frowned in response, feeling equally lost. I have no idea, Ron. The ball sounds fun, but finding a partner makes me more nervous than facing a dragon. Moreover, although they had grasped the basics of dancing, excelling at the ball would require extensive practice. I need to find Fina and ask her to help me practice, Ron resolved, determined not to embarrass himself on such an important occasion. Find Fina? Why her? Harry questioned. Puzzled, Ron sighed. When Ginny was fond of dancing as a child, Mum had me be her partner, but I lacked the talent. Fina learned the steps after watching just a few times and became Ginny's partner instead. I need her to teach me again. I cannot afford to humiliate myself at the Christmas ball. Hearing Ron's words and recalling his own awkward dancing, Harry felt compelled to seek Seraphina's guidance. Can I come along? Of course, Ron nodded, and together they made their way to the tower. At this hour, Seraphina would surely be in the Book Society's loft. Chapter 49. Would you be my dance partner? Ron and Harry hurried to the loft, pushing open the door to find the previously arranged tables and chairs cleared away. Leaving a spacious area, Draco lounged on a corner sofa, idly flipping through a magical magazine. Meanwhile, Seraphina and Ginny twirled gracefully in the center of the open space. Upon hearing the door creak open, they paused in their dance. Seraphina turned to face the entrance, a warm smile illuminating her face. Ron, Harry, what brings you here? Ginny echoed the greeting, her cheeks slightly flushed from their recent dance. Ron scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, Fina, you know the Christmas ball is approaching, and my dancing skills are rather lacking. I remember you taught Ginny how to dance before, so I was hoping you could help me out again. I certainly don't want to embarrass myself at the ball. Harry chimed in. Yes, Seraphina, I dance poorly too, and we would greatly appreciate your guidance. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Seraphina's eyes as she smiled and suggested, how about this? I will dance with Ron, and Ginny, you can assist Harry with his practice. We shall pair off, and in doing so, we shall learn and progress at a swifter pace. Ginny readily nodded and moved to Harry's side. As the music began, Seraphina and Ron, along with Ginny and Harry, commenced their dance practice on opposite sides of the clearing, while guiding Ron through the steps. Seraphina meticulously pointed out his mistakes. Ron, your footwork is once again out of sync. Pay attention to my rhythm, and your arms, do not hold them so stiffly. Relax a bit. Ron nodded earnestly, striving to adjust his movements. Meanwhile, Ginny patiently instructed Harry on how to turn gracefully and move with natural ease. As the song concluded, everyone paused for a moment to rest. After taking a sip from a nearby cup, Seraphina suddenly inquired, by the way, have you two secured dance partners? Ron and Harry exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation. Ron murmured softly, if I can't find a girl willing to dance with me, then I guess I'll just dance with you, Seraphina. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Draco, clearly displeased, exclaimed loudly, no. Seraphina is my dance partner. Realizing his outburst, Draco's face flushed crimson. After all, he had never formally invited Seraphina before. Observing Draco's embarrassment, Seraphina chose not to expose him but instead smiled and played peacemaker. Ron, typically, Christmas balls involve inviting non-relatives as partners. I think you should let that notion go. Perhaps her words served as a reminder to Harry, who suddenly turned to Ginny beside Seraphina and asked, Ginny, would you be my dance partner? Ginny was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Harry would invite her so suddenly. Overwhelmed with surprise, she struggled to find her words, but recalling Seraphina's previous remarks, she modestly nodded, of course. Ron watched in dismay as the boy who had just moments ago been troubled over finding a partner now had one, while he remained alone. Merlin, where's my dance partner? He lamented. Seraphina chuckled. Ron, don't fret, there is still time. Who knows, perhaps tomorrow a girl will wish to dance with you. Moreover, your immediate priority should be to practice your dance. Do not let yourself embarrass at the ball. Ron nodded in resignation, silently resolving to find a partner before the ball while also perfecting his dance skills. After practicing for a while, Ron and Harry departed, with Ginny following them back to Gryffindor. The attic was left with only Draco and Seraphina. Due to the earlier incident, Draco intended to apologize to Seraphina, but she preempted him. Standing up, she slightly bowed and extended her hand. "Mr. Malfoy, would you do me the honor of being my dance partner?" Draco's eyes widened in surprise, his delight evident. He quickly composed himself, striving to appear calm as he eagerly nodded. I would be delighted, Seraphina." The moment the words left his lips, he recalled his earlier impulsiveness and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Rubbing the back of his head, he added, Seraphina, I apologize for so abruptly claiming you as my partner. It was rather thoughtless of me." He genuinely feared that Seraphina might acquiesce to Ron's request, leaving him without a partner. Seraphina wore a gentle smile and replied softly, "It is quite all right, Draco. In truth, you have long been my chosen partner." Upon hearing this, warmth surged within Draco, dispelling his previous awkwardness. Seraphina approached the gramophone, gently turning the knob, and melodious music filled the air. She returned to stand before Draco. Gazing at him with tenderness, "Mr. Malfoy, would you care to dance with me? I would be honored." Draco rose and stepped toward Seraphina. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand, softly grasping hers while placing his other hand on her waist. Together, they began to glide gracefully across the attic floor. Draco, having received exemplary training in etiquette and dance from a young age, moved with elegance and poise, while Seraphina matched him with her lightness and grace. Their figures swayed under the dim light, resembling a breathtaking painting. As they danced, Draco stole glances at Seraphina's profile, feelings of affection swelling within him as a plan began to quietly form in his mind. Meanwhile, Ron was racking his brain to secure a suitable partner. He initially approached a few girls with whom he had a decent rapport, but was either politely declined or informed that they already had partners. With each setback, Ron's spirits dwindled further. Just when he believed he would attend the ball alone, he discovered that Padma also lacked a partner and decided to take a chance, ultimately succeeding in securing her as his date. As the day of the Christmas ball drew near, Hogwarts was enveloped in a jubilant and bustling atmosphere. Students meticulously prepared their gowns, eagerly anticipating the special evening. On Harry's end, Ginny, as agreed, met him in the corridor outside the Great Hall. When they encountered each other, Ginny was adorned in a delicate pink gown, its hem light as flower petals. Her hair was elegantly styled, with a few strands cascading charmingly over her cheeks, rendering her exceptionally captivating. Harry was instantly entranced by Ginny, his steps halting involuntarily, his gaze filled with astonishment. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally regained his voice. "Ginny, you look absolutely stunning tonight. It's almost unbelievable." The words escaped him before he realized the fervent emotion behind them. Ginny's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, yet her lips curved into a smile. "Thank you, Harry." In truth, Ginny had put considerable thought into her appearance for the ball. As Harry gazed at her, he felt as though the girl before him was a different person from the one he usually knew, yet he could still catch familiar echoes in her demeanor. A wondrous feeling that caused his heart to race uncontrollably. At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached and informed Harry that he was to dance the opening dance with Ginny. This sudden revelation did not unsettle Ginny. Rather, in an effort to capture the boy's attention further, her voice trembled slightly as she said, "Harry, I didn't realize I was to dance the opening dance. What shall we do?" "Do not worry, Ginny. We shall manage just fine," Harry reassured her gently. Just as they were conversing, Seraphina appeared before them, dressed in an exquisite emerald green gown that accentuated her elegance. Her hair was tied back with a delicate band, enhancing her gentle charm. Harry, Ginny, Seraphina greeted them with a smile. "My dear little sister looks absolutely beautiful tonight. And Harry, you look quite dashing as well." "Thank you." Seraphina, Ginny replied. "Thank you," Harry added, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Ginny. The faint floral scent she exuded lingered at his nostrils, bringing him an inexplicable sense of comfort, yet also a hint of anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, this extraordinary feeling had already transcended the realm of mere friendship, blossoming into a quiet stir of love within his heart. After bidding farewell to Harry and Ginny, Seraphina continued her search for Draco within the Great Hall. As she took a few steps, she spotted Ron and Padma. Ron was clad in a brand new black suit, appearing notably more spirited than usual. Padma was adorned in a resplendent red chiffon gown, standing alongside Ron, creating a striking yet harmonious contrast. Seraphina approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Ron, you have finally found such a beautiful dance partner. How wonderful. Padma, you look absolutely stunning tonight." Ron, somewhat bashful, scratched his head, while Padma graciously returned the compliment with a polite smile. Just as the conversation flowed among the group, Hermione made her entrance. She was linked arm in arm with Victor Crumb, gracefully gliding into the hall. Hermione was clad in a simple yet elegant blue silk gown, her hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. A striking departure from her usual style. The sight of Hermione's companion, Krum, elicited gasps of surprise from the onlookers. Ron's eyes widened. His expression a complex tapestry of astonishment and a barely perceptible hint of disappointment. At that moment, the lights in the hall dimmed, and melodious music filled the air. The host's voice resonated throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our champions and their partners to the floor for the opening dance. Harry, Fleur, Krum, and Cedric, each accompanied by their partners, gracefully made their way to the center of the dance floor. Their movements were elegant and poised, capturing the attention of all present. Other students gathered around the dance floor, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. As the rhythm of the music swelled, the champions and their partners twirled and glided, their steps light and fluid. Ginny, led by Harry, reveled in this enchanting moment, while the rest of the hall basked in the romantic atmosphere. As the opening dance concluded, the ambience in the hall ignited with fervor. Kaleidoscopic lights flickered and danced among the crowd, and the music's tempo became more lively and exuberant. Everyone surged onto the dance floor, surrendering to the rhythm. Figures spun and intertwined, laughter and joy reverberating throughout the hall. Draco took Seraphina's hand and led her onto the dance floor. The two moved in perfect synchrony, each twirl and step flowing seamlessly. After a few dances, they retreated to a nearby lounge area to catch their breath. Draco casually grabbed 2 cups of pumpkin juice, offering one to Seraphina. After a brief respite, Seraphina stood and extended her hand to Draco, saying, "Come with me." Draco was momentarily taken aback, yet he clasped her hand and followed her away from the lively hall. They strolled along the corridor, their laughter echoing in the tranquil space. Soon, they reached the end of the hallway. Above them, mistletoe hung quietly, its leaves shimmering softly under the warm light. Draco was entirely absorbed in the joy of being alone with Seraphina, oblivious to the special significance of their surroundings. Seraphina leaned against the railing, her hands resting upon it as she unabashedly appraised Draco before her. Her gaze was inquisitive, laced with a unique tenderness, as if she were attempting to see through his very soul. Draco felt a twinge of discomfort under her scrutiny, his eyes wandering instinctively downward. Fearing that his attire bore stains or wrinkles, he adjusted his collar and tugged at the hem of his clothing, uneasily asking, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with my outfit?" Seraphina did not reply immediately. Instead, a mysterious smile crept upon her lips. In the next moment, she effortlessly leaped onto the railing. Her skirt billowed slightly with her movement, resembling a blooming flower. Positioned at a height, she looked down at Draco, her poise elegant yet relaxed. She leaned back slightly, one hand resting casually on the railing, the other playfully toying with a strand of hair, her gaze seemingly beckoning Draco closer. That look held an invisible allure, causing Draco's heart to race uncontrollably. His feet felt anchored to the ground, yet an irresistible urge compelled him to step forward, inching closer to her without even realizing it. In this secluded corridor, they were alone, the light casting elongated shadows that intertwined together. "Draco, come here," Seraphina called, her eyes sparkling with mirth as he drew nearer. Her head tilting slightly, her fiery locks cascading like silk over her shoulders. When the distance between them shrank to mere inches, Seraphina draped her arm over Draco's shoulder, bending slightly to whisper in his ear, "Mr. Malfoy, would you do me the honor of being my boyfriend?" Her words struck Draco like a thunderclap, reverberating through his mind. He froze momentarily, his eyes wide with shock, fixated on Seraphina, his lips trembling as he struggled to form a response. Seraphina, amused by his astonishment, couldn't help but emit a soft, melodic laugh. The sound was clear and delightful, resonating through the still corridor, devoid of mockery, filled only with affection for Draco. After her laughter subsided, she said nothing further. Instead, she cupped his face in her hands, leaned down slightly, and gently pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth. A wave of warmth and softness enveloped Draco, igniting a fervor within him as his heart raced wildly, as if it would burst from his chest. Before he could fully comprehend the sudden kiss, Seraphina had lifted her head, gazing at him tenderly, softly stating, "That was the second time." "What second time?" Draco asked, bewildered. "That was my second kiss with you, dear," she replied, playfully tapping his forehead with her finger, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "The first one was right here." Draco's cheeks flushed crimson, the warmth spreading from his ears to the nape of his neck. His mind swirled in confusion, struggling to recall any such intimacy shared with Seraphina before tonight. I don't know," he stammered, looking into her beaming eyes, a surge of indescribable joy swelling within him. "That is not important," Seraphina gently shook her head. "What matters is, Mr. Malfoy, will you be my boyfriend now? And perhaps my husband in the future?" Draco's eyes widened, his heart leaping at the mention of a future husband. His previously flushed cheeks now felt as if they were on fire with excitement. He locked his gaze onto Seraphina, seeking confirmation in her eyes that this was not merely a fanciful dream. Seraphina, are you serious? Draco's voice trembled slightly, laced with disbelief. Upon receiving her resolute nod, he inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, though his excitement caused his hands to quiver slightly. Of course I would. Draco's voice rose, echoing through the quiet corridor. His eyes sparkled with a light filled with happiness. In an instant, Seraphina embraced Draco, pulling him into her warm embrace. Draco felt as if the world around him had momentarily ceased, enveloped by the warmth of her presence. Seraphina's lips gently brushed against his, soft and inviting. The suddenness of the kiss rendered Draco momentarily paralyzed, his mind blank, as though time itself had stopped, leaving only the tender caress of Seraphina. His hands instinctively wrapped around Seraphina's waist, his fingertips applying gentle pressure, fearful that this moment was merely a fleeting dream. Seraphina's hair cascaded beside Draco's cheek, exuding a faint scent of roses that mingled with the sweet atmosphere, intensifying its allure. Time lost its significance as they became entranced in their passionate kiss, oblivious to the world around them. After a while, Seraphina gently released Draco, their gazes meeting, filled with affection and deep emotion. Draco's cheeks remained flushed, and as he gasped lightly, he looked at Seraphina, his lips moving but unsure of what to say. The multitude of words swirling in his heart ultimately transformed into a softer smile. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted in through the window at the end of the corridor, caressing the two of them. The mistletoe above them began to sway, its leaves rustling softly. They both looked up at the mistletoe, and Seraphina's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she teasingly remarked, "Mr. Malfoy, the mistletoe is a witness. You are now mine." "Indeed," Draco replied, reaching out to brush his fingers against the leaves of the mistletoe. They lingered in the corridor for a while longer, enveloped in the sweetness of the moment. Seraphina playfully pointed to her lips, pouting, "My lipstick has completely worn off. I must go to the restroom to reapply." Draco gazed at Seraphina, his eyes filled with adoration. He gently encircled her waist, applying slight pressure to safely lift her down from the railing, as if cradling an invaluable treasure. Hand in hand, they made their way towards the restroom. Upon reaching the door, Draco gallantly paused, smiling at Seraphina as he said, "I shall wait for you outside." Seraphina nodded, turning to enter the restroom. Moments later, she emerged with a skip in her step, her lips once more adorned with a captivating hue, enhancing her allure. Draco looked at Seraphina and thought she appeared even more enchanting than before. He couldn't help but reach out, gently taking her hand as they returned to the bustling hall. Inside, the atmosphere remained lively, filled with laughter as students danced in the ballroom. In a corner, Theodore and Blaise, who had been chatting idly, caught sight of Draco and Seraphina entering. Their demeanor was markedly different. Draco's face radiated an unprecedented happiness, his gaze soft, while Seraphina allowed him to guide her, exuding an aura of sweetness. Blaise couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, if only I could have such fortune." Theodore glanced at Blaise, unconcerned, replying, "Such is our fate." The enigmatic Slytherin world was not as the outside believed. A simple skirmish within the family did not result in death. Their relations were driven by self-interest. With emotions merely serving as optional embellishments, they could turn into heartless tools for the sake of gain. Yet, as mortals endowed with emotions, how could one be devoid of feelings? It was all a matter of circumstance. Chapter 51. Do not passively accept your fate. After the Christmas ball, Draco seemed to cling to Seraphina like glue, and in every corner of Hogwarts, one could always find Draco within 3 steps of Seraphina. The once haughty Slytherin demeanor had vanished, replaced by a youth whose heart and eyes were solely devoted to his beloved. When Pansy saw Draco in this state, she couldn't resist approaching him with a teasing tone. "Well, Draco, it seems you've finally gotten your wish." Draco, far from annoyed, beamed with happiness, responding generously, "When Seraphina and I marry, I will surely invite you all." Ever since that night, Draco had yearned to be with Seraphina at every moment, wishing to share every experience together. If he could, he would manipulate the hands of time to leap directly to their adulthood and marriage. Pansy, upon hearing this, widened her eyes and burst into laughter. "Draco, you two have only just established your relationship. Why are you already talking about marriage?" Draco, however, stood straight and serious, a hint of pride in his tone as he declared, "This is what Seraphina said. She explicitly told me I am to be her future husband." With that, he turned to seek out Seraphina, like a child proudly showing off a cherished toy, leaving Pansy in a state of astonishment and amusement, shaking her head. Time swiftly passed, and the merriment of the Christmas ball gradually became a memory, as Hogwarts prepared for the tension-filled second task of the Triwizard Tournament. The atmosphere on campus became somber as students speculated on the challenges the champions would face. On the day of the event, the faculty and students of Hogwarts arrived early by the Black Lake, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. The four champions stood at the water's edge, their expressions serious and focused. The theme of this task was to rescue their beloved. Seraphina glanced around, noting Ron's absence. She approached Ginny and asked, "Ginny, where's Ron?" Ginny looked around and shook her head. "I haven't seen him today." "Our little brother, where are you?" Fred and George suddenly appeared behind Seraphina and Ginny. "Perhaps little Ron is off playing somewhere," they said. "Indeed, Ron is a brave boy." With that, they departed, their entrepreneurial minds disallowing them to linger in such a lively setting. Draco grasped Seraphina's hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry." "Okay," Seraphina nodded, gazing at the lake. At the referee's signal, they all cast their spells and dove into the depths. The surface of the lake erupted in ripples as the students' eyes followed the direction in which the champions had disappeared. The tense atmosphere enveloping the entire area around the Black Lake like an invisible net. Finally, amidst the anxious waiting, large splashes erupted on the water's surface as the four champions emerged one after another. The shore erupted with enthusiastic cheers and applause. Ginny rushed forward with a prepared blanket, draping it over the drenched Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Seeing Harry and Ron safe, Ginny's eyes filled with tears, overwhelmed with joy and unable to speak. Wrapped in blankets, the group made their way back, bearing the fatigue and triumph of victory. Seraphina inadvertently turned her head and spotted Moody confronting Crouch in the distance. Moody's gaze was sharp, while Crouch appeared somewhat flustered. Seraphina keenly sensed an oddity. She paused, frowning slightly. These two did not seem like allies opposing Voldemort, but rather like long-lost enemies. Days later, a shocking incident occurred in the Forbidden Forest. Harry and Crumb stumbled upon the corpse of Barty Crouch within the woods. They promptly reported the news to Dumbledore. Upon hearing it, Dumbledore's expression grew grave, and he hurriedly gathered several professors to rush to the Forbidden Forest. Upon seeing Barty Crouch's body, a flicker of pain and worry crossed his eyes, and after a moment, he cast a spell to remove the corpse. Meanwhile, the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was alerted to the grave situation and hastily made his way to Hogwarts, accompanied by his most trusted aide, Percy. "Minister Fudge, the matters we are about to discuss are not suitable for Mr. Weasley to be present," Dumbledore remarked, casting a barely perceptible frown at Percy, his eyes betraying a clear discontent. Once Percy became aware of Barty's demise, he would inevitably learn of it through Seraphina's methods, having witnessed Seraphina's prowess in manipulating public opinion. Dumbledore's dissatisfaction did not escape Fudge's notice. However, he refrained from further inquiry and simply instructed Percy to wait outside before proceeding into the office with Dumbledore. That evening, Dumbledore confided in Harry about certain matters, cautioning him not to divulge anything to anyone. Unbeknownst to Dumbledore, Harry emerged from the office in a state of panic and shock. The news of Barty Crouch's death sent a wave of anxiety through Harry. The concealment of such a significant event by both Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic was intolerable. A grown wizard had perished in the Forbidden Forest. What of the students within the school? They lacked the means to defend themselves against external threats. If the perpetrator were to strike again, who would be the next victim? Hogwarts was a sanctuary, and the bonds of camaraderie among classmates rendered it impossible for Harry to keep these thoughts bottled up, leading him to seek out Seraphina. In this moment, she was his only hope for assistance. The following day, Harry sought Seraphina out. When he found her, he was still panting, his eyes wide with terror and unease. "Harry, take a moment to breathe," Seraphina urged, pouring him a glass of water. Harry gulped down the contents and exclaimed, "Seraphina, Barty Crouch is dead. Victor and I discovered his body in the Forbidden Forest." "What?" Seraphina gasped, quickly regaining her composure. "Did Dumbledore say nothing?" "No," Harry shook his head, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. "The school and the ministry have suppressed this information. No one knows." Subsequently, Harry relayed everything he knew, mentioning the disappearance of Professor Snape's potions, which were crucial for brewing the Polyjuice potion. Dumbledore had advised Harry to accept his fate. Yet, having lost his parents due to a so-called prophecy, Harry felt that passively acquiescing to destiny rendered him no different than a puppet on strings. Seraphina's expression grew solemn at his words. She rose and began to pace between the bookshelves. If someone were to consume the Polyjuice potion and infiltrate Hogwarts by assuming another's appearance, we would be in constant peril. Who could it be? "I suspect this individual is targeting me," Harry said with a bitter smile. "After all, I am the chosen one, am I not?" Through various incidents, Harry had discerned a pattern. Nearly all events seemed to converge upon him. "You make a compelling point," Seraphina replied, suddenly enlightened. "Crouch may have uncovered something, and within Hogwarts. He cannot act against you. They exchanged a knowing glance, both declaring in unison the Triwizard Tournament. Indeed, Harry remained within the confines of Hogwarts, surrounded by teachers and classmates, rendering it difficult for anyone to strike. However, once he ventured beyond the school's protective walls, away from the watchful eyes of professors and peers, he would become vulnerable, akin to fish on a chopping block. Chapter 52. All preparations in place. I believe we must convene an urgent meeting, Seraphina declared, moving to her desk to retrieve a paper crane wedged between the pages of a book to summon the other members. The crane fluttered its delicate wings, carrying Seraphina's urgent message to all members of the Book Page Society. Before long, they gathered in the attic. Once everyone was present, Harry took a deep breath and meticulously recounted the events once more. As he spoke, the gravity of the situation deepened on each face present. Hermione furrowed her brow in confusion. Why did Professor Dumbledore not inform us of the truth? She struggled to comprehend why revealing such a simple fact to the students would not have equipped them with the necessary vigilance to avoid impending danger. Humph, Hermione. You are far too naive, Pansy scoffed from the side, her eyes brimming with derision. They are merely burying their heads in the sand, a calamity of this magnitude. And yet they conceal the truth, clearly indifferent to our safety. Hermione chose not to counter Pansy's remarks, instead lowering her head in silence. Draco seethed, cursing. Dumbledore and those fools at the Ministry. What are they doing all day? A heavy silence enveloped the attic. After a moment, Seraphina spoke up. Do not entrust your lives to those who are unconnected, even if that person is a great white wizard. I refuse to let any of us become pawns in their game. Fallen heroes may be noble, but their families and friends surely do not wish for them to become cold gravestones. I suspect this murderer will not rest until they strike again. And the final event of the Triwizard Tournament may present the perfect opportunity for them to act, Seraphina added, her gaze shifting to Harry and Cedric, the two most at risk among those present. Feeling Seraphina's gaze upon them, Cedric and Harry exchanged a worried glance. Cedric nodded slightly, picking up on Seraphina's train of thought. Seraphina has a point. During the last event, chaos will undoubtedly ensue, providing the killer with the perfect cover. What shall we do? Ron asked anxiously, his voice rising unconsciously, laced with trepidation for his friend's safety. Seraphina's expression turned steely as she contemplated the situation, then quickly organized a plan. Ron, you need to find Fred and George immediately. Ask them if they have any items for defensive spells, preferably something that can be fashioned into accessories for Harry and Cedric to wear at all times. Go now. She punctuated her command with a firm pat on Ron's shoulder. I'm on it, Ron exclaimed, darting out of the room. As Pansy heard defensive spells, a light bulb went off in her mind. Fina, I just so happen to have a protective cloak in my shop. While it may not ward off spells, it can greatly minimize physical harm. I'll send word for my staff to deliver it. Having ventured into the fragrance industry, Pansy had also taken over her family's clothing business and had recently developed cloaks that were resistant to cold and punctures. Thank you for your efforts, Pansy. Seraphina nodded in appreciation. Pansy moved to a nearby table, picking up a quill to begin writing. Hermione, you reach out to Rita. Tell her the unvarnished truth about Crouch's death and ensure she prepares a sharp article. Remember, it must incisively point out the errors. Then send it to me for review. Understood. Hermione, one of the founding members of the Window of Dawn, affirmed. Theodore, Blaise, you two scout the tournament grounds, identifying advantageous positions for future actions. Once everyone was assigned their tasks, Seraphina turned to Cedric and Harry. Are you willing to learn some self-defense techniques? The two paused in surprise, with Harry quietly asking. What techniques? The killing curse. Draco interjected, crossing his arms and lifting his chin. Indeed, dark magic. Seraphina confirmed. These dark spells may very well serve as your lifeline to survive the tournament. I would be more than willing. Harry replied without hesitation, determined to survive. Thank you. Cedric murmured appreciatively. Under Seraphina's meticulous guidance, the group began to execute their plan in an orderly fashion. Seraphina swiftly cleared away the obstructing tables and chairs, her expression grave as she regarded Harry and Cedric, solemnly proclaiming, what Draco is about to teach you next is exceedingly perilous and strictly forbidden dark magic. It must not be employed unless absolutely necessary. During the summer, Draco had discovered Seraphina practicing dark magic and, upon returning home, approached Lucius, expressing his desire to learn as well. Unable to resist his son's fervent request, and believing it necessary to impart some dark magic to Draco, Lucius took it upon himself to instruct him, resulting in Draco's remarkable advancement in the art. Fina, this is of no consequence. Let us commence, Draco said, a spark of confidence in his tone as he drew his wand. Excellent, Seraphina affirmed, stepping back and placing the phantasmal shield upon the table. Draco positioned himself at the center of the clearing, lifting his chin slightly as he intoned loudly, Incendio. In an instant, A ghostly blue flame erupted from the tip of his wand. Unlike any ordinary fire, it writhed with a life of its own, rapidly expanding into a colossal fireball that surged outward with alarming speed. Where the fireball traversed, the air warped and twisted, hissing as the stone floor beneath began to melt, releasing acrid smoke. As the flames gradually extinguished, they left behind a charred and desolate scene. "Fina," Draco remarked with a smile, "am I not impressive?" "Indeed," Seraphina replied, giving a thumbs up. Were it not for the presence of others, she would have certainly bestowed a kiss upon the proud peacock. Turning to Harry and Cedric, she continued, "Harry, Cedric, you have witnessed the formidable power of the Incendio curse. Draco's proficiency in dark magic, taught personally by Mr. Malfoy, is commendable. You two should follow him closely and learn diligently." Draco, standing aside, felt a sense of pride at Seraphina's words, a slight smile gracing his lips. Harry and Cedric were diligent students, and Draco proved to be an excellent teacher. With the phantasmal shield in place, they could practice freely. Seraphina observed them quietly for a time, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she noted their gradual immersion into the task at hand. She then settled at a nearby table to write a letter to Percy, advising him to remain vigilant of any stirrings within the Ministry of Magic and to take extraordinary measures if necessary. After completing the letter, she returned to Draco's side, allowing him a moment's respite while she accompanied Harry and Cedric in their practice. Days passed, and the training in the attic intensified. Seraphina, Draco, Harry, and Cedric devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the practice of dark magic. Despite the inherent dangers, they progressed smoothly under the protection of the phantasmal shield. Draco set aside his usual arrogance, patiently correcting Harry and Cedric's incantation nuances. With each attempt, Harry gradually mastered the intricate and perilous rhythm of dark magic, while Cedric, with his steady demeanor, became increasingly adept at casting the newly learned spells. At last, the day of the third task of the Triwizard Tournament arrived. Sunlight poured over Hogwarts Castle, yet it could not dispel the palpable tension that lingered in the air. Harry and Cedric donned their freshly tailored competition robes, which Pansy had specially adapted for them. The stands, once designated for Quidditch, had been transformed by the ministry's staff into an imposing and splendid arena, filled to capacity. Among the spectators, Seraphina and others scattered throughout the crowd, taking their places as prearranged by Blaise and Theodore. With the referee's command, the competition commenced. Harry and Cedric stepped into the vast labyrinth. The walls of the maze, constructed of magic, loomed high into the clouds, entwined with peculiar magical vines. As they entered, a chilling wind swept through the space, prompting Harry to grip his wand tightly, while Cedric stood beside him, keenly scanning their surroundings. The audience held their breath in anticipation. "Harry, I think we should seek out Victor and Fleur," Cedric suggested. "Agreed," Harry nodded. In the face of unknown dangers, having another companion increased their chances of survival. At that moment, the coveted Triwizard Cup seemed trivial. What mattered most was their safe return. Chapter 53, The Advancing Warriors. Harry and Cedric proceeded cautiously through the maze. Enveloped by an eerie mist, the walls intermittently flickering with unidentifiable spectral lights, accompanied by strange sounds. "Be cautious," Harry whispered, gripping his wand tightly and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Cedric mirrored his tension, nodding slightly, his gaze unwavering. As they maneuvered past a cluster of magical plants emitting a pungent odor, they stumbled upon Fleur, sprawled on the ground. Her complexion was pale, her hair disheveled, and the once exquisite competition attire now bore signs of damage. "Fleur!" Harry and Cedric rushed forward, gently lifting her. Cedric lightly tapped her cheek, calling her name, "Fleur. Wake up." After a moment, Fleur stirred, her eyes clouded with confusion, clearly not fully conscious. "Fleur, it's exceedingly dangerous here. Have you seen Victor?" Harry urged anxiously. "We must find him. Together we stand a greater chance of surviving." A flicker of fear crossed Fleur's eyes at his words, but she steeled herself and nodded. Suddenly, she pointed behind Harry and Cedric, exclaiming, "Victor, he is over there." The two quickly turned to see Crumb, standing not far away, his silhouette appearing somewhat indistinct in the mist. Harry instinctively moved to approach, but Cedric halted him. "Harry, wait," he cautioned, his brow furrowed with concern. "Victor seems odd." Harry squinted, observing Crumb's rigid posture and vacant, hollow gaze, a stark contrast to his usual self. Clutching his wand, Crumb's arm hung unnaturally as he stood there motionless. "Victor, what's wrong?" Harry called out tentatively, his voice echoing in the maze, but received no reply. Crumb remained still, as if frozen in place. Just as Harry and Cedric were filled with confusion, watching Crumb warily, Crumb's formerly vacant eyes suddenly flickered with clarity. His lips trembled as he struggled to utter a few words. "Don't come near me," his voice hoarse and weak. At his words, Harry halted his advance, while Cedric, observing Crumb's state, murmured, He seems to be under the Imperius curse. What? Harry exclaimed. Victor, hold on. His heart raced with anxiety and concern. Once ensnared by the Imperius curse, one would become a puppet for the caster. Yes, cast the spell on me, quickly, Crumb implored, summoning all his strength. Then abruptly flung his wand to the ground, seemingly attempting to sever any potential harm he might inflict. Cedric reacted swiftly, raising his wand and incanting, Wingardium Leviosa. Crumb's wand floated gently into Cedric's grasp. Taking a deep breath, Harry raised his wand and aimed it at Crumb, declaring, Stupefy. A crimson beam shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking Crumb. His body swayed before gradually collapsing, rendered immobile. Harry and Cedric approached Crumb cautiously. At this moment, Crumb had his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat glistening upon his forehead, and the muscles of his face twitched intermittently. Clearly still engaged in a struggle against the effects of the soul-sucking curse. Time passed agonizingly slowly, each second stretching interminably. Suddenly, Crumb's eyelids fluttered, and he gradually opened his eyes. His gaze was no longer vacant. It had regained its former brilliance. I am all right, Crumb said weakly, a hint of relief evident in his voice as if he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. That's wonderful, Harry and Cedric exclaimed excitedly. They helped Crumb to a seated position. Thanks to you both, Crumb said gratefully, looking at Harry and Cedric. I do not know who cast that curse on me. Regardless, what matters is that you are safe now, Harry replied. We must remain vigilant. There may be countless dangers lurking within this maze. Crumb took his wand from Cedric's hand, gripping it firmly. The trio approached Fleur, and Cedric reached out to help her up. Once steady on her feet, Fleur brushed back her disheveled hair, her eyes still reflecting a lingering terror from her narrow escape, and she softly murmured, Thank you. Harry nodded slightly in acknowledgement and urged, Let us move quickly, we must leave this place together. The four of them walked side by side, searching for an exit. Each arduous effort to escape exacted a tremendous toll on their physical and mental fortitude. Yet, they were united by a singular belief, to survive and escape this terrifying realm. After an indeterminate passage of time, the mist ahead began to dissipate, revealing the silhouette of a trophy, which gradually came into sharper focus. The four halted in disbelief, staring at the trophy that loomed just within reach. It stood there silently, radiating a soft golden glow that seemed incongruous within the foreboding maze. However, their long-standing instincts honed by peril warned them that this trophy was anything but simple. Cedric furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with caution as he slowly raised his wand. Whispering, Everyone, be careful. Harry nodded slightly and tightened his grip on his wand. The four stood back to back, wands raised, alertly surveying their surroundings. Uninformed spectators watched the trophy so close, yet saw no one step forward. Instead, they assumed a defensive posture, leaving them utterly perplexed. Time dragged on as the four maintained their defensive stance. The audience began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating. What are they doing? Why aren't they just going for the trophy? One Gryffindor student exclaimed, bewildered. Perhaps they are waiting for the right moment. Surely there are unseen dangers lurking within this maze, another student speculated. The spectators' eyes were riveted to the four, their hearts filled with curiosity and confusion. In the shadows, Moody could no longer contain his anxiety. He had anticipated that as soon as Harry and the others spotted the trophy, they would rush towards it. Yet, the scene unfolding before him was entirely unexpected. These kids, why are they so cautious? Moody cursed silently in his mind, concealed behind a magical wall. He peered through a narrow gap, fixating on Harry and his companions. As seconds ticked by, each moment felt like an eternity of torment. Finally, he could wait no longer. Moody abruptly emerged from his hiding place, a frenzied expression on his face, his wand pointed directly at Harry. Harry Potter, come with me, he shouted, his voice echoing through the maze with an unsettling sharpness. The sudden turn of events startled the four, yet their responses were swift. Almost instantaneously upon Moody's appearance, Cedric, Crumb, and Fleur directed their wands toward him in unison. What do you intend to do, Professor Moody? Cedric demanded loudly. A flicker of anger flashed in Moody's eyes. Step aside. I am here to take Harry away from this place. It is for his own good. He attempted to intimidate them with a tone of authority, but the four showed no signs of retreating. We will not allow you to take Harry unless you reveal your true intentions, Crumb shouted, adopting a stance ready for attack. Fleur, too, was unyielding. Professor, how did you even get here? Moody's frustration escalated at their defiance. He waved his wand, uttering incantations, and a beam of black light shot toward the four. Cedric, quick on his feet, cast a shield charm just in time. The dark streak colliding with the barrier and erupting in a loud explosion of black sparks. The audience, initially perplexed by Harry and the others' peculiar behavior toward the trophy, erupted into gasps as they witnessed Moody's unprovoked assault on the students. Everyone rose to their feet, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. How could Professor Moody attack students? What is happening? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd, plunging the arena into chaos. Seraphina cast a glance towards Dumbledore, who stood high above observing the scene. She noted the astonishment on his face, the usually calm and perceptive demeanor shattered. Just as the tension escalated, Moody, in an ill-fated moment, stumbled while evading a dazzling beam cast by Fleur. As he raised a hand to steady himself, his sleeve slipped, revealing a small section of his wrist adorned with a tattoo resembling the dark mark. His body trembled violently, and the skin on his face began to twist and writhe as if possessed, the weathered and scarred features of Moody gradually blurring, his features being grotesquely reshaped by an unseen force. The audience gasped collectively, the arena plunging into an eerie silence, all eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle. Seraphina instinctively tightened her grip on the railing, while Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. Moments later, Moody's form was entirely transformed, revealing none other than Barty Crouch Jr. He appeared gaunt, his complexion pallid, eyes brimming with madness and resentment, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You fools, you actually discovered me," Barty Crouch Jr. screeched, his voice piercing through the silence of the arena. "Yes, it is I. None of you shall prevent me from taking Harry Potter today." With that, he brandished his wand, unleashing a torrent of black and purple flames that surged toward Harry and his companions like a raging serpent. Harry swiftly sidestepped, shouting, "Disarmament!" A brilliant beam of spell light struck the fire serpent, dispersing it instantly. Cedric and Crumb worked in perfect harmony, casting spells to form a barrier that temporarily thwarted Barty's assault. Fleur also sprang into action, weaving incantations that sent streams of colorful light toward Barty, disrupting his spellcasting rhythm. A flicker of irritation crossed Barty's face as he struggled against the students' coordinated efforts, yet he found himself gradually losing ground. Meanwhile, the trophy, which had remained silently in the background, suddenly emitted an eerie sound, drawing everyone's attention. Its once smooth surface began to warp and contort, and abruptly, an object emerged from the trophy, accompanied by a bone. Harry and Cedric exchanged a glance, simultaneously exclaiming, "The portkey!" Little Barty rushed to the trophy, gently cradling the peculiar object. To their astonishment, the object spoke, "Blood." "Yes, master." Upon hearing the word blood, a fervent determination flickered across little Barty's face. He swiftly turned, brandishing his wand and incanting a spell that hurtled towards Harry. Yet, just as Harry prepared to retaliate, a blade slashed across his arm, instantly causing blood to pour from the wound, staining his sleeve a deep crimson. It turned out that the spell before him was merely a ruse. Little Barty had employed the simplest transfiguration charm to transform a branch on the ground into a sharp knife. "Harry!" Cedric cried out in alarm. "You foolish little brats cannot thwart the resurrection of the great master." Little Barty shouted frantically, casting spells that sent Harry, Cedric, Crumb, and Fleur reeling back. The four staggered, supporting each other to regain their footing. Little Barty approached the spot where Harry was bleeding and, without hesitation, drew a dagger from his waist. Madness gleaming in his eyes as he swung it down, severing his own arm. Blood gushed from the stump, yet he appeared oblivious to the pain, placing the severed limb, bone, and the peculiar object upon Harry's blood. A blinding green light surged forth, and the object slowly ascended, taking on the form of a tall, pallid humanoid figure. This heart-stopping spectacle left the audience in the stands utterly stunned, before they erupted into a cacophony of terrified screams and chaotic murmurs. Hermione's eyes widened in shock as her trembling hands grasped the camera, quickly snapping photos as per Seraphina's prior arrangements to capture the moment. After taking the pictures, she exchanged a glance with Seraphina, and without uttering a word, swiftly handed the camera to Ginny. Understanding the urgency, Ginny quietly rose and, while the crowd's attention remained fixated on the turmoil in the arena, cautiously made her exit from the stands. Ginny hurried to the Oloy, locating her owl and securing the envelope containing the photos to its leg. Gently stroking the owl's feathers, she instructed, "Fly swiftly, deliver this to Rita Skeeter, and ensure it reaches her." The owl flapped its wings, emitting a call before soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. Everything transpired at the arena with astonishing rapidity. Having completed his task, little Barty and the figure slipped away through the trophy, leaving the chaos behind. A voice in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Voldemort has returned." In an instant, the entire arena erupted like a powder keg. Chaos ensued. Seraphina glanced towards Blaise, who leaned against the railing. Sensing her gaze, he waved back. The spectators, initially paralyzed by the bizarre scene, gradually regained their senses, and fear surged through the crowd like a tidal wave, causing them to surge and jostle against one another. A chorus of screams, shouts, and cries intertwined, as pandemonium quickly enveloped every corner. Dumbledore stood high up in the stands, witnessing the uncontrollable scene. A flicker of urgency crossing his usually composed features. However, he quickly regained his composure, inhaling deeply. Everyone, remain calm. Do not panic. Please maintain order. At that moment, Harry, Cedric, Krum, and Fleur, weary and shaken, slowly returned to the arena. Their garments were tattered, faces smeared with dust and exhaustion, eyes still reflecting traces of fear and shock. Cedric's father, Mr. Diggory, who had been lost in confusion and chaos, suddenly spotted his son's familiar silhouette, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. He rushed forward, embracing Cedric tightly, as if to shield him from all the dangers of the world. "My child," his voice trembled with worry and affection. Cedric leaned against his father, a torrent of emotions swirling within him. "Dad, I'm all right." Harry, standing nearby, observed the poignant scene of their embrace, feeling a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Ginny's owl arrived at Rita's window. She deftly retrieved the photographs from the owl's leg, then began to compose her article. The piece vividly detailed the scene of Voldemort's resurrection captured in the photos, bringing the heart-stopping images to life through her words. Subsequently, she penned an article lauding Harry, Cedric, Krum, and Fleur, emphasizing their courage and resolve in the face of Voldemort's threat. After several hours, a strikingly powerful report was produced. Once published, it spread through the wizarding community like wildfire. People, upon learning of Voldemort's return, were plunged into a state of profound panic. Chapter 55, The Youngest Minister. In the Ministry of Magic, Fudge gazed at the Daily Prophet, his expression darkening with displeasure. The glaring headlines and lifelike images on the newspaper felt like merciless slaps across his face. "This is utterly absurd," he exclaimed, slamming his palm against the table, scattering papers everywhere. He could not tolerate the facade of stability in the wizarding world that he had so carefully maintained being torn asunder by a single report. Gripping the newspaper tightly, he stormed towards Percy's office. Bang! Fudge forcefully pushed open the door to Percy's office. Percy, seated at his desk sorting through a pile of documents, was startled by the sudden noise. He looked up, seeing Fudge's furious countenance, and furrowed his brow slightly. Standing up to politely inquire, "Minister Fudge, what brings you here?" Fudge slammed the newspaper down on Percy's desk, jabbing his finger at the report. His teeth gritted as he demanded, "Percy, have Seraphina retract this article, immediately, at once." Percy's gaze slowly swept over the newspaper, and he rose from his chair. Unfazed, he retrieved a small vial from his robe containing a clear liquid. "Minister," before Fudge could react, Percy swiftly pressed the nozzle and sprayed it directly into Fudge's face. Fudge, taken by surprise, was caught directly in the mist, momentarily stunned before his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Percy, you traitor! You!" Fudge began to curse, but suddenly felt a constriction in his throat. His vision blurred as he lost consciousness. Percy, having consumed the polyjuice potion provided by Seraphina to assume Fudge's appearance, then administered another vial to the unconscious Fudge, transforming into Percy himself. The Percy who now resembled Fudge shouted towards the outside. "Percy has fainted. Someone come quickly." Soon, several ministry employees rushed in, astonished to find the real Percy on the floor and the frantic Fudge. "Hurry, take him to the hospital wing," Fudge urged anxiously. The staff, flustered, lifted Percy and hurried towards the ministry's infirmary, with Fudge trailing behind. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, the Fudge who had consumed the polyjuice potion slowly regained consciousness. Realizing he had taken on Percy's form, shocked and enraged, he attempted to scream, but found his throat constricted, unable to produce a sound. Struggling to rise, he was restrained by the nearby medical personnel. "Mr. Weasley, you just fainted. Your body is still weak. Please, lie back down." Fudge could only glare at those around him with a look of fury, his hatred for Percy reaching a boiling point. The minister's most competent aide had collapsed at his post, prompting Fudge, empathetic to his struggles, to grant Percy a leave of absence. However, the dutiful assistant, unwilling to disrupt the workflow, chose not to return home, instead residing in Diagon Alley to facilitate his responsibilities. With Voldemort's resurrection looming over Hogwarts, the students counted the days, fervently praying for the holidays to arrive, eager to escape this perilous place. At long last, the holiday arrived, and the students eagerly boarded the train. Blaise, Pansy, and Theodore did not return home, but took refuge in the leaky cauldron. One quiet evening, the streets of Diagon Alley were enveloped in silence. Inside the establishment, Seraphina sat on the sofa, awaiting the arrival of guests. Suddenly, a burst of green flames erupted from the fireplace, revealing the tall figure of Lucius, with Draco following closely behind. "Mr. Malfoy, Draco," Seraphina gently gestured, "please follow me." Lucius nodded slightly, leading Draco behind Seraphina, their footsteps echoing distinctly in the stillness of the shop. They descended into the basement, where Fudge was bound to a chair, a rag stuffed in his mouth, his eyes betraying a mixture of fear and rage. Upon seeing Lucius, Fudge's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of hope igniting within his previously dim gaze. He struggled desperately, muffled cries escaping his lips, seemingly pleading for rescue. Lucius approached slowly, a mocking smirk gracing his features, and with a casual flick of his wand, the rag fell from Fudge's mouth. "Lucius, please save me. How dare these traitors do this to me?" Fudge exclaimed, his voice sharp with urgency. Lucius remained silent, his icy gaze fixed on Fudge. "Minister Fudge, your name shall be eternally remembered," Seraphina observed as Fudge continued to thrash in futility. "Traitor! Traitor!" he shouted. But the sound was swallowed by the silence, for a silencing charm lay upon the room, rendering his cries unheard. Moments later, Fudge's voice waned into a desperate whimper, begging for release. The three present offered him no response. Lucius turned to Draco and Seraphina, stating, "Watch closely. I will demonstrate only once." With that, he slowly drew his wand, its tip shimmering ominously. Fudge's complexion turned ashen as he sensed the impending danger, thrashing violently in a frantic attempt to escape. Lucius's lips curled into a cruel smile as he whispered, "Avada Kedavra." A blinding green light shot from the wand, striking Fudge squarely in the chest. His body convulsed violently, eyes wide with shock, before his head drooped slowly, life extinguished. Draco and Seraphina watched with calm detachment, unperturbed by the scene. Fudge had sought renown in life. Death would fulfill his desire for a legacy. Seraphina stepped forward, addressing Lucius. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. I shall handle the subsequent matters." "Farewell, Miss Weasley," Lucius replied, leading Draco back to the fireplace, where the green flames consumed their figures. The following morning, sunlight bathed the Ministry of Magic's edifice, and all appeared as it always did. Percy had just returned from his leave, making his way to the minister's office to report on his duties. As he pushed the door open, he froze in shock. Fudge's lifeless body lay sprawled across the desk, pallid and staring vacantly at the ceiling. The room spun around Percy, and he staggered back, leaning against the wall, overwhelmed by disbelief and confusion. His performance had been so masterfully executed that no one suspected this newly returned assistant to the minister. News of Fudge's demise swiftly spread throughout the ministry, inciting a wave of anxiety among its personnel. Examination revealed that Fudge had fallen victim to the killing curse. Yet no trace of the spell was found within the office. Meanwhile, Seraphina appeared notably busy, discreetly arranging a meeting with Rita. Rita smugly produced a stack of documents, brimming with compromising information on various ministry officials, gathered through her cunning over the years. Armed with this leverage, Seraphina visited key ministry figures one by one. "You have two choices," she stated coldly. "Support Percy as the new minister or watch these documents headline the Daily Prophet tomorrow." The officials, their faces fluctuating between pallor and flush at the sight of the career-destroying evidence, reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. In a hastily convened meeting, amidst the complex gazes of the attendees, Percy triumphed over the formidable Umbridge, being elected as the new Minister of Magic. Percy Ignatius Weasley became the youngest minister in the annals of magical history. Upon assuming his position, Percy promptly enacted reforms, lifting the ministry's restrictions on the Malfoy, Parkinson, and Knott families, thus permitting them to engage in free trade. A bounty was announced, offering a reward of 200 galleons for reporting Death Eaters. Furthermore, should the informant be a parent, spouse, or child of the Death Eater, they would not face the ministry's purges, and their family holdings would remain intact. Prominently emblazoned beneath the bounty was a stark reminder: Death Eater actions are solely accountable to the individual. Family members shall not be implicated. Failure to report knowledge of such actions will result in the ministry seizing all assets upon verification. Chapter 56. The Mountain Overthrown by His Own Hand. Just days into his tenure, Seraphina paid Percy a visit. She presented him with a land deed, a deed to an island. "What is this?" Percy inquired, perplexed. "A solitary island in the far north, purchased at a relatively reasonable price," Seraphina explained. "We require a new prison, and this island in the far north presents an excellent option. Since Sirius escaped from Azkaban, its deterrent effect has diminished. Moreover, the Dementors attack indiscriminately. If they can serve the ministry, they can equally serve Voldemort." Percy furrowed his brow. The absence of guards posed a significant concern. "We shall confiscate their wands, employ specialized potions to render them powerless, and then cast spells to induce an endless solitude that will ultimately lead to their demise," Seraphina asserted. "I understand." Percy acknowledged her intentions. Soon after, he mobilized the ministry's resources to commence the establishment of a new prison on the isolated island in the far north. Unlike Azkaban, this facility would lack guards, towering walls, and dimly lit cells. It would be defined solely by solitude. Through the combined effects of spells and potions, Inmates would find themselves isolated on this island, receiving only timely rations of food, devoid of any other comforts until death claimed them. As the prison neared completion, Percy ordered the transfer of certain inmates from Azkaban to this new facility, dubbed Soul Eater Isle. The transfer was executed with extreme caution, escorted by the most elite Auror teams, who employed formidable protective spells to ensure the prisoner's inability to escape. The leaky cauldron remained closed for a day, its doors firmly shut. Inside the main hall, 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women, sat together. All present bore witness to Voldemort's resurrection. Seraphina's gaze swept over the group before settling on Pansy and Theodore. The gate to freedom has been opened. The next steps are yours to take. Pansy and Theodore were acutely aware of Seraphina's intentions. Over the span of 4 years, the Parkinson estate had largely shifted into Pansy's hands, rendering her father nothing more than a figurehead. Although Old Not presented a more formidable challenge, Theodore had acquired the capability to ascend as a new patriarch. The group swiftly deliberated their roles and soon resolved to split into 2 factions. Hermione, Pansy, and Blaise proceeded to the Parkinson estate, while Seraphina, Draco, and Theodore made their way to the Knot estate. Pansy had meticulously prepared for this day, having awaited it for a long time. Upon arriving at the Parkinson estate, she, accompanied by Hermione and Blaise, sought out the elder Parkinson, who was seated in the garden. Upon seeing Pansy return, his first reaction was not one of concern for her absence, but rather a tirade of reproach. "You wretched girl! How could I have sired such a worthless creature?" The elder Parkinson's eyes widened in fury, the wrinkles on his face contorting with anger. Pansy, however, remained unfazed. She exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione and Blaise before approaching him directly. Standing before the elder Parkinson, a meaningful smile gracing her face, she proclaimed, "Father, do you not feel joy at my return?" Without waiting for his response, she continued, "Of course, you are not pleased, for I have not brought you a pure-blood son-in-law. After all these years, I have failed to market myself, and you deem me a disgrace. Yet, it is you who embodies disgrace. For it is your lineage that bears the stigma of Death Eaters. It is your family that has fallen into decline, all due to you." The elder Parkinson was momentarily rendered speechless by Pansy's scathing words. In the realm of pure-blood families, where progeny were scarce, marriages often occurred between close relatives to preserve blood purity. Pansy's mother, a distant cousin of the elder Parkinson, had passed away shortly after giving birth to her. Following Voldemort's defeat at the hands of the Savior, although the elder Parkinson evaded judgment, no one would consent to marry him. Consequently, he placed all his hopes upon Pansy. Yet his education for her solely revolved around finding an equally pure-blooded counterpart to propagate their lineage. Prior to encountering Seraphina, Pansy had suppressed her rebellious spirit. But after meeting her, she pondered, why not topple the oppressive mountain that loomed over her? The elder Parkinson trembled with rage, his lips quivering as he exclaimed, "I am not a disgrace. The Parkinson family is esteemed because of me." Before he could utter another word, Pansy swiftly drew her wand and pressed it against his throat. The elder Parkinson's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively reaching for his own wand to retaliate. However, no matter how fervently he chanted, his wand remained inert. A mere broken stick. "Do you still wish to cast spells?" "Ha ha ha." Pansy erupted into uncontrollable laughter, a cacophony infused with years of pent-up resentment and current exhilaration. At that moment, a house elf sprang forth from seemingly nowhere, presenting the elder Parkinson's wand with both hands, respectfully stating, "Miss Pansy." "Well done, Daisy." Pansy replied with a smile as she accepted the wand from Daisy's grasp. "You may return now." With a resounding pop, Daisy vanished from sight. The elder Parkinson's expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions, utterly dumbfounded. Pansy regarded him coldly, remarking, "Father, I believe you will relish your new prison." With that, she elegantly performed a mock bow, her demeanor reminiscent of a noble social ritual, yet dripping with derision. At this juncture, Blaise and Hermione approached, skillfully casting spells to firmly restrain the elder Parkinson. Pansy, reveling in her triumph, began to chant incantations, a surge of black flames enveloping the elder Parkinson's wand, which swiftly reduced to a pile of ashes. "Ah!" The elder Parkinson cried out in despair, witnessing the destruction of his wand, yet nothing could alter the circumstances. Subsequently, the trio escorted the elder Parkinson from the Parkinson estate back to the Quirky house. Meanwhile, Seraphina, Draco, and Theodore arrived at the Knot estate. Upon entering the hall, they found Old Knot seated on a sofa, his gaze icy as he scrutinized them. After glancing at Seraphina and Draco, his eyes fixated on Theodore. "My son has returned with guests," he declared. Theodore nodded, his tone composed. "Yes, father." Old Knot continued, his gaze lingering on Draco's platinum hair before shifting to Seraphina. A Malfoy with platinum hair and a Weasley with red hair. I did not expect you to associate with them. Taking a deep breath, Theodore replied, Father, there are many things you cannot fathom. Old Not regarded his son, suddenly bursting into laughter, devoid of warmth. He slowly approached Theodore, his eyes locking onto his son's, demanding, Theodore, have you betrayed your master? Unflinching, Theodore met his father's gaze, resolutely declaring, I have never had a master. How can one betray? Old Not scoffed derisively. Malfoy or Weasley, are you working for them? Father, adaptability is a trait inherent to every Slytherin, is it not? Theodore retorted, sidestepping the question. Seraphina stepped forward, Mr. Not. Theodore and we share a partnership. We are comrades, not master and servant. My son has fallen, Old Not lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. A master will lead pure bloods to glory. Beneath Old Not's calm demeanor lay a current of madness and obsession. Anger flickered in Theodore's eyes as he shouted, If glory comes at the cost of servitude, I shall seek another path. With his words barely spoken, he swiftly drew his wand, unleashing a crimson light towards Old Not. Reacting with remarkable speed, Old Not brandished his wand to counter, chanting a series of spells. Black smoke enveloped the area, reeking of acrid fumes, as attacks surged towards them like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, Seraphina, Draco, and Theodore wielded their wands, shouting defensive curses, their vibrant spells intertwining to form a sturdy shield that barely held back Old Not's onslaught. Seizing a moment of hesitation in Old Not's incantation, Theodore seized the opportunity, shouting, Disarm. A powerful surge of magic propelled Old Not's wand from his grasp, sending it soaring into the air. Bind him swiftly. Render him unconscious. With Draco and Seraphina's assistance, Old Not was unable to evade, his body stiffening as he collapsed, immobilized. The three exchanged glances, cautiously advancing to ensure Old Not was securely restrained before carefully escorting him from the Not estate. Upon entering the basement of the quirky house, they found Pansy, Hermione, and Blaise had already made arrangements for the elder Parkinson. Upon seeing them return with Old Not, Pansy raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems you have also succeeded. Theodore nodded. Placing Old Not in a chair before confirming the binding spell remained effective. Before departing, he glanced at his imperious father and softly remarked, Father, do not underestimate a child's resolve. Indeed, while they surpassed many adolescent wizards in prowess, they remained ill-prepared against Death Eaters who had fought alongside Voldemort. Yet, it was precisely because they were children that these individuals often overlooked them. Chapter 57, The Free Children. The following day, the two Death Eaters, Parkinson and Not, who had evaded justice, were reported to the Ministry of Magic by their children, leading the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to take on their cases. The news swiftly spread throughout the magical community, igniting a considerable uproar. On the day of the trial, the ministry's courtroom was teeming with spectators. Pansy and Theodore stood solemnly to one side, clutching evidence that could substantiate the crimes of Parkinson and Not. This evidence had been meticulously gathered over time, each piece chronicling the unforgivable misdeeds of the two Death Eaters. As Pansy presented the evidence one by one, old Parkinson's countenance darkened ominously. His eyes widened in shock, veins bulging on his forehead, as he bellowed at Pansy, You ungrateful daughter! How could you treat your own father this way? Have you forgotten the honor of our family? His voice reverberated through the courtroom. Undaunted, Pansy met her father's fierce glare and declared resolutely, I cannot consort with evil, Father. The Parkinson name cannot be tarnished by your actions. Her voice rang with conviction, each word striking a chord in the hearts of those present. The crowd gasped in astonishment. In contrast to Parkinson's impotent fury, Not appeared considerably calmer. He raised his head slightly, his gaze cold as he surveyed those involved in the trial. A sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth, the master will sweep all aside. With these words, a chill swept through the gathering. At that moment, Percy stood up. He had personally attended this trial. No, evil can never triumph over justice. Percy's voice resonated like a bell throughout the courtroom. His words provided reassurance, rekindling hope in those who had previously felt anxious. The trial continued, and due to the ample evidence provided by Pansy and Theodore, the charges against Parkinson and Not were upheld. Percy himself announced the verdict. Parkinson and Not have long been involved with the Death Eater organization, suspected of orchestrating and executing numerous unforgivable curses, including but not limited to the Cruciatus Curse and the Soul-Sucking Curse, against innocent wizards, muggles, and ministry officials, posing a grave threat to the safety of the magical world. The defendants, Parkinson and Not, are hereby sentenced to life imprisonment, to be immediately transferred to Azkaban for the enforcement of their punishment. Given that their children, Pansy Parkinson and Theodore Not, voluntarily reported their father's identities as Death Eaters to the ministry, all personal and family assets are to be protected by law. Upon hearing this verdict, Parkinson collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Though Not maintained his composure, his hands clenched involuntarily. As the trial concluded, people began to exit the courtroom. The ministry acted swiftly, and Parkinson and Knott were promptly escorted onto a vessel bound for Azkaban. At the port, the sea breeze howled, and waves crashed against the shore, producing a dull sound. It was a specially designed magical ship, traveling at an extraordinary speed, quickly vanishing into the vast ocean. Pansy watched the receding ship and murmured, "Good luck." "They won't have any luck," Theodore replied expressionlessly. Pansy sighed, "I know. Humans are social creatures. Faced with the desolate expanse of ice, isolated and unable to communicate, they would surely lose their sanity and succumb to death in no time. Let us go, Pansy." Pansy and Theodore departed without looking back. Upon returning to the burrow, they found everyone waiting for their return. "I am finally free," Pansy exclaimed as she embraced Seraphina, her voice brimming with exhilaration and liberation. With the departure of old Parkinson, it felt as if all shackles had been instantly shattered. Blaise patted Theodore on the shoulder as they sat on the sofa. "Brother, relax." Leaning back against the sofa, Theodore felt the tension ease from his body, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Blaise." Ginny gasped in surprise, covering her mouth, and whispered to Ron beside her. I've never seen Theodore smile before. Theodore had always appeared aloof and detached at school, and this rare smile astonished Ginny. "Me neither," Ron scratched his head, equally intrigued. Hermione looked at everyone, her heart filled with emotion, and quickly walked to her backpack, rummaging through it for 3 bottles of red wine, a treasured collection from her father. "Hey friends, such a momentous occasion deserves a toast," she said, raising the wine bottles to signal everyone. Ginny immediately jumped up to fetch glasses, and soon returned with them in hand. Hermione poured a glass of red wine for each person in turn. Seraphina was the first to raise her glass. "To our companions." Her words ignited a spark, instantly elevating the atmosphere within the room to a crescendo. "Congratulations. That's wonderful." Others chimed in joyfully, their glasses clinking together with a crisp, melodious sound, the wine swirling gently in the cups, reflecting the radiant faces of everyone present. Laughter and chatter intertwined, resonating in every corner of the burrow. Unbeknownst to them, night fell, and moonlight streamed through the windows, casting a gentle glow within. As eyelids grew heavy, the voices softened. Hermione was the first to lean back on the sofa, slowly closing her eyes, still clutching an empty wine glass. Ginny and Ron leaned against each other, drifting into slumber. Draco had unknowingly succumbed to sleep as well. Seraphina gently pulled his head to rest against her shoulder. She cast a charm to drape blankets over everyone, and soon, like the rest, she too succumbed to the embrace of sleep. Days later, most had returned home, leaving only Seraphina at the burrow. With Ron and Ginny flitting back and forth between the theater and the burrow, the hidden door served as their secret passage. Occasionally, Draco would come over via flue powder, staying for an entire day. One day, an owl flapped its wings and landed before Seraphina's desk, clutching a letter sealed with wax. Seraphina approached to retrieve the letter, opening it to find an invitation from Dumbledore, summoning her to the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Draco set a cup of hot tea beside her and, noticing the letter in her hand, leaned in curiously. Upon reading its contents, he declared without hesitation, "I want to go too." Seraphina immediately shook her head in refusal. "No, Draco, it's too dangerous." Yet Draco remained resolute. "Precisely because it is dangerous, I must accompany you. I cannot allow you to face peril alone. Should anything happen and I am not by your side, I would regret it for the rest of my life." Draco felt grateful for his timely arrival. Otherwise, given Seraphina's nature, she would undoubtedly have ventured forth alone. Seraphina gazed into Draco's eyes, sighed, and gently cupped his face in her hands, planting a soft kiss on his lips, whispering, "Thank you, my dear." She understood Draco's intentions and knew that no amount of persuasion would alter his decision. With Voldemort resurrected and the magical world in turmoil, Percy being the Minister of Magic, and Molly and Arthur members of the Order, both logically and emotionally, Dumbledore would not take action against her. Chapter 58, Grimmauld Place. Seraphina resolved to respond to Dumbledore, requesting that Draco accompany her on the journey. Soon, Dumbledore's reply arrived, granting Seraphina's request and informing her that a preliminary guard would be dispatched to escort them. That evening, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Seraphina opened the door to find a witch with pink hair and a beaming smile standing at the threshold. "Hello there. I'm Tonks, your escort." Her voice was bright and cheerful. Seraphina smiled in return. "Hello, Tonks." Draco nodded slightly, his eyes filled with curiosity as he scrutinized Tonks. Tonks assessed the two of them before exclaiming, "Come on, Professor Dumbledore is eagerly awaiting your arrival." With a flick of her wand, a key glowing with a gentle blue light materialized before them. Tonks grasped the key first, followed closely by Seraphina and Draco. In an instant, a powerful force tugged at them, the surroundings swirling rapidly as the wind howled past their ears. When everything settled, they found themselves on a somewhat dilapidated street. Tonks gestured towards an old, foreboding house ahead, saying, "We've arrived." Draco gazed at the familiar dwelling and remarked to Seraphina, "This is the ancestral home of the Black family. My mother brought me here when I was young." His voice was tinged with complex emotions. After Sirius was exonerated, he had lived here with Harry. But he never anticipated that this would be the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. As they stepped inside, Creature materialized before Draco in an instant. His gaunt face suddenly adorned with a peculiar grin. "Oh, it's Miss Weasley's child, the illustrious young Master Malfoy. This way, my lord. Creature has been awaiting you for quite some time." With that, he extended his bony hand, gesturing for Draco to lead the way. Tonks followed behind. Unable to suppress a roll of her eyes at Creature's demeanor, Creature shot Tonks a malevolent glare in return, muttering curses under his breath, though he dared not act too overtly in Draco's presence. Upon entering the hall, Seraphina and Draco were met by a throng of people. Sirius was animatedly discussing something with Lupin, and upon seeing Draco, Sirius paused for a moment, though he quickly regained his composure. Moody sat nearby, his solitary eye glinting with vigilance as he scrutinized the two newcomers. Creature, meanwhile, displayed a look of disdain whenever other members of the Order passed by, muttering a stream of foul language. Yet, when his gaze returned to Draco, he instantly transformed into a sycophantic smile, as respectful as the most devoted servant. "Master, do you find the arrangement of this hall to your liking? If anything displeases you, Creature shall attend to it immediately," he said in a fawning tone. Draco cleared his throat softly, responding, "Creature, tend to your own duties." Creature nodded repeatedly, retreating to the side, though his eyes remained fixed on Draco, as if fearful of missing any command. "Dear Seraphina," at that moment, Molly approached, warmly embracing Seraphina. "Mother," Seraphina replied. Molly's gaze then drifted past Seraphina to Draco behind her. She naturally recognized who he was, with his striking platinum hair, making it impossible not to. Just as Molly was about to inquire, Seraphina took Draco's hand and declared, "Mother, this is my boyfriend, Draco Malfoy." The words tumbled out, causing Draco's face to flush a deep crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Nervously stammering, he managed to utter, "Hello, Mrs. Weasley." His bashful demeanor was a stark contrast to his usual self. Arthur, who was nearby organizing magical items, dropped what he was holding with a clatter at Seraphina's words. He exclaimed incredulously, "What?" His eyes widened as he fixated on Draco, the Malfoy boy. Upon witnessing this, Seraphina instinctively shielded Draco behind her, asserting, "Father, I like Draco." Molly quickly took hold of her somewhat agitated husband, her expression softening as she regarded Seraphina and Draco, a warm smile returning to her face. "Seraphina, I've just prepared a meal. Why don't you both eat something?" she said, beckoning them towards the dining room. Draco followed hesitantly, stealing glances at Arthur, his heart racing, while Seraphina tightly grasped Draco's hand, whispering, "Don't be afraid." Upon entering the dining room, they were greeted by a table laden with sumptuous food. Molly bustled about, arranging seats for the two. As soon as Seraphina and Draco sat down, other members of the Order began to trickle into the dining room. Sirius raised an eyebrow at the sight, while Lupin offered a gentle smile and nodded in their direction. Once everyone was present, Dumbledore entered the dining room with measured steps. He first directed his gaze at Seraphina, a familiar smile gracing his lips. "Seraphina, it is a pleasure to see you." Seraphina nodded slightly in response. "Professor, I am equally delighted to see you." The previously relaxed chatter in the dining room gradually subsided as all eyes turned to the two of them. Sensing that something significant was about to unfold, Dumbledore did not beat around the bush. He stated plainly, "Seraphina, I have invited you here today to discuss a matter of collaboration." At this proclamation, the room erupted in murmurs, with Arthur and Molly exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes darting between Seraphina, Draco, and Dumbledore, utterly perplexed. In recent years, the family's fortunes had improved, and the children had begun to form their own plans. The Quibbler and Weasley's Wizard Wheezes were enterprises belonging to Seraphina and Fred, George, and they spent most of their time at the shop, while Ginny and Ron often visited their elder siblings. Seeing their children so responsible and obedient brought Arthur and Molly great relief. They never imagined their children would achieve such success. Seraphina's expression turned serious as she calmly inquired, "What kind of collaboration?" Her composed demeanor astonished those present, who viewed her merely as a young student. Dumbledore appeared to anticipate Seraphina's reaction, nodding slightly as he patiently explained, "With Voldemort's influence growing increasingly rampant, we urgently need to consolidate more power to counter him. Percy is currently the Minister of Magic, and the Daily Prophet monopolizes the media industry in the wizarding world. The Malfoy family, the Parkinson family, the Knott family, and others are all intricately connected to you. The order requires this strength. Seraphina listened intently, contemplating for a moment before she slowly replied, I am certainly open to collaboration, but I would like the freedom to come and go from Hogwarts. The constraints imposed by Hogwarts hindered her actions, and since Dumbledore had broached the subject, she felt it necessary to advocate for her maximum autonomy. Percy alone was at the ministry. Even with Cedric and Lupin's assistance, it was hardly sufficient, and Seraphina had never fully trusted Lupin. Her words plunged the dining room back into silence. The request she had made was no trivial matter, as it pertained to the governance of Hogwarts. Dumbledore fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he lifted his head and said, I agree to your terms. In the face of Voldemort, Dumbledore was left with little choice. A slight smile graced Seraphina's lips as she expressed her satisfaction. Then, Professor, may our collaboration be fruitful. Dumbledore responded with a smile. A pleasant collaboration. I look forward to our joint endeavors in illuminating the wizarding world. Following the agreement, they commenced their meal. Chapter 59, Boyfriend. The restaurant was suffused with the aroma of delectable food, yet the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Tonks felt a surge of curiosity towards Seraphina, but refrained from inquiring due to Dumbledore's presence. Seraphina and Draco were seated on one side of the table, with Draco occasionally offering her food. Arthur's gaze often lingered on Draco, still tinged with scrutiny, while Molly discreetly nudged Arthur, signaling him to temper his demeanor. Fred and George exchanged glances, stifling their laughter, only to be met with a fierce glare from Molly. Ron stood united with his father, but unfortunate circumstances placed Ginny beside him, who playfully kicked him under the table. Hermione and Harry merely shook their heads, focusing on their meals. After dining, Creature appeared beside Draco like a specter, slightly hunched with a servile smile. Master Malfoy, I have prepared a room for you. Draco glanced at Seraphina, his eyes questioning her. She nodded, indicating that staying the night would be agreeable. Thus, Draco instructed Creature, prepare a bedroom for Seraphina as well. Creature, upon hearing Draco's command, displayed a flicker of reluctance but dared not defy him, muttering, Yes, master, before vanishing, presumably to tidy the room. Ron quietly asked Seraphina, why does Creature heed Malfoy's words and not Sirius's? Seraphina turned to Draco, her eyes sparkling with amusement, encouraging him to respond. Draco lifted his chin slightly, an air of haughty pride about him. My mother was a black before her marriage. She brought me here when I was a child. Within Creature's old-fashioned perspective as a house elf, the Malfoy family's pure-blood status commanded respect, and the connection to the Black family naturally engendered a favorable regard for Draco. I see. Ron nodded. Harry, recalling the frequent quarrels and curses exchanged between Creature and Sirius, reflected on the deep-seated obsession of the Black family with pure-blood lineage, a sentiment that even influenced the loyalties of house elves. After the meal, the children engaged in playful antics within the dimly lit and tranquil hall, where ancient furniture cast mottled shadows. They stumbled upon a draped portrait, its fabric heavy yet surprisingly dust-free. Fred's eyes sparkled with excitement as he proposed, Hey, let's unveil this cloth and see who lies beneath. George immediately chimed in, and Ron nodded in agreement. Harry, having spent several holidays here, already knew who was behind the portrait and was about to voice a warning when Draco strode forward, decisively yanking the cloth away. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed through the hall as the woman in the portrait glared at them, her face contorted with rage, incessantly cursing, Filthy little half-breeds. How dare you disturb me? You all deserve to be cursed. Her voice grated like nails on a chalkboard, sending shivers down their spines. The children recoiled in shock. Stepping back, Walburga, in the midst of her furious tirade, caught sight of Draco out of the corner of her eye. Instantly, her face, twisted in anger, froze as if under a petrifying spell. Almost immediately, her expression transformed at an eerie pace, becoming warm and welcoming, as though the vicious figure who had just cursed them was not her. Oh, Cicero's child. Walburga's tone abruptly softened with affection, her face adorned with a smile, her wrinkles seemingly smoothing out. How is your mother, dear? Her gaze bore into Draco, filled with concern. Draco, momentarily taken aback by this sudden shift, quickly regained his composure and replied politely, Mother is well. Thank you for your concern, Great Aunt Walburga. Oh, Narcissa has always been an exceptional child. Walburga continued, her words flowing freely, shaking her head gently with pride. I knew her child would be remarkable as well. It is a pleasure to see you, Draco. You resemble your mother in her youth. The others stood by, observing this dramatic exchange with bemusement, rolling their eyes. Ron muttered under his breath. That was quite the swift change of face, while Ginny appeared equally exasperated. Not far away, Tonks had long since grown accustomed to such spectacles. She rolled her eyes and muttered, Enough already, before turning on her heel and striding upstairs, her footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell, betraying her dissatisfaction. Harry stood rooted in place, his emotions a tumultuous blend. After the pleasantries concluded, the mood for play dissipated. At that moment, Creature reappeared, respectfully addressing Draco. Master, your room is ready, and Miss Seraphina S. is prepared next door. Draco nodded and took Seraphina's hand, following Creature up the stairs. Upon reaching the door, Creature opened it, and Draco entered first to inspect the room. It was relatively tidy, the bed soft, yet it bore a musty scent. He turned to Seraphina, remarking, "It seems quite acceptable." Seraphina smiled, stepping beside Draco, linking her arm with his, and planting a soft kiss on his cheek, whispering, "Tonight, I am fortunate to share your company, dear." Ginny had just informed her that they had tidied their own rooms, all while Creature had been muttering curses. Draco felt a wave of bashfulness from Seraphina's affectionate gesture. Gently squeezing her hand, "I am honored to receive the kiss of Miss Weasley." After saying this, he gazed at Seraphina with lingering affection before turning and returning to his own room. Once in his room, Draco lay on the bed, Seraphina's smile and the tenderness of her kiss replaying in his mind. The old manor was unusually quiet at night, with only faint, unidentifiable creaks echoing in the silence. The following morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the heavy curtains, casting a warm glow on the ancient floorboards. Draco awoke early, freshened up, and sought out Seraphina. They met in the corridor, exchanging smiles that spoke volumes. They did not disturb anyone else. Seraphina bid Molly goodbye in the hall before departing from the Black ancestral home. Afterward, they returned to the Quibbler, then set forth on their journey to Malfoy Manor. Utilizing Floo powder, Draco and Seraphina arrived at Malfoy Manor, where Lucius and Narcissa awaited them in the Grand Hall. The hall was adorned in opulence, with a crystal chandelier casting brilliant light upon the polished marble floor. Lucius, clad in an exquisite black robe, stood tall and composed, while Narcissa remained as graceful as ever. Concern had lingered in their hearts due to Draco's absence the previous night, but learning that their son was at the Black ancestral home alleviated some of their worries. "Father, Mother," Draco greeted his parents with a smile. Seraphina politely smiled and gently placed the carefully prepared gift she held on a nearby table. "Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy." Narcissa scrutinized the girl before her. It was her first encounter with Seraphina. The girl's fiery red hair was unmistakably a hallmark of the Weasley family, and her azure eyes complemented her platinum locks quite splendidly. "Miss Weasley, please follow me," Lucius beckoned, stepping forward. Seraphina matched Lucius's stride as they made their way to the study. Narcissa observed her son, whose gaze remained fixated on Seraphina's departing figure, and let out a soft sigh. It was not until Seraphina's silhouette vanished around the corner that Draco averted his eyes. He approached Narcissa, retrieving a small box and unveiling a delicate necklace. The centerpiece was a radiant sapphire, surrounded by tiny diamonds that sparkled brilliantly in the light. "Mother, this necklace is a gift from Fina. I chose it for you. Do you like it?" Narcissa gently lifted the necklace, her eyes gleaming with approval. It was indeed lovely, and being chosen by Draco, she knew it perfectly suited her taste. In the study, Lucius and Seraphina sat across from each other. "Voldemort has returned. Has he sought an audience with Mr. Malfoy?" Seraphina cut straight to the chase. Lucius nodded slightly, a shadow of concern flitting across his expression. "Indeed, he has." The brevity of his response bore the weight of gravity. However, as Voldemort had just resurrected, he still required their services. Each time Lucius attended, he concealed himself within the crowd, rarely speaking. He would only present himself before Voldemort, remaining detached unless commanded otherwise. "Dumbledore has proposed a collaboration. In exchange, I may have unrestricted access to Hogwarts," Seraphina continued. Lucius's eyes widened in surprise, leaning forward unconsciously. Dumbledore had actually agreed to such terms? In Lucius's recollection, Dumbledore had always been cautious, and this concession was truly unexpected. He certainly must agree. "We now have the backing of the Ministry of Magic. No matter how formidable Dumbledore may be, he cannot surpass the Ministry," Seraphina asserted confidently, lifting her chin. After the tumultuous management under Fudge, Percy, the new appointee, was eager to stabilize the situation, and Seraphina's close ties with Percy undoubtedly augmented her negotiating leverage. Lucius nodded thoughtfully. In these uncertain times, the Ministry indeed represented a powerful asset. Dumbledore's supporters, no matter how numerous, were still constrained by the Ministry. "Mr. Malfoy, I sought you out before the term begins primarily regarding one matter." Seraphina paused, her gaze sharpening. "What matter?" Lucius inquired, meeting her eyes. "To eliminate the Death Eaters concealed within the Ministry." Seraphina articulated each word distinctly. Lucius straightened abruptly. "What did you say?" "This is no trivial matter. Even with Percy Weasley as minister, officials cannot be dealt with so recklessly." "Who said it would be a matter of recklessness?" Seraphina's lips curled into a smile. "As long as their dark mark is visible, it is no arbitrary act. You need only provide the list, we will handle the rest." Lucius's gaze lingered on Seraphina's face for a moment before he fell into contemplation. The Death Eaters, beyond the overt followers, had indeed infiltrated the ministry. Although Seraphina's suggestion was audacious, it was a strategic maneuver. The demise of even one Death Eater would weaken Voldemort's influence. Even if Voldemort might then compel him to undertake more perilous tasks, as long as he could protect Narcissa and Draco, there remained room for maneuver. Resolute, Lucius clenched his jaw and grasped the antiquated quill from the table. Dipping the nib into ink, he began to inscribe names on the parchment. The sound of scratching filling the air. One by one, names emerged, each accompanied by a familiar yet sinister visage. Soon, a lengthy list, densely populated with names, lay before him. Taking a deep breath, Lucius slid the list towards Seraphina. I know only these. Seraphina accepted the list, her eyes scanning it swiftly, a smile spreading across her face. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. Rest assured, we will manage this appropriately and will not disappoint you. After much hesitation, Lucius could no longer contain himself. I wish to know, do you regard Draco as more of a means to an end, or do you genuinely care for him? The moment the words left his lips, he focused intently on Seraphina, scrutinizing her every subtle expression. Seraphina met his gaze steadily. Mr. Malfoy, Draco is irreplaceable to me. Her words struck Lucius profoundly, his tense demeanor easing slightly. After a brief silence, he nodded. I hope that is the case. It is indeed, Seraphina replied softly yet firmly. With that, they concluded their conversation and exited the study. Returning to the hall, Draco was engaged in conversation with Narcissa and, upon their arrival, immediately cast a concerned glance their way. Seraphina approached Draco. I must be going. There are matters to attend to. A flicker of reluctance crossed Draco's eyes. Yet he nodded understandingly. All right, goodbye, Fina. Goodbye, little dragon. Seraphina's voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. As Seraphina reached the fireplace, she grasped a handful of flue powder and clearly enunciated, the burrow, before being engulfed in emerald flames. Once the scene stabilized, Seraphina stepped into the Weasley household, the familiar warmth enveloping her as Percy stood in the center of the hall. You're back. Yes, Seraphina replied, handing Percy the list of names. Percy's fingers ran over the densely populated parchment, a chill running down his spine. This is more than we anticipated. The ministry harbors so many Death Eaters. It's unsettling. Most on the list appeared perfectly normal. He had never imagined they were Voldemort's followers. Seraphina settled onto the sofa, pouring herself a steaming cup of tea. After a sip, she declared, Percy, we must eliminate them. Her tone was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Very well. Percy seated himself across from Seraphina slowly. This is no trivial undertaking. A misstep could incite chaos within the ministry. Seraphina set her teacup down, a glint of cold determination in her eyes. We will start with the least conspicuous. Dumbledore has granted me unrestricted access to Hogwarts. I shall return to assist you then. Leaning slightly forward, her hands clasped over her knees, her expression grew more severe. Percy, there's one more thing. Marginalize Lupin, minimize interactions with him. Percy, taken aback, asked, Lupin? Seraphina nodded gently. He is a member of the Order of the Phoenix. He is no longer trustworthy. After a moment of silence, Percy nodded slowly. I understand. Lupin's work in the Department of Education had been quite successful. He was a valuable asset to Percy in the ministry. However, even a useful tool can become dull, and one that is wielded by many may inadvertently injure its master. The atmosphere grew tense as Percy cleared his throat, attempting to lighten the mood. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he teased. By the way, Dad asked me today if you're dating young Malfoy. Seraphina, unfazed, openly admitted, yes. Last night, I took Draco to the headquarters of the Order. My parents are both aware. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Percy's eyes, quickly replaced by a more pronounced smile. It seems you have truly opened your heart. Seraphina nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, I have. Percy exhibited no hint of astonishment. Instead, he smiled at Seraphina and said, Fina, I wish you all the best in finding your own love. The Malfoy family, aside from their dark history, possesses an extraordinarily warm familial atmosphere. His sister deserves nothing less. Seraphina smiled. Thank you, Percy. I trust your judgment. After returning to Hogwarts, she would proceed with utmost caution. The Death Eaters and Voldemort would not easily overlook any potential threats to their existence. Worry was evident in his tone. I understand, Percy. Seraphina took a deep breath. After a brief conversation, Percy rose to take his leave. As he approached the fireplace, he glanced back at Seraphina, saying, Fina, take care of yourself. With that, he vanished into the flames. The holiday slipped away quietly amidst busyness and anxiety. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of the magical world, turbulent currents swirled. Finally, the day of the new term arrived, and the students of Hogwarts embarked once more on their journey to school. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with activity as students dragged their suitcases and bid farewell to their families. However, this time, their faces bore no anticipation for the new semester. A subtle shadow of concern lingered in the expressions of both adults and children alike. Seraphina stood on the platform, her black robes billowing gently in the wind. Her gaze scanning the crowd until it quickly landed on a familiar platinum head. Draco was similarly searching for Seraphina, and in the moment their eyes met, they exchanged smiles. "Fina, it has been a while," Draco said, striding towards her. Seraphina replied with a warm smile. "It has indeed, Draco." They walked side by side toward the train, exchanging brief greetings with Ron, Hermione, and others along the way. Once aboard the train, they found a relatively quiet compartment, stowed their luggage, and sat side by side. The compartment was imbued with a faint aroma of leather and spell books, while outside, the noise of the platform gradually faded as the train began to move. "Your parents are not making things difficult for you regarding us, are they?" Draco broke the silence. He was aware of Arthur's attitude at the Black family estate. Seraphina shook her head slightly. Father inquired with Percy and did not object. In truth, Arthur's silence was an objection, yet Seraphina chose to overlook it. If her parents' opinions were to become an obstacle in their relationship, she would never have chosen the Malfoy family from the outset. "Really?" Draco asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. "Indeed." Seraphina gently grasped Draco's hand, reassuring him, "When the time comes, I will stand before you." Draco reciprocated her grip, feeling the warmth of her palm dispel some of the shadows in his heart. Suddenly, Seraphina's eyes sparkled, and a playful smile graced her lips. "By the way, I haven't yet congratulated you on becoming the head of Slytherin, little dragon." She deliberately elongated the term little dragon, her tone laced with affection and teasing. Draco's pale ears flushed a deep crimson. He turned away, unable to conceal the upward curve of his lips. "Thank you, Fina." Pansy and Draco had both become heads of Slytherin, while Hermione had successfully been elected head of Gryffindor. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. The train sped along the tracks, the scenery outside a blur as Seraphina and Draco engaged in quiet conversation. Before long, the train slowed, and the familiar sight of Hogwarts Station emerged. Students rose, organized their belongings, and made their way to the compartment doors in an orderly fashion. Seraphina and Draco exited the train with the flow of students. Chapter 61, The Arrival of Umbridge. Upon entering the Great Hall, they found it newly adorned, with long tables laden with sumptuous food that exuded an enticing aroma. Students took their seats, frequently glancing toward the entrance, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the first years. Soon, a group of timid first years, led by Professor McGonagall, entered the hall. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity and nervousness, their eyes roaming over this enchanting place. As each first year was sorted by the sorting hat into their respective houses, applause erupted from the audience. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore rose, cleared his throat, and prepared to announce the personnel changes. "Dear students, welcome back to Hogwarts. In this new semester, we welcome some changes." His gaze swept across the hall. "First, we have a new instructor for defense against the dark arts." Upon hearing this, students began to murmur among themselves, speculating about the identity of the new teacher. This semester's defense against the dark arts teacher is Professor Dolores Umbridge. Dumbledore's voice remained steady, but as his words settled in, a wave of murmurs rippled through the audience. Umbridge stood up from one side of the hall, taking small, dainty steps towards Dumbledore. She was short and stout, clad in an ostentatious pink ensemble, the exaggerated ruffles quivering slightly with her movements. A saccharine smile adorned her face, and her small eyes, peering through her monocle, scrutinized the students below with a hint of condescension. As she droned on from the podium, very few students paid her any heed. Seraphina toyed with her knife, observing the woman feigning modesty on stage. Umbridge was a close ally of Fudge and Percy's chief rival. After Fudge's demise, she had lost to Percy in the election, harboring resentment, and this time, she had voluntarily sought out a position at Hogwarts. Ron muttered under his breath, "How could Percy allow such a person into Hogwarts?" Hermione frowned. "Ron, the ministry is not solely Percy's domain." Draco's brow remained furrowed, his gaze fixed on Umbridge with palpable disdain. To him, this woman emanated an insufferable aura. Every gesture, every word seemed meticulously calculated. Seraphina sensed Draco's distress and gently squeezed his hand beneath the table, conveying silent comfort. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Umbridge concluded her lengthy and tedious speech, strutting down from the podium. As she passed the Gryffindor table, her gaze swept over the red-haired Weasleys, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes, as if proclaiming her victory. "Why is she glaring at me?" Ron pointed to himself. "Is it because of Percy?" "You guessed correctly." Hermione nodded. After the banquet concluded, Students rose and made their way to their respective dormitories. Seraphina and Draco walked side by side, their hands still firmly clasped together. I believe Umbridge's arrival at Hogwarts is not merely for teaching. She may have more significant motives, Draco remarked. Fear not, Draco. She will not stir up any trouble. Seraphina reassured him, squeezing his hand. Ever since Umbridge's arrival at Hogwarts, Seraphina had devised a plan for her demise. The Forbidden Forest, a realm shrouded in mystery, would be the most fitting place for Umbridge to meet her end. Days later, the long-awaited first defense against the dark arts lesson with Umbridge finally arrived. Students flocked to the classroom early, eager to learn practical defensive magic. However, Umbridge's entrance shattered their expectations in an instant. Clad in an extravagant pink robe adorned with intricate lace embroidery, she entered the classroom with delicate, measured steps, tightly clutching a hefty textbook. Students, Umbridge proclaimed in a shrill voice that reverberated throughout the room, discipline and respect for the authority of the Ministry of Magic are paramount in my classroom. We shall adhere strictly to this textbook, Defensive Theory of Magic, and we shall not engage in any perilous or unnecessary practical exercises. She thumped the textbook onto the podium, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ron muttered under his breath, "What sort of defense against the dark arts class is this? What use is merely reading?" As the lesson commenced, Umbridge monotonously recited the theoretical concepts from the book, lulling the students into a state of drowsiness. Seraphina forced herself to remain alert, scanning the classroom until her gaze inadvertently met Umbridge's. In that fleeting moment, she acutely perceived a glimmer of malice flickering in Umbridge's eyes. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Umbridge's attention was directed at Seraphina. "Seraphina Weasley, since you appear so lively, why don't you enlighten us about the defensive principles of the Confundus charm as outlined in the second paragraph on page 34. Umbridge's lips curled into a faintly mocking smile. Seraphina stood unperturbed, providing the correct answer with precision. Umbridge paused in surprise before retorting, Your response is quite fluent. However, who has to say you didn't memorize it in advance? Take your seat." No sooner had Seraphina settled down than Umbridge turned her scrutiny towards Ron. "Ron Weasley, enlighten us about the limitations of the countercurse mentioned in the text," she demanded with an increasingly sharp tone. Ron fumbled through the pages, his face reddening as he struggled to articulate a response. Observing this, Umbridge's expression gleamed with satisfaction. "It seems the Weasley child is not quite as impressive as one might hope. Copy this section 10 times and present it to me in the next class." Clenching his teeth, Ron muttered a reluctant acknowledgement. After class, Draco, visibly incensed, remarked, "She's targeting you." Seraphina's gaze was profound, her demeanor serene. "It's all right. Soon enough, she won't be able to target anyone." Draco, though puzzled by her words, refrained from pressing further. He sensed that Seraphina was concealing a plan, one intricately connected to Umbridge. Days turned into weeks, and Umbridge grew increasingly oppressive, wielding the Ministry's authority to instill fear within Hogwarts. Classes remained a tedious procession of theoretical instruction, with severe repercussions for any hint of disobedience. During breaks, she patrolled the grounds incessantly, penalizing students for the slightest disturbances. The atmosphere at Hogwarts became increasingly stifling, with students harboring their frustrations silently. Meanwhile, Seraphina began to orchestrate her counteraction. She approached Rita, imploring her to embellish the accounts of Umbridge's actions at Hogwarts. Before long, an article titled "The Pink Tyrant of Hogwarts: Umbridge's Absurd Reign and Secret Life" graced the pages of Witch Weekly. The article portrayed Umbridge as a vain, tyrannical woman with an array of peculiarities unknown to the public. It not only exaggerated her oppressive policies within the school, but also boldly speculated on her private life. The wizarding world erupted in a frenzy. The magazine flew off the shelves upon release, with wizards discussing Umbridge's shocking revelations during their leisure. Upon reading the article, Hogwarts students felt a sense of vindication. In the heart of Hogwarts Castle, upon glimpsing the magazine, Umbridge's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Trembling with rage, she tore the magazine to shreds, cursing vehemently under her breath. She had never anticipated that she would gain notoriety in such a manner, and even worse, for a scandalous and disgraceful portrayal. She sought to uncover the culprit behind this sabotage, but found no leads. Watching Umbridge's frantic demeanor, Seraphina secretly smirked. This was merely the beginning. The tabloid news was simply a taste of public disdain for Umbridge, with far graver consequences yet to come. She gazed towards the Forbidden Forest, envisioning the outlines of her forthcoming plans. "Umbridge, you are woefully out of touch." Chapter 62, Director Diggory. On a Friday afternoon, 2 weeks into the school term, Seraphina returned to the dormitory and gently touched the emblem of the book page on her clothing. In a whirl of disorientation, she departed from Hogwarts and arrived at Percy's office within the Ministry of Magic. Percy had been awaiting her, the office illuminated only by a dim desk lamp. casting a chiaroscuro of light and shadow across his face. Upon seeing Seraphina, he smiled knowingly. "Fina, you've arrived." Seraphina nodded slightly. "Let us go." They first utilized flu powder to reach the Quibbler. Then, they steadied themselves, and Percy took a deep breath before casting disapparition. With a soft pop, their surroundings transformed, and they found themselves on the path home of the director of the Flu Network, Jorquick. The night was deep, and the occasional gust of wind rustled the grass along the roadside. Hidden in the shadows, Percy and Seraphina awaited Jorquick's arrival in silence. Time dragged on, each second seemingly stretching into eternity. Finally, a figure emerged into view. It was indeed Jorquick, hurrying along, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. As he approached within mere steps of them, Seraphina decisively brandished her wand, clearly enunciating, "Stupefy." A crimson beam shot forth, striking him squarely in the chest. Jorquick had no time to utter a sound before collapsing to the ground. Percy swiftly moved forward, brandishing a pre-enchanted rope, and together they bound Jorquick with practiced efficiency. They dragged the unconscious Jorquick to a secluded location within a forest seldom frequented by others. After a while, Jorquick slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes and recognized the figures before him, shock and dread filled his gaze. "Minister Weasley? What is the meaning of this?" Percy remained silent as Seraphina knelt, directing her wand at Jorquick's arm. With a flicker of light from the tip of her wand, Jorquick's sleeve was seemingly torn away by an invisible hand, revealing a grotesque dark mark for all to see. Seraphina smiled coldly. "Mr. Jorquick, your tattoo is quite distinctive." Jorquick's face drained of color, his mouth opening in a silent gasp as he struggled to articulate a response. Just as he floundered in panic, a blinding green light flashed before him. "Avada Kedavra," Percy uttered without hesitation, invoking the killing curse and extinguishing the malevolent life of Jorquick. Seraphina rose, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire, and remarked to Percy, "Next time, I'll do the honors." Her voice was soft yet tinged with cruelty. The duo swiftly began to stage the scene of Jorquick's demise, employing magic to create signs of a struggle and cleverly arranging false clues to suggest that his death resulted from infighting among Death Eaters. Once their task was complete, they disapparated once more, vanishing into the night. Upon returning to the Quibbler, Fred and George awaited them with steaming cups of tea. The dim light within the room cast a warm glow, intertwined with the delicate aroma of tea that wafted through the air, creating a stark contrast to the foreboding atmosphere outside. George poured tea for the two individuals, while Fred, with his characteristic mischievous grin, inquired, "Was everything smooth sailing today?" Percy, removing his hat, nodded wearily yet appreciatively, affirming that it had gone well. As he spoke, he retrieved a photograph from the inner pocket of his robe and placed it upon the table. The image depicted a shadowy alleyway, where the faint outline of a human figure could be discerned amidst the ruins. "Let Rita take a picture here tomorrow. Quirk's body lies within," he remarked. George picked up the photograph, intrigued, and whistled. "Wow, I want to go next time." Seraphina raised her teacup and took a delicate sip, stating, "I've already reserved the next opportunity." Fred, quick to respond, declared, "Then I shall take the slot after that," casting a smug glance at George, as if he had gained the upper hand in this contest of reservations. George pouted, displaying a face of regret. "I want the next time." He looked as if he had missed out on an extraordinary opportunity. Fred and George, who should have been in 7th grade, had decided to drop out. Believing that Hogwarts had little left to teach them, rather than spending another year in school, they preferred to devote themselves to research. Molly and Arthur refrained from expressing any discontent, recognizing that their children had their own ventures and would not starve. After dropping out this year, they focused their efforts in Diagon Alley, balancing their research with business responsibilities, which naturally included overseeing the Quirky Shop and the Dawn's Window. The theater, the Quirky Shop, and the newspaper office were their most vital strongholds. Seraphina was not yet comfortable entrusting the grim task of murder to others. She understood her blood relatives well. Betrayal was an unthinkable act among siblings. The following day, the Dawn's Window published a shocking announcement. The head of the Flu Network Authority, Yod Quirk, was found dead on his way home. The public was initially rendered speechless by this sudden and tragic news. However, upon noticing the prominent dark mark emblazoned on the newspaper, their shock swiftly morphed into anger and curses. It turned out that this normally honest and straightforward official was, in fact, a Death Eater. After a series of urgent discussions and deliberations, the Ministry of Magic appointed Cedric Diggory, a recent recruit, as the new head of the Flu Network Authority. As a champion who had fought against Voldemort during the Triwizard Tournament, his ascension garnered considerable support. Additionally, with his father working in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and coming from a traditional Hufflepuff background, there were no concerns about him being a hidden Death Eater. Upon taking office, Cedric swiftly engaged in reforming the Flu Network Authority. As the magical community observed the authority gradually returning to order, their trust in Cedric steadily increased. Cedric was the assistant Seraphina had secured for Percy. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Harry Potter's dissatisfaction with Umbridge escalated. Umbridge's dogmatic teaching methods rendered the students incapable of acquiring practical skills in defense against the dark arts, while her oppressive regime cast a stifling shadow over the entire campus. However, the members of the Page Society had no such worries. Not only were they adept in defense against the dark arts, but they also had a firm grasp of dark magic. Aside from core members like Pansy, new members had joined over the years. Though they were not required to complete any tasks, they simply needed to focus on enhancing their abilities, seeking guidance from older students who were more than willing to help. This year, the Page Society welcomed a new member, Cedric's girlfriend, Cho Chang from Ravenclaw. Harry, wishing to emulate the Page Society's model, sought to create a space for his classmates to enhance their magical prowess, with the practice sessions slated to take place in the Room of Requirement. However, establishing an official organization was evidently impossible at this juncture. Umbridge would never permit it, forcing Harry to proceed covertly. As Harry embarked on forming the Defense Association, Ron eagerly joined him, while Hermione found herself in a quandary. Being a member of the Page Society and torn over whether to join the Defense Association, Seraphina, having anticipated Hermione's inner turmoil, approached her. Hermione, an organization is not a prison that confines you. Its purpose is to empower you. The choice of which to join is yours, and you need not anguish over it. Upon hearing this, the conflict in Hermione's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a relieved smile as the weight on her heart lifted. Thereafter, during the bustling days of assisting Harry in establishing the Defense Association, whenever she found a moment to spare, she returned to the attic of the Page Society. Through the combined efforts of the three, the Defense Association began to take shape, although it mostly comprised Gryffindor students. Much like the Page Society was predominantly Slytherin. Chapter 63, The Death of Umbridge. Seraphina stood before the notice board, observing Filch as he pinned Umbridge's latest announcement, feeling a sense of calm within her. Beside her, Draco had already surmised her thoughts. They exchanged silent glances before turning to ascend to the attic, where Pansy and the others awaited. Seated on the sofa, Pansy inquired, "How much longer until Umbridge is gone?" Seraphina had initially shared her intentions to eliminate Umbridge with them. Besides her unreasonable regulations, Umbridge was currently a rival to Percy, with her supporters scheming to unseat him. Both Seraphina and Pansy were adamant that they did not wish for Percy to be ousted. Umbridge had to vanish from the magical realm. Death was her best fate. Seraphina smiled, extending a finger. 3 days. 3 days hence would be Hogsmeade Day. A perfect opportunity for eliminating Umbridge, as Hogwarts would be nearly deserted. Blaise flicked his hair, an old woman pretending to be coy. Getting rid of her will be a breeze. Theodore asked, "Was it an accident or intentional? What do you all propose?" Seraphina glanced at the group. Pansy grinned cruelly. "An accident, of course. Her death must not become an obstacle for us." No one contested Pansy's assertion. The castle of Hogwarts, fraught with peril, made it entirely plausible for Umbridge to be unintentionally slain by some unknown magical creature. 3 days later, Hogsmeade Day arrived. Seraphina sent an anonymous letter to Umbridge, stating that she had leverage over Percy and inviting Umbridge to a meeting in the Forbidden Forest. Umbridge arrived, her heels clicking as she strutted in her favorite pink dress. As she approached the Forbidden Forest according to their arrangement, the others, concealed in the shadows, gradually closed in. Upon seeing Pansy standing not far away, Umbridge quickened her pace. Murmuring excitedly to herself, "I am the Minister of Magic. Percy, just wait." She hurried forward, offering a sycophantic smile. "Good evening, Miss Parkinson." Pansy's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Good evening, Professor." Umbridge rubbed her hands together. "Did you summon me?" "I did," came the reply, not from Pansy, but from Seraphina. Umbridge turned around in a flurry, only to find Seraphina standing behind her, followed by Draco and Blaise emerging from the shadows of the trees. Theodore leaned against the sturdy trunk of a tree, arms crossed, half of his face shrouded in shadow. Blaise withdrew his wand, gently tapping it against his palm. The sound echoed distinctly in the hushed Forbidden Forest. "What do you intend to do?" Umbridge's voice suddenly rose, her pink skirt sweeping across the ground as she retreated. "I am a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic. Dare you lay a hand on me?" She attempted to project an air of authority, yet the tremor in her hand betrayed her inner trepidation. "High-ranking official?" Seraphina chuckled softly, her wand tracing an elegant arc through the air. With a sudden thud, Umbridge's high heels sank into the mud, rendering her immobile. She stepped closer, and Umbridge caught a whiff of the faint scent of roses emanating from her. "Your actions at Hogwarts hardly reflect that of an official. I'm going to report Weasley for violence." Umbridge continued to struggle, abandoning her high heels as she scrambled backward in panic. Pansy pressed her wand against Umbridge's back, her voice soothing yet firm. I fear you may not have that opportunity anymore. Seraphina leaned in slightly, her wand lifting a curl of Umbridge's hair. Professor, would you care to explore the Forbidden Forest? Before Umbridge could respond, Blaise interjected, I believe the professor would relish an adventure. No, I can offer you money. I know high-ranking officials at the ministry. Umbridge sensed the peril in their words, realizing her life was now in the hands of these students. Though they were merely students, their capabilities posed a significant threat to her. Tears streamed down her face, her heavy makeup smudged by sweat, as she desperately attempted to evade the situation. Crying, she looked at Draco. Mr. Malfoy, your father and I are friends. How could I possibly know my father has such a friend? Draco's wand was pointed at her throat. Enough of this, return home. I haven't finished my potions assignment. Theodore approached, his wand aimed at Umbridge. Very well, Blaise whistled, raising his wand towards the woman before them. Umbridge's pupils dilated in horror as she finally comprehended that these students were not jesting. Avada Kedavra, the five of them uttered the incantation almost in unison. A blinding flash of green light surged forth, and the imperious Umbridge fell lifeless, unable to utter a single scream, succumbing to the hands of 5 students. Seraphina gazed up at the full moon. The night sky is truly beautiful tonight. As she spoke, a distant howl echoed through the air. Draco smiled mysteriously. Let us depart. After all, the Forbidden Forest is a perilous place. Blaise draped an arm around Theodore's shoulder. Brother, I'll borrow your potions assignment once it's completed. Having walked a short distance, they paused to glance back, only to find Umbridge's body had vanished, leaving behind a solitary broken pink high heel in the mud. Poor professor. I hope someone discovers her remains tomorrow, Seraphina murmured. I believe they will. Dear Fina, Pansy remarked meaningfully, glancing toward the Gryffindor Tower. Gryffindor students are always eager for adventure. They are bound to find that high heel. The 5 of them made their way back to the castle, the 2 prefects merely fulfilling their patrol duties, while the other 3 had just returned from the library. The following morning, several eager Gryffindor students, ready to explore the fringes of the Forbidden Forest, stumbled upon the solitary pink high heel, its heel awkwardly embedded in the mud. The leading student knelt down, carefully using their wand to lift the shoe. Someone must have been dragged into the Forbidden Forest. Word of this quickly reached Dumbledore's ears. The old headmaster hurried to the scene, gazing at the shoe, a complex emotion flickering in his blue eyes behind his glasses. Meanwhile, the photo of the shoe circulated rapidly among the students. Hermione stared intently at the photo before suddenly seizing Ron's arm. This belongs to Umbridge. She always wore those pink high heels. Ron leaned closer to examine the photo, his surprise evident. By Merlin's beard, it really is that old hag's. Could it be that she was truly Ron? Having witnessed the terrifying creatures of the Forbidden Forest, still had nightmares of being chased by countless spiders. Seated beside Ron, Harry fell into deep contemplation, his gaze fixed on the tilted high heel in the photo, his brow furrowing deeper. This moment was keenly observed by Ginny, who, perhaps sensing an unspoken connection between family, seemed to grasp the truth of Umbridge's demise. Upon hearing the news, the ministry promptly dispatched Aurors to Hogwarts. Seraphina blended in with the gathering students, watching as the Aurors wielded their wands to search the Forbidden Forest, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Draco stood beside her, his fingers unconsciously caressing his wand. They will find no evidence, he murmured. The Aurors had neither utilized memory charms nor tracking spells to examine every student's wand. Even if they did, they would not scrutinize the students themselves. In the ensuing days, the investigation reached an impasse. The remnants of blast-ended scrutes and the feathers of nocturnal birds muddied the clues, compounded by the lingering grievances of some teachers towards Umbridge, who spoke ambiguously during inquiries. Ultimately, the ministry was compelled to announce that Professor Umbridge had likely perished at the hands of a dangerous creature from the Forbidden Forest. With Umbridge's departure, Hogwarts shed its oppressive shackles. Everything resumed its former state. Freed from suppression, the Defense Association's training grew bolder, and Harry's voice resonated louder than ever while practicing spells in the Room of Requirement. Seraphina sat by the attic window, observing Draco polishing his prefect badge in the sunlight. Perhaps this was a brief moment of serenity before the storm. Chapter 64, Family Above All. One night, a fortnight later, Seraphina was awakened from her slumber by none other than Ginny. As she puzzled over how Ginny had found her way into the Slytherin dormitory, she noticed Ginny's red-rimmed eyes and choked voice. Fina, Dad has been attacked. Come with me to the headmaster's office. With those words, Seraphina jolted awake, hastily donning her robes and following Ginny out of the dormitory. The stone corridor glimmered coldly under the moonlight, and Ginny's hurried footsteps echoed in the stillness, her skirt whispering against the steps. Seraphina focused on her sister's trembling silhouette, her heart growing heavier with each step. Turning the final corner, they found the headmaster's office door ajar, warm light spilling from the crack, yet it failed to dispel the chill that hung in the air. Upon her arrival, she found Ron, Fred, and George already there, while Harry sat on the couch, sweat-soaked and tense. As Seraphina crossed the threshold, Ron was dabbing Harry's brow with a cloth. "What has happened?" Seraphina's voice involuntarily rose. Ron looked up, his face still pale. Harry dreamed that Dad was attacked by Voldemort. And now? Seraphina turned to Fred and George. George was soothing a shivering Ginny, gently stroking her hair. Fred approached, patting Seraphina on the shoulder, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. "It's all right. Dad is injured, but has already been taken to St. Mungo's." Seraphina spun around abruptly, fixing her gaze on Harry. "Why did you dream that?" Harry shook his head, the scar on his forehead tingling faintly. "I don't know." His voice was hoarse, and the green eyes behind his glasses were bloodshot. Dumbledore let out a soft sigh, his gaze slowly sweeping over the group of anxious children in his office. He raised his hand to adjust his crescent-shaped spectacles, his tone steady yet tinged with gravity. "Children, there exists a profoundly unique and perilous mental connection between Harry and Voldemort." Upon hearing this, Ron's eyes were filled with concern as he looked at Harry. Fred and George simultaneously comforted their respective younger sisters. Dumbledore walked to the window and murmured, "Many years ago, Voldemort attempted to kill the infant Harry. His killing curse rebounded, causing Voldemort's soul to suffer severe damage and fragmentation. By a twist of fate, a fragment of that fractured soul latched onto the only survivor, Harry." Harry instinctively raised his hand to touch the scar on his forehead, which seemed to respond to Dumbledore's words, warming slightly. Consequently, Dumbledore turned to face Harry, their eyes meeting. "Thus, your thoughts are intertwined. This connection is akin to a hidden passage, allowing Voldemort to pry into your mind. And at times, you too may glimpse his actions. Just as you dreamt of Arthur being attacked." Just as he finished speaking, the door to the office swung open, revealing Snape's shadowy figure at the entrance. "You summoned me, Headmaster?" He swept his gaze over the gathered company, finally resting on Dumbledore. Dumbledore glanced at Harry. "Accompany Professor Snape to learn a spell that can shield you from Voldemort's mental influence. Your safety is at stake." Harry inhaled deeply and followed Snape out of the office, their footsteps gradually fading in the silent corridor. The office fell into a brief silence, which Fred broke first, his voice trembling slightly. "As long as Dad is safe." George placed an arm around his sibling's shoulders, feigning calmness. "Come on, let us go see Dad at St. Mungo's." Ron stared in the direction Harry had vanished until Seraphina gently tugged at his sleeve, bringing him back to reality. With news of their father's safety, the Weasley children left the office, hearts heavy with trepidation. Ginny cast one last glance back before they departed, but Harry's figure had already disappeared down the corridor. Biting her lip, she hurried to catch up with her brothers and sisters. Seraphina returned to the Slytherin dormitory to retrieve her door key, then joined the others on their way to St. Mungo's. The night was deep, and Street Mungo's hospital was ablaze with light. The mingling scents of disinfectant and potions assaulted their senses, and the occasional groan of pain from patients added to the oppressive atmosphere. Turning a corner, they spotted Percy half kneeling beside a chair, gently patting Molly's back. Molly's hair was disheveled, tears staining the front of her robes. Upon seeing them approach, she quickly wiped her tear-streaked face. "Dad is no longer in danger," Percy announced, rising, his glasses fogged, "but he will need to be hospitalized for observation for a while." His voice was hoarse, tinged with an unfamiliar rasp. As the hospital room door opened, the scent of potions mingled with warmth enveloped them. Arthur lay on a pristine white bed, his head and face swathed in layers of bandages, revealing only his pale chin and slightly moving lips. Ginny suddenly clasped her mouth, hot tears splattering onto Fred's sweater. Ron's throat constricted violently, and George placed a steadying hand on his trembling shoulder, his own fingers quivering in response. "Don't wake him," Molly whispered, her voice emerging as if from the depths of her throat. They stood in silence for a moment before slowly retreating from the room, leaving only Molly behind. The room was one of St. Mungo's private wards, fully equipped with everything needed. The hospital corridor's lighting was dim, and Percy cast a glance at his younger siblings, finally settling on Ginny's reddened eyes. "Do not worry, I am here. You all can focus on your studies," he reassured them. Fred and George, observing the three younger ones beside them, chimed in unison, "And we are here too." The return key felt hot in Seraphina's palm as she glanced back, the figures of Percy, Fred, and George becoming increasingly blurred. When the familiar outline of the castle reappeared before her, delicate snowflakes began to dance in the night sky. Seraphina gazed at the tranquil night, vowing that no one would harm her family. The shadow of Arthur's attack loomed over the Weasley children like a dark cloud. Ron and Ginny were quietly undergoing a transformation. Hermione rubbed her eyes in disbelief as she watched Ron, who had already packed his bag and eagerly proposed a visit to the library in the morning light. The boy who used to need her to drag him along was now intently poring over theory and practice of magical defense, the parchment filled with densely packed notes. Ginny, on the other hand, went directly to Seraphina. The afternoon sun slanted into the attic as Ginny gripped her wand tightly. Fina, I want to learn dark magic. Her voice trembled slightly, but was imbued with an undeniable resolve. Seraphina stared at the girl who once hid behind her siblings, her fingertips brushing over Ginny's reddened eyes. Ginny, the Weasley family will not lose a member, she softly assured, the warmth of her palm transferring through Ginny's hair, as if making a solemn promise. Ginny nodded vigorously, stubborn tears still clinging to her eyelashes, which she swiftly wiped away. I will protect my family. From that day forth, the attic of the Bookworm Society became Ginny's secret battleground. Seraphina and Pansy were her sparring partners, eventually enlisting Draco and others, of course. Having a skilled tutor proved remarkably effective, and Ginny's mastery of dark magic exceeded their expectations. Blaise leaned against the doorframe, watching Ginny practice tirelessly. The Weasley family's talent for dark magic, he remarked, raising an eyebrow with a slight smile, though his gaze was unusually serious. Even those self-proclaimed pure-blood Slytherin families would likely bow in deference. Theodore quietly added, let us not forget, they are also part of the Sacred 28. Outside, the snow continued to fall gently, yet it could not obscure the burgeoning brilliance within the attic. Chapter 65. No morality is required in dealing with villains. Outside, the snow fell in flurries, cloaking the streets of London in silver, while the magical flames at number 12 Grindelwald Place burned brightly. Molly was tiptoeing to hang a golden wreath, while Fred and George secretly cast a levitation charm on the holly branches, causing the wreath to dance in midair. Arthur, wrapped in a thick wool blanket in his wheelchair, bore a long-awaited smile on his pale face, his right hand still bandaged yet stubbornly clutching a mug of butterbeer. Ginny, Ron's voice called from beside the fireplace, where he cradled a bulging, brightly wrapped present. Come see the Christmas gift Fred and George sent me. The twin brothers exchanged mischievous glances, their wands subtly gesturing behind their backs. As Ron tore open the wrapping paper, a tin frog unexpectedly leaped onto Arthur's lap, releasing a chocolate coin inscribed with "Get well soon." Merlin's beard. Arthur chuckled, his wheelchair wobbling slightly in response. At that moment, Harry and Hermione emerged from the fireplace. Hermione's arms laden with towering gifts that nearly obscured her view. Harry was being tugged along by Creature, the house elf, who was muttering complaints about mudbloods and pests polluting the old house. Seraphina leaned against the window, watching the swirling snowflakes outside, her fingers unconsciously tracing the cold patterns on the window frame. The sounds of festive merriment echoed behind her, yet it felt as though there was a thin veil separating her from it. Percy sat down beside her, still clad in his impeccably tailored black robes, though one button at the collar had come undone, revealing a rare air of casualness. Percy, how is the cleanup of the Death Eaters by the Ministry progressing? Seraphina inquired, her voice as frigid as ice without turning her head. They were still a step behind. Voldemort had breached the Ministry, infiltrating the Department of Mysteries. Percy's expression instantly turned grave as he adjusted his glasses. 2/3. The resurrection of Voldemort was a reality witnessed by countless individuals, and even in light of Fudge's demise, the stubborn old fossils still clung to their belief that they were merely being alarmist. Seraphina abruptly turned her head, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Too slow. The Death Eaters must die. The more, the better. After Christmas, we must hasten our efforts. Percy fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. The flickering light of the fireplace cast their shadows against the wall. Arthur and Molly stood on the second floor, gazing down at the children below. Molly's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her hand trembling involuntarily. Arthur gently placed his hand over hers, his warm palm enveloping her icy fingertips. Do not worry. The children are quite capable. Percy and Seraphina were unlike other children. Their hearts were burdened, yet they remained children of the Weasley family. Outside, the snow continued to fall, but it could not rival the warmth and steadfastness of the flickering candlelight within. As the chimes of Christmas faded, everyone packed their belongings to return to Hogwarts. Seraphina and Percy exchanged a glance, a spark of mutual understanding igniting between them. The wind in the Hogwarts towers whipped snowflakes against the stone walls, where a few members of the Book Pages Society sat on the attic sofa. I have dealt with the Death Eaters in the Ministry. Do you wish to join? Seraphina addressed them, indicating who would perish beneath whose wand, and whose wealth would be claimed. Her words were like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. Blaise, who had been lounging lazily on the sofa, straightened up, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Really? Of course it is true. Seraphina affirmed with a nod. Those who had evaded scrutiny over a decade ago and remained in the Ministry were undoubtedly wealthy. The vaults of Gringotts must be overflowing with gold galleons. The most immediate benefits were the most compelling. Lasting advantages could bind this assembly of self-interested individuals tightly together. Theodore raised his head, Count me in. Pansy tapped her wand lightly against her knee. I'm in too. Blaise reclined back on the sofa. Count me as well. The three of them showed no hesitation, eagerly accepting the proposition. Draco, stroking his wand, regarded Seraphina with newfound understanding. Seraphina's actions would not only expand their influence, but also attract others with wealth and serve to weaken Voldemort's power. Fina, I want in too. Ginny stood up. Seraphina turned her gaze to Autumn Zhang, her tone softening slightly. Autumn, the Book Pages Society will need your oversight during this time. Autumn met her gaze and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will take care of things here. The Book Pages Society at Hogwarts required a steady hand, and Autumn was the most suitable candidate. Cedric was already involved, so Autumn need not participate. The night on Friday draped over Hogwarts like silk soaked in ink. The portkey lay quietly in Seraphina's hand as her gaze swept over the group. Remember, swift action is paramount. When they return, everything will be different. Autumn stood by the dormitory window, the moonlight gracing her hair with a silver sheen. The Death Eaters would never suspect that those who issued death threats were silently stepping into the abyss of death themselves. Shadows at the street corner completely swallowed the six figures. The wooden door of the tavern creaked open, and Smith staggered out. The scent of alcohol mingling with tobacco wafting into the night air. He hummed a tuneless melody, completely unaware that death had quietly descended. Cruciatus, Pansy's curse, sliced through the air first. Immediately after, Draco's killing curse shot forth like a venomous snake. Smith barely had time to utter a scream before his pupils dilated, collapsing heavily onto the filthy cobblestone street. Ginny stared at the cooling corpse on the ground, her throat tightening. Pansy nonchalantly brushed her long hair. Isn't it a bit unethical for us to gang up on someone like this? Dealing with Death Eaters requires no ethics, Seraphina replied with a cold laugh, her wand flicking, enveloping Smith's body in a shroud of black mist, gradually disintegrating it into tiny specks of light. Blaise cast a vanishing charm, erasing the remnants of blood and alcohol from the air, leaving only the damp smell of mildew. As the first rays of morning light crept up the Hogwarts towers, the Ministry's owls began distributing missing person notices. A week later, the Ministry announced that Smith was missing. Meanwhile, in the portkey office, the newly appointed supervisor, Yulipak, frowned at the empty desk. This Gryffindor graduate had only left school the previous year. He had felt quite anxious when summoned for a discussion by Minister Percy yesterday, despite their previous camaraderie at the same house. However, their current positions were worlds apart, and Yulipak feared he had made some grave error at work, only to be met with a tremendous surprise. Unbeknownst to him, the faces at the Ministry were gradually becoming younger, and these young individuals had been meticulously selected for key roles within the Ministry. Chapter 66, The Young Generation. The morning's Dawn Window newspaper still bore the damp scent of ink, and the headline's scarlet lettering resembled a bloodstain. Azkaban's astonishing prison break. The remnants of the Death Eaters returned to the world. Seraphina rushed through the Ministry's revolving door, clutching the newspaper, where the marble floor was already crowded with anxious employees. Percy. She pushed open the ornate wooden door of the minister's office. Percy stood before the magical map, his wand pointing at the location of Azkaban. Hearing her call, he turned, his bloodshot eyes peering through his glasses. Fina, you're here. Bellatrix Lestrange, along with Rodolphus and Dolohov. Seraphina slammed the newspaper down on the desk, the ink smudging the wanted images of the escapees. We need to locate them quickly. Most of the prisoners from Azkaban had already been transferred to the Isle of the Dementors. These three were the highest-ranking Death Eaters, and they had escaped before being escorted away. Percy sighed heavily. Fina, thankfully there are only three. He felt relieved. Had other Death Eaters not been transferred, more than just these three might have escaped. Seraphina's fingers tightened around the newspaper, crumpling it into a ball. The Dementors must not be allowed to remain. If they fully ally with Voldemort, it will spell disaster. Percy nodded gravely, the tie clip reflecting a harsh light in the firelight. I will organize the most elite Auror team to eradicate the Dementors. No creature, no matter how formidable, stands a chance against powerful magic. Seraphina cast her eyes down at the wanted images on the newspaper, the fragmented smile of Bellatrix twisting between her fingers. Taking advantage of this chaos, we must eliminate the remaining Death Eaters on the list within 48 hours. Each one we take down diminishes Voldemort's strength. Tomorrow night, the Ministry will convene an interdepartmental emergency meeting. Percy's wand marked a series of sparks on the map, indicating the weak points in the Ministry's defenses across various floors. The lurking Death Eaters would all be present, presenting an excellent opportunity for a comprehensive capture. Seraphina flicked her wand, flames swiftly consuming the newspaper on the table. I will have the members of the Book Pages Society ambush them along their return route. The burning remnants of paper drifted to the ground, accumulating at the feet of the two individuals, forming diminutive black hills. Upon her return to Hogwarts, Seraphina was hastily approached by Harry. He grasped her arm. his breath coming in quick gasps, and the damp strands of his dark hair clung to his forehead with cold sweat. Seraphina, you must take me to the Ministry of Magic. Sirius is imprisoned in the Department of Mysteries. I have seen it. Harry's bloodshot eyes brimmed with a near-manic terror. Harry. Seraphina endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. I have just returned from Percy. Sirius is not confined in the Department of Mysteries. No. Harry abruptly released her grip, stumbling backward and colliding with a nearby candlestick. His shadow loomed on the wall, an echo of his mind entangled with Voldemort's. I saw him tortured by the Cruciatus curse. I heard his screams. Seraphina's pupils dilated in shock, recalling Dumbledore's words about the perilous mental connection between Harry and Voldemort. Harry had sunk to his knees, his pale fingers gripping the hem of Seraphina's robe with desperation. Seraphina, please believe me. If I do not go, his voice faltered, choked with emotion. I cannot bear to lose another family member. Among the students, only Seraphina had the freedom to leave Hogwarts at will, and Harry was at his wit's end. Seraphina bent down, clasping Harry's wrist and hoisting him from the floor. I can take you, but you must do me a favor. Harry shot up, his tear-streaked eyes wide with determination. What favor? I will do anything. He was willing to comply with any request, as long as it meant going to the Department of Mysteries. Help me kill. Seraphina's voice was sharp as a poisoned blade. Eliminate the Death Eaters lurking within the Ministry. Harry's pupils contracted slightly, yet Seraphina did not allow him a moment to hesitate. Tomorrow night, there is an interdepartmental meeting at the Ministry. Can you make it? I can. Harry responded without a hint of doubt. Just then, the hurried footsteps of Hermione and Ron approached, their breaths heavy with urgency. Seraphina entrusted Harry to them. Ron, take Harry back. He needs to rest. Harry staggered back a step. Tomorrow night at 6, I will be waiting for you in the room of requirement. All right, Seraphina agreed. Only after the three figures had vanished completely down the corridor did she turn and depart for the tower. She shared her plan for the purge with the others. And Draco, who had participated in several purges previously, remained silent. Upon hearing the news, Cho paused her writing with a feather quill. I want to go too. If Cedric can do it, so can I. She understood Seraphina's reluctance to allow her participation in the purge. The flowers in the greenhouse were for admiration. But if the protective cover were to be removed, they would face storms they had never endured, rather than fear the unknown tempest. It was better to step out of the greenhouse and confront it directly. Of course you can. There is strength in numbers. Seraphina naturally consented. On the way back, Harry informed Hermione and Ron of his plans to venture to the Ministry the following night, just as Neville overheard. You are going to the Ministry? Neville inquired. What for? Sirius is in danger. I promised Seraphina I would help her kill the Death Eaters. She is taking me to the Ministry, Harry explained. I want to go too. Neville stepped forward, clenching his fists. Take me with you. Harry looked into Neville's reddened eyes and saw a reflection of himself, having lost loved ones under Voldemort's shadow. That resonance left him with little hesitation. All right, we shall go together. That afternoon, the air in the room of requirement was thick with tension. Suddenly, the door swung open silently, and Luna entered, her hair adorned with several dried dandelions. I heard the Flipper say you are going to seek the secret of the glowing. Luna blinked her dreamy eyes. Can I come? Luna, it is very dangerous, Harry said softly. Luna smiled. It's all right. I can smell victory in the air. Thus, Harry's group swelled to 5. As he gazed at his companions standing shoulder to shoulder, a flicker of unease surged within him. He had only wanted Seraphina to include him. Now, their numbers had doubled, and he wondered if she would agree. At precisely 6 o'clock, when Seraphina entered the room of requirement with the members of the book club, a glimmer of surprise crossed her features, followed by an expression of inevitability. Harry, they are here to help me kill too? Seraphina raised an eyebrow. Neville stepped forward, fists clenched. Of course, I want to kill those Death Eaters. Seraphina's gaze swept over the group before she produced a key inscribed with runes from her robe. Everyone gathered around, forming a circle, and as Seraphina's voice fell, the space began to warp and twist, and the vast assembly departed Hogwarts. In the minister's office, Percy, Cedric, Fred, and George simultaneously turned to the sudden influx of individuals. They are my reinforcements, Seraphina explained with a smile. Fred and George distributed the prepared list to everyone. The parchment was densely filled with 12 names, each accompanied by an enlarged photograph. George pointed at the parchment and said, kill one person, cross out their name. Once crossed out, everyone will see it. This was their latest product, a parchment capable of transmitting messages. 16 people, 4 to a group, any name on the list. Just kill. Seraphina addressed the group. If you cannot fight, flee. Ensure your own safety. Understood. Leave it to us. The rise of the younger generation was destined to herald the demise of the Death Eaters. Their downfall would forge these brave children and awaken those who had long been dormant. The hands of time marched ever forward, each moment signifying a new beginning. Chapter 67. The more you kill, the more skilled you become. 2 hours later, the crystal chandelier in the ministry's conference hall dimmed gradually as the last few members departed, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Percy fastened the top silver button of his suit and rolled the list into a tube, tapping it lightly on the table. Mr. Barry, Mr. Campbell, Mr. Jackson, please stay. Nathan Campbell's fingers absently stroked the black pattern on his cuff, while Kevin Jackson had already concealed his wand within his sleeve. Berlin Barry's gold-rimmed glasses flashed with a cold glint as he smiled and asked, "Does Minister Weasley have anything to discuss?" "I deeply regret the disappearance of Smith." Percy spoke softly, sighing. "You three were his friends. Please accept my condolences." Before he finished, Campbell's shoulders relaxed abruptly. He could not help but scoff internally, as expected of a Weasley, to feel sorrow for someone unrelated. Standing beside him, Jackson pretended to wipe an eye. "We were in the same house, close friends." "Oh, which house?" Percy suddenly inquired. Barry and Campbell exchanged wary glances, and Jackson blurted out Slytherin, causing the air to freeze instantly. "My sister is also in Slytherin." Percy's voice was laced with a chilling gentleness. The three exchanged glances. Who in the wizarding world did not know that a Weasley had emerged from Slytherin? The founder of the Dawning Window. She is quite a formidable young lady. Campbell openly praised. Suddenly, a blinding green light erupted at the doorway. A fatal curse, followed by 2 heart-piercing spells, precisely penetrated their chests, leaving the three unable to even glimpse the face of the spellcaster before they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Seraphina stepped into the dimly lit room, her wand still emitting tendrils of smoke. Behind her, Ginny followed with an air of calm, while Neville, on the other hand, trembled nervously, his hands shaking from the anxiety of casting the heart-piercing curse for the first time. "Thank you for the compliment," Seraphina said, as she kicked aside Barry's lifeless body with the tip of her shoe. Percy methodically cast 2 additional fatal curses, swiftly silencing the agonized cries of Belle and Jackson. "Aren't we supposed to be in groups of 4? Percy inquired, glancing at the trio. Seraphina snapped her fingers and turned to face Percy, declaring, "Now, it is 4. Moonlight streamed through the shattered window panes, casting elongated shadows over the corpses. Seraphina kept Ginny and Neville close, despite Draco's previous objections regarding their grouping, which she had decisively dismissed. Draco, having been personally instructed in dark magic by Lucius, wielded it with remarkable proficiency, making him more suited to lead than merely follow Seraphina. As they prepared to leave, Neville hesitated, his gaze fixated on Barry's contorted visage, the man's glasses askew on his face, with eyes still bulging in shock. "Neville, do not burden yourself with guilt," Seraphina said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Neville's throat tightened as beads of sweat formed on his palm around his wand. Memories surged unexpectedly, his grandmother's wrinkled hand guiding his wrist to practice spells, the Longbottom's bewildered laughter echoing in the empty ward of St. Mungo's Hospital. He suddenly lifted his head and whispered, "Seraphina, thank you." Percy, just turning around, paused at these words, observing Neville's reddened eyes and tightly pressed lips. He was reminded of that timid boy from herbology who had once knocked over a pot, now transforming at an astonishing pace. "Neville, this is their deserved retribution," he said, patting the boy's back firmly. The 4 of them hastened down the corridor, seeking their next target. Draco's eyes fixed on the newly added 3 red marks on the parchment, and he remarked, "Seraphina is remarkably swift." Pansy waved her wand, suggesting, "We must also quicken our pace." Draco and Pansy led the way, while Hermione and Ron occasionally glanced back, remaining vigilant. They held their wands aloft, prepared for combat at any moment. Following Percy's map of the Ministry of Magic, the 4 advanced towards Bellatrix's office. With Death Eaters on the loose, many were working overtime at the Ministry, and Bellatrix was no exception. "Alohomora." Draco murmured to the locked office door, a soft click sounding as it slowly creaked open. A musty scent of aged parchment filled the air as moonlight filtered through the slats of the blinds. Draco signaled for silence, his gaze sweeping the room, pointing to the shadows by the door and the corners behind the cabinets. "Hide, and when Reed enters, strike immediately." Pansy elegantly tossed her hair back, slipping behind the door. Hermione swiftly moved to the left side of the cabinet, while Ron nervously swallowed, following Hermione's lead to conceal himself. Draco approached the window, the moonlight casting an even colder pallor on his face. He turned to Ron, saying, "Seraphina wants me to teach you how to use the fatal curse. Don't blink." "I will only demonstrate once." Ron nodded anxiously. When he learned he would be grouped with Malfoy, he had initially protested. Yet Seraphina had insisted, "Ron, follow Draco and learn the 3 unforgivable curses well. I know you can master them." Her words lingered in Ron's mind, and somehow he acquiesced. The 4 held their breath, waiting silently for Bellatrix's arrival, the room so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Footsteps approached from outside, and 4 pairs of eyes fixated on the slightly turning doorknob. Suddenly, a figure pushed through the door, reeking of tobacco, Bellatrix's bald head gleaming under the moonlight. Avada Kedavra! Draco's incantation erupted almost against the back of her neck. In the instant the green light split the darkness. Reed's wand barely slipped from his grasp before he collapsed, as if his bones had been extracted. Pansy rushed forward immediately, casting another fatal curse to ensure his demise before turning to Hermione and Ron. "You may come out now." Ron stared at the corpse on the floor, astonished by the speed. "As long as you strike fast enough, they won't have time to call for help." Draco flicked his wand, his boot crushing the dark mark on Reed's arm. "Did you learn the fatal curse?" he inquired. Ron nodded, then shook his head, and finally nodded again. Pansy chuckled. "It's all right. You'll get the hang of it after a few more times." In truth, she wanted to say that a few more kills would suffice. However, considering he was Seraphina's younger brother, she didn't want to frighten him. Draco used the tip of his wand to flick the list, crossing off Reed's name. Just as they prepared to leave, the sound of polished shoes striking the ground echoed down the corridor, and the 4 instantly became alert, unconsciously slowing their breathing. "Bellatrix? Still working overtime?" A slurred voice called from outside. No one answered. Logically, she should have left, but the person outside seemed unable to wait, pushing the door open. In that moment, the heart-piercing curse's crimson light tore through the darkness, and Ford's distorted scream erupted in the confined space. As she collapsed, convulsing on the ground, Hermione caught a glimpse of the photo on the list in the moonlight. It was her. "Ally Ford." "Ronald, it's your turn." Draco's voice was as cold as ice. The tip of his wand pressed against the trembling boy's back. "Death Eaters would not wait for you to adjust." Pansy flicked her wand to brush her hair aside, then leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Hermione turned her face away, unable to watch. This was Seraphina's way of desensitizing Ron through Draco and Pansy. Ron's wand slipped between his fingers, and after taking a deep breath, his trembling wrist finally steadied. Avada Kedavra! The instant the green light flashed, Ford's pupils dilated in shock. As the body thudded to the ground, Pansy clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Wow, the Weasley family's talent for dark magic is truly formidable." She kicked the corpse at her feet, her hands steady. She had often remarked that the Weasley family could not have become one of the Sacred 28 without reason. Their aptitude for dark magic was indeed impressive. Ron managed to stammer, "Thank you." Draco crossed off another name on the list and said to the other 3, "Let's go." As the 4 filed out, Hermione patted Ron on the shoulder. Chapter 68, The Department of Mysteries. On the 6th floor, at the end of the corridor, the alarm light suddenly shattered, sending shards of glass mixed with sparks raining down on Harry's shoulder. He had just raised his wand when he heard familiar footsteps around the corner, and it wasn't just one person. As Cedric emerged from the shadows, wand held high, Harry almost cast a spell, their 8 eyes meeting under the dim light, Fred and George's flame spells still crackling at the tips of their wands. "Bloody hell, it's you." Cedric's voice was drowned out by the sudden roar of the ventilation system. He quickly turned, his wand tracing the arc of a shield charm, enveloping everyone in a flickering silver light. "Where are Gaston, Lovegood, and George?" "They were just behind us," Harry exclaimed, grasping Cedric's arm. "They know we're here." Before he could finish, the chandelier above them crashed down, but Blaise was quick enough to levitate it with a spell. Amidst the twisted creaking of metal chains, Theodore suddenly exclaimed, "There are residual traces of apparition on the 6th underground level. This is the Department of Magical Transportation." Cedric's pupils constricted to pinpoints as the light from his wand illuminated the markings of the Floo network on the wall. They could instantaneously transfer to any location using Floo powder. His words were abruptly interrupted by a sharp whistling sound, as a jinx grazed George's ear, corroding a gaping hole in the wall that emitted acrid black smoke. "Attack at 3 o'clock. Cedric instantly pinpointed the direction from whence the curse had come. Blaise and Theodore swiftly unleashed their piercing curses, 2 beams of crimson light slicing through the dust, and Harry caught a glimpse of a black robe flickering in the shadows. Stones tumbled down under the impact of the spells, the rising dust choking their eyes. Yet the metallic scent of blood grew increasingly potent. Someone had been injured. "Fall back." Fred suddenly grasped Luna's arm as a jinx skimmed past her hair. 6 o'clock. Autumn shouted. The shield before them perfectly overlapped with Cedric's light shield. "I'll hold the front. You all find an opportunity." Cedric's voice was drowned by the thunderous clamor of spells colliding, his fringe tousled by the magical wind. The one on the left. Blaise's piercing curse shot forth again, and within the red light, they could faintly hear their twisted, malevolent laughter. Suddenly, Autumn's shield trembled violently. Her face went pale, and her wand nearly slipped from her grasp. Luna immediately pressed her wand against Autumn's, and together they fortified their defense. "They're gathering power," Cedric shouted. Before his words could settle, 2 jet-black curses whizzed past the edges of the shield, exploding into deep, bottomless craters in the ground. George's eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. Look above. Everyone lifted their gaze, witnessing two Death Eaters who had leapt onto the ceiling unbeknownst to them. Stupefy. Harry's spell, alongside Fred's, struck the beam simultaneously, causing the decaying wood to collapse with a thunderous crash, burying their figures in a cloud of dust. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder as Blaise and Theodore exchanged glances and continued to strike at the still settling rubble. Luna glanced at the list, crossing out the names of Gaston Love and Georgiana Zack. 5 remain. Let us search together. Cedric's wand tip reignited with a blinding white light, casting a trembling shadow on the cracked walls. The recent peril had kept them close. Every office on the 6th underground floor had been meticulously searched. When they finally reached the 7th underground level, they found nothing after a thorough search. The bronze button at the elevator entrance on the 8th floor gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Cedric looked back. The 9th underground level housed the Department of Mysteries. Harry's wand was drawn in an instant, yet Fred and George restrained his arms from either side. Sirius is just below. We must, Harry. Luna suddenly raised a glass vial containing butterfly wings, the fragmented glow illuminating her serene face. Acting recklessly would only lead to a trap. The air thickened in silence until hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway's end. Seraphina's curly hair was matted with blood, and Draco's robe hem was dust-streaked, followed by Pansy, Ginny, and others. 16 figures converged before the elevator doors, forming a steel-like formation. Shall we descend? Seraphina scanned the group, her wand tip unconsciously tapping the list in her palm. Harry stepped forward immediately, of course. Neville followed closely. I'm not afraid. Blaise lazily flicked his wand. Not done yet. 5 minutes later, the cramped elevator was crammed with people. As the gears whirred, the elevator began its descent. The moment the doors creaked open, a chilling, damp breath rushed forth. The light within the Department of Mysteries was dim and hazy, with countless tall metal racks barely visible in the gloom, each laden with an uncountable array of prophecy orbs. Remain vigilant, Percy whispered, his wand slowly sweeping in front of him, its tip emanating a ghostly blue light. The group filed out, their footsteps feather-light. Yet they still produced faint sounds in the silence. Harry led the way, his heart pounding like a drum, his gaze unconsciously roving between the rows of prophecy orbs. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. On one rack to his right, a dim prophecy orb revealed, in faint etchings, his and Voldemort's names. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously reached out, and upon touching the orb, a chilling sensation coursed through him. He delicately lifted the orb, feeling the warmth of his palm make it slightly heat up. The indistinct light within beginning to swirl. The one who possesses the power to conquer the Dark Lord approaches. Born into a family that has triumphed over the Dark Lord thrice, born at the end of July, marked by the Dark Lord as his equal. Yet he possesses a strength unknown to the Dark Lord, one that must see one perish at the hands of the other, as neither can survive. Nor can the world accommodate both. Just as Harry was lost in thought, Seraphina's ears perked up. There's movement. No sooner had she spoken than a low, sinister laughter emanated from the depths of the racks, the chilling voice echoing in the vast space, sending shivers down their spines. The group turned towards the sound, and Bellatrix emerged like a wraith from the shadows. Her hair hung wildly across her face, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. 1, 2, so many, she sneered, her fingers tightly gripping her wand. A bunch of presumptuous little whelps, daring to oppose the great master. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto Draco like a venomous snake. Fury ablaze in her eyes. Malfoy, you ungrateful traitor. Her shriek reverberated throughout the empty Department of Mysteries, causing their eardrums to ache. With her cry, hidden Death Eaters emerged like phantoms from all directions, surrounding Harry and the others. Among them were the 5 missing individuals. They advanced slowly, their black robes dragging ominously on the floor. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, Lucius leisurely stepped out from behind Bellatrix. He maintained his elegant demeanor, his platinum hair glinting coldly in the dim light as he strode towards Harry, one deliberate step at a time. Hand over the prophecy orb. Lucius's voice was low and icy. Harry instinctively tightened his grip on the orb. However, just as Harry expected him to seize the orb, Lucius suddenly pivoted sharply, his wand striking like lightning. A brilliant red light aimed directly at Bellatrix. Cruciatus. Bellatrix's scream instantly filled the entire space, her body twisting in agony as madness was replaced by pain etched upon her face. Seraphina reacted swiftly, raising her wand almost simultaneously to attack the surrounding Death Eaters. Stupefy. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of spell lights intertwined within the Department of Mysteries, deafening explosions ringing in succession. The Death Eaters, who had once believed victory was assured, were caught off guard by Lucius's sudden betrayal. Autumn and Cedric shouted almost in unison, Protego. 2 silvery shields collided with a resounding crash, forming a dome-like barrier above their heads. The instant the Death Eater's curses struck the shield, they erupted into piercing shrieks, the surface of the barrier rippling like water. Try this. Neville's voice quivered with excitement. He clutched his wand tightly, the scarlet cruciatus curse coiling around Bellatrix like a venomous serpent. As he watched his enemy convulse violently under the dual torment of the curse, an unprecedented sense of exhilaration surged within him. Only when the curses inflicted upon others befall them can the Death Eaters truly empathize. Chapter 69. The future can be altered. Eliminate them. Seraphina's wand pointed skyward. Draco's cruciatus curse sliced through the fog first, followed closely by Hermione's, the flames licking at the Death Eater's dark robes. Bellatrix writhed and howled under the twin curses, suddenly casting a jinx that struck the shield protecting Autumn. At the moment of collision, blue and silver light clashed, causing the entire barrier to tremble violently. Shattered to pieces, Ginny lunged at Bellatrix. Just then, a shadow suddenly emerged from the distorted rift in space, with withered fingers ensnaring Bellatrix's wrist. The curse grazed past Bellatrix's earlobe, severed strands of black hair igniting in the wake of the spell's residual energy. Stumbling back a few steps, she erupted into manic laughter. Did you think you could dispose of me so easily? The shadow gradually took form, revealing none other than the hooded young Barty Crouch, his hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly green flames. Young Barty's wand swung with a resounding crash, a violet beam aimed directly at Ginny. Beware, it's the soul-sucking curse. Lucius's warning was shredded by a piercing shriek. A transparent shield suddenly unfolded before Ginny. The soul-sucking curse collided with the shield, exploding into blinding purple light. Spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse, accompanied by Seraphina's furious shout, surged towards young Barty. In a flurry of dark robes, he twisted his body to evade the fatal blow. The curse skimmed past his hood, melting a charred hole into the metal framework behind him. He let out a shrill, eerie laugh, the ghostly green flames in his eye sockets dancing wildly. Let us see if your killing curse is faster than mine. Before he could finish, Percy's fiendfire curse suddenly struck from the side. Young Barty nimbly spun aside, but was forced back a step by Fred and George's magical fireworks. Sensing the danger, the others scattered like startled birds. One of the Death Eaters, in a panic, toppled a row of prophecy orbs. The sound of shattering glass echoing as Draco and Blaise simultaneously cast binding spells, only to have them evaded by the Death Eater's disillusionment charm. Don't let them escape. Cedric and Autumn instinctively paired up, pursuing towards the northwest, the light from their wands cleaving through the shadows. Luna and Pansy's footsteps echoed on the metallic floor, resembling hunting owls cornering Chris Morrick. The shattered glass of the prophecy orbs crunched under the Death Eater's feet, his breathing rapid and heavy beneath the hood. Good evening, Mr. Chris. Pansy's voice was as cold as ice, the list rustling at her fingertips. The dark green killing curse shot forth first, yet Chris cackled maniacally. The scarlet cruciatus curse lunging towards Pansy like a venomous serpent. A figure burst forth from the shadows, Theodore. A silver-blue shield charm erupted before Pansy and Luna, the clash of spells resonating with a deafening boom that pounded against their eardrums. Now, Luna's voice was eerily calm. The flames are raging. The fiend fire surged forth with an all-consuming force, drowning Chris's screams beneath the roar of the flames. He flailed his wand futilely, attempting to resist, only to provoke an even more violent backlash from the fire. The acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air when the flames finally extinguished. Only a charred remnant remained in the corner. Pansy flicked the ashes from the list, striking Chris's name. Let us go? She turned to Luna, only to find her entranced by the flowing remnants of prophecies on the wall, the shattered light flickering with vague visions of the future. The future can be changed, Luna murmured softly. The black cloak of Rispech billowed at the end of the corridor. Fred and George's laughter mingled with the explosive sounds of fireworks behind them. Hey, brother, don't run away. Mr. Pritchard, care to try our new product? Just as their relentless pursuit continued, Blaise and Ron joined mid-chase. Purple sparks coiled around Pritchard's boot like a serpent, followed closely by Blaise's binding curse striking his ankle, causing Pritchard to stumble to the ground, his forehead thudding against the metallic floor. Blaise glanced at the three Weasleys beside him, once again marveling at the sheer number of Weasleys. Fred and George nearly simultaneously sidled up to Ron, their movements in perfect sync like reflections in a mirror, each throwing an arm over their brother's shoulder. George tilted his head and winked at Blaise. Mr. Zabini, may we take this fellow off your hands for our little brother? After all, young Ron needs to get accustomed to the new spells he's learning. Fred immediately chimed in, his fingers lifting Ron's wand upwards. Blaise, with one hand in his pocket, glanced over the three Weasleys. He ducked to avoid the sudden explosion of confetti from George's wand. Of course, before he finished speaking, he deftly sidestepped a jinx hurled by Pritchard, flicking his wand to redirect the blue light back at him. But make it quick. All right. Ron's voice trembled with anxiety. The incantation Draco had taught him still echoed in his ears, and his wand was slick with cold sweat in his palm. Fred tossed the last firework beside Pritchard's convulsing form, flames instantly engulfing the Death Eater's robes, leaving him to roll in the inferno, unable to extinguish the flames. Avada! Ron's incantation was suddenly interrupted by a shrill scream. Pritchard had somehow broken free from the binding. A jinx grazing past his ear and blasting a charred hole in the rack behind him. Collapse. Blaze's spell arrived just in time, yet the opponent evaded it with a disillusionment charm. Before Pritchard vanished, he revealed a sinister grin. You little brats will pay for this. George's prank item suddenly struck from the side, transforming into a shower of toads that splattered across Pritchard's face. As he scrambled to wipe them away, Ron finally steadied his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light struck Pritchard squarely in the back. Rispetch's scream abruptly ceased, his body crashing heavily onto the remnants of the prophecy orbs, the shattered glass refracting eerie light, illuminating his eyes as they gradually dulled. Bellatrix's shriek pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, her wand aimed directly at Lucius Malfoy. You traitor! The master will have you torn to shreds. Draco instinctively positioned himself in front of his father, while Lucius grasped his son's shoulder. Neville, Seraphina's voice carried a chilling coldness. Neville's knuckles whitened around his wand as he exchanged a knowing glance with Seraphina, both almost simultaneously casting their wands. Cruciatus curses, fiendfire. And shatter into pieces curses fell like a torrential downpour, exploding in a blinding flash of light. Bellatrix let out a maniacal laugh, effortlessly deflecting two of the spells, but was forced to retreat under Neville's frenzied barrage of curses. She caught a glimpse of young Barty Crouch's gaze and immediately understood Harry was their true target. Retreat. She hurled a smoke bomb and vanished from sight. Chapter 70. The Dark Lord emerges. The metallic floor trembled beneath their feet as Ginny's fiendfire curse grazed the Death Eater's cloak, leaving charred scars in its wake. Percy felt a mix of astonishment and pride. The little girl who once trailed behind her brothers and sisters now wielded spells with such precision, her fierce onslaught almost unrecognizable. As they rounded a pile of shattered prophecy orbs, the air suddenly thickened. Bellatrix tilted her mouth at an angle, her eyes fixated intently on the shimmering prophecy orb clutched in Harry's hand. Hand it over, Potter. Her voice slithered forth like a serpent's hiss. Harry remained silent, casting one last glance at the blurred inscriptions on the orb before hurling it violently to the ground. The sharp sound of shattering glass was accompanied by Bellatrix's piercing scream. Swiftly, Harry brandished his wand and shouted, Crucio! A blinding red light erupted from his wand, only to be narrowly evaded by Bellatrix, who sidestepped the attack. Her counterspell grazed past Harry's ear. Young Barty Crouch, along with two other Death Eaters, unleashed their own spells, weaving a deadly net of curses. Percy, clad in protective armor, quickly cast a shield charm to guard the group. At that moment, Seraphina and Neville, along with their companions, burst forth from the shadows. Shatter them to pieces. Obliterate them. Flames ablaze. Barriers abound. For incantations roared like thunder as they surged toward the opposing Death Eaters. Young Barty suddenly yanked the two Death Eaters behind him, pulling them in front as shields. After a chilling scream, they crumpled lifelessly to the ground, breathless. Bellatrix's face twisted in rage as she wildly waved her wand, but was abruptly halted when young Barty seized her arm. Retreat. The Death Eaters turned and fled, their black robes billowing in the turbulent air. Harry and his companions pursued relentlessly, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the empty corridor. The earlier separated Fred and George, along with Pansy, suddenly emerged from around the corner. Joining the fray, young Barty glanced back at the advancing crowd, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Those whom he had once regarded as mere insects now formed an impenetrable web around him. Bellatrix continued her desperate resistance, casting Cruciatus and fire curses backward. Yet the synchronized shield charms from Autumn and Cedric deflected all her attacks. After running a distance, Bellatrix and young Barty crashed through a rusted iron door, the stench of decay assaulting their senses. The footsteps of their pursuers echoed ominously behind them, as Seraphina's wand emitted a blue light that pierced through the crack of the door. Stop! Seraphina's voice was as cold as ice, standing resolute at the threshold, her companions melting into the shadows behind her. With a casual flick of her wand, she declared, Whoever kills the other first, I shall spare the survivor. Bellatrix and young Barty exchanged a glance, silently tightening their grips on their wands. Dolohov appeared, stepping on the shards of glass, the hem of his black robe rustling ominously. His eyes sparkled with a mad gleam as he glared furiously at Seraphina, the red-haired Weasley, a disgrace to purebloods. He then pointed his wand menacingly at Lucius among the crowd. Malfoy, traitor, the master will not spare you. Yet Lucius's pale face betrayed no fear, merely casting a scornful glance at Dolohov without uttering a word. Draco, standing behind him, clenched his fists. Seraphina's lips curled into a cold smile. Are you throwing yourself into the trap? She scrutinized the wanted poster, having memorized the faces of the 3 escaped Death Eaters from Azkaban. Ha! Die! Dolohov cried out madly, unleashing 3 intertwining curses from the tip of his wand. Percy stepped forward, his wand slicing through the air with precision. Protego. A silver-blue shield erupted, blocking all the incoming attacks, ripples dancing across its surface. He straightened his back, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Stay here. Fred and George swiftly closed in from the sides, their wands bursting forth with crackling golden sparks. Autumn and Cedric raised their wands in unison, while Luna stood quietly in the corner, her wand gently swaying. The air in the room seemed to solidify, an impending battle on the brink of eruption. Suddenly, Lucius staggered to kneel on one knee, veins bulging on his pale forehead. He pressed down hard on his left forearm, the dark green dark mark writhing beneath his skin, burning fiercely like a branding iron. Draco rushed forward to steady his father's trembling shoulders. Dad, what's wrong? He's coming. Lucius managed to lift his gaze. His gray eyes fixated on the cracks in the ceiling, where tendrils of black mist began to seep through. Bellatrix suddenly erupted into a sharp, maniacal laughter, her black robe billowing unnaturally. Young Barty crouched and Dolohov simultaneously knelt on one knee, their foreheads touching the ground. The black mist surged like a living entity, coalescing into a pale snake-like visage, its crimson slit eyes sweeping over the crowd, rendering even their breaths stagnant. Bang! Colorful flames erupted from all directions as members of the Order of the Phoenix surged in like a tidal wave. The elder turned to glance at the children behind him, the lenses of his half-moon spectacles glinting with a faint light. As Voldemort's figure fully emerged from the black mist, 4 more shadows appeared beside him: Rodolphus Lestrange, Greyback, Alecto Carrow, and Amicus Carrow. Voldemort's pale fingers elegantly caressed the grotesque snake visage. Embrace death, you presumptuous insects. Dumbledore stepped forward slowly, the light from his wand illuminating his silvery beard. You will ultimately fail, Tom. Voldemort tilted his head back, his hollow laughter reverberating through the hall. You mudbloods lackeys. Bellatrix screamed as she wildly waved her wand. Malfoy betrayed me? Voldemort's voice thundered, the oppressive aura making the air hum. The dark mark on Lucius's arm burned more intensely, cold sweat dripping from his chin to the floor. Draco stood protectively in front of his father. No one can command a Malfoy. Lucius, your son has offended me. Voldemort's voice was as cold as a tomb. Lucius's betrayal undoubtedly incited Voldemort's wrath. Those who betrayed him met a grim fate. Seraphina surveyed the current situation: 7 Death Eaters, 1 Voldemort. They would not emerge unscathed. Just as the tense standoff escalated, a purple-black curse suddenly shot toward Dolohov, who stood beside Voldemort. Dolohov's expression shifted dramatically as he rolled away in a panic, the curse grazing his shoulder and scorching a hole in the wall behind him. Smoke rising from the burn mark.